The enigmatic assassin, Robin, returns to the Dragon Kingdom, armed with a dragon dagger and a marriage contract bestowed upon him by the old ghost. From this moment forth, he traverses the world, stirring the winds of fate. Chapter 0001 The Dragon Dagger. Old Ghost, your antics will surely lead to your demise at the hands of a woman, Robin remarked, observing the frail figure of the elderly man before him. The old ghost wiped the lipstick smudges from his face, feigning innocence as he handed Robin a bank card. Abin, this leopard print card holds a fortune, at least several trillion. Moreover, I possess properties in major cities across the globe, all top-tier luxury residences, available for your use at any time. Lastly, allow me to gift you. Oh, not this. The old ghost fumbled, drawing out a black lace woman's lingerie before realizing his blunder. After a moment of searching, he produced a peculiar short dagger. This dragon dagger has been lost to the world for 50 years now. It is yours. It is no ordinary dagger it commands. No more of that. The time will come when someone will contact you. Just wait for them in the Dragon Kingdom. Abin, once you fulfill your marriage contract upon your return, then. The old ghost attempted to impart further wisdom. Suddenly, four stunningly beautiful women descended from the upper floor, whisking the old ghost away. Old ghost, why the delay? We are all on edge. Rest assured, your beloved disciple's skills are such that even demons fear him. He will not come to harm. A moment later, anguished cries erupted from the bedroom above. Robin glanced towards the second floor, shrugged his shoulders, and tucked the leopard print card into his wallet. Departing from the abode of the old ghost, he settled into a vehicle bound for the airport, contemplating the dragon dagger. The light patterns upon the dagger resembled a dragon coiling through clouds, emanating an overwhelming aura. The golden scales shimmered brilliantly in the dimness of the car. After a flight exceeding 20 hours, he finally arrived in Ningxuan City, Dragon Kingdom. The economic stronghold of the eastern coastal region was presently adorned with a flurry of sunset snowflakes. Upon reviewing the details of his marriage contract, Robin inquired briefly before hailing a taxi towards the Chung Group headquarters in the city center. The old ghost had informed him that his fiancée, Chung Siu, was the product of a betrothal arranged between their grandfathers during their youth, long before either Robin or Chung Siu were born. Having accompanied the old ghost for many years, Robin had often questioned him about his own grandfather and parents, but the old ghost never uttered a word. From childhood, Robin learned the art of healing, honed his abilities, and even mastered the art of killing under the old ghost's tutelage. In recent years, the old ghost had taken him to Africa, where amidst the blood-soaked mercenary battlegrounds, he became a figure of terror known only as Dragon Dagger. Staring at the now yellowed marriage contract, Robin pondered, I wonder what my future bride will be like. Is she beautiful? Is she gentle? He envisioned Chung Siu's appearance throughout the journey. After a 30-minute ride, they reached the urban center of Ningxuan. Robin rolled down the window, gazing at the night skyline, feeling an innate sense of familiarity wash over him. Suddenly, a whiff of danger prickled his senses, rapidly approaching. Robin's instincts kicked in as he peered ahead. Bang! A cacophony of screeching brakes and metal colliding erupted. A deformed Porsche, having collided, hurtled toward the taxi he occupied at breakneck speed. The taxi driver, paralyzed with fear, was rendered motionless. With a swift motion, Robin seized the steering wheel while simultaneously pulling the handbrake, executing a deft maneuver that narrowly evaded the oncoming wreckage. Bang! After a brief silence, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the street. From a BMW lodged against the guardrail, four armed men sprang forth. Two of them aimed their firearms at the surrounding crowd. One man yanked a wounded woman from the Porsche, pressing the barrel of his gun against her temple. The lead, a bald man, barked at the onlookers, everyone get down. Bang! A bullet pierced the brow of a brave soul attempting to intervene. Panic surged through the crowd, provoking frantic screams. Everyone crouched, afraid to lift their heads. Meanwhile, Robin leaned back in the taxi, eyes fixed on the captive woman outside. Under the cold street lights, snowflakes swirled violently, mingling with the chaotic scene of the collision and the crimson stains upon the pristine snow. The urban nightscape was veiled in an ominous air of slaughter. In the dim light, the woman was tall and strikingly beautiful. Even with blood trickling from her exquisite features, her innate elegance could not be concealed. In that moment, the robbers noticed Robin still seated in the taxi. Get out now. Hands on your head and crouch. One robber swiftly aimed his gun at Robin. Robin, with a calm smile, disregarded the armed thug and slowly rolled down the window, gazing intently at the woman. Release her. His voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority amidst the biting wind and snow. Unintentionally, the robber's arm trembled at the command. The terrified woman glanced sideways, and in that fleeting moment, the enigmatic figure within the taxi stirred an unexpected rush of emotions in her heart. The captive woman was named Xiao Yudi, the heiress of the esteemed Xiao family and the current CEO of the Xiao Group. Given her status, she had encountered numerous influential figures. Yet, she had never met a man so composed and strikingly handsome. Moreover, witnessing his calm demeanor amidst the chaos ignited a spark of intrigue within her. "You're seeking death." The robber hesitated momentarily, then his face twisted with rage as he pulled the trigger. "Don't!" Xiao Yudi screamed, eyes shutting in despair. A gust of cold wind surged, shaking the treetops and rattling the branches. In an instant, shadows danced chaotically, dust swirling in the air. Snowflakes whirled in a frenzy. With the gunshot, the world fell silent. On the desolate street, only Xiao Yudi's solitary figure remained, enveloped in loneliness. The crowd instinctively scanned their surroundings, bewildered. After a brief moment of shock, they beheld the four robbers lying eerily still in the pure white snow. Everything transpired too swiftly, too surreal. If not for the lifeless bodies before them, one might genuinely believe it was merely a figment of the imagination. All four robbers had been dispatched with a single precise strike to their throats. Blood flowed from their necks, steaming in the frigid air above the snow. "Yudi, are you all right?" An elderly man with white hair rushed out of a speeding Mercedes, hurrying to Xiao Yudi's side, his voice laced with worry. "Grandfather, I am fine." Xiao Yudi finally regained her composure. She clutched her grandfather, Xiao Tianlong's arm tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her panicked gaze remained fixed on the taxi that had swiftly departed through the snowstorm. Though she had not clearly seen the face of the person inside, the chilling aura of death still haunted her senses, leaving an indelible impression. Xiao Tianlong surveyed the bodies of the robbers, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Quickly, inform everyone in the Xiao family to locate the young man in that taxi immediately. Even if it means turning Ningxuan City upside down, we must find him." Chapter 0002. A blade to the throat. Robin departed the crime scene in a taxi, heading towards the Chung Group building. At this moment, the Chung Group was hosting its New Year's gala. The entrance of the building was adorned with luxurious cars of various styles, festooned with decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. The lobby was filled with prominent figures from Ningxuan City. Dressed casually, Robin felt distinctly out of place amidst the elegantly attired guests. However, upon entering the building, the receptionist did not obstruct his passage. After all, in this era, many wealthy scions preferred to adopt such a low-key approach. By mere appearance, it was indeed difficult to discern who was a beggar and who was affluent. As Robin entered the banquet hall, he immediately gravitated towards the buffet table. After a day and night of travel, he was ravenously hungry. Oblivious to the curious gazes of the surrounding guests, he filled his plate to the brim, requested 2 glasses of red wine, and began to feast heartily. This fellow must be here to merely indulge, one might think. Initially presumed to be a scion from a prestigious family discreetly attending the Chung family's gala, it soon became clear that he was nothing more than a glutton. Look at how he eats. It seems as though he has been starving for years. Some impoverished souls, in their desperate quest to associate with the elite, exert all efforts to infiltrate high-end gatherings like ours, hoping for a stroke of fortune. How could such a fraud be permitted to attend our esteemed event? Someone should quickly inform the staff to alert the Chung family's overseer to have him expelled immediately. Before long, Robin's presence piqued the attention of the guests in the hall. The Chung family's chief steward, Uncle Seven, approached him amidst a chorus of doubts. Observing Robin, who was engrossed in devouring his meal, he furrowed his brow. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire if you were invited by the Chung Group to participate in this New Year's gala?" Without looking up, Robin continued chewing on a large piece of beef and replied, "I was not invited by the Chung family. I am Chung Siyu's fiancé, here to fulfill our engagement." This declaration caused an uproar. Indeed, a mere gluttonous fraud. Strangely enough, this impostor dared to claim he was Chung Siyu's fiancé. Truly laughable. Chung Siyu, the beautiful president of the Chung Group, a flower of the Ningxuan business scene. The wealthy heirs and high-ranking officials vying for her affection could form a line stretching halfway through Ningxuan City. This fellow, clad in inconspicuous casual attire, with the demeanor of a starving wretch, dares to speak so boldly at the Chung family's New Year's gala. Impudent. Uncle Seven admonished coldly. "You brazen fool. I would overlook your ignorance, but you must leave this instant, or I shall break your legs." The guests in the hall regarded Robin as a jester, erupting in laughter. Had he lost his senses? How could he dare to utter such nonsense at the Chung family's New Year's event? How could Miss Chung possibly have such an unrefined fiancé? He ought to take a look in the mirror at his pathetic appearance. As Robin chewed his beef, he raised his head to survey the hall filled with twisted smiles. Glancing at Uncle Seven beside him, he retorted, "Who are you to expel me? I am Chung Siyu's fiancé. Summon her so that we may converse." Uncle Seven stumbled momentarily, indignantly asserting, "Kid, you inquire as to who I am? I shall inform you. I am Chung Chili, the chief steward of the Chung family." Robin paused, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, little Seven? So, you are family. Perfect. Now take me to meet my wife." Good grief. This lad is not only impoverished, but also seems to possess some mental deficiencies. The guests in the hall were suddenly energized. He referred to the Chung family's chief steward as Little Seven. This guy is bold. Who doesn't he know that Uncle Seven is a martial arts expert, with few in Ningxuan City daring to challenge him? It appears this young man intends to leave here in a rather audacious manner. Uncle Seven sneered. "You have some nerve. Dare you repeat what you just said?" Robin looked at him quizzically. "What? It seems you have a problem. Do you not understand what I, the fiancé, am saying?" His words sent the guests in the hall into another bout of laughter. This guy is certainly audacious. He genuinely believes himself to be the Chung family's son-in-law. How amusing. At this moment, Uncle Seven's face turned purple with rage, exclaiming, "You have some guts. In front of so many dignitaries in Ningxuan City. How can I allow myself to be humiliated by such an insignificant character?" With that, he swung a punch at Robin, exerting all his strength. Robin momentarily paused, bewildered by Chung Chili's audacity to strike his own son-in-law. Not wishing to lose his position, he casually swatted the punch away. Uncle Seven immediately felt as though his fist had collided with an indomitable iron plate. He staggered back 3 or 4 meters. Robin cast a disdainful glance at Uncle Seven, shaking his head in disapproval. The laughter that once filled the banquet hall transformed into gasps of astonishment. The Chung family's chief steward, Uncle Seven, had been effortlessly knocked down by this seemingly insignificant young man. No one anticipated that this seemingly deranged individual possessed such skill. Uncle Seven was equally shaken. His previous punch had been delivered with full force. He was confident that few could withstand it in Ningxuan City. Yet, this lad had easily deflected it. Was it merely coincidence, or had he underestimated his opponent? At this moment, several of the Chung group's bodyguards rushed towards them, brandishing electric batons. "What is going on?" Uncle Seven, furious, Chung Chili pointed at Robin. "This scoundrel dares to cause a ruckus at our Chung family's New Year's gala. Tie him up and break his legs." Upon receiving Uncle Seven's command, the Chung group's bodyguards quickly surrounded Robin. He sighed, bemused by the Chung family's intentions. "I have already declared myself their new son-in-law, yet they continue to send such lowly creatures to vex me. They wish to test my prowess? Very well, then." As the bodyguards swung their electric batons, preparing to strike Robin, they suddenly saw a figure dart past them. In an instant, they felt a heavy blow to their necks. And within the blink of an eye, several bodyguards collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Robin surveyed the unconscious guards strewn about and shook his head. This is just too easy. The scene left all the guests in the banquet hall screaming in shock. What had just transpired? None of them had seen it clearly. Observing coldly, Uncle Seven furrowed his brow. This lad possesses extraordinary skill. At that moment, another group of bodyguards rushed in from outside the building, intent on joining the fray. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "Enough! What is the meaning of this commotion?" The banquet hall fell silent, all eyes turning towards a striking young woman descending from the second floor. With a graceful figure and exquisite features, her bright, piercing eyes radiated a cold brilliance. This was none other than Chung Siyu, the president of the Chung Group. Chapter 0003. "I am your fiancé, you are Chung Siyu?" Robin pushed through the crowd and assessed her. Chung Siyu frowned slightly, unable to discern his intentions. "Who are you?" "This is my Chung family's New Year's gala. How dare you act recklessly here? I advise you to leave immediately before I become truly enraged." Robin was momentarily taken aback. This fiancé of his was quite domineering. Nevertheless, her icy demeanor held a certain allure. "Siyu, I am your fiancé, here to fulfill our engagement today. When shall we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize our marriage?" The once silent banquet hall erupted in laughter. "This fellow is truly outrageous. How dare you speak such nonsense here? If you persist in your foolishness, I shall not be polite." Chung Siyu coldly reprimanded. The man beside her stepped forward, his voice stern. "Who is this lunatic? Does he not know the gravity of his words, tarnishing Siyu's reputation? Step aside." Robin pushed aside the man beside him and approached Chung Si. "See, I truly am your fiancé. Here is the marriage contract signed by our grandfathers years ago. He presented a yellowed piece of paper to Cheng Si. The guests at the banquet erupted in an uproar. What? A marriage contract? Is this a scam? Desperate enough to cling to the powerful, huh? Cheng Si's beautiful eyes darted to the contract in Robin's hand, her delicate frame quivering slightly. The handwriting and signature unmistakably belonged to her grandfather. Su Wenhai, the man beside Cheng Si, changed his expression upon seeing the yellowed paper. A penniless wretch dares to compete for a woman with me? Are you tired of living? A marriage contract? In this day and age? He scoffed. Kid, do you think you can deceive Si with a fabricated document? Su Wenhai signaled several bodyguards from the Su family to throw him out. Wait, young Master Su. Cheng Si intervened, taking the contract from Robin. As she examined its contents, her brow furrowed. She had indeed heard her grandfather mention a marriage contract long ago, but she never imagined it was real. Looking at Robin's attire, he certainly didn't appear affluent or of high status. What do you do for a living? Where is your family? Cheng Si inquired cautiously. Robin shrugged. I don't have a job at the moment. My family is probably no longer around. The hall erupted in derisive laughter. A jobless vagabond, ha. Cheng Si's gaze turned to Robin with a hint of disdain. How could a man of such lowly status be worthy of her? Cheng Si. She aspired to be a queen-like woman, akin to Lin Jingru, the CEO of Longhai International. What nonsense about marriage contracts? A middle-aged man stepped forward, sternly addressing Robin. You, leave this place at once. The Cheng family does not welcome you. This man was Cheng Si's father, Cheng Jinfei. Uncle, auntie, greetings. Su Wenhai praised. Cheng Jinfei's wife, Juliet, beamed. Ah, young Master Su, you flatter us. Then her smile turned icy as she directed her attention to Robin. A marriage contract? How audacious of you to deceive us. Do you even know your place to think you are worthy of my daughter? Observing the family's contempt, Robin felt a surge of indignation. He had merely come to honor a promise and fulfill the marriage contract established by their grandfathers. How did wealth and status enter the equation? The old man had at least 2 trillion in my account. Am I insulting your Cheng family by merely standing here? Enough. Please refrain from further comments. Cheng Si interrupted, halting her family's scornful remarks. She turned to Robin. Today is our Cheng group's New Year banquet, and my grandfather is abroad for recuperation. As for the marriage contract, we shall discuss it after the event concludes. The Cheng family values integrity. Since you possess this contract, I want to throw you out immediately. You may enjoy the festivities. However, remember this. The guests here are prominent figures in Ningchuan City, esteemed guests of the Cheng family, not someone of your standing to disturb, understood? With that, Cheng Si coldly tossed the marriage contract back to Robin and walked toward the stage. Su Wenhai sneered, pointing at Robin. Kid, mind yourself. Eat, and then get out. This is not a place for you. The banquet guests erupted in scornful laughter, their gazes filled with arrogance and superiority. At that moment, Robin felt a wave of nausea. Cheng Si's exquisite face appeared grotesque. To think I would be allowed to feast freely at your Cheng family's banquet? Do you believe I am a beggar? I have no time for your trivial gathering. I demand an immediate response from your grandfather. Robin stood his ground, shrugging. Cheng Si halted, slowly turning around, her face displaying a mixture of annoyance and anger. Are you trying to coerce me? Robin smiled indifferently. You think too highly of yourself, with your looks and character. You are not worthy of my coercion. Cheng Si gritted her teeth in anger. No man had ever dared to humiliate her like this. She glared at Robin and promptly called Cheng family patriarch Cheng Li Huang, deliberately putting the phone on speaker. Grandfather, a man named Robin has come to our New Year banquet, claiming to be your grandson's fiancé with the marriage contract you signed with his grandfather. What is going on? There was a pause on the other end. See, the story is long. Back when your grandfather started his business, he faced a significant setback, and the Cheng family was on the brink of collapse. I sought help from numerous relatives and friends, yet none were willing to assist. Just as we were about to perish, Robin's grandfather extended a helping hand, lending me 1 million. It was then that you and Robin were to be born. To express my gratitude for saving the Cheng family, I proposed this betrothal. Cheng Si fumed. Grandfather, I do not wish for this. After a moment of silence, Cheng Li Huang continued. In hindsight, I acted impulsively back then, making a rather unreliable decision. The Luo family has been out of sight for many years. I presume their prospects are not promising. Our Cheng family has since risen to prominence in Ningchuan. If you are unwilling to honor this marriage contract, I cannot let my granddaughter be put upon. Cheng Si hesitated. Grandfather, are you saying we can annul the engagement? Cheng Li Huang sighed. Ah, I regret that decision made in haste. If you are dissatisfied, the contract can be annulled. However, we must uphold some decorum. The Luo family is in decline, so we shall return the 1 million borrowed from them, providing closure. Chung Si's tense brow relaxed, and she coldly regarded Robin, handing him a check. Did you hear? This is grandfather's response. We are not of the same standing, so tear up that marriage contract. Here is a check for 1 million. Take it. Remember, from now on, there will be no ties between the Chung and Luo families. Robin stared at the contract in his hand, then at the haughty Chung Si, and smiled. Fine. I hope your Chung family does not regret this. Su Wenhai scoffed. Regret? Ha. A broke fool like you thinks the Chung family would regret? Dream on. Get out. Leave at once. A cold glint flashed in Robin's eyes. Chung Si huffed. You should go. I do not want you to feel humiliated here. A word of advice, do not think of avenging yourself against young Master Su. You can never compare to him. That 1 million is enough for you to live comfortably. With your qualifications, do not dream of unrealistic things. Find an ordinary woman to marry. Furthermore, I will never regret tearing up this marriage contract. Robin looked at Chung Si's loathsome expression, ripping the contract and the check to shreds, tossing them into the air. Chung Si coldly snorted, muttering to herself, desperate to save face. She feared he would regret it after returning home. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall, and the crowd parted to make way. Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi entered under the guidance of Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng pointed towards Robin in the crowd and whispered, Master Xiao, Mr. Robin is over there. A glimmer of determination shone in Xiao Tianlong's eyes as he swiftly approached Robin. The hall, still filled with jeers directed at Robin, was taken aback by the arrival of Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi. The presence of the Xiao family's patriarch and his granddaughter at the Chung family's New Year banquet was indeed unexpected. The members of the Chung family immediately brightened up and rushed forward. Chung Jian, filled with excitement, approached Xiao Tianlong and exclaimed, Master Xiao, Miss Xiao, it is a tremendous honor for you to grace our Chung family's New Year banquet. Chung Siki also smiled warmly, bowing respectfully, Master Xiao, Miss Xiao, welcome. Please, take a seat. Xiao Tianlong, his face clouded with displeasure, ignored Chung Jian and Chung Siki's flattery, striding directly towards Robin. Previously, upon confirming Robin's presence at the Chung family's banquet, Xiao Cheng had contacted Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi. They had been present for a while, waiting for the right moment as they observed Chung Siki and Robin dealing with the marriage contract. When Robin tore up the contract along with a $1 million check, both Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi breathed a sigh of relief, gaining a deeper understanding of Robin's character. The Chung family members remained oblivious to the simmering anger within Xiao Tianlong. The arrival of the Xiao family's patriarch and his granddaughter sent them into a state of exhilaration. The Xiao family's substantial investment in the billion-dollar Qingdong Ecological Park project was set to commence next month, and the Chung family had long desired a share of this lucrative opportunity. However, they had been hindered by their own status, unable to reach the heights of the Xiao family. Now, with the patriarch and the project's head, Xiao Yudi, present at the Chung family's New Year banquet, it signaled a potential opportunity for collaboration. In recent years, the high-profile banquets held in Ningxuan rarely saw the attendance of the Xiao family patriarch, let alone for a second-tier family like the Changs. The guests in the hall were equally thrilled by the prospect of sharing an event with members of the Xiao family. Such an occasion would provide ample material for boasting among the second- and third-tier families for quite some time. Master Xiao, the hall is quite noisy. We have private rooms on the second floor. Chung Jian and the Chung family members followed closely behind Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi, speaking with utmost respect. Xiao Tianlong scoffed. The Chung family's threshold is too high. There is no need for the second floor. I merely seek someone. Chung Jian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Xiao Tianlong's meaning. Mr. Robin, I hope I am not being too forward. Xiao Tianlong stood before Robin with a respectful gesture. I have come to kindly request you to join me at my residence for a modest drink. Robin, somewhat taken aback, replied dismissively, I have no time to visit you, nor do I enjoy drinking in company. With that, he turned and headed towards the exit. The Chung family and the banquet guests were left in a state of disbelief. Did Master Xiao truly invite him to his home? How could this be possible? Aside from the city's mayor, Li Zongqing, and Longhai International's president, Lin Jingru, no one else in Ningxuan had ever been afforded such an honor. Surely, Master Xiao had mistaken him for someone else? After all, Robin was merely a lowly figure rejected by the Chung family. How could the Xiao family extend such hospitality to someone of such lowly status? To their astonishment, Robin brazenly refused the invitation on the spot. Stop! After a brief moment of confusion, Su Wenhai shouted at Robin's retreating figure, You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to Master Xiao in such a manner? Kneel before him and beg for his forgiveness, or I shall break your legs, you uncouth scoundrel. Robin halted, slowly turning around. Are you insulting me? How dare you? What is wrong with calling you a loser? Kneel down. Su Wenhai sneered, but before he could finish, Robin had spread his fingers, grasped Su Wenhai's hair, and forcefully pushed him down. Bang! Su Wenhai's knees buckled, unsteady, as he knelt before Robin. His knee struck the marble floor with a painful thud, causing him to grimace. It is said that the blood on his hands is not less than that of the underground overlord Chi Yuhu from Ningchuan. Moreover, over the years, anyone who dared to offend the Shao family has vanished from this world. If Shao Tianlong were truly enraged and sought to annihilate the Su and Cheng families, he would not need to lift a finger. A mere whisper from the Shao family would provoke a horde of second- and third-rate families in Ningchuan, like ravenous wolves, ready to tear the Cheng family to shreds. What are we to do? That young man has ties to the Shao family, which is utterly unexpected. Both Miss Shao and Elder Shao are openly supporting him, even willing to eradicate the Cheng and Su families for his sake. Had I known that befriending that rascal Robin would grant me access to the Shao family, I would have done so without hesitation. At this moment, the guests at the banquet have undergone a complete turnaround in their attitude towards Robin, instinctively distancing themselves from the Cheng family and subtly moving closer to Robin and the Shao family, their expressions filled with goodwill and even flattery. Just moments ago, Shao Tianlong had declared that with a single word from Robin, he could determine the fates of the Cheng and Su families. If Robin were to hold a grudge against their earlier mockery, it would spell disaster. The Cheng family members, including the dazed Cheng Jianfei and Cheng Si, looked at Robin with expressions akin to condemned prisoners awaiting their sentence. Previously, this young man they had humiliated now held their lives in his hands. Robin took a wet wipe from a server, wiped his hands, and tossed it contemptuously before Su Wenhai. With a disinterested smile, he dismissed the matter. Such trivialities were beneath him. The Cheng family collectively exhaled in relief. Shao Tianlong, with a frosty smile, stated that since Mr. Robin chose not to concern himself with such insignificant beings, the Shao family would grant them a temporary reprieve today. You think you are worthy to insult my esteemed guest? I, Shao Tianlong, detest ungrateful and deceitful sycophants. The Cheng family not only failed to appreciate Mr. Robin's grandfather's past assistance, but also shamelessly humiliated him. You, the Cheng family, are unworthy of my congratulations. Should you dare to provoke us again, I shall obliterate both your families. Shao Tianlong's words were thunderous, instilling fear in the Cheng family and all present. Never before had they witnessed such fury from the head of the Shao family. The Cheng family members dared not utter a word, even avoiding eye contact with Shao Tianlong. Before him, they were nothing. If Shao Tianlong truly desired to take action against them, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Previously, they had looked down upon and ridiculed Robin with the arrogance of affluent individuals observing beggars. Yet now, they hung their heads like wilted flowers, too terrified to make a sound. The sudden shift in position left the proud Cheng family feeling bitter. Why was Robin, a mere pauper, granted the status of a distinguished guest by the Shao family? Cheng Jianfei and Cheng Si furrowed their brows, utterly perplexed. At this moment, they felt an intense fury brewing within them, but dared not act out. The fury of such a formidable figure as Shao Tianlong was something the Cheng family could not withstand. Had they known of Robin's connection to the Shao family, they would have accepted the marriage proposal without hesitation, thereby aligning themselves with the Shao family and soaring to success. Yet now, an unforeseen turn of events had led to Shao Tianlong's wrath being directed at the Cheng family. Cheng Si felt a deep indignation. How could a mere penniless braggart like Robin be regarded as a distinguished guest by Shao Tianlong and Shao Yudi? Furthermore, he had displayed utter disdain and contempt before her. She could not accept this. What right did he have to look down upon her? Cheng Si. Humph. He was merely flaunting borrowed power. Without the Shao family's protection, Robin was nothing. Cheng Si's thoughts raced, filled with fury. Yet, when she recalled the collaboration opportunity for the Eastern Eco Park project, she swallowed her anger. She stepped forward, bowing and smiling at Shao Tianlong and Shao Yudi, saying, Sir Shao, Mr. Shao, please do not be angry. This was purely a misunderstanding. The Cheng family truly did not know he was your esteemed guest. Had we known, we would never have acted in such a manner. Shao Tianlong dismissed her entirely. Cheng Si, seeing his silence, assumed his anger had subsided. She then turned to Shao Yudi and said respectfully, Mr. Shao, now that our misunderstanding has been resolved, may we please sit in the private room on the second floor? I wish to discuss the collaboration on the Eastern Eco Park development project, as the Cheng family is eager to invest in this endeavor. Shao Yudi did not even glance at Cheng Si, coldly stating, no time. Cheng Si was momentarily stunned, her delicate, fair face burning with embarrassment. Being publicly rejected by Xiao Yudi in front of so many esteemed individuals from Ningxuan was excruciatingly humiliating. As Xiao Yudi approached Robin, her beautiful eyes locked onto him. At that moment, Robin felt as if he were being scrutinized by a hungry wolf, a chill running down his spine. Truth be told, Xiao Yudi far surpassed Cheng Si in height, physique, appearance, and grace. Especially her exquisitely beautiful eyes, now gazing intently at him. Robin's heart fluttered. Robin, I want you to be my... Chapter 0007. What is Cheng Si worth? Hearing the words from Xiao Yudi's alluring lips, Robin instinctively tightened his collar, as if to signal that he had his boundaries and was not someone to be trifled with. This unexpected scene left the guests at the Cheng family's New Year banquet in shock. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Tianlong's granddaughter, the executive president of the Xiao group, and the most beautiful woman in Ningxuan, Xiao Yudi. What was she planning? Xiao Yudi boldly declared, Robin, I want you to be my boyfriend. Her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she spoke directly. At this proclamation, gasps filled the banquet hall. Xiao Yudi had publicly confessed her feelings to Robin, a poor young man who had just been rejected by Cheng Si. What merit did he possess to attract the affection of Ningxuan's most beautiful woman, the only granddaughter of the Xiao family? Cheng Si stood frozen in embarrassment, feeling the heat of humiliation wash over her. At this moment, she wished she could stab Robin. Tonight's banquet should have been her stage, where she shone brightly and drew everyone's attention. But this scoundrel's arrival had brought her nothing but disgrace. What infuriated her further was that Robin, who had just been callously dismissed by her, was now regarded as a guest of honor by the Xiao family. Xiao Yudi had openly declared her feelings for him in front of everyone. Had she truly made a grave mistake and inadvertently destroyed her own path to glory? Impossible. Cheng Si would never misjudge. Just based on Robin's attire and demeanor, he was unworthy of her. She aspired to be a queen-like figure, akin to Lin Jingru, the president of Longhai International. Cheng Si firmly believed that Robin, that despicable scoundrel, must have employed deceitful tactics to win the Xiao family's trust. The Xiao family had undoubtedly been deceived. Robin, huh? One day, when the Xiao family sees through your tricks, you won't even know how you met your demise. Yet, this utterly astonishing scene still left the guests at the banquet in a state of shock, particularly the young masters attending the event, who cursed Robin 1,000 times in their hearts. Damn it, what kind of luck did this guy have to be confessed to by the goddess Xiao Yudi? Why hadn't such good fortune fallen upon me? Despite their thoughts, none dared to utter a single inappropriate word. Each glance toward Robin was filled with trepidation. The reality remained that regardless of Robin's previous status and identity, if one were to truly become the son-in-law of the Xiao family, they would undoubtedly command the admiration of all in Ningxuan. However, the subsequent events unfolded in a manner that was even more exasperating. Robin gazed at the fervently looking Xiao Yudi, paused for a moment, and said, I cannot immediately agree to you. Let us discuss this later. The crowd at the banquet was on the verge of hurling their wine bottles at him. Robin, for heaven's sake, could you not feign ignorance any longer? Such pretentious remarks are bound to attract divine retribution. Cheng Siyu stood there, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he had publicly torn up my 1 million yuan check. Now, confronted with a woman of Xiao Yudi's divine status and beauty, he had the audacity to utter such a contemptible phrase. Robin, you impoverished fool. Could you not be more genuine? Everyone around felt their minds swirling. Was this merely an illusion? The Xiao family's esteemed young lady, who was seldom seen and radiated an air of aloofness, was now displaying such humility. To simply catch a glimpse of her smile or exchange a few words was akin to winning the lottery. The thought of becoming her boyfriend was an unattainable dream. More importantly, if one were to become the Xiao family's illustrious son-in-law, they would reign supreme in Ningxuan. Yet here was Robin uttering such enraging nonsense. Just when everyone expected Xiao Yudi to be furious, she instead smiled gently and nodded, saying, All right, I will wait for you. My goodness, what on earth was happening? Even Robin had this effect, and our goddess of Ningxuan seemed to accept it. Moreover, she appeared to be quite pleased. Was there any justice left in this world? If one had not witnessed this with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Even more infuriating was that Robin, oblivious to Xiao Yudi's feelings and the reactions around him, simply walked towards the exit. Xiao Yudi, like a dutiful woman, obediently followed him out of the banquet hall. Xiao Tianlong watched this scene with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Good, excellent, wonderful. And then, surrounded by a group of Xiao family's bodyguards, he too exited. What was happening to the Xiao family, who usually held themselves in such high esteem? Had they lost their minds? Why were they exhibiting such humility before a lowly individual like Robin? It seemed that Robin's partial acceptance of Xiao Yudi was regarded as a tremendous blessing by the Xiao family. Cheng Siyu, standing amidst the crowded assembly, wore a despondent expression. Her heart heavy. Robin's actions had severely slapped her and her family's face. His words implied that the Shao family's esteemed young lady openly professed her feelings to him, and he regarded her with indifference. Cheng Siyu was nothing in comparison. Next to the universally acknowledged goddess, Shao Yudi, she paled in both lineage and beauty. Had the Luo family truly ascended to the status of a formidable power? Otherwise, why would the Shao family show such reverence towards Robin? Could I have been mistaken? Siyu, do not be upset. He is merely a fool who has stumbled upon a stroke of luck. At that moment, Su Wenhai, who had just risen from the ground, came to Cheng Siyu's side and said sternly, "This brat must have set a trap to gain the trust of the Shao family. He will eventually reveal his true colors. Today, this scoundrel has humiliated me, and our Su family shall not let this go unpunished. A lowly pauper like him would find it impossible to escape our wrath." Chapter 0008. This matter concerns the life and death of the Shao family. Seeing Cheng Siyu still in low spirits, Su Wenhai wiped the blood from his lips and continued, "Siyu, are you upset about the East City Ecological Park project? Do not worry. My father has already begun discussions with Lin Jingru of Longhai International. She mentioned that the East City project could offer us a partnership worth 10 billion. When the time comes, I will have a word with Miss Lin to allocate 30% of our share to the Cheng family. As you know, Longhai International is the largest shareholder in the East City Ecological Park project." Cheng Siyu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Lin Jingru of Longhai International, a figure renowned in Ningxuan's business realm, was a queen-like presence, comparable to the underground overlord Qi Yuhu. She had become Cheng Siyu's idol ever since she took over the Cheng Group, aspiring to emulate Lin Jingru's success. When Longhai International first entered Ningxuan, the underground overlord sought to suppress them, yet within a month, the overlord's tactics had failed, forcing him to personally apologize and agree to a non-aggression pact. From that point on, Longhai International rapidly ascended in Ningxuan, with Lin Jingru becoming the most enigmatic and powerful woman in the business world. Cheng Siyu, still skeptical, asked, "Su Gongzi, are you saying that your Su family has indeed made contact with Miss Lin of Longhai International?" Su Wenhai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, "Indeed. Siyu, thus we need not fear the Shao family. Robin, that lowly wretch, is not worth mentioning." The guests at the banquet were equally astonished upon learning this news. Although Lin Jingru of Longhai International maintained a low profile in Ningxuan's business scene, she commanded an aura of mystery and authority. Such a figure, with a deep and inscrutable background, would make the Shao family hesitant to proclaim themselves as the leaders of Ningxuan's business community. The Su family had managed to align themselves with her. It seemed that the Su family, as one of Ningxuan's premier families, possessed considerable depth. The Cheng family felt a collective sense of relief. Cheng Siyu's mother, Julia, who had been engulfed in fear, was now filled with excitement upon hearing this news. Lin Jingru of Longhai International is no ordinary character. Wenhai, we are counting on your Su family. Once we become partners with Longhai International, I cannot wait to see how that rustic Robin behaves before our Cheng family. Cheng Siyu's face gradually broke into a smile, her heart mocking. "Robin, you brutish, uncultured pauper. Do you think that by associating with the Shao family, you can flaunt yourself before me? How laughable. You will never measure up to Su Gongzi. And do not even think of raising your head proudly in my presence. I, Cheng Siyu, shall become a queen like Lin Jingru of Longhai International. At that time, should you dare to disregard me, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy." Upon exiting the Cheng Group, Xiao Tianlong quickly approached Robin, respectfully saying, "Mr. Robin, may I invite you to get in the car for a discussion?" Robin halted his steps, initially intending to refuse. He observed the earnest expressions of Xiao Tianlong and Shao Yudi, remembering how the Shao grandfather and granddaughter had stood up for him at the Cheng family banquet, and how Shao Yudi had lowered her pride to publicly profess her feelings for him. He acknowledged that they had honored him greatly, though he required no such gestures. The Shao family's sincerity was undeniable. If it were not for Mr. Robin's intervention today, my precious granddaughter might have truly faced peril, Xiao Tianlong continued. "Mr. Robin, you are a great benefactor to our Shao family. Even if I were to bestow upon you all of our family's assets, I would gladly do so. From this day forth, you shall be our most esteemed guest, and all members of the Shao family shall heed your commands. Additionally, what my granddaughter expressed at the banquet was not mere jest or an attempt to elevate your spirits, but rather our family's genuine sentiment. And we sincerely hope you will consider it carefully." At that moment, a blush spread across Shao Yudi's face, reaching her fair ears as she shyly averted her gaze from Robin. Robin offered a nonchalant smile, stating that his earlier assistance had been entirely coincidental. It was merely a trivial matter. Xiao Tianlong stepped forward once more, bowing deeply, Mr. Robin, please bear with me for a moment longer. I have one more humble request. May I invite you to get in the car for a discussion? I spoke in detail with Mr. Luo, as this matter concerns the very survival of the Xiao family. Initially, Robin intended to refuse and turn away, but Xiao Yudi implored, Mr. Luo. The individuals who kidnapped me are long-standing enemies of the Xiao family. Their return signifies their intent to annihilate us. I beseech you to lend your assistance. Otherwise, we may not escape this calamity. Robin furrowed his brow, stating, I do not wish to become entangled in your familial feuds. Xiao Tianlong, slightly taken aback, reluctantly nodded, Mr. Luo, if you truly do not wish to intervene, I shall not press further. It is snowing heavily tonight, and it is quite late. Please, accompany me to the Xiao residence for a night's stay. You may depart tomorrow. Observing the swirling snowflakes, Robin noted the scarcity of taxis on the streets. The old ghost villa lay a considerable distance away on the hillside of the Crescent Lake in the eastern part of the city. Very well, then. I shall impose upon you for a night, Robin conceded. Xiao Tianlong sighed in relief and promptly invited him into his vehicle. Once inside, Xiao Tianlong occupied the front seat, deliberately placing Robin in the back, with Xiao Yudi beside him. The moment they settled into the car, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Unable to resist, Robin stole a glance at Xiao Yudi, and to claim he was unaffected would be disingenuous. Amidst the mundane world, this lady of the Xiao family seemed ethereal, untouched by the grime of the earthly realm, refreshingly pure and breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Yudi felt her cheeks flush under Robin's gaze, just as she was about to express her gratitude. Robin leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Sensing his desire for silence, both Xiao Yudi and Xiao Tianlong refrained from further conversation. After about 10 minutes of travel, as they entered the mountain road leading to the Xiao villa, the vehicle suddenly came to a screeching halt. Due to the slippery snow-covered road, Xiao Tianlong's convoy of 5 or 6 cars collided in an instant. Master Xiao, it's the assassin sent by Qiao Shanbao. Xiao Cheng immediately led a dozen bodyguards to encircle the car, protecting Xiao Tianlong and the others. There are about 4 armed assassins. Master Xiao, we must call for police assistance. Xiao Tianlong frowned. It's too late. Even if we call the police, by the time they arrive, it will all be over. Chapter 0009. Dark Web Assassins. Robin slowly opened his eyes, peering through the gaps between bodyguards to assess the situation outside. Xiao Tianlong's convoy was completely surrounded by the assassins. Judging by their positions, these killers appeared far more professional and menacing than those who had previously kidnapped Xiao Yudi. Master Xiao, how deep must your enmity run for them to hire such ruthless assassins? Based on their equipment and demeanor, it seems your enemy has spared no expense. Robin remarked. Xiao Tianlong shook his head bitterly. Mr. Luo, this is merely my fate. Years ago, I was once close friends with my enemy, Qiao Shanbao. In our youth, we forged this territory with our iron fists. We both fell for the same woman, Qianer, who later became my wife, thus severing our brotherhood. Once, while I was on a business trip to Europe, Qiao Shanbao took advantage of my absence to assault Qianer and attempted to abduct her. Overwhelmed by humiliation, she took her own life. Upon learning this, I intercepted him at the border, and in a fit of rage, I inadvertently killed his brother and broke his legs. Despite our past friendship, I let him go, forbidding him from ever returning to Longhua. I never imagined that 30 years later, this scoundrel would return seeking revenge. Suddenly, with a muffled thud, Robin shoved Xiao Tianlong aside, rolling out of the car with Xiao Yudi in his arms. Everyone down. He cradled Xiao Yudi with one arm, while using the other to lift the Mercedes they had been in. Following Robin's command, the Xiao bodyguards shielded Xiao Tianlong, escaping from the vehicle and crouching behind the overturned car. At that moment, Robin felt an unusual sensation in his right hand, which Xiao Yudi sensed something was amiss and hurriedly pushed Robin away, her face flushed with heat, the redness spreading to her smooth, fair neck. Robin glanced at his palm, muttering, "Is it this big?" Understanding his implication, Xiao Yudi angrily shoved him. Robin stumbled, tumbling out of the vehicle's cover. A silenced bullet whizzed past him. He tilted his head just in time, the bullet barely missing. The assassins across were momentarily stunned. How had he evaded 2 lethal shots? The previously unconcerned 4 assassins immediately took cover, but when they looked back, Robin had vanished without a trace. "Stop searching, I'm right here." Robin nonchalantly toyed with his dragon dagger, speaking with an air of indifference. The 4 assassins finally realized that Robin had stealthily positioned himself behind them, and all their sniper rifles were rendered useless. As the 4 assassins stood in shock, preparing to draw their daggers for a final stand, they suddenly caught sight of the short dagger Robin was twirling. In that instant, a golden dragon flashed upon the dagger, vanishing in an instant. "Young master, We did not recognize you. Please forgive us. The four assassins immediately knelt, trembling in fear. Robin coldly remarked, "Are you all idling away in the dark web, accepting such lowly tasks?" It seems during this time, Sophie has been preoccupied with old ghost affairs, leaving her subordinates unmanaged. Returning to the young master. "We were commanded by the Night Queen to await your summons, and with nothing else to do, we took this job. Humph. Were it not for your association with Sophie, you would already be corpses. Do not appear again without my summons. And take care of that Qiao Shanbao. I do not wish to see him again. Depart." "Yes, young master." The four assassins, now drenched in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Robin's words. They swiftly departed, taking Qiao Shanbao with them, leaving no trace behind. Robin glanced at his palm, where he had previously held Xiao Yudi, smirking slightly. The sensation was rather pleasant. Returning to Xiao Tianlong, who was crouched behind the car, Robin shrugged. "All is well. The danger has passed. Qiao Shanbao will never return." Xiao Tianlong stood in astonishment for a moment. Such a meticulously planned assassination had been resolved in under 5 minutes? When he looked up and confirmed that Qiao Shanbao and the hired assassins had vanished, he truly understood that Robin had freed him from this peril. Xiao Tianlong bowed, trembling. "Thank you, Mr. Luo, thank you." Xiao Yudi, stunned for a moment, suddenly leaped into Robin's arms, sobbing softly. Robin was momentarily taken aback by her reaction. "Oh. Why are you biting me?" As Robin felt Xiao Yudi's anxiety and fear, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his chest. She had bitten him fiercely. Then, raising her fist, she struck Robin lightly. "You scoundrel." Following that, she dashed back into the car. In that moment, the snow that had fallen all day ceased, and a full moon emerged in the sky. The pure white moonlight and snow highlighted Xiao Yudi's flushed cheeks, making her look exceptionally radiant. What does this mean? Crying one moment and biting the next, calling me a scoundrel? Robin stared blankly at Xiao Yudi, who had fled into the car, muttering to himself. Perhaps it's a form of shock syndrome. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tianlong burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Mr. Luo, you are a great benefactor to the Xiao family, a true benefactor. Ha! He then pointed at Xiao Cheng and the others. "Listen well. From now on, Mr. Luo is to be treated as my equal. His words must be obeyed without question." "Yes." A score or so of respectful bodyguards from the Xiao family replied, "Mr. Luo, greetings." Subsequently, the entire Xiao family convoy majestically set off towards the Jiangjun Mountain Villa district. Once back in the car, Robin noticed Xiao Yudi's flushed face. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. Thus, he chose not to disturb her and continued to rest his eyes, reflecting on the words of the four assassins under the Night Queen. Sophie. They suggested he await their summons. The old ghost had entrusted him with the dragon spike and arranged for Sophie's dark web subordinates to be on standby. What precisely were they waiting for? Robin found himself perplexed. Over the years, the old ghost had often shared fragmented pieces of information with him, such as the existence of a demon suppressed in the North Cold region, which awakens every 50 years to wreak havoc upon the world. With the curse-breaking period approaching, ominous times were imminent. "Robin." Xiao Yudi's soft voice called him back to reality. He opened his eyes instinctively, holding her close to his chest. "What is it?" "I must warn you, no biting allowed." Xiao Yudi's cheeks flushed once more. I wish to discuss something with you. Will you accompany me to the Zifeng Club tomorrow for a gathering?" "Not going." Robin replied directly, closing his eyes again. "Rest assured, I would not ask you to accompany me for nothing. I can treat you to a meal, and after that, you can have whatever you desire," Xiao Yudi pleaded. Moving a little closer, the negotiation gathering included Qi Yuhu's associates and those from Huanyu Real Estate, who harbored ulterior motives towards her, and she felt apprehensive. Robin slowly reopened his eyes, gazing at the proximity of Xiao Yudi, inhaling her delightful fragrance. "Really? I can have whatever I want." "Certainly. Whatever you desire, I will comply," Xiao Yudi said, her exquisite face breaking into a charming smile. As they spoke, Robin's gaze drifted towards her neck, finding the angle just right. "All right. If that is the case, I could reluctantly agree. What shall we eat?" It was at this moment that Xiao Yudi realized where Robin's eyes were directed. She immediately clutched her collar, exclaiming, You scoundrel." Chapter 0010. Who are you calling trash? The following morning, Robin and Xiao Yudi headed to the Zifeng Club, accompanied by Qin Yu, an assistant from the Xiao family. This business gathering at Zifeng Club was initiated by Lin Jingru of Longhai Group. The meeting's agenda revolved around the allocation of investment shares for the Dongqing Ecological Zone Development Project. The project had 4 original shareholders: Lin Jingru from Longhai International, Xiao Yudi from the Xiao Group, Qi Yuhu from Huanyu Group, and Shen Shuzhong from Huanyu Real Estate. Recently, Significant disagreements arose among the four shareholders regarding the redistribution of project investments and categories. Lin Jingru believed the Dongqing ecological zone should operate as a cohesive project, cautioning against arbitrary deviations from the previously established development plan, lest they incite detrimental competition and unnecessary internal strife. Therefore, they agreed to convene at the Zifeng Leisure Club today to discuss these matters. Zifeng Leisure Club, the birthplace of Lin Jingru's entrepreneurial journey in Ningxuan, has been the site of countless astonishing achievements since her arrival. Within just 5 years, she consolidated the fragmented resources of Ningxuan's leisure industry and engaged in 5 direct confrontations with the underground overlord Qi Yuhu, ultimately reaching a non-aggression pact. Her relentless struggles culminated in the establishment of the Ningxuan ecological leisure industry empire, Longhai International. Lin Jingru was not only commanding and exceptionally talented, but also possessed unparalleled beauty and charm, making her a queen in Ningxuan's business realm. Despite her celestial beauty, she was ruthless. Those who dared to confront her in her early years had become mere ghosts in the underground of Ningxuan. The reason Lin Jingru could stand firm in this perilous world was not only due to her fierce methods and commanding presence, but also because of the formidable and mysterious backing she purportedly had. All marginal forces in Ningxuan treated her with utmost caution, including Qi Yuhu, who was reluctant to become her enemy. Half an hour later, Robin, Xiao Yudi, and assistant Qin Yu arrived at the scenic Zifeng Leisure Club nestled in the breathtaking Ziyun Mountains. The club was lavish and expansive, boasting a grandiose atmosphere devoid of the understated elegance typical of private clubs. The exterior alone revealed the extravagant nature of its owner. Zifeng Leisure Club featured a bar, restaurant, golf course, gaming area, shooting range, and various recreational activities, catering to every conceivable desire. As the trio emerged from the parking lot, they encountered familiar faces, Cheng Si and Su Wenhai, accompanied by Cheng Si's close friend Xin Yaoyao and Lu Yunfeng, the heir of Lu Real Estate. Robin shrugged them off, proceeding with Xiao Yudi and Qin Yu towards the shooting range. Lin Jingru's morning agenda allowed them to enjoy the recreational facilities, with the actual discussions commencing in the afternoon. Xiao Yudi had a penchant for darts, and Robin was indifferent about the activity, opting to accompany her to the dart and archery range. Just as they collected their dart equipment, Cheng Si and Su Wenhai joined them. As they passed by, Su Wenhai intentionally approached to greet them. "Miss Xiao, it is a pleasure to meet you. I've heard you excel in darts and archery. Since we're all gathered here, why not engage in a friendly competition to add some fun? What do you think?" Xiao Yudi, aware of their ulterior motives, replied coolly, "Not interested." In response to Xiao Yudi's rejection, Su Wenhai shrugged self-deprecatingly. "All right, if Miss Xiao has no interest, then let it be." He then shot a glance at Robin, mocking, "Oh, I forgot, darts and archery are gentlemanly pursuits. Some may have never even seen such activities. Miss Xiao is merely sparing his feelings by not wanting to compete with us." With that, he exchanged knowing looks with Cheng Si, Lu Yunfeng, and Xin Yaoyao, and they all laughed together. The audacity Su Wenhai displayed in front of Xiao Yudi stemmed from the connection his family had made with Lin Jingru through Chen Shuzhong. Robin recognized their intent to humiliate him, but chose to remain indifferent. He regarded them as mere air, completely ignoring their presence, his gaze drifting towards the riders at the equestrian field. Xiao Yudi, noticing the underlying insults directed at Robin, felt a surge of indignation. "Fine, if you're so eager. Let us have a competition then." Su Wenhai and the others were taken aback. They had only intended to humiliate Robin, never expecting Xiao Yudi, the goddess of Ningxuan, would agree to join them in darts and archery. Lu Yunfeng immediately exclaimed, "In that case, Miss Xiao, I shall team up with you." "No need. I will partner with Robin," Xiao Yudi firmly replied. "With him?" Lu Yunfeng scoffed. "Miss Xiao, someone of his caliber has likely never played these games before. Teaming with him would surely." Robin disregarded Lu Yunfeng's remarks, grabbing a handful of darts and, with his back to the dartboard, casually tossed them aside. The distance to the dartboard was a full 20 meters. "What is he doing? Is this some rural child's game?" Lu Yunfeng and Su Wenhai mocked. "The international standard for dart throwing is 244 meters. Robin, however, had just made a spectacle of himself by throwing from 20 meters away. Cheng Si shook her head disdainfully at Robin's lack of skill, secretly mocking, "Robin, no matter how you try to impress me, I will not spare you a glance. You, a person from the lower echelons, challenging the likes of Lu Yunfeng in such a noble game, is simply absurd and self-deprecating." As Su Wenhai, Lu Yunfeng, and others mocked Robin, a gasp erupted from the spectators in the dart arena. "Is this real?" 15 darts, thrown from a distance of 20 meters, all striking the bullseye. Remarkably, the fellow didn't even glance at the dartboard before throwing. A true marksman. Su Wenhai and his companions were left speechless. After a brief moment of astonishment, Cheng Si scoffed. Merely a coincidence. If it were a real competition, could he guarantee such precision every time? Humph. Before Cheng Si could finish her words, Robin launched the remaining 10 darts in the same manner. Once again, from 20 meters away, with his back to the dartboard. However, this time, the darts were aimed at 10 separate boards. Each dart shot from Robin's hand embedded itself perfectly at the center of the 10 dartboards, all scoring 50 points. Coincidence? Show me your coincidence. Riled, Cheng Si exclaimed, Robin, who are you calling trash? I did not refer to any one of you as trash. Robin replied coolly, surveying Su Wenhai and his companions. I meant to say, you are all trash. Qin Yu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Xiao Yudi also smirked, glancing at Robin. No matter how you perform, you are not on our level. I will never regard you highly. Cheng Si retorted angrily. Robin ignored her, casting a disdainful glance at Su Wenhai and Lu Yunfeng. Is there even a point in competing? With Robin's skill level, he could hit the bullseye with his eyes closed. This left them utterly shocked and infuriated. They had intended to showcase their prowess before Xiao Yudi, only to embarrass themselves instead. Xiao Yudi was equally surprised by Robin's unexpected talent, secretly delighted but maintaining her aloof demeanor. Su, do you still wish to compete? Su Wenhai felt fury boiling within him. He had planned to humiliate Robin, only to find himself outshone. This anger was difficult to quell. It certainly could not end here. Xiao, darts are merely a trivial trick. Since we are all together, let us enjoy ourselves. How about a competition in horseback archery? That requires true skill. Unlike some who may have never even ridden a dog. He shot a glance at Robin. Xiao Yudi realized that Su Wenhai and his companions were determined to embarrass Robin. Not wanting to engage further, she intended to refuse. Xiao, since some are so eager to compete, let us proceed. Robin interjected before Xiao Yudi could speak. Chapter 11. Wagering the 50 billion project of the Xiao family, Su Wenhai was overjoyed. He was confident in his horseback archery skills, believing few could rival him in Ningxuan or even Jinhai province. A lifelong passion for the sport had garnered him numerous awards over the years. Last year, he even won the championship in the adult amateur category of a national horseback archery competition. If Robin agreed to compete, it would provide a splendid opportunity to humiliate him publicly. All right, how shall we compete? Team versus team, or a one-on-one? Su Wenhai disdainfully glanced at Robin, boasting, I can handle this alone. You may choose how to proceed. I am indifferent. Whether it's a one-on-one or team match is up to you. Robin replied nonchalantly. However, such a match would lack excitement. If you truly wish to compete, let us place a wager. Su Wenhai's interest piqued, thinking, kid, you've bitten off more than you can chew. Excellent. This is far more engaging. How shall we wager? Are you prepared to bet a few dozen bucks, Mr. Robin? He laughed, joined by Lu Yunfeng, Cheng Si, and Shen Yaoyao. Robin glanced at Xiao Yudi before proclaiming, I wager the entire investment of the Xiao family in the Eastern City Ecological Project. Xiao Yudi trembled at his words, nearly spilling her drink. She set the cup down with a shudder, thinking, is this idiot joking? The Xiao family's total investment in the Eastern City Ecological Project is worth nearly 50 billion. How can he casually wager that? Such a loss would devastate the Xiao family, regardless of their wealth. Robin's declaration astonished not only Xiao Yudi, but also Su Wenhai, Lu Yunfeng, Cheng Si, and others. Is this fellow serious? The Xiao family's 50 billion investment isn't a trifling matter. The future profits of this project are projected to exceed tenfold. Many in Ningxuan would kill for even a fraction of that. Even if Robin spoke without thought, Xiao Yudi and the Xiao family would certainly not agree. After calming his shocked heart, Su Wenhai sneered at Robin, saying, Xiao, he claims to wager your family's entire investment in the Eastern City project. Do you agree? What does Master Xiao think? At that moment, Xiao Yudi hesitated. However, Robin was the savior of the Xiao family. Her grandfather had once stated that they would not hesitate to stake their entire fortune for Robin. Besides, Robin's wager only involved the 50 billion investment in the Eastern City project. Even if they lost, the Xiao family would be blameless. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yudi steeled herself and replied, of course, I wholeheartedly agree with Robin's wager. But, given the scale of the Xiao family's wager, do you dare to accept? Su Wenhai and his companions felt a chill. Xiao Yudi was correct. A 50 billion wager would far exceed their combined assets. Seeing their reluctance to respond, Robin smiled dismissively. You need not worry, just 3 billion will suffice. If you are afraid to wager even that, then scram and stop barking like wild dogs. Robin waved to the venue staff responsible for managing the bets, signaling them to bring over the wager contract. The Purple Peak Leisure Club, managed by Lin Jingru, offered various gaming projects that included betting services. Wealthy nobles, frequenting the venue, often requested gambling services for added thrill. Thus, such wagering methods had designated staff for contract signing and match arbitration. In the Purple Peak Club, once a contract was signed, it became binding. Otherwise, dedicated personnel would enforce compliance. Lin Jingru's methods were well known in Ningxuan's business circles. No one dared to default on their debts here. 3 billion? Su Wenhai hesitated. Although the Su family could muster the funds, using them for a mere game would not sit well with his father. Yet, if he refused now, he would be ridiculed in Ningxuan's upper society. In this realm, reputation was paramount. Su Wenhai glanced at Lu Yunfeng, Cheng Si, and Xin Yaoyao, indicating that this wager was not solely his, but theirs as well. After all, each of their families should contribute. Seeing Su Wenhai and his companions intimidated by such a wager, Robin sneered. If you're afraid, then so be it. Without such stakes, refrain from barking nonsense before me. Su Wenhai and Lu Yufeng could not allow themselves to be humiliated before Robin, a person they deemed beneath them. Was it merely 3 billion? What is the worst that could happen? Getting scolded by their families. Su Wenhai took a deep breath. Lu, I'll put in 1 billion. At this point, Lu Yunfeng had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll also put in 1 billion. The remaining 1 billion will be split evenly between Si and Yao Yao. Cheng Siu initially hesitated to agree, yet the arrow was already knocked, leaving no choice but to release it. To be outdone by Robin at this moment would be a significant loss of face. After all, Robin was merely a lowly individual in their eyes. To waver over a bet of 300 million would be utterly unacceptable. Very well, I shall wager 50 million, Cheng Siu and Shun Yaoyao declared through gritted teeth. Shortly thereafter, the staff from the Zifeng Leisure Club's gambling management presented the betting agreement before both parties. Xiao Yudi contemplated briefly before signing her name without hesitation. Thinking to herself, Robin, I hope you do not betray me and the Xiao family. Su Wenhai, Lu Yunfeng, Cheng Siu, and Shun Yaoyao glanced at the contract laid before them, their foreheads glistening with sweat. As the four signed, their hands trembled violently. This wager swiftly drew the attention of all the patrons at the Dart and Equestrian Center. Several customers, engrossed in their activities, promptly set them aside to gather around. After all, such a substantial wager had never occurred in the history of the Zifeng Club. What had begun as a mere attempt to humiliate Robin had escalated to this situation. At this moment, Su Wenhai felt a pang of regret. Yet he found himself unable to back down. Despite his unwavering confidence in his equestrian skills, renowned throughout Jinhai province, the enormity of the wager filled him with dread. If he were to lose, he knew his father would not easily part with such a sum, and he would likely be deprived of any allowance in the future. Cheng Siu felt even more anxious. 50 million. This figure represented a significant expense for the Cheng family. As the executive president of the Cheng Group, losing that amount would expose her to a barrage of criticism from her relatives on the board. It could even jeopardize her position as the executive president. Robin, aware of their inner turmoil, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. A group of fools. I had no intention of engaging with you, yet you persistently entangle yourselves. If you wish to humiliate me, then today I shall let you experience the sting of regret. With the betting agreement signed, the staff responsible for gambling at the Zifeng Leisure Club guaranteed the contract, akin to a notarization. This meant that if either party failed to honor the agreement after the competition, the Zifeng Leisure Center would be responsible for enforcing repayment. As the match was about to commence, all patrons and management of the Dart and Equestrian Center gathered around. This was, after all, a wager worth 500 billion. More importantly, one of the participants was the esteemed young lady of the Xiao family, Xiao Yudi. This was a rare spectacle to behold. Su Wenhai had long been renowned in Ningxuan for his equestrian prowess. This young master was the champion of last year's national equestrian competition in the adult amateur division. Therefore, in Jinhai province and across the Dragon Kingdom, few could rival Su Wenhai unless they were professional champions. Thus, many placed their bets on him. Upon signing the contract, Su Wenhai quickly immersed himself in the competition. 10 minutes later, dressed in an elegant equestrian outfit and carrying a metallic bow and arrows, he entered the arena atop a majestic white steed. His demeanor exuded confidence and grace, embodying the poise of a professional equestrian expert. His entrance was met with applause and cheers. Cheng Siu glanced at Robin, who had yet to take the stage, and scoffed. Do you see this? Young Master Su has trained under renowned British Royal Equestrian coaches since childhood. His skills are such that even professional athletes find it challenging to compete with him. You, who have likely never even ridden a horse, are simply out of your depth. Robin, we are not on the same level. I have torn up our engagement, and you should take your 100,000 and leave Ningxuan to live your life. I fail to understand why you would deceive Miss Xiao into trusting you with the Xiao family's 500 billion investment project for a wager. You must be mad. Even if you perform spectacularly, I, Cheng Siyu, will never regard you as anything but a lowly person. You can never compare to young Master Su. I advise you to withdraw while you still can. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a situation from which you cannot escape. Shen Yaoyao stepped forward in agreement, saying, Robin, I've heard you once had an engagement with Siyu. Let me tell you, you are not from the same world as us. So stop trying to force your way into this circle. One must possess self-awareness. Otherwise, one risks embarrassment. While I am unaware of your connection with the Xiao family, I can assure you that if you fail, the Xiao family will not let it slide. Robin, uninterested in their banter, coldly replied, Cheng Siyu, you overestimate your allure. Your looks are hardly compelling enough to inspire me to impress you. You should be more concerned with how to gather that 3 billion after the competition. At that moment, Su Wenhai, already in the arena, paraded around like a victorious knight, riding his white steed with exuberance. Accompanied by the praises of the crowd, he had completely forgotten about the 3 billion wager that loomed over him. Observing the spirited Su Wenhai and then glancing at Robin on the sidelines, Shen Yaoyao derided, Robin, you have no experience with such elite sports. I warn you, do not act impulsively. Otherwise, you may find yourself injured by a horse's kick before the match even begins, which would be a regrettable outcome. The derisive remarks from Cheng Siyu and Shen Yaoyao immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Ignoring them, Robin strode confidently into the arena, glancing back at Cheng Siyu and Shen Yaoyao. Indeed, you are correct. I have never played this superficial equestrian sport. However, I have engaged in real battles, where blood is shed amidst gunfire. This equestrian sport appears to me as nothing more than a childish game. With that, he casually picked up a seemingly sturdy alloy bow and arrow, exerting a gentle force to test its rigidity and elasticity. The robust alloy bow snapped effortlessly into a pile of scrap metal. Robin shook his head, discarding the remnants at the feet of Cheng Siyu and her affluent companions. The shattered alloy bow silenced their mockery. Pointing at them, Robin declared, Prepare the 3 billion. I will collect it after the match. With that, he stood tall and strode toward the competition arena. Lu Yunfeng, watching Robin's retreating figure, gritted his teeth in frustration. Such arrogance, such hubris, so utterly dismissive. Just wait until you lose the Xiao family's 500 billion investment project. Then I shall see how you dare to be so boastful. Meanwhile, Xiao Yudi, standing outside the arena, gazed at Robin's determined and nearly perfect form, captivated by his presence. On the verdant field, Robin's athletic physique stood out among the idle and frivolous young masters, exuding an air of dominance. The rules of the equestrian competition were straightforward. Each participant would shoot 3 arrows at a target from 500 meters while riding. A bullseye scored 10 points, while a miss scored 0, and so forth. Ultimately, the individual with the highest score from the 3 arrows would be declared the victor. Robin examined the bows on the rack, finding none suitable for his requirements. He randomly selected one, mounted his steed, and prepared for the competition. According to the draw, Su Wenhai would go first. As the signal sounded, Su Wenhai galloped forward like a flash, eliciting cheers from the audience. It must be said that under the tutelage of renowned British Royal Equestrian coaches, Su Wenhai's skills were indeed first-rate. Not only was he graceful in stature, but he also exhibited an extraordinary synergy with the white steed he rode. Such an entrance had undoubtedly become a dazzling spectacle. With a swift draw of his bow and a keen aim, he released an arrow that soared through the air. At a distance of 500 meters, Su Wenhai struck the bullseye, a perfect 10-ring. Following this, amidst the wild gallop of the white horse, 2 additional arrows found their mark in the target center. All 3 arrows were on target. In this competition, Su Wenhai achieved a flawless grand slam. Cheng Siyu, Shen Yaoyao, and Lu Yunfeng erupted in ecstatic cheers. They had triumphed. Su had won. They would no longer be burdened by the staggering 300 million wager. Even more astonishingly, they would unexpectedly acquire the coveted Dongqing ecological project, a venture worth 500 billion, sought after by the major players in the Ningxuan business community. Merely selling this contract could yield profits exceeding 100 billion. Amidst the jubilation, they cast a glance at Xiao Yudi, who sat quietly observing the competition. Their hearts brimmed with joy, contemplating the fury that would surely consume the Xiao family upon losing the 500 billion Dongqing investment project. Qingyu, the assistant to the president of the Xiao group, trembled in fear, unable to meet Xiao Yudi's gaze. How could Robin possibly overcome Su Wenhai now? Amidst a chorus of accolades, Su Wenhai dismounted from his horse and sauntered past Robin, mockingly stating, Mr. Robin, my apologies for making the match so one-sided. It must be quite the ordeal for you, huh? At this moment, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for handing us the Xiao family's 500 billion Dongqing ecological project, something we never dared to dream of, huh? If you don't mind, I would like to treat you tonight at the finest nightclub in Zifeng Leisure Club. I suspect you've yet to witness such intoxicating scenes. Robin merely smiled indifferently. The outcome is not yet determined. How can you be so certain of victory? Before he could finish, Shen Yaoyao rushed forward, scoffing, "Are you blind? Su's 3 arrows are all grand slams. How can you claim victory?" Cheng Siyu shook her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with derision. At this point, Robin, can you not wake up and save yourself some dignity? Do you truly find it worthwhile to continue this farce? Su has already dominated the match. What more can you prove? Su Wenhai intentionally stepped forward to intervene. The competition isn't over yet. We ought to allow him to lose with grace, haha. Everyone, let us remain calm and witness the prowess of this master archer who emerged from the common folk. At that moment, Xiao Yudi sat expressionless in the audience, coldly observing Robin, who appeared composed. Her intuition suggested that he was not the type to make reckless decisions. Since he dared to wager the Xiao family's 500 billion, he surely had a plan, much like the darts he had casually thrown before, which had garnered astonishment. She believed this man would deliver an even more dazzling performance, completely humbling Su Wenhai and Cheng Siyu. At this moment, Robin had no desire to engage in verbal sparring. He mounted his horse, casually grasped a bough, and galloped away. In an instant, the atmosphere of the arena surged. Riding a chestnut horse, Robin resembled an arrow piercing the clouds, sharp and radiant, exuding an aura of brilliance. This rascal seemed to possess some skill. Cheng Siyu's gaze intensified, a flicker of astonishment crossing her mind. The momentum with which Robin charged was unlike Su Wenhai's ostentatious display, which reeked of artifice and academia. In stark contrast, Robin's presence was imbued with raw vigor and wildness, resonating with a palpable passion and fighting spirit. This guy, it seemed, he might actually possess some talent. His demeanor radiated a masculine charisma. Shen Yaoyao linked arms with Cheng Siyu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Cheng Siyu shot her a disapproving glance. "Look at you, with your infatuation. What labor isn't robust? Strength alone, devoid of intellect and refinement, amounts to nothing but brutishness." Humph. Cheng Siyu glanced disdainfully at Robin, thinking to herself, "I aspire to be a woman of the caliber of Lin Jingru. How could I possibly be attracted to such a lowly, dim-witted man?" Meanwhile, Robin had entered the shooting range, raising his bow and preparing to shoot. However, as he drew the bowstring fully, it snapped in two with a loud crack. Initially, the audience had regarded him with a modicum of favor and anticipation due to his earlier bravado. Yet, the bow breaking elicited a wave of laughter. Without a bow, how could he possibly compete? Was he expected to shoot the arrows barehanded? What a joke! Who could possibly possess the strength to hit a target 500 meters away? At this moment, even the typically composed Xiao Yudi rose from her seat. Watching Robin discard the broken bow, despair flooded her heart. Would they truly lose the Xiao family's 500 billion Dongqing ecological project today? A wave of dizziness nearly caused her to collapse. Qin Yu hurried to support her. Xiao Yudi slowly sat back down, her gaze blankly fixed on the arena, just as the audience erupted into laughter at Robin's expense. The next moment astonished everyone. After discarding the broken bow, Robin drew 3 arrows from the scabbard on his back. In the most audacious and flamboyant manner, he released the arrows towards the target 5 to 600 meters away. The previously boisterous audience fell silent, incredulous at this audacious act. Goodness! This madman believes he can shoot the target barehanded. What delusions! Lu Yunfeng shook his head in derision. Shen Yaoyao chuckled. What if he actually hits it? Ha! Su Wenhai sneered. If he lands even 1 arrow on target, I shall crawl on the ground, ha. Just as Su Wenhai's words faded, the arena was suddenly enveloped in a deafening silence following a collective gasp. Indeed, all 3 arrows struck the bullseye, at a distance of 5 to 600 meters. Shooting while galloping, he had hit the target barehanded. This must be an illusion. Immediately, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The once pristine target, struck by the arrows, began to explode, scattering fragments across the ground. Such power and precision were terrifying, commanding the respect of all present. The outcome of this match was unmistakable. Xiao Yudi, who had been in despair, now felt tears welling in her eyes. "Mr. Xiao, we won! We won!" Qin Yu exclaimed, her face alight with tears of joy, leaping with excitement. After regaining her composure, Xiao Yudi shot her an admonishing glance. "How could we possibly lose? Robin will never lose." With that, her sparkling eyes conveyed a hint of pride. This method of shooting doesn't count. It's clear the competition was meant to be with bows and arrows. Yet he chose to shoot barehanded. What does that even signify? We won this match. Su Wenhai, seething with fury, shouted hoarsely, nearly losing his voice. All eyes in the audience turned toward him with disdain. Lu Yunfeng scoffed. All right, Wenhai, it's time to accept defeat. The man can hit the bullseye barehanded from 5 to 600 meters. What need is there for a bow? This is the competition's rule. How can a contest be deemed legitimate without a bow? How can it reflect archery skills? Hearing this, Su Wenhai wished for a hole to hide in. The Su family, a prominent name in Ningxuan, was well regarded. Yet for a wager of 300 million, Su Wenhai uttered such base remarks. He felt humiliated to be associated with such a person. Ignoring Lu Yunfeng's attempts to deter him, Su Wenhai stormed toward the judges. I refuse to accept this. He did not use a bow. He shot 3 arrows barehanded. Even if they hit the bullseye, this has never occurred before. Shen Yaoyao shot a disdainful glance at him, whispering to Cheng Siyu, the Su have no shame left. If this continues, he'll have us all embarrassed. Cheng Siyu's eyes twinkled as she contemplated Su Xiao's reasoning. After all, this was an archery competition, not a contest of barehanded shooting. How could one claim victory without the use of a bow to hit the bullseye? Shen Yaoyao was taken aback by Cheng Siyu's unexpected words, rendered speechless. At that moment, while Su Wenhai was entangled in a dispute with the referee, Robin approached him from the competition area. Not convinced. Allow me to astonish you even further, he declared, casually picking up a formidable horn bow from the rack. This bow was not a modern marvel of lightweight design and high tension, but rather an ancient weapon, one that could only be drawn by a Herculean figure. Without the strength of 1,000 pounds, it was utterly impossible to pull back. Since the establishment of the Zifeng leisure archery range, no one had ever managed to draw this bow. But now, Robin intended to use it? As he grasped the horn bow, the audience held their breath in anticipation. What was he planning? Was he truly going to attempt another archery challenge with this colossal bow? The sheer force of the horn bow was immense. Whether he could even draw it back remained a mystery. To make matters even more astounding, he produced 3 sharp arrows and knocked them onto the bowstring. 3 arrows on one bow, and here no less. Get the moving target ready, Robin instructed, glancing at the target 2,000 meters away. The staff at the leisure venue were now numb to the commotion. They exchanged no further pleasantries and promptly retrieved the walkie-talkie to activate the moving target. Creak. Robin began to draw the horn bow. Chapter 0014. Kneel down and call me grandfather 3 times incredibly. He managed to draw the colossal bow into a perfect arc. As the bowstring stretched taut, the 3 arrows pointed towards the shifting target. With a thunderous twang, the arrows shot forth, slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh, piercing the heavens and obliterating the 3 wooden bullseyes from 2,000 meters away, each arrow striking true. Robin set the horn bow back on its rack and accepted a towel from a server, wiping his hands while casting a glance at the astonished Su Wenhai. Enough of this charade. I'm embarrassed for you. Let us settle the bill. Su Wenhai's face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation. At that moment, he felt a murderous urge towards Robin. The shooting range fell into a stunned silence, soon erupting into a frenzy of excitement. After a brief moment of chaos, Lu Yunfeng shouted from the sidelines, Su Wenhai, come back. A wager is a wager. It's just 100 million. Su Wenhai's heart bled at the mention of that sum. The key issue was that the Su family could not possibly raise that amount. He alone understood that despite the family's current reputation, they were financially hollow, especially after 2 business failures in Jiangnan last year that had brought their financial chain to the brink of collapse. How could they possibly afford to pay a wager of 100 million? Initially, he had merely wished to humiliate Robin, never anticipating that this gamble would entrap him in such a humiliating predicament, leaving him no choice but to pay up. Lu Yunfeng's persistent calls fell on deaf ears as Su Wenhai could only think frantically about how to navigate this predicament. The Zifeng Leisure Club was not an ordinary establishment. Everyone in Ningxuan knew that Lin Jingru was a woman of ruthless methods who would not tolerate any breach of her rules on her territory. Seeing Su Wenhai standing there, unwilling to leave, the referee remarked coldly, Young Master Su, the outcome of this competition is abundantly clear. Please step outside to settle your wager. Do not make this difficult for us. Otherwise, we will report this wager contract to General Lin, and it will become a matter far beyond 100 million. Su Wenhai broke into a cold sweat, grasping the implication of those words. Meanwhile, on the 15th floor of a building across from the archery venue, Lin Jingru was clad in a workout tank and shorts, engrossed in her yoga practice. As she watched a video of Robin's remarkable prowess, a seductive smile graced her lips. She arched her back, exhaling deeply, finding the archery competition quite intriguing. Who would have thought such a formidable figure would be associated with Xiao Yudi? Lin Jingru rose gracefully, her long, fair legs moving enticingly as she accepted a towel from her maid, Choo-Choo, wiping the glistening sweat from her body before reclining languidly on a bench. I wish to meet this man privately. Choo-Choo, please arrange it. Since the establishment of the Exceedingly Leisure Club nearly 6 years ago, no one had ever managed to draw that formidable hornbow, let alone hit a moving target with 3 arrows from 2,000 meters away, all achieving a perfect score. This individual was extraordinary, his strength unparalleled. A woman in a white uniform, with a stylish short haircut, nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes flickering with trepidation. Miss, this person is an unparalleled master. He must be a battlefield veteran of legendary status. Lin Jingru chuckled, her smile enchanting and captivating. How interesting. Perhaps he is the one I have been waiting for. As she wiped the beads of perspiration from her skin, a glimmer of desire flashed in her beautiful eyes. Choo-Choo, inform them that in my Exceedingly Leisure Club, anyone attempting to renege on a wager will have both hands severed before they leave. Yes, General Lin. Choo-Choo arrived at the Dart and Archery Amusement Center, where the staff were utterly astonished. The appearance of Lin Jingru's maid was a rare event. They hurried to greet her respectfully. Choo-Choo, what brings you here? What is happening here? Is someone involved in a wager? The staff presented the wager agreement between Robin and Su Wenhai to Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo, please review this. It's their wager agreement. Given that the outcome is clear, why hasn't it been settled immediately? Su Wenhai hesitated, then hurried to Choo-Choo, ingratiatingly saying, Choo-Choo, greetings. I am Su Wenhai from the Ningchuan Su family. I have long admired General Lin and you. Today, at General Lin's invitation, I have come with my father to discuss matters regarding the investment share for the Eastern City Ecological Zone. Before he could finish, Choo-Choo interrupted coldly. Do not discuss this with me. Just do what you ought to do. Su Wenhai awkwardly chuckled. Of course, Choo-Choo. At this moment, Robin had stepped outside. Choo-Choo appraised him, nodding to Xiao Yudi. Mr. Xiao, General Lin wishes for Mr. Robin to come meet her. Xiao Yudi was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Lin Jingru would summon Robin. Robin shot a glance at Choo-Choo. Not now. They haven't settled my wager yet. Looking at Choo-Choo's expression, Lu Yunfeng immediately declared, I'll arrange the transfer right away. Seeing this, Shen Yaoyao quickly contacted her family, transferring 50 million to the account provided by Xiao Yudi. Although Chung Siyu was reluctant, she could not afford to lose face, and she clenched her teeth, withdrawing another 50 million from her savings to deposit in a Xiao Yudi's account. However, Su Wenhai found himself in a bind. He alone knew that there was no way he could extract 100 million from his family to fulfill the wager. Su de Gongzi, are you trying to renege on the bet? Robin sneered. Noting Su Wenhai's hesitation, Chung Siyu impatiently urged, Su Xiao, what has the hold up? Hurry up and pay him. Let us go. People like him have never seen such sums. Can't you see he is in a rush? Robin smirked. If young Master Su truly cannot produce the 100 million wager, I can offer you a solution. What solution? A glimmer of hope sparked in Su Wenhai's eyes. Robin's sneer widened. Kneel down and call me grandfather 3 times, and the wager of 100 million will be forgiven. Chapter 15. Can such gambling be considered valid? The atmosphere at the Exceedingly Leisure Club's archery center plummeted to a freezing point. Although 100 million is not a trivial sum for the Su Group, which stands among the second tier of the Ningchuan business community, it was hardly a challenge. Was Robin's statement not excessively arrogant? All eyes were fixed on Su Wenhai. According to his persona within the elite circles of Ningchuan, he should have hurled the 100 million directly into Robin's face. However, Su Wenhai did not act as everyone had anticipated. Instead, his face flushed with anger as he pointed at Robin, speechless. You. At that moment, Su Wenhai wished he could eliminate Robin on the spot. He had never imagined he would falter at Robin's hands once more. Initially, he believed that by showcasing his exquisite archery skills, he would humiliate Robin before Chung Siyu and Xiao Yudi. Yet, he found himself in this predicament. The most humiliating part was that he truly could not produce 100 million right now. Robin pouted and remarked, What is the matter? Young Master Su, you initiated the wager, and you agreed to the stakes. Now that you've lost, you are unwilling to pay. I suggested that you kneel and call me grandfather to waive the wager. Yet you remain so reserved. What does that mean? Do you wish to challenge the rules of the Exceedingly Leisure Center? At that moment, Chung Siyu rushed to Robin's side, rebuking him. How dare you, little man? Robin, do you truly believe that young Master Su would be as impoverished as you? Given the Su family's stature in Ningchuan, 100 million is nothing to him. Do not underestimate the situation. You think young Master Su would kneel before you over a wager of 100 million? You are not worthy. Your narrow-mindedness and lack of tolerance are increasingly repugnant to me. With that, she turned to Su Wenhai, commanding, Young Master Su, pay him. This person has likely never seen 100 million. It is pointless to waste more words on him. At this moment, Shen Yaoyao discerned a clue. Su Wenhai's indecisiveness clearly indicated his difficulty in producing the wager of 100 million. Rumors had circulated that the Su family was facing financial turmoil. Could it be true that they could not come up with such a sum? Observing Su Wenhai, she noted his trembling legs. Lu Yunfeng glanced at Xiao Yudi, who was currently preoccupied with her phone, and stepped forward, saying, "Robin, right? Do not go too far. It is merely a wager. Let us leave each other some room and not make this situation too extreme." Robin raised an eyebrow and replied with indifference. "Are you suggesting that this wager is inconsequential? Very well. As long as you acknowledge that you cannot fulfill the wager, as I proposed earlier, the 100 million will be considered settled." A group of noble young men around them looked at Lu Yunfeng with disdain. If one were to play tricks over a wager, they would no longer be able to mingle in Ningchuan's elite society. Sensing the mocking gazes around him, Lu Yunfeng retorted, "When did I ever say I would not fulfill the wager? You have a petty mindset. Su Wenhai, call your uncle and get the money over here. Why are you hesitating?" Su Wenhai thought to himself, "I cannot possibly produce 100 million in cash right now. If I could, would I endure such humiliation from this scoundrel Robin?" At this moment, he wished he could rid himself of Robin's presence. However, the Su family's current predicament must not be exposed. Otherwise, it would not just be about 100 million, but rather the fate of the Su family's future. Today was a pivotal day for the Su family. As long as they successfully signed the contract for the investment and development project in the Eastern Ecological Zone, they could immediately alleviate the crisis of their severely ruptured financial chain. Su Wenhai swallowed his anger and spoke. "Robin, 100 million is no concern for me. Mr. Xiao is also aware that, given our Su family's standing in Ningchuan, we would never deny such an amount. Therefore, by noon tomorrow, I will ensure that the 100 million is transferred to your designated account." Chung Siyu and Lu Yunfeng were momentarily stunned. Su Wenhai had uttered such a degrading statement? Shen Yaoyao quietly shook her head, realizing that the rumors of the Su group's financial difficulties were indeed a matter of fact. Otherwise, Su Wenhai would never have spoken such humiliating words in this setting. "Impossible," Robin replied expressionlessly. Su Wenhai gritted his teeth and said, "Robin, do not push your luck." Robin shrugged and smiled coolly. "If I were the one losing now, would you be willing to wait until tomorrow to retrieve the contract worth 500 billion from the Xiao family? You would not. Now that I have won this match, you expect me to wait until tomorrow for payment, huh? I simply want to ask, has there ever been a precedent at the Zifeng Leisure Center for such a thing?" Several management personnel shook their heads. "Never. Anyone gambling at the Zifeng Leisure Center must settle on the spot. If funds are inconvenient, we have a dedicated loan department where assets can be mortgaged for immediate payment. But we will never owe gambling debts. Otherwise, we will cut off your hands and feet." Su Wenhai shuddered. "Young Master Su, do not joke around. It is enough to tease him. Quickly give him the 100 million, and let us leave." Chung Siyu believed Su Wenhai was deliberately toying with Robin and scoffed. Su Wenhai was at a loss for how to explain himself to them. Seeing Su Wenhai hesitating, Lu Yunfeng whispered, "Su Wenhai, what is wrong with you? Hurry and call your uncle to send you the 100 million. Is that too difficult?" Grinding his teeth, Su Wenhai picked up his phone and walked aside. "Dad, where are you?" "Wenhai, I have just arrived at the lobby of the Zifeng Leisure Center. What is the matter?" I need 100 million. "What? 100 million? What are you doing?" "I lost a wager at the Zifeng Leisure Center's archery center. The stake is 100 million, and I must repay it now." "You scoundrel. Is this some child's play? Can such gambling even be considered valid? My Su family does not recognize this. Come, let us go." With that, he grasped Su Wenhai's wrist, intending to leave. "Wait." Chu Chu stepped forward, blocking his path. "Are you not Su from the Su group?" "Oh, it is Miss Chu Chu. I apologize. I did not notice you were here. My apologies." Su Rundong forced a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. "This unfilial son is being foolish and causing you trouble. Please forgive us, Miss Chu Chu. I shall take him away now." Chu Chu smiled coolly and replied, "Then I kindly ask young Master Su to settle the wager of 100 million before leaving." "What a wager of 100 million?" Su Rundong twitched the corner of his mouth, pretending to be oblivious. "It is merely a game played by children. We can discuss it later." Chu Chu remained expressionless, stating that all games at Zifeng were childish play. However, the rules are not to be trifled with. Does Su not understand the regulations of the Zifeng Leisure Center? Su Rundong furrowed his brow. Of course, he was well aware of the gambling rules at Zifeng Leisure Center. He merely wished to feign ignorance and pull his son away from this place. "Today, I have come at the invitation of General Lin and General Chun to discuss investment cooperation in the Dongqing Ecological Circle. If I am late, I fear Miss Chu would not bear the brunt of General Lin and General Chen's displeasure." Chapter 0016. The living king of hell Chu Chu coldly remarked that if the rules of Zifeng were violated, some individuals would have far more to lose. Su Rundong's mouth twitched as he scrutinized the haughty Chu Chu, caught in a dilemma. Robin watched the father and son with keen interest and chuckled softly. Su Wenhai, there is no need for pretense. Simply kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, and I shall forego the 100 million. Bastard, do you wish to die? Su Rundong furiously pointed at Robin, while the 4 bodyguards behind him prepared to strike. Robin glanced at Su Rundong and said, Do you mean to resort to violence? I think not. Your subordinates lack the necessary weight for such an action. Moreover, it would not be a wise move to resort to violence over a debt. The repercussions would be quite unfavorable. The best course of action is for your son to pay up quickly or to kneel and call me grandfather 3 times. And this matter will be resolved. Impudence. Su Rundong's face darkened, and his 4 bodyguards rushed toward Robin. Xiao Yudi stepped forward and coldly stated, Mr. Su, if your son is ignorant, must you also disregard the rules? Su Rundong furrowed his brow slightly and looked at Xiao Yudi, inquiring about her meaning. This gambling match was instigated by your son, Su Wenhai. At the outset, I wagered the Xiao family's Dongqing ecological circle project valued at 500 billion against their mere 300 million. Now that my friend Robin has won this match, do you intend to default? Do you think I, Xiao Yudi, have the time to waste with someone as inconsequential as Su Wenhai? Su Rundong felt a slight jolt in his heart. It dawned on him that the one gambling against Su Wenhai was actually the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Xiao Yudi surveyed Su Rundong and his imposing bodyguards. Mr. Su, if you intend to resolve matters in this manner, then the Xiao family is prepared to oblige. Su Rundong narrowed his eyes at Robin, then at Xiao Yudi, weighing the significance of her words. In the past, he would never have dared to oppose the Xiao family. However, circumstances have changed. Despite the Su family's serious financial crisis, which could lead to collapse at any moment, they had recently allied with the Chun family of Huanyu Group. If today's discussions with Lin Jingru go well, what is the Xiao family, the long-standing first family of Ningchuan, in comparison? Su Rundong chuckled dryly, diverting the topic, saying, Miss Xiao, is this merely a child's game to you? Xiao Yudi picked up the gambling contract and coldly replied, Are you suggesting that the contract of the Zifeng Leisure Center is a trivial matter? Su Rundong's eyelids twitched violently. Before he could speak, Chu Chu commanded, Shut down the Equestrian Amusement Center and the Enforcement Department, and deal with the gambling issue between Miss Xiao and Su Wenhai immediately. In an instant, the entrance to the underground training facility at Zifeng Leisure Center burst open. Dozens of mercenary-trained Zifeng security personnel converged on the equestrian amusement park. Su Rundong understood all too well that Lin Jingru had been able to contend with the underground King Qi Yuhu in Ningchuan for years. In no small part due to Zifeng's security. He knew that violating the rules of the Zifeng Leisure Center could cost him his life, or at the very least, result in severe injury. It seemed that failing to produce the 100 million today was not an option. However, in the Su family's current predicament, where could they possibly find such a sum in cash? This critical day had become a nightmare, all thanks to Su Wenhai's reckless behavior. He stepped on Su Wenhai's foot and said, Unfilial son, you have created this mess. Now you must deal with it. With that, he flung his sleeve and stormed off from the equestrian center. Su Wenhai was immediately thrown into a panic. Suddenly, laughter erupted from outside the crowd. Is it true that the Su family's young master has lost money? How much? Do say, and I shall pay it for you. Haraha. Upon hearing that someone was willing to cover his debts, Su Wenhai turned excitedly to look. However, his heart sank when he saw the ghastly face of the newcomer, Yin Shungang, a capable lieutenant of the underground King Qi Yuhu, known as the Living King of Hell. Qi Yuhu's underground bank and various clandestine entertainment centers in Ningchuan were all under Yin Shunggang's purview. Many in the business world had perished at the hands of this living king after borrowing from the underground bank. Accepting money is no trivial matter. If one fails to repay the principal and interest within the stipulated time, all assets under one's name, in addition to any collateral, will be seized. Cheng Siyu quickly tugged at Su Wenhai, whispering, Young Master Su, you cannot. But Su Wenhai dismissed her concerns. After today, with the Su family poised to secure a stake in the Dongqing ecological circle investment, what was 100 million in comparison? Yin Air, I require 100 million. I will return it with interest in 1 week. Yin Shungang laughed heartily. No problem. Given the Su family's standing in Ningchuan, young Master Su, even if you needed 1 billion, I could provide it to you right now. Su Wenhai looked at Robin with arrogance and said, Thank you then, Yin Air. Yin Shungang gestured for his subordinate to bring over a loan agreement. Young Master Su, just sign here, and 100 million will be in your account immediately. Su Wenhai glanced at the contract and was taken aback. 100 million would require 300 million to repay in a week. Yin heir, isn't this interest too high? I cannot. Yin Xuangang's expression darkened. Su Wenhai, are you toying with me? I am here to assist you, and you dare to haggle? Change the contract. With that, he had his subordinate take back the agreement and present a new one. Su Wenhai saw that the interest had risen from 300 million to 500 million within a week, causing him to tremble. However, he understood that given the situation, he had no choice but to sign. Qi Yuhu and Yin Shungang were not individuals the Su family could afford to offend. This living king of hell could easily make Su Wenhai disappear without a trace. At this moment, Su Wenhai was drenched in cold sweat, his hand trembling as he held the pen, unable to bring himself to sign. Yin Xuangang's expression twisted menacingly. Young Master Su, do you think I have nothing better to do than to play around with you here? Do you want this 100 million or not? Su Wenhai trembled all over and hastily signed his name and pressed his fingerprint. In that moment, he loathed himself. Had he not sought to humiliate Robin before Cheng Siyu and Xiao Yudi, he would not be in this predicament. However, after signing the loan agreement, he felt a bit more at ease. Considering that the Su family was about to secure a nearly 100 billion cooperative project, what was 500 million? After signing the contract and paying the 100 million gambling stake, he pointed at Robin and declared, "You wait. I will not let this go." Robin shrugged, saying, "Next time, you may not have the opportunity." Yin Shungang glanced at Xiao Yudi, approaching her with a smile that bore ill intent, and said, "Miss Xiao, it is a rare pleasure to meet you. Haha, I invite you to the CAF on the second floor for a cup of coffee, so we can engage in a profound conversation." Ahaha. Xiao Yudi ignored Yin Shungang and turned to Robin, saying, "Let's go take a look up front." Yin Xuangang's expression immediately turned cold. "Xiao, do you truly have no regard for me?" Xiao Yudi replied expressionlessly, "Who do you think you are? Why should I show you any respect? Move aside." With that, she turned and walked away. The crowd behind them, witnessing such a scene, gazed in astonishment at the back of this young lady from the Xiao family. In Ningchuan, aside from Lin Jingru, no one dared to speak to this living Yama in such a manner. It was said that even Xiao Tianlong was reluctant to confront him directly. Yet, Xiao Yudi had the audacity to address him like this? But then again, as the daughter of the Xiao family, with her status and grace, how could she possibly agree to share a coffee with the ruffian leader of the underworld? Yin Shungang, watching Xiao Yudi's retreating figure, coldly exclaimed, "Stop right there. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Strip down, and you are no different from the princesses of our nightlife." With that, he and his henchmen let out sinister laughter. Suddenly, Xiao Yudi halted, slowly turned around, and slapped Yin Shungang across the face. "Damn it!" Yin Xuangang's expression darkened. "You think I won't dare to hit you?" He raised his sturdy black hand, aiming for Xiao Yudi's delicate face. At that moment, the patrons of the Zifeng Leisure Club erupted in screams. Many turned away, unable to bear the unfolding scene. A loud slap echoed in the silent entertainment center. Yin Shungang was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. The marble floor of the spectator area shattered with a thunderous noise. Xiao Yudi remained unscathed, though she could not conceal her astonishment at the sight before her. Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. The one who had struck Yin Shungang was none other than Robin. Why not be a decent person instead of a ghost? He took the towel handed to him by the waiter, wiping his hands, his gaze flickering with disdain and mockery. Yin Shungang, having lost 2 teeth from Robin's blow, felt dizzy, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, the center was enveloped in an almost suffocating silence. After a brief pause, the patrons began to murmur among themselves. "Wow, this guy is incredible. He dares to hit the living Yama, the top henchman of the Underground King? Is this a hallucination? The living Yama has never been treated like this in Ningchuan. This kid is too arrogant. He might not make it out alive today." Not far away, Cheng Si watched the scene unfold, initially in shock, followed by a sneer. "Humph, Robin, do you think you can challenge the Underworld King's men just because you have the Xiao family's protection? You're asking for trouble." Su Wenhai wore a look of delight at Robin's predicament. Xin Yaoyao could hardly believe what had just happened. Yet, she admired Robin's bravery in defending Xiao Yudi, even against the living Yama. Regardless of whether his actions were reckless, his courage was commendable. Her feelings toward Robin began to stir. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? Today, I will make you pay." Yin Shungang, supported by 2 of his subordinates, wiped the blood from his mouth and spoke fiercely. Robin lifted his gaze to Yin Shungang, retorting, "Do you even need to know who you're hitting? Fine. You've got guts. You're dead." Yin Shungang shouted in fury, pointing at Robin. In that moment, Xiao Yudi's eyes flickered as she rapidly considered how to resolve the situation. The purpose of today's meeting at the Zifeng Leisure Club was to discuss investment projects and avoid any overstepping boundaries. The source of conflict was Qi Yuhu's investment project, which overlapped with the Shao family's designated areas. During the initial contract signing, it was agreed that the four parties would handle specific sectors: shopping malls, children's amusement centers, leisure resorts, and high-end villa developments. In the vicinity of the project area originally belonged to the Chun family of the Huanyu Group. The arrangement was for the eastern area to be residential villas, the southern for commercial buildings, schools, hospitals, and supermarkets, while the western and northern parts were designated for business towers and large markets. However, Qi Yuhu secretly negotiated with the Chun family to acquire the southern investment contract, planning to establish a nightclub, bars, and gambling venues, which were entirely incompatible with the surrounding residences, schools, and amusement centers. Xiao Yudi had repeatedly sent people to negotiate, but Qi Yuhu remained unresponsive. Today, she had intended to continue discussions at the meeting. Given the existing tensions, reaching a consensus was already difficult, and now, with a conflict arising with Yan Shungang, the negotiations seemed utterly futile. Moreover, if this matter was not handled properly, the Shao family would be forced to confront Qi Yuhu. With that in mind, Xiao Yudi no longer held any hope for today's negotiations. Stepping forward, she positioned herself in front of Robin, declaring, "Yan Shungang, this matter has nothing to do with him. Any anger you have should be directed at the Shao family. We are waiting." Robin smiled coldly and shook his head. He regarded Yan Shungang with disdain, recognizing him as a mere blusterer with little real power. When faced with a true adversary, he would quickly beg for mercy. To him, Yan Shungang was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Who is this guy? The Shao lady is actually shielding him? Despite the Shao family's considerable influence, in terms of street smarts, they still fell short compared to the underground king's henchmen. Having struck the living Yama, even with the Shao family's protection, Robin would likely not survive. The Tiger King was a real threat. Robin glanced at Xiao Yudi standing before him, inhaling her pleasant fragrance, which lifted his spirits. Though he owed his life to Xiao Yudi and the Shao family, in this situation, it was commendable that she still sought to protect him under the Shao family's name. Moreover, having previously wagered against Su Wenhai and others, he had casually mentioned the Shao family's 50 billion project as a bet, and Xiao Yudi had agreed without hesitation. The Shao family was indeed trustworthy. Robin had always mingled in a world of blood and blades, favoring those with loyalty and righteousness. Why not engage in this tumultuous affair? As Yan Shungang continued to rant, Robin approached him. Before anyone could react, he seized Yan Shungang by the neck, lifting him off the ground. With his other hand, he began to rain down blows. From a distance, Cheng Si gripped Su Wenhai's arm, her heart racing. Was this fool risking his life just to show off in front of me? Haha, Robin, no matter how much you perform, I, Cheng Si, will never be impressed by a brute lacking emotional intelligence. Beside her, Xin Yaoyao clutched her garment, trying to steady her shocked heart. After delivering several slaps to Yan Shungang, Robin, feeling bored, tossed him to the ground. Yan Shungang and his subordinates dared not make a move, cowering on the floor. After a while, Yan Shungang finally regained his senses, glaring at the teeth he had lost. He roared, "You're finished." Robin took the towel handed to him by the waiter, shrugged, and said, "No matter what, you won't see me again. Now, feel free to call for help. I'll be right here waiting." Chu Chu, who had been watching coldly, noticed Robin's audacious demeanor, and a glint of amusement flickered in her eyes. This guy not only knew how to fight, but also how to stir trouble. Asking Yan Shungang to call for help, that would only signal to everyone that he held the underground King Qi Yuhu in contempt. This is a provocation against Qi Yuhu and Qi Luoluo. Xiao Yudi, with her captivating gaze, looked at Robin with newfound admiration. The vivid memory of that night, when he saved her from the guns of 4 desperate robbers, still lingered in her mind, particularly the shocking scene of his swift strike to their throat. Very well. Just wait. Soon you will know what it means to regret for a lifetime. Yan Shungang gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and dialed a number. In the distance, Su Wenhai and others felt like cheering. This fool had finally met his match, completely unaware of his impending doom, likely due to a lapse in judgment. Cheng Si shook her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with derision. Perhaps it's because I tore up our engagement that he feels provoked. Wounded in his pride as a poor man, he merely seeks to prove himself in front of me. How laughable. Lu Yunfeng pursed his lips. Fully aware of the underground king he was dealing with, yet he dared to act so arrogantly. It was surely a death sentence. The notorious Tiger Lord and his entourage had risen through such means. In Ningchuan, aside from Miss Lin of Zifeng International, no one had dared to challenge him like this. Now, it seemed, Even the Xiao family might be drawn into this mess. What a disaster. At this moment, Yin Shungang had successfully connected with Qi Yuhu. Embellishing his report, Tiger Lord, I've been assaulted. This kid even said that if you dared to show up, he would take you on too. Oh really? Came Qi Yuhu's disdainful voice from the other end. What sort of deity arrives in Ningchuan without respect for the rules? Very well. Inform him that I shall be at Zifeng shortly. Oh, and do extend my regards to Miss Lin. Today, Tiger Lord has business to attend to on her territory. It has been ages since I've seen blood. I am quite curious to see how many lives he dares to wager by plucking my whiskers in Ningchuan. Chapter 0018. Tiger Lord. As soon as Yin Shungang ended the call, he cast a sinister smile towards Robin, who had now appeared as nothing more than a corpse in his eyes. Qi Yuhu's ire had been successfully ignited. The underground king of Ningchuan was coming to handle this matter personally. Those in the underworld knew that Tiger Lord had not personally intervened in such dirty work for many years. The implications of his arrival were not to be underestimated. Yin Shungang chuckled darkly. Tiger Lord said he would be here shortly. Kid, your time is up. If you have any last words, now is the moment to speak. For once Tiger Lord arrives, you shall have no more chances. Upon hearing Yin Shunggang's words, Xiao Yudi's heart trembled slightly. The actions of Robin had indeed crossed Qi Yuhu's boundaries. A man of Qi Yuhu's caliber, operating in the gray areas, was ruthless and cunning. Those like the Xiao family, who maintained a faade of propriety, generally avoided direct confrontation with such figures. Even though the Xiao group was a time-honored first family in Ningchuan, a conflict with someone as treacherous as Qi Yuhu would be detrimental, even if immediate consequences were not apparent. Now, Robin had publicly humiliated Yin Shungang, Qi Yuhu's most formidable lieutenant, as if delivering a resounding slap to the face of the underworld. For Qi Yuhu to refrain from personally addressing Robin would be a blow to his pride. She could only invoke her grandfather, Xiao Tianlong, in hopes of diffusing the situation, perhaps negotiating a resolution. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Yudi spoke solemnly. Qin Yu, call grandfather. Robin felt a warmth in his heart. Despite the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yudi was still willing to stand by him. This demonstrated that the Xiao family was not one to cower before adversity or seek favor with the powerful. Perhaps this was the very reason the Xiao family had maintained their position as the foremost family in Ningchuan for so many years. No need to trouble Xiao grandfather over a trivial matter. I can handle this myself, Robin insisted, stopping Xiao Yudi from speaking further. Xiao Yudi opened her mouth to argue but, upon seeing the unwavering resolve in Robin's eyes, chose to remain silent. Qin Yu expressed her concern. Mr. Robin, this matter is not as simple as you think, the young lady. Xiao Yudi interjected. Qin Yu, let us heed Mr. Robin's wishes. He is right. Seeing Xiao Yudi take Robin's side, Qin Yu fell silent, though she couldn't shake the apprehension as she observed Robin's lone figure standing defiantly before Yin Shungang and his men. Meanwhile, some spectators at the Riding and Shooting Entertainment Center began to voice their concern for Robin. Previously, his impressive performance and audacious actions had garnered him a degree of admiration among them. They whispered, Sir, you should leave quickly, depart from Ningchuan. Tiger Lord is not someone you can provoke. It's best to run far away, otherwise, you may lose your life. Yin Shungang, overhearing the murmurs, scoffed. Now you wish to flee? Do you think he can escape? Even if he manages to leave Ningchuan, the Xiao family supporting him will not escape the consequences. Xiao Yudi shot a frigid glare at Yin Shungang. It was clear from his words that the underworld already disregarded the Xiao family. While she was uncertain of how this would all unfold, she had faith that Robin had his reasons for acting so boldly. Just days prior, during that snowy night, she had witnessed Robin confront 4 armed thugs, swiftly saving her from a dire fate. The memory of that moment still sent shivers down her spine. Compared to those 4 armed criminals, what was Qi Yuhu? If necessary, she would stand by Robin and create a ruckus today. Recently, she had been suffocated by Qi Yuhu's pressure regarding the Eastern Eco-Circle project. In this tense atmosphere, Chu Chu instinctively glanced at Robin, increasingly curious about how he would confront a figure as formidable as Qi Yuhu. Despite being in the Zifeng Leisure Hall, Qi Yuhu had already instructed Yin Shungang to prepare for their private matters on this territory. Lin Jingru would certainly not lend her assistance to Robin. The only support available to him would come from the Xiao group. If these two powerful factions were to clash, the power dynamics in Ningchuan would undoubtedly shift dramatically. Meanwhile, Cheng Si observed the escalating situation from a distance, a smirk of ridicule gracing her lips. Today, Robin had truly stirred up trouble. A brute remains a brute. He will never comprehend that there are many individuals he cannot afford to provoke. Qi Yuhu was a devilish figure, and crossing his boundaries was akin to courting disaster. Beside her Her friend Xin Yaoyao regarded the unfolding events with a mix of surprise and anticipation. As the events reached a critical juncture, she felt her heart race at the sight of Robin's nonchalant demeanor, eagerly awaiting the moment Chi Yuhu would arrive to create a scene beyond her wildest imagination. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the riding and shooting center. Looking up, they saw a sea of muscular men in black attire, armed with short knives, entering the venue. At the forefront was a tall, imposing man draped in a black coat. Chi Yuhu, the Tiger Lord of the Ningchuan underworld. As he strode into the center, the atmosphere fell silent. Cheng Si gazed at this man, feared by all of Ningchuan, her lips twitching. The underground king was finally making his entrance. She cast a pitying glance at Robin, internally mocking him. Ah, Robin, you brought this upon yourself. How can a mere nobody like you dare to confront someone like Chi Yuhu? A fool remains a fool. How could you dare to strike Chi Yuhu's most trusted lieutenant, Yin Wang? Such arrogance, such ignorance of one's own limitations. Xin Yaoyao tightly grasped Cheng Siyu's hand and sighed. Even if Robin wishes to depart, it is already too late. Chi Yuhu and his entourage entered the Zifeng Equestrian Amusement Park. Yin Shungang and his followers immediately parted to create a pathway, standing in unison on either side. Bowing respectfully, "Greetings, Tiger Lord." All eyes converged on Chi Yuhu, whose formidable presence instantly chilled the atmosphere of the amusement center, suffocating everyone with an overwhelming sense of dread. "Tiger Lord, it was this lad who left me in such a state." Yin Shungang pointed furiously at Robin, lighting a cigar for Chi Yuhu. Before Chi Yuhu could speak, Xiao Yudi stepped forward. "Mr. Chi, before you address this matter, I must clarify. My friend has clashed with Mr. Yin, and there are reasons behind it." Chi Yuhu exhaled a plume of smoke and coldly replied, "Xiao, it would be prudent for you to refrain from intervening in this affair. I have no desire to know the reasons behind the assault on my man. Regardless of the justification, anyone who strikes one of my own must perish here today." Xiao Yudi frowned slightly. "Mr. Chi, do you not consider the right and wrong of matters?" Chi Yuhu shot her a sidelong glance. "Here, I have never concerned myself with right or wrong. Anyone daring to strike at my domain deserves their fate." Yin Shungang, reveling in his leader's domineering stance, smirked at Xiao Yudi and Robin. This was the customary style of the Tiger Lord. If his subordinate was attacked, it mattered not the reasons. Retribution would ensue. Chi Yuhu's conduct was entirely predictable to the onlookers. Otherwise, he would not be the feared Tiger Lord. Xiao Yudi furrowed her brow, while Robin offered her a nonchalant smile. Intrigued by Chi Yuhu, "If that is the case, then let us dispense with the formalities. Let your men come at me." Robin shed his casual jacket, revealing a fitted t-shirt that accentuated his chiseled physique. Chi Yuhu hesitated, his gaze turning ferocious as he scrutinized Robin. In that moment, Chi Yuhu's body trembled, nearly causing him to collapse. Chapter 0019. I am here for you. Xiao Yudi noticed Chi Yuhu's fluctuating expression, puzzled by his thoughts. Was he weighing the significance of the Xiao family in this incident? She could not fathom the mind of this ruthless figure. Nevertheless, she endeavored to make one final appeal. "Mr. Chi, I urge you to handle this matter with caution." At that moment, Chi Yuhu was still in shock, fixated on Robin, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yudi's voice. "Robin," with a smirk, observed Chi Yuhu, anticipating his next move. Behind Chi Yuhu, over 100 armed henchmen stood ready to charge at Robin. A one-sided massacre was imminent. Yet, Chi Yuhu remained motionless, his eyes locked on the dragon dagger that hung from Robin's waist. The dagger's ornate scabbard shimmered with a golden light for an instant. Although fleeting, Chi Yuhu clearly discerned that the glimmer represented the legendary golden dragon. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Just a week prior, several assassins from the world's dark web had intruded upon his domain, which had left him astounded. It was said that once the enigmatic dark web organization set its sights on someone, death was not far behind. Chi Yuhu understood that while his realm held sway in Ningchuan's gray area, he was insignificant before the dark web, which dominated global criminal organizations. For assassins had warned him that the esteemed guest of the Dark Night Queen, the Golden Dragon Young Master, had arrived in Ningchuan. Should the need arise, he might summon Chi Yuhu's domain at any moment. Now, seeing the dragon dagger at Robin's side, along with the elusive Golden Dragon, confirmed that this individual was indeed the revered Golden Dragon Young Master. The merciless queen of the dark web regarded this Golden Dragon Young Master with utmost reverence. How could someone like Chi Yuhu dare to provoke him? The current situation was perilous. A single step forward could lead him to the abyss. Thankfully, he refrained from acting. He shuddered at the thought of nearly committing a grave error. This overwhelming fear of death enveloped him. How could he, with his modest domain, dare to challenge the queen of the dark web? To confront a demon capable of obliterating nations was tantamount to seeking his own demise. The golden dragon young master before him was someone Chi Yuhu could not afford to provoke. Damn it, Chi Yuhu cursed under his breath, discarding his coat as a terrible aura of fury radiated from his eyes. His henchmen promptly brandished their knives, prepared to charge forward. The Tiger Lord was truly enraged. Even the Shao family would struggle to withstand the wrath of this underground monarch. It had been ages since anyone had witnessed the Tiger Lord's fury in public. Robin was doomed, and even the Shao family risked suffering significant losses. The ferocity of the Tiger Lord's wrath was too terrifying. They quickly retreated to a safer distance, fearing the residual power of this monarch. Chung Siyu, who had been waiting for Chi Yuhu to act, scoffed disdainfully. This brash fool has brought this upon himself by provoking the Tiger Lord. To think he believes he is invincible simply because he knows a bit of martial arts. How foolish. Robin, even if you wish to showcase your abilities before me, it is not wise to lose your wits. Su Wenhai interjected gleefully. This fool is merely courting his own demise, a frog in a well. Having just arrived in Ningxuan, he mistakenly believes himself formidable. He has now crossed paths with the Tiger Lord. He will leave today in disgrace. Chung Siyu chuckled dismissively, choosing to remain silent as she observed the unfolding events. At this moment, Yin Shenggang was already preparing to celebrate. He looked smugly at Robin and Xiao Yudi. Miss Xiao, perhaps we should have that lad kneel and beg for mercy. The Tiger Lord might grant your family some consideration and spare him. How dare you, a mere insect, raise a hand against someone from the Demon King's domain? You seek your own demise. Just then, a scream pierced the air. Chi Yuhu forcefully pressed his cigar into Yin Shuangong's eye and then delivered a savage kick to his shin. A sickening crack echoed as a bone shattered. Yin Shenggang collapsed in agony, howling in despair. Tiger Lord, why? Chi Yuhu, still seething with rage, lifted his foot and brutally kicked Yin Shenggang in the face. Damn it, I brought you out to earn respect, and this is how you repay me. Without the Demon King's domain, you are nothing. I extended my protection to you, and you think that gives you the right to act with impunity? Damn it. Today I will ruin you. Yin Shenggang, dazed from the blows, knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Tiger Lord, have you mistaken me for someone else? I am here for you. Chi Yuhu shouted, his anger unabated, casting a furtive glance at Robin, hoping to quell the wrath of the golden dragon young master. Yen, do you believe I came here to support you? You dared to disrespect Miss Xiao? Die. At that moment, Yin Shenggang realized Chi Yuhu was indeed intent on making an example of him. Tiger Lord, I was wrong. I will never again act under the banner of the Demon King's domain. Please, grant me a chance. Miss Xiao, I am not human. I am a beast. I should never have disrespected you. I implore you to forgive me just this once. From now on, I shall not dare to offend you again. Yin Shenggang crawled before Xiao Yudi, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy, much to Xiao Yudi's astonishment. Chi Yuhu, known for his ruthless dealings in Ningxuan, had never cared for the Xiao family's reputation. This astonishing turn of events not only left Xiao Yudi bewildered, but also perplexed the onlookers at the Zifeng Equestrian Center. Was Lord Tiger merely inebriated today? He had come to support Yin Shenggang, yet suddenly turned against his most capable subordinate, leaving him battered and bruised. What could this possibly mean? Little did they know, Chi Yuhu was nearly petrified upon seeing Robin's dragon dagger. He could only feign calmness, pretending to be unaware of Robin's true identity. The dark web had warned him that the identity of the golden dragon's heir was a closely guarded secret. After a brief moment of terror, Chi Yuhu hastily devised a strategy. If he did not placate this esteemed guest, he was certain that the Demon King's lair would vanish from Ningxuan forever. That scoundrel Yin Shenggang dared to assault a guest of the Night Queen. Was he pushing him into the abyss? At that moment, Chi Yuhu wished he could eliminate Yin Shenggang with a single blow. Xiao Yudi, observing Chi Yuhu's conduct, remained perplexed. Even if he was putting on a show for her grandfather's sake, was it necessary to be so brutal? Meanwhile, Chung Si, after a moment of shock, seemed to grasp the underlying implications. Yin Shenggang kneeling before Xiao Yudi indicated that Chi Yuhu was sparing Robin for the sake of Xiao Tianlong. Had Robin not been under the Xiao family's protection, he would have long since been a victim of Chi Yuhu's wrath. This useless man could only attract trouble. It was truly exasperating. However, Shin Yaoyao had a different perspective, having noticed a crucial detail. At the beginning, when Xiao Yudi intervened to explain, Chi Yuhu had completely ignored her. Since the moment Chi Yuhu laid eyes on Robin, he exhibited extreme nervousness and fear. Clearly, Chi Yuhu was terrified of Robin. Shin Yaoyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Robin from a distance, a knowing smile dancing in her gaze. This man was rather intriguing. It seemed he had a story worth telling. The sheer terror that a ruthless figure like Qi Yuhu displayed in his presence spoke volumes about Robin's formidable background. Shen Yaoyao cast a sidelong glance at the still disdainful Cheng Si, thinking to herself, "See, perhaps you truly are blind. You kicked a treasure out the door. In the future, if an opportunity arises, do not blame me for being ungrateful." At that moment, Shen Yaoyao made a bold decision. She would approach Robin further, for he might indeed present her with a delightful surprise. Chapter 0020. What I do is none of your business. Get lost. Qi Yuhu kicked Yin Shungang aside and pointed at his bewildered subordinates, ordering them to bind him and take him away for further handling. Two disciples of the Demon King's lair immediately escorted Yin Shungang out of the Zifeng Leisure Hall. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Qi Yuhu's cold-aged face. "Xiao, does this solution meet your approval?" Xiao Yudi hesitated momentarily. The situation had escalated beyond her expectations. Since Qi Yuhu had made a concession, she did not wish to exacerbate the relationship. Nodding slightly, she coldly replied, "Qi, you may handle your subordinates as you see fit. Thank you for your forgiveness, Xiao." Qi Yuhu said, slightly bowing, evidently relieved. Had that esteemed guest been dissatisfied, Yin Shungang would have been dispatched on the spot. "Xiao, we have a multitude of subordinates, with varying qualities. It's also my oversight in managing them, and I sincerely apologize for the offense to you and your friend." Xiao Yudi coldly nodded. "Qi, let us leave this matter behind. No need to mention it further." Qi Yuhu discreetly exhaled. "Today, we came to Zifeng to discuss the investment project for the Eastern Ecological Zone. Before coming, I noticed that certain plots of land we operate in the Eastern Ecological Zone conflicted with your investment project. This was due to my subordinates' ignorance of protocol, and I truly apologize for that. Therefore, I now promise you that we will accept all projects of the Chun family and proceed as per our prior agreements. Any projects already underway will be halted for rectification until you are satisfied." Xiao Yudi was momentarily taken aback. Over the past 6 months, the Xiao family had engaged in numerous negotiations with the Demon King's lair regarding project investments without reaching an agreement. What had gotten into Qi Yuhu today? To insist on immediate cessation and rectification? "Xiao, today my subordinates offended you and your friend. To express my apologies, I will grant you the southern region of the Eastern Ecological Zone, which I recently took over, free of charge." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yudi was even more astonished. The southern region project was worth billions. It was rumored that Qi Yuhu had paid a hefty price to acquire it from the Huanyu Group. He was offering it to the Xiao family as compensation for Yin Xuangang's misdeeds? This seemed excessively generous. Xiao Yudi believed the Xiao family did not hold such weight in Qi Yuhu's eyes. Could it be that Qi Yuhu had ulterior motives regarding the Xiao family? "Qi, I can accept the continued rectification of the Eastern Ecological Zone investment project as planned. However, your offer of the Southern Region project free of charge is rather extravagant. I think we should forego that." Qi Yuhu hastily replied, "Xiao, I am not speaking in jest. Please rest assured, my offer is indeed unconditional. At the four-party negotiation meeting this afternoon, I will have my subordinates prepare 2 contracts and present them to you in written form. I ask that you must accept." Xiao Yudi remained hesitant. Before she could respond, Qi Yuhu continued, "Let us finalize this matter, and I thank you for accepting my sincerity. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. We will discuss further this afternoon." With that, he hurriedly departed with his subordinates, seemingly in a rush as if someone were pursuing him. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Yuhu was avoiding Robin. Having dealt with Yin Shungang, he was anxious to escape without provoking Robin further. If he made any missteps and offended this esteemed guest, it would spell trouble. Xiao Yudi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she watched Qi Yuhu's hasty retreat, utterly bewildered. What was going on with this underground overlord of Ningchuan? He had arrived here with great bravado, seemingly intent on eliminating Robin and severely suppressing the Xiao family. To her astonishment, he had turned against his own subordinate and insisted on halting the investment in the Eastern Ecological Zone. Even more astonishing, he was offering the Southern Development Project as reparations. What had made Qi Yuhu act with such integrity and decorum? "Let's not dwell on this. Take it as a gift," Robin said, accepting the coat handed to him by Qin Yu and glancing at the still-dazed Xiao Yudi. "After all this commotion, helping you secure 3 billion. You want to even invite me for a drink?" Xiao Yudi smiled lightly. "All right, I shall treat you to drinks at the Zifeng Leisure Bar. However, I do not wish to take that 3 billion. That is your winnings. Provide me with a bank account number, and I will have Qin Yu transfer it to you." Robin thought for a moment, then casually provided Qin Yu with his leopard print card number. As they passed by Su Wenhai and Cheng Si, Robin shrugged and said, "Su, if you wish to gamble again next time, feel free to seek me out. I found this quite enjoyable." With that, he and Xiao Yudi headed toward the Zifeng bar. Su Wenhai gritted his teeth in anger, vowing to make his adversaries understand the dire consequences of crossing him. Cheng Si scoffed dismissively at Robin's retreating figure, finding him utterly repugnant. A man living off the generosity of others had no right to act so arrogantly. Had it not been for Miss Xiao today, he would have met his demise long ago. Shen Yaoyao chuckled. See, have you considered that Lord Tiger's actions might stem from fear of Robin? If that were the case, would you regret breaking off your engagement? Ha. Yao Yao, you truly flatter him, Cheng Si retorted mockingly. A loser who relies on the Xiao family's influence? Does Lord Tiger fear him? Regardless, I shall never regret my decision to annul the engagement. He is merely a brute. As they conversed, Chu Chu approached. Cheng Si quickly greeted her with respect. Miss Chu Chu, hello, I am. Chu Chu shot Cheng Si a cold glance, ignoring her presence, and hastened to Robin. Mr. Robin, please wait a moment. My employer, General Lin, has requested your presence. Robin, bewildered, replied, I don't know your General Lin. I'm not going. Chu Chu froze in surprise, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Having served beside Lin Jingru for so many years, she had never encountered a man bold enough to refuse her invitation. Indeed, no man had ever been granted such an honor, aside from Robin. Cheng Si was equally taken aback, then secretly mocked him. Robin, you truly are a fool. Do you have any idea who Lin Jingru is? Her maid personally invites you, and you respond with such disdain? Truly hopeless. Robin, what is your meaning? Miss Chu Chu is extending an invitation to you. You should be grateful. Don't be so shameless. Apologize to Miss Chu Chu at once. Robin pouted, looking at Cheng Si with confusion. What business is it of yours? Besides, whether she invites me or not is her concern, not mine. Mind your own business. Cheng Si scolded. Robin, how dare you speak such disrespectful words? Kneel and apologize to Miss Chu Chu immediately. Hearing this, Xiao Yudi's expression soured. Just as she was about to interject, Chu Chu slapped Cheng Si across the face. I am speaking with Mr. Robin, and you dare to stir trouble? Do you wish to die? Cheng Si, horrified, covered her cheek. Miss Chu Chu, I meant to say that Robin is that scoundrel, oblivious to his own worth. Mr. Robin is a guest invited by the miss. How dare you insult him? Chu Chu glared at Cheng Si, her voice laced with menace. Insulting her guest is akin to slapping Lin Jingru in the face. Do you wish for your own demise? Cheng Si quickly bowed, apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, please. Leave. Chu Chu cut her off coldly. Cheng Si had no choice but to retreat hastily. As she passed Robin, she shot him a venomous glare. Meanwhile, Shen Yaoyao cast him a flirtatious glance. Robin felt a jolt in his heart, pondering her intentions. Chu Chu stepped forward respectfully. Mr. Robin, General Lin sincerely invites you. Please do consider accepting. Chapter 21. That smile, captivating and enchanting your esteemed miss invites me, insisting I must comply? Robin surveyed Chu Chu and the entourage of respectful bodyguards behind her, a bemused smile escaping his lips. He had traversed the mercenary realm, thriving on thrill and peril. He detested being addressed in such a condescending manner. Why must I comply? What makes your miss so noble that I must attend her summons? A hush fell over the hall of the amusement center. Chu Chu was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. The bodyguards and guests surrounding her mirrored her astonishment. Did this man truly not know Lin Jingru? The new elite of Ningxuan's business world, a beauty of celestial grace, a fierce queen. Robin was evidently oblivious to her stature. Cheng Si, having taken a few steps away, halted abruptly, thinking, Robin, continue to dig your own grave. Offending the Queen of Zifeng will lead to your untimely end. Shen Yaoyao stifled a laugh, glancing back at Robin. His handsome visage, his unperturbed demeanor, and his audacious remarks made him endlessly intriguing. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Chu Chu shot her a fierce look. Shen Yaoyao immediately silenced her laughter, yet a smile lingered in her eyes as she gazed at Robin. Xiao Yudi's eyes sparkled with concealed amusement. Each of Robin's actions was refreshingly entertaining to her. However, his blatant disregard for Lin Jingru was indeed inappropriate. As Robin had come as a friend of Xiao Yudi to the Zifeng Leisure Club, while she bore no fear of Lin Jingru, she preferred not to create unnecessary enmity over trivial matters. Robin, Miss Lin may have important matters to discuss with you. Please consider accompanying Miss Chu Chu to meet her. Initially reluctant, Robin hesitated. Xiao Yudi continued softly. Just consider it a favor for me. Meet with Miss Lin first, and I will await you at the Zifeng bar, all right? That voice was enough to weaken his resolve. Robin had always been susceptible to gentle persuasion, especially from a woman of Xiao Yudi's caliber. Finding no valid reason to decline, he relented. All right, lead the way. Chu Chu contemplated how to escort Robin to Lin Jingru's private meeting room, weighing whether to employ force or verbal persuasion. Unexpectedly, with Xiao Yudi's single request, Robin agreed. She shot a resentful glance at him, wishing to punch him for his reluctance. Just wait until you meet the miss. Then we shall see how you act. Though her thoughts were harsh, she maintained a respectful demeanor, gesturing. This way, Mr. Robin. Robin followed Chu Chu onto the club's tour vehicle. Heading toward the Zifeng Hotel, Cheng Si instinctively touched her stinging cheek, her gaze filled with resentment as she glared at Robin's back. I thought you truly had the guts not to go. Robin, even if you pretend to be dignified in front of me, I shall never harbor any fondness for you. Shen Yaoyao sighed, shaking her head. See, are you overthinking this? Robin has already severed ties with you. Why would he feel compelled to perform for you? Cheng Si sneered. Yaoyao, you think too highly of such a man. He sought to marry me, clinging to the Chung family by presenting a decades-old engagement. Traveling all this way to find us. Why does he linger in Ningxuan? Oh, just to prove himself worthy of my acceptance? He shall never understand that I could never see him as anything but a simple-minded brute. His limited vision cannot fathom my aspirations. Shen Yaoyao chuckled lightly. I see. You aspire to be a queen like Lin Jingru. Very well. All right, enough of this. I'm hungry. Let us head to the bar for a drink and some food. At the Zifeng Fitness Center, a maid approached Lin Jingru, who had just stepped out of the bath. Miss, Chu Chu has successfully brought Robin. They are en route to the private meeting room at the Zifeng Hotel. A seductive smile flickered in Lin Jingru's eyes as she lazily rose, shedding her thin towel. Her flawless skin instantly mesmerizing. The maid draped a striking red trench coat over her, stepping into the public hall of the fitness center. Her half-open coat revealed her alluring figure and slender legs, captivating the attention of every man present. Like a bewitching enchantress, she stole the hearts of all, leaving the men in the gym utterly spellbound, parched and breathless, with blood gushing from her nose. A multitude of piercing eyes fixated on the alluring woman whose trench coat was left unbuttoned. They would have gladly plucked out their own eyeballs to immerse themselves in the delights concealed within that detestable garment. Lin Jingru had long grown accustomed to such ravenous and lascivious gazes, regarding them with nothing but disdain and contempt. These insipid men dared only to observe from a distance, not daring to approach this rose adorned with lethal thorns. Yet, beneath the facade of beauty, there lurked those willing to risk everything. Soon, a young dandy, conceited in his own charm, positioned himself before Lin Jingru. With an exaggerated bow, he declared, "It is a privilege to meet such a lovely lady. I have reserved the finest presidential suite at the Zifeng Hotel, a setting most suitable for an intimate conversation with someone of your caliber. Come, allow me to elevate your spirits." His eyes gleamed with crude intentions. Lin Jingru smirked playfully, beckoning the gentleman to draw closer. Ecstatic, he rushed towards her. "Miss, you are truly wise and warm-hearted. Whatever you desire, just speak, for in Ningxuan, there is nothing beyond my reach." Lin Jingru parted her lips, her smile unwavering. Yet a chilling glare flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Do you not realize that your audacity invites peril?" The young man shuddered instinctively under her frosty gaze. But recalling his powerful connections, he relaxed, a vile smirk spreading across his face. "I relish a rose with thorns." He stepped closer, carelessly brushing his fingers against Lin Jingru's flowing hair, his mind clouded with desire, yearning to seize this enchanting woman and dominate her world. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared as Lin Jingru's female bodyguard swiftly kicked the man in the leg, her stiletto heel piercing his calf. With a sickening crack, he collapsed to the ground. "How dare you strike me?" He screamed in agony as his entourage of black-clad bodyguards rushed forward. In a flurry, dozens of Zifeng security personnel encircled him and his men. The female bodyguard seized his hair and delivered a forceful punch to his face. "To offend Miss Lin. Do you wish to meet your end?" In a fit of rage, the young man howled, "You will pay for this, Lin." Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This was the enigmatic Lin Jingru, feared even more than the notorious Qi Yuhu. For 5 years, those who dared cross her had met their demise. Even the ruthless underground king, Qi Yuhu, held her in trepidation. This was a woman as venomous as a viper. Reflecting on his foolishness, he fell prostrate before her. "Miss Lin, I had no idea it was you. Please spare me this time, considering my ignorance." Lin Jingru, expressionless, gazed out the window at the approaching Robin, a smile gracing her lips. "Very well, I am in a good mood today and wish not to spoil it. You may live, but I shall have your tendons severed." The young man pleaded loudly, "Miss Lin, I beg you spare me. I shall never offend you again." "Silence. Take him away and let him suffer." The bodyguards dragged him towards the basement. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from below. Lin Jingru watched outside, her eyes fixated on Robin's tall and striking figure. She smiled, a smile that could enchant nations and bewitch the hearts of men. "Prepare yourself. I am to meet a distinguished guest." With that, she elegantly strode towards the Ziefing Hotel. Chapter 22. The enigmatic queen. A ray of dazzling sunlight streamed through the expansive windows of the Ziefing building, illuminating Lin Jingru's enchanting visage. A retinue of model-like bodyguards flanked her, exuding an aura of regal elegance, reminiscent of a queen ruling over all. As she gazed out at Robin approaching through the Ziefing Square, a sly smile danced upon her lips. She recalled her mentor's words upon entering the tumultuous mortal realm. This path was one of no return, fraught with thorns and treachery. To carve a path of one's own, one must emerge from the crucible of battle, never looking back. To survive in such a ruthless world, one must embrace ferocity, cunning, and unyielding determination. As a woman of unparalleled beauty, achieving prominence and respect would be far more arduous than for her male counterparts. In this world, kindness and leniency were mere illusions of weakness. Only by standing atop the mountain, evoking fear and respect, could one command their fate, shaping the world around them. With this philosophy as her guide, Lin Jingru had tread a path of ruthless ambition, growing exhilarated by the challenges that lay ahead. It was this very thrill that drew her to the striking man who had recently entered her life. His strength and uniqueness captured her attention, as he exuded an air of defiance, unbothered by the world around him. Robin's presence swiftly captivated her discerning gaze, as she beheld his chiseled features and fearless, penetrating eyes. Lin Jingru felt as though she were savoring the finest wine, intrigued by the myriad stories hidden beneath his facade. I must enter this man's world, she thought, to unveil the depths of his audacity. As Robin arrived at the Ziefing Hotel's grand entrance, he suddenly sneezed. In that moment, he felt a sharp gaze upon him from above, as if a fierce predator was scrutinizing him from the shadows. It was an unsettling sensation. He glanced in the direction of the observation, but the glaring sunlight reflecting off the glass concealed any hint of hidden intentions. Meanwhile, Chu Chu, accompanying him, scrutinized the enigmatic man closely, pondering what could possibly captivate her esteemed mistress. In her eyes, Robin appeared merely handsome and aloof, lacking any remarkable traits. Perhaps his skills in archery could be considered, but aside from that, he seemed excessively arrogant. Chu Chu was perplexed. Her mistress was a woman of extraordinary pride. In contrast, Robin's arrogance paled in comparison to Lin Jingru's formidable presence. Having followed her through countless trials and vanquished numerous foes, she had achieved her esteemed position and glory. What man had ever attained such honor in her heart? Yet, since Lin Jingru had chosen Robin, he must possess an extraordinary quality that set him apart from the rest. Despite her keen observation, Chu Chu could not discern anything unique about him. Over the years, many had longed for the opportunity to share tea with Lin Jingru, regardless of their wealth or background. What made Robin worthy of her attention? As Chu Chu pondered, Robin abruptly halted, colliding with her. Why did you stop so suddenly? Chu Chu tidied her disheveled hair, her expression filled with indignation. I feel your gaze lurking behind me. It's quite uncomfortable. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she desperately attempted to conceal her peeping at Robin. Don't flatter yourself. Why would I be staring at you? I wouldn't even look at you if I were watching a dog. With that, she nervously shifted her gaze to a nearby maid. The maid whispered, Miss Chu Chu, please don't look at me. I'm not a little puppy. You're such a nuisance. Chu Chu pouted, shooting a glare at the maid. Robin shook his head. All right, lead the way. I dislike being watched from behind like a wolf stalking its prey. Chu Chu shot him a sidelong glance and entered the elevator first. What an insufferable jerk, daring to call me a wolf. Humph. Just wait until I seize an opportunity to show you. Throughout the journey, Chu Chu maintained a haughty expression, refusing to utter a single word or glance at Robin. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with her earlier vivacity at the amusement center. Robin sighed. This woman is all pretenses. Can't she be a bit more genuine? Beneath her aloof exterior, she was undoubtedly burning with passion. Just then, Chu Chu discreetly stole a glance at him. Their eyes met. Her cheeks flushed once more as she hurriedly avoided his penetrating gaze. That scoundrel is watching me. He must have ulterior motives. All men are the same, utterly lecherous. Was her ladyship feeling unwell today, obsessively inviting him for tea? The elevator reached the top floor of the Ziefing Hotel. As they exited, they were halted by two maid bodyguards. Hold on. If you are carrying any weapons, please surrender them before entering. Robin paused, visibly displeased. Your lady invited me over. Yet I must relinquish my belongings to enter? What sort of etiquette is this? Chu Chu replied coldly. This is Our Lady's code of conduct. Even the most esteemed guests are not permitted to bring weapons into her private parlor. This has always been her rule. Robin shrugged, nonchalantly stating, Is this truly your lady's way of receiving guests? I have my own customs. Such regulations hold no sway over me. Your customs? What do they matter? When in the presence of the lady, you must conform. Chu was becoming increasingly irritated. Don't assume that just because my lady asked me to invite you, you can act so high and mighty. You should know that in Ningxuan and throughout the Dragon Kingdom, those desiring to meet our lady would line up to the capital. Today, she has graciously requested your presence. Consider it a rare privilege. Just hand over the weapon without further ado. Very well, I shall not accommodate your demands, Robin retorted, turning to head back to the elevator, leaving Chu and the bodyguards in a state of bewilderment. He didn't even grant them the chance to argue. Swiftly pressing the elevator button as if he could not bear to linger a moment longer, Chu was taken aback. This insufferable man. How can he lack even a shred of gentlemanly decorum? My lady invited him for tea, and yet he behaves so arrogantly. But then, a thought struck her. If Robin truly walked away, she would have no explanation for Lin Jingru. She could hardly fathom that Robin would so easily disregard such a rare invitation extended by her lady. This opportunity, if presented in Ningxuan, would have people willing to pay any price or wait any duration, no matter how unreasonable the conditions. Yet this man was simply walking away. What an absurdity! To toss away such an opportunity so carelessly. Chu had witnessed many scenes throughout her years accompanying Lin Jingru, yet she had never encountered a man who showed her lady no respect whatsoever. What a bizarre character. Robin, you fool. What do you have to be so proud about? You're merely a bodyguard to Xiao Yudi. What gives you the right to act so haughty before the Queen of Zifeng? It's utterly incomprehensible. As she watched Robin's retreating figure, an intense fury surged within her, ready to erupt. At that moment, one of Lin Jingru's close maids whispered, Miss Chu, you must hurry and bring Mr. Robin back, otherwise, the lady will be displeased. Chu felt her pride wounded. Are you instructing me on what to do? Do you think I don't know how to handle this? Mr. Robin, wait. Chu called out, sprinting after him. Chapter 0023. I'm busy. I don't have time for your pretenses. Watching Robin's resolute figure, Chu was infuriated. As she chased after him, she cursed him silently numerous times. Mr. Robin, please wait. I have something to say. Though her heart simmered with discontent, he was the man her lady had invited. Even if it meant setting aside her pride, she had to convince this rogue to stay. The elevator doors were closing as Robin stepped inside. If he were to leave without a word, she would face dire consequences with her lady. Chu swiftly positioned herself in front of the elevator door. Wait, Mr. Robin. As Miss Xiao's bodyguard, you need not surrender your weapon. Please come back with me. Although Lin Jingru's private elevator was spacious, Robin stood in the left center, and in a moment of urgency, Chu dashed inside, wedging herself beside him at the door, their bodies almost touching in an awkward manner. Robin glanced down, a smirk playing on his lips. What do you intend to do? Seduce me? I'm not fooled by such tactics. You. Chu finally realized how inappropriate their proximity was. In her haste, she hadn't noticed how her pride was brushing against him with each breath. Her face burned, the heat spreading to her ears. Please come back with me. She quickly stepped back, pressing the elevator button, striving to suppress her anger. Robin stepped into the elevator, scoffing, not going back. Who do you think your lady is? Does she expect everyone to cater to her whims? Seeing Robin's stubbornness, Chu felt utterly helpless. Mr. Robin, let us make an exception this time. You need not surrender your weapon. It's too late, Robin declared, stepping out of the elevator towards the fire exit. Chu had never encountered a man so indifferent to her lady's prestige. Watching Robin's determined figure, she positioned herself in front of him. Her beautiful eyes radiated coldness. What will it take for you to return with me? Robin raised an eyebrow. No matter what, I'm not going back. Move aside. In that moment, Chu realized that all her previous pride crumbled before this man. She felt utterly powerless against him. With a slight bow, she offered, I apologize. Surely that will suffice? Now please return with me to see the lady. Not going. Robin replied with a chilling smile, sidestepping her and descending the stairs with purpose. Who does your lady think she is, trying to assert dominance over me? The wealthiest, most beautiful, and most renowned women in the world would need to schedule an appointment a year in advance to meet me. I'll consider whether I have the time. Chu felt as if she was witnessing a mirage. Had she truly become so humble? Yet he still refused to accompany her. Damn it, you insufferable man. What do you want? Chu was so furious she almost kicked Robin. Instead, she stomped her foot in frustration and chased after him. Mr. Robin, please forgive me. It was all my fault. Come back with me. Robin coldly smiled. Just because you want tea let me in doesn't tea mean I can't enter. If you want me to go in, I must. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Chu, in a state of urgency, exclaimed. I must inform you that no man has ever had the privilege of sharing tea privately with our young lady in Ningxuan. Mr. Luo, please cherish this rare opportunity. To which the young master retorted with disdain, what a valuable opportunity to drink tea. I have no interest. If your Miss Lin truly has something important to discuss, She should schedule an appointment in advance. I am quite busy and have no time for your pretentiousness. Chu-Chu, infuriated, felt an overwhelming urge to give this man a sound beating. You are so ungrateful. You are merely a bodyguard beside Xiao Yudi. What right do you have to act so arrogantly in front of our young lady? In the next moment, Chu-Chu realized that Robin had vanished without a trace. He had been there just moments ago. Where could he have gone? She looked around, searching for Robin's figure. Suddenly, she was taken aback. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel corridor, she saw Robin appearing at the entrance plaza of the hotel lobby, heading towards the Zifeng bar. How had he descended from the 39th floor to the ground floor in less than a minute through the fire escape? Just then, Lin Jingru approached her, her mesmerizing eyes glinting with displeasure and anger. Can you accomplish what Mr. Luo has just done? Tell me, she coldly inquired, casting her gaze towards Robin at Zifeng Plaza. Miss Mf, I believe there is no other person in this world who could achieve such a feat. What right do you have to make things difficult for Mr. Luo behind my back? Chu-Chu immediately knelt. Young lady, I was wrong. I will go fetch Mr. Luo at once. You think you can bring him here? Lin Jingru scoffed. If you can bring him here, he wouldn't be the man I wish to meet. Then what should I do? Young lady, it's all my fault. Please punish me. Chu-Chu lowered her head in repentance, while her heart seethed with hatred for Robin. Robin, you scoundrel. One day, you will know the true power of our young lady. We shall go to see him, Lin Jingru declared with a stern expression, turning towards the elevator. Watching her retreating figure, Chu-Chu was engulfed in confusion. Robin, despite possessing some skills, why would her young lady wish to pay him a personal visit? Upon arriving at the Zifeng bar, Robin received a message from Xiao Yudi's assistant, Qin Yu. Mr. Luo, Qi Yuhu has scheduled a meeting with the young lady at the business reception center across the street to sign the project transfer agreement for the Chengdong ecological zone. The bar expenses have been settled. You may consume at your leisure while awaiting the young lady's return. Robin, after reading Qin Yu's message, proceeded to the reserved booth. At that moment, Cheng Siyu and her companions, dining and drinking on the second floor, noticed Robin's arrival. Cheng Siyu's eyes flashed with irritation. Today, due to Robin, she not only lost 50 million but also received a slap from Chu-Chu, making her feel humiliated at the Zifeng Equestrian Center. Wasn't Chu-Chu supposed to take Robin to meet Miss Lin? Xin Yaoyao remarked with curiosity. How could he return so quickly? Cheng Siyu snorted. Perhaps he was scolded by Miss Lin and sent away? Lu Yunfeng scrutinized Robin for a while, pondering that this fellow might possess some capability. As young lady Xiao seemed to treat him well. Su Wenhai remarked coldly. I wonder how this scoundrel managed to gain the trust of the Xiao family's eldest daughter. However, someone like him, stepping into our social circle and flaunting the Xiao family's background, will undoubtedly attract trouble. One day, he might provoke someone he shouldn't. And he won't even know how he met his end. Cheng Siyu nodded. Before long, he will have offended all the upper echelons of Ningchuan. And young lady Xiao will regret keeping this fellow around. Su Wenhai agreed. Indeed, Siyu, it's fortunate you decisively broke off the engagement. Otherwise, the Cheng family would eventually find itself in dire straits because of him. Lu Yunfeng paused before saying, I heard that the Xiao family's long-standing enemies have resurfaced recently. Perhaps the Xiao family saw Robin's skills and decided to keep him close to Xiao Yudi. Cheng Siyu glanced disdainfully at Robin. What can a person like him offer beyond brute force? Xiao Yudi keeping him around is merely a temporary shield. Xin Yaoyao laughed at their discussions about Robin. Perhaps you all don't know him well enough? Or maybe young lady Xiao genuinely has feelings for him. Cheng Siyu sneered. Yaoyao, you are overestimating him. A man I wouldn't even look at. How could Xiao Yudi possibly fancy him? Huh. Xin Yaoyao smiled knowingly. If that were the case. Then when Robin wagered the Xiao family's 5 billion Qingdong ecological zone project, Xiao Yudi showed no hesitation in agreeing. Would you all be able to do such a thing for someone akin to a bodyguard? Cheng Siyu chuckled. Yaoyao, your imagination is too rich. Regardless, even if he has some unique qualities, he will never be my type. Very well, Siyu, you've said it. Don't regret it later. Xin Yaoyao stood up, glancing down at Robin. I'll go see him. I wish to gain a deeper understanding of this man. Chapter 0024. Robin, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. Xin Yaoyao disregarded Cheng Siyu's objections, swaying her slender waist gracefully as she descended from the second floor to stand before Robin. Mr. Luo, would you mind if I joined you for a drink? Robin glanced at the enchanting Xin Yaoyao, raising an eyebrow. You drink yours, I drink mine. What is there to mind? Rest assured, I won't let you pick up the tab. Xin Yaoyao was taken aback. She hadn't expected Robin to greet her in such a manner, and she burst into laughter. That is fine. I can treat you. Robin shot her a sidelong glance. Why would I need you to treat me? All my expenses here have already been covered by Xiao Yudi. Oh, so it's President Xiao who's footing the bill. How delightful it must be to live off someone else. She chuckled, gazing at Robin's handsome face. Robin shrugged, replying earnestly, living off others is indeed quite pleasant. It's my dream. What is wrong with that? Seeing Robin's serious demeanor, Shen Yaoyao laughed uncontrollably, her neckline revealing tantalizing glimpses of her figure. What on earth is wrong with women these days? They seem quite unwell. Robin cast a glance at Shen Yaoyao. Did I say something wrong to provoke your laughter so heartily? Shen Yaoyao, realizing her embarrassment, blushed and instinctively adjusted her neckline. Suddenly, Robin raised his glass and spat a mouthful of phlegm into it. Shen Yaoyao immediately halted her laughter, looking up to see a young, slightly plump man standing before her and Robin. Yaoyao, what brings you here? The man, Chen Fei, the vice president of Huanyu Group, approached with a grin, showing no concern for the phlegm in Robin's glass. I heard from Su that this is the fellow whom Chung Siu kicked to the curb? Yaoyao, you really lower your status by sitting with someone like him. Drink up. Robin, undeterred, poured the cigarette butts from the ashtray into the glass and said indifferently, drink this. Chen Fei was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Do you know who I am? I am the vice president of the Chen Group. And Chun is my uncle. You expect me to drink this? Have you lost your mind, kid? Shen Yaoyao understood that Chen Fei's deliberate provocation of Robin stemmed from her presence. Robin, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. She intended to dissuade him from such recklessness. However, Robin's subsequent actions left her stunned, her mind racing with dread, thinking, this is it. Before Chen Fei could finish his sentence, Robin spread his fingers wide, seized his hair, and poured the contents of the cup down his throat. With a forceful slap to his chest, the mixture of phlegm, red wine, and numerous cigarette butts was forced into Chen Fei's stomach. Cough, 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 you bastard. Chen Fei's face twisted in rage, wishing he could eliminate Robin on the spot. Just as Robin considered halting his aggression, upon hearing Chen Fei's foul language, he yanked Chen Fei's hair, forcing his face to collide with the table. With a resounding thud, Chen Fei fell to the ground, bloodied, as the heavy table shattered into splinters. Disdainfully, Robin released Chen Fei's hair and gestured for the trembling waiter to bring a towel. Shen Yaoyao, horrified, retreated several steps, exclaiming, Robin, do you even know who he is? Robin took the towel from the flustered waiter and wiped his hands. That drink was expensive. I expect him to compensate me when he gets up. Shen Yaoyao was at a loss for words. He is Chen Fei, the nephew of Chen, the president of the Chen Group. If you harm him, the Chen family will not let this slide. The Chen family of the Chen Group? Are they that formidable? Robin tossed the towel onto the still twitching Chen Fei's head. Shen Yaoyao was at a loss for how to respond. Robin, you have really stirred up trouble this time. We must leave immediately, otherwise, when the Chen family arrives, we won't be able to escape. Robin glanced at the bloodied Chen Fei on the ground, shrugged, and said, staying here is rather dull anyway. What a troublesome day, encountering nothing but lunatics. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Chung Siu, Su Wenhai, and Lu Yunfeng observed the entire scene. Chung Siu was initially astonished to see Robin strike Chen Fei, but soon her exquisite face was filled with derision. Wherever you go, trouble follows. Such a person is beyond redemption. Su Wenhai chuckled, having struck the esteemed Chen Fei. It seems unlikely that you will easily leave Zifeng now. Previously, Qi Yuhu had considered the power of the Xiao family, which may have spared Xiao Yudi from retribution. However, the situation with the Chun family was less certain, especially since Xiao Yudi was not present. Lu Yunfeng nodded, noting that Chen Shuzhong had always disregarded the Xiao family. Although the Chun family's foundation was not as robust as that of the Xiao family, their ties with the Hongmen had strengthened significantly over the past 2 years. Many of Hongmen's operations within the Dragon Country were facilitated through the Chun Group. This alliance had propelled the Chun family's rapid ascent in Ningchuan City, transforming them from a second-rate family into one of the 4 major forces within just 5 years. In the past year, Chen Shuzhong's momentum had even begun to eclipse that of the Xiao and Qi families. Having struck Chen Fei, even if Xiao Yudi were to intervene, it might not safeguard Robin from the consequences. Su Wenhai eagerly gulped down his drink, anticipating the unfolding drama. See you, Yunfeng. Let's head down and witness the spectacle. Chen Fei wiped the blood from his face, and, seeing Shen Yaoyao dragging Robin toward the bar exit, shouted desperately, You dare strike me and think you can escape? Stop right there. At that moment, chaos erupted in the bar's main hall. Chen Fei's bodyguards rushed in from outside, demanding to know who was responsible for the incident. Bloodied, Chen Fei was lifted off the ground by 2 bodyguards, pointing furiously at Robin's retreating figure and bellowing, Stop them. Damn it, you're finished. The patrons of the bar began to recognize that the victim was none other than Chen Fei of the Chen Group. What the hell? Which fool dared to strike the esteemed Chen Fei? They murmured in disbelief. This guy must be insane. He even dared to touch Fei Guo. Is he seeking death? Recognizing Chen Fei, some individuals gathered around him, eager to curry favor. Fei Guo, which little brat dared to lay a hand on you? Just say the word, and I'll take care of him. Cheng Xiu, Su Wenhai, and Lu Yunfeng descended from the second floor, encountering Robin, who was cornered at the bar entrance. Shen Yaoyao suddenly recalled that Su Wenhai often mingled with Chun Fei's wealthy circle and quickly urged, Su, please explain to Chen Fei that this is all a misunderstanding. Su Wenhai glanced between Shen Yaoyao and Robin, smirking, Chen Fei and I are friends, so I could say a word on your behalf. However, Yaoyao, I can only keep you out of this. As for you, Robin, well, I can't help you. Shen Yaoyao attempted to plead further, hoping Su Wenhai might speak favorably of Robin, but Cheng Xiu interrupted her, mockingly saying, Robin, what can I possibly say about you? Aside from causing trouble. What else can you do? Previously, you got lucky with Xiao Yudi advocating for you, but now that she is absent, I'm curious to see how you'll handle Chen Fei. With that, Robin, realizing there was no escape, ignored Cheng Xiu and turned to face Chen Fei. So, you are Chen Fei, the vice president of the Chen Group, correct? Earlier, while I was drinking, you spat into my glass for no reason. I responded by forcing that drink down your throat. It seems quite fair, does it not? I propose we end this matter here for the benefit of both parties. I'm rather fatigued today and would prefer not to engage in further conflict. Now, if you would kindly depart, it would save us both from further complications, all right? How ridiculous. Su Wenhai could scarcely contain his urge to shout. Is he for real? Is this a death wish or sheer madness? Cheng Xiu gazed at Robin's audacious demeanor with disdain, shaking her head in disbelief. He truly is beyond saving. Chapter 25. Zifeng Bar. The crowd of onlookers erupted in laughter at Robin's words. I've seen plenty of fools, but never one so audacious. This is hilarious, they exclaimed. How dare he utter such foolishness in front of Chen Fei? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Chen Fei, wiping the blood from his face, sneered, Do you even know who I am? Do you comprehend the weight of the Chen family? Your ignorance is astounding. Let me enlighten you. Chen Shuzhong of the Chen Group is my uncle. The Chen family serves as the representative of Hongmen in the Dragon Country. At this revelation, gasps filled the bar. Hongmen? Having their backing is no trivial matter. Initially, it was thought that the Chen family merely had business dealings with Hongmen. No one expected them to be the official representatives. Robin, taken aback, responded, Your family has ties to Hongmen. Upon witnessing Robin's reaction, Chen Fei coughed, expelling 2 cigarette butts from his throat, and let out a triumphant laugh. His bodyguards and sycophants joined in the raucous laughter. The Chen Group was already one of the 4 major forces in Ningchuan, and with the global reputation of Hongmen as their support, they were an immensely powerful entity. Even with the support of the Xiao family, Robin finds himself in an utterly feudal situation. At this moment, Cheng Xiu gazes at Chen Fei with an expression of profound astonishment. Su Wenhai, reveling in his triumph, grips her hand and whispers, Xiu, when I drank with young Master Chen before, he mentioned this matter to me. Robin is finished this time. Even if the Xiao family intervenes, they cannot save him. Chen Fei and his companions observe the unexpected expression on Robin's face, mistakenly believing that he is intimidated by the formidable reputations of the Chen family and the Hongmen. Little do they know that Robin's surprise stems not from the Hongmen, but from the revelation that the very entity he regards as a demonic force, the Hongmen, has its representative in Longhua through the Chun family of Ningchuan. How absurd. Years ago, Robin single-handedly breached the Hongmen's stronghold, forcing the leader, In Honggang, to kneel before him in surrender and swear an oath that the disciples of the Hongmen would never offend him, honoring him as their eternal master. Whenever Robin calls, the disciples of the Hongmen scattered across the globe would answer his summons, ready to serve him without hesitation. Confronted by the arrogant Chen Fei, Robin finds the situation laughable. He has no interest in wasting time with such insignificant insects. Should these clowns from the Chen family fail to temper their behavior before him, Robin would have no qualms issuing a command to obliterate them through the Hongmen. Seeing Robin remain silent, Chen Fei sneers, Are you scared now? Robin shrugs. What do you wish to do? Chen Fei, with a sinister grin, declares, If you wish to leave alive, you must drink my urine in front of everyone. One of his lackeys promptly brings forth a cup. In a shocking display, Chen Fei publicly urinates into the cup, filling it to the brim. The bodyguards excitedly present the steaming cup to Robin, taunting, Kid, Brother Fei says you must drink this. Then, cut off your hands and kneel to apologize. And this matter will be forgotten. Additionally, they lecherously suggest that Miss Shen accompany Chen Fei to a luxurious room upstairs, insinuating further lewd intentions. Shen Yaoyao pales in fear. never expecting the situation to escalate to such an extent. Desperate, she turns to Su Wenhai for help. Young Master Su, please. Tell young Master Chun that we are willing to apologize and compensate, all right? Su Wenhai hesitates, not immediately responding. Chung Siyu chimes in. Wenhai, you should speak to Qin Fei. You are more familiar with him. Let him spare Yao Yao. As for Robin, let him suffer a bit. He'll learn that this level is not one for a rustic like him to meddle in. Shun Yao Yao hurriedly interjects. Siyu, Wenhai, please help plead for Robin. After all, he was once betrothed to you. Chung Siyu scoffs. Yao Yao, do not meddle further. The trouble Robin has stirred is his to bear. A rustic with nothing to his name. He revels in creating chaos. One day, he won't even comprehend how he met his demise. Young Master Su, please tell young Master Chun that this matter has nothing to do with Yao Yao. Let her be spared today. If he truly cares for her, he can address this after the situation is resolved. Su Wenhai reluctantly nods. After all, Shin Yao Yao is Chung Siyu's close friend, and Qin Fei's wrath has entangled her. He feels compelled to intervene, lest he lose face in front of Chung Siyu and Lu Yunfeng. Despite boasting of a close relationship with Qin Fei, he knows that his presence among them was merely to curry favor, often enduring humiliation and becoming a target for their frustrations. Now pressed into this corner, he steels himself. Young Master Chun, can you spare Yao Yao, considering my face? This is all the doing of that scoundrel Robin. Get lost. Before Su Wenhai can finish, Qin Fei slaps him across the face. Who do you think you are to demand my favor? Laughter erupts around them, mocking Su Wenhai's audacity to request leniency. He is left blushing and humiliated, filled with rage directed at Robin, the source of his disgrace. Qin Fei's bodyguard presents urine and a knife to Robin, saying, Kid, will you deal with this yourself? Or shall I assist you? In a panic, Shun Yao Yao steps forward. Young Master Chun, this is truly a misunderstanding. Your urine, is it? Before she can finish, Robin seizes the bodyguard's wrist holding the cup. Very well, since young Master Chun desires to drink my urine, let us perform this act before all. Qin Fei's smile is cut short as Robin deftly navigates around the bodyguards, appearing before him. In a shocking turn of events, the cup of urine is forcefully poured into Qin Fei's mouth. Gulping down the contents, Qin Fei nearly loses his mind. He wishes to tear Robin apart. You are finished. The Hongmen and the Qin family will not spare you. Why waste words? You wish for a fight? Then let it be as you desire. Robin retorts, striking Qin Fei with a swift blow, sending him flying. The bar erupts in screams of shock. Just then, a man enters the bar. A figure clad in a white suit with keen, hawk-like eyes. Gu Chao, the head of the Zifeng Bar and Zifeng Boxing Arena. A top henchman of Lin Jingru and a master of Muay Thai, ranked among the top 10 in Ningxuan. Brother Chao? The patrons quickly bow in respect, no longer daring to jest. Even Qin Fei, nursing his wounds, forces a greeting. Brother Chao, it's not that I caused trouble in your bar. This scoundrel started it. He poured wine filled with phlegm and cigarette butts into my mouth and slammed my face into the table, then forced urine into my mouth. Qin Fei laments. This guy is too arrogant. At this moment, onlookers regard Robin with pity. His audacity in the Zifeng Bar signifies that he is doomed. Last year, a wealthy youth claiming to belong to a prestigious family faced a similar fate, only to kneel before Gu Chao, mutilating his own hand, begging for forgiveness, and paying $1 billion. This rustic is surely facing his demise today. Chapter 0026. Questioning me? Who do you think you are? The patrons foresee the grim fate awaiting Robin. A mere outsider with no backing, challenging the scion of the Qin family, one of the 4 major powers in Ningxuan, all while causing a ruckus in Lin Jingru's territory. His actions have already offended the 2 most formidable forces in Ningxuan. There is no way Robin will emerge unscathed. A throng of excited onlookers eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Robin drinking urine, self-mutilating his hands, and begging for mercy, as well as the scene of Shun Yao Yao being ruthlessly ravaged by Qin Fei on the 2nd floor. After listening to Qin Fei's account, Gu Chao's piercing gaze shifted towards Robin. However, Robin, seemingly indifferent, casually took a towel from a server and began to wipe his palms, appearing utterly unconcerned by Qin Fei's words. More importantly, he completely disregarded Gu Chao's presence. A flicker of anger flashed in Gu Chao's eyes. Was what Qin Fei said the truth? Disdainfully, Robin tossed the towel onto the server's tray and raised an eyebrow, questioning its significance. I am asking you a question. Answer me. Gu Chao's displeasure at Robin's dismissive demeanor was evident. A palpable aura of menace emanated from him, causing the patrons in the bar to feel the overwhelming pressure of Gu Chao's formidable presence. Silence fell. No one dared to utter a sound. Robin, with a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery, retorted, interrogating me? Who do you think you are? The bar erupted in a gasp. Some even felt their legs weaken and fell to the ground upon hearing Robin's words. My goodness, this guy is utterly insane. How dare he speak to Gu Chao like that? He must be courting death. To utter such reckless words in a bar owned by Miss Lin was unprecedented. Observers noted that Robin's bravado suggested a death wish. Not only had he struck Chen Fei, but he also dared to speak to Gu Chao in such a manner. He was surely doomed. Gu Chao's expression darkened, his eyes radiating a chill. He never expected Robin to converse with him in such an audacious tone. You have violated the rules of Zifeng Bar. Oh please, what a load of nonsense. Robin scoffed. He provoked me, I hit him. It's that simple. What's the problem? This declaration elicited further astonishment. This audacious fellow truly had no qualms about making such statements. To claim that the rules of Zifeng Bar were mere nonsense? Even the most formidable figures in Ningxuan would not dare to be so brazen. This man must have lost his mind. Meanwhile, Xin Yaoyao was nearly paralyzed with fear. She urgently tugged at Robin's sleeve. This is Zifeng Bar owned by Miss Lin. You shouldn't speak so recklessly. Robin's lips twitched as he replied, Lin Jingru's bar? Oh, I seem to have forgotten. This woman certainly has many ridiculous rules. Xin Yaoyao was left speechless. Could you not say such self-destructive things, Robin? At this point, there's no room for negotiation. Any remaining glimmer of hope has been dashed by your words. Who doesn't know that Gu Chao is the most ruthless figure under Lin Jingru? To cause a ruckus on her territory and utter such disrespectful words, Robin is utterly finished. Cheng Si and the others looked at Robin in disbelief. He could no longer be considered merely ignorant. He was recklessly heading towards the most perilous path imaginable. Well, kid, you're audacious, Gu Chao said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that the young lady is scheduled to meet an important guest here shortly, I would make you understand the rules of Zifeng Bar right now. I will give you one more chance. Kneel and apologize to Chen Fei, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place. You think I will apologize just because you say so? You think I won't leave just because you say I can't? Who do you think you are? With that, Robin seized Xin Yaoyao's hand. This is no fun. We are leaving. Xin Yaoyao trembled violently as Robin grasped her hand. She had not anticipated this man's sheer audacity. Leave? Do you think you can just walk away? You fool. Chen Fei leaped in front of them. Gu Chao, this kid dares to disregard you. He is utterly arrogant. Gu Chao's icy gaze followed Robin's retreating figure as he waved his hand. 20 security personnel from Zifeng immediately positioned themselves in front of Robin. Understanding that Gu Chao was serious about dealing with Robin, Chen Fei jumped in front of him, pointing an accusing finger. Kid, you hit me on Gu Chao's territory and still wish to leave? Do you know the rules of Zifeng Bar? Let me enlighten you. Here, those who cause trouble or strike others have their tendons severed. Those who strike and wish to escape shall have their feet. Slap. Before Chen Fei could finish, Robin sent him flying with a single blow. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere fight? If you're unhappy, get up and continue. This time, Robin no longer held back. Ignoring Xin Yaoyao's pleas, he strode up to Chen Fei, seizing him by the collar. Not satisfied, huh? Then let's keep fighting. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a flurry of slaps. Smack, smack, smack. Robin's onslaught left Chen Fei reeling on the floor, desperately searching for his teeth. Is that enough? Robin released Chen Fei, who collapsed to the ground. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the bar erupted in astonished gasps. This guy has gone mad. Good grief. He's truly courting death. Gu Chao will surely not let him off this time. At this moment, Gu Chao's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he advanced step by step toward Robin. You are indeed quite audacious. The patrons in the bar swiftly retreated, sensing that Gu Chao was about to personally deal with this reckless youth. Gu Chao's Muay Thai skills were unrivaled in Ningxuan, and this lad was about to face a brutal fate. Xin Yaoyao was so frightened she could barely speak, her legs trembling as if they would give way beneath her. Chen Fei struggled to rise, instinctively retreating behind Gu Chao. Gu Chao, did you see that? This kid has no respect for you or Zifeng Bar. Gu Chao snorted coldly. No one dares to disrupt the rules here. Just as he was prepared to act, a subordinate rushed to his side, whispering in his ear, Gu Chao. A call from Miss Chu. Gu Chao paused momentarily and took the phone. Gu Chao, the young lady, is in the first private room on the second floor, and that Mr. Robin is the guest she wishes to meet. Gu Chao's gaze shifted sharply toward Robin. This kid was actually a guest of the young lady? Chen Fei hurriedly interjected. Gu Chao, does Miss Lin know about this? Just chop off his hands. Gu Chao dismissively waved his hand. Regarding today's incident, yes, Mr. Robin struck you. However, the fact remains that you provoked him first. Mr. Robin and Miss Shun were enjoying drinks and conversation when you spat into Mr. Robin's glass. If we were to delve deeper into the rules of Zifeng Bar, you'd likely find yourself implicated as well. My point is, this matter ends here. What? Ends here? Chen Fei was utterly baffled. He had been humiliated and publicly assaulted, and Gu Chao's statement was simply to let it go. Cheng Si, who had been watching from a distance, was equally perplexed. It was evident that Robin had physically assaulted Chen Fei, and he had audaciously confronted Gu Chao, disregarding the dignity of the Zifeng queen, Lin Jingru. How could such a grave matter be brushed aside so lightly? At this moment, Xin Yaoyao was in a state of shock. Based on the previous tension, Gu Chao seemed ready to personally discipline Robin, yet after receiving a phone call, everything was resolved? What did this mean? Chen Fei was furious. Gu Chao, I was beaten to a pulp, and you just let it go? What do you mean by this? Gu Chao coldly replied, that is precisely what I mean. Are you implying that you have an issue with my handling of the situation? As he spoke, Gu Chao prepared to strike, and the security personnel from Zifeng also turned their attention toward Chen Fei, ready for action. Chen Fei dared not provoke such a ruthless character as Gu Chao, and could only say, Gu Chao, that's not what I meant. That's for the best. Gu Chao said icily. The bar is now closed. All of you, please leave immediately. Chen Fei shot Robin a fierce glare before leading his men out. The patrons in the bar quickly followed suit. Mr. Robin, please wait. Come with me to the second floor. Gu Chao hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Robin. Robin raised an eyebrow, questioning, what is it? Do you wish to fight? Gu Chao furrowed his brow slightly, stating, someone has requested your presence upstairs for a discussion. Chapter 0027. Hanoi Chinchua, someone has requested my presence upstairs? Robin felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on him from the second floor. Mr. Luo, I have waited all morning for a glimpse of you. How difficult it is. A sultry voice echoed, enchanting and beguiling. Robin raised his gaze, momentarily stunned by the sight before him. A bewitching figure draped in a snow-white gown, delicate hands like jade, and cascading dark hair framing a pair of captivating eyes. Her beauty was ethereal, reminiscent of gentle spring rain, softly enchanting. Miss Lin? Xin Yaoyao gasped, almost in disbelief. Miss Xin, please leave the bar at once. Gu Chao swiftly gestured for her to exit. After a brief hesitation, Robin too turned to leave. Mr. Luo, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to invite you to sit and savor some tea. Are you perhaps afraid I might consume you? She teased with a melodic laugh. Very well. Robin halted, leaping gracefully to the second floor, standing mere inches from Lin Jingru. The midday sun filtered through the tea-colored window, casting dappled reflections upon her fair, smooth skin. The air was fragrant, her eyes sparkling. Robin was momentarily taken aback by the woman's stunning allure. However, his deep-set eyes soon regained their tranquil demeanor, resembling the calm of autumn waters. The title of Purple Peak Queen was indeed well-deserved. Lin Jingru covered her mouth with a smile, her delicate form quivering slightly. Mr. Luo, it is truly a challenge to meet you. Are you not afraid of this seemingly fragile woman? Robin leaned closer to Lin Jingru's ear, whispering, Miss Lin is far from delicate. The crown of the Purple Peak Queen is stained with blood. Her laughter chimed, enchanting and disarming. Mr. Luo, you jest. I am quite obedient. Please, follow me. With a gentle touch, her slender hand linked with Robin's arm. Yet, when he did not move, Lin Jingru retracted her long, fair leg and turned to him with a smile, her allure piercing through him. Come with me, Mr. Luo. In an instant, Lin Jingru darted to the door of Box 1, waving her translucent arm at Robin from several meters away. Suddenly, a flurry of black dots erupted from her seemingly boneless hand, hurtling towards Robin with lethal intent, aimed at his forehead, chest, shoulders, abdomen, and knees. The residual wave of murderous energy sent Gu Chao and Chu Chu flying back several meters. The enchanting queen indeed lived up to her reputation. Beneath her alluring exterior and soft, beguiling smile lay a deadly intent. With another elegant sweep of her fair wrist, the delicate, sheer red sleeve fluttered in the wind. The lethal black dots sliced through the air, carrying a mingled scent of beauty and impending doom, rushing towards Robin like a wave. Unfazed by the onslaught of lethal weapons, Robin smiled indifferently. He casually picked up a napkin from the table, and with a flick of his wrist, the sharp-hand shurikens scattered across the floor. He opened his palm, letting the shurikens fall, scoffing, indeed, a true enchantress. Lin Jingru chuckled softly. Let us see if Mr. Luo is a match for me. As her laughter echoed, a fragrant breeze enveloped Robin. Lin Jingru's delicate hand reached his chest. In an instant, a kunai shot forth from her seemingly fragile fingers, aimed directly at Robin. Showing no intent to evade, Robin seized Lin Jingru's wrist, pulling her towards him. A soft, fragrant body was drawn tightly against him. Lin Jingru attempted to move, but her long, pale legs were immobilized. Her hands were firmly held in Robin's iron grip, leaving her to gasp helplessly in his embrace. "You brute. You have no regard for my delicate nature." Lin Jingru pouted, twisting her body in mock anger. From a distance, Gu Chao bellowed, "Unhand her." He leaped forward, aiming a flying kick at Robin's back, while Chu Chu unsheathed a dagger, swiftly targeting Robin's vulnerable spot. Robin retaliated with a swift kick to Gu Chao's shoulder, the impact causing him to kneel on the ground as the force sent Chu Chu flying back several meters. "Miss Hanoi Qianxue." Robin released Lin Jingru, his cold gaze fixed on her, his voice calm, yet firm. Lin Jingru shivered slightly, staring in astonishment at Robin. After a moment's hesitation, she gestured to Gu Chao and Chu Chu. "You two may leave. I wish to speak with Mr. Luo privately." With a faint smile, Robin replied, "Let us enter the box. Soon, you may lack the strength to brew tea." "You, what have you done to me?" Lin Jingru's beautiful eyes glared at him in indignation, feeling suddenly weak and disoriented, relying on Robin's shoulder for support. "Have you poisoned me? Are the shurikens of your Hanoi family all poisoned? I truly had no idea." Robin feigned innocence, assisting her toward box 1. "Had I known, I would have been more cautious." You. Lin Jingru was infuriated, realizing that her family's secret weapon had been turned against her. She struggled to stand straight, but dizziness overwhelmed her, leaving her powerless to resist. "Your carefully laid plans to invite me for tea were merely a guise to kill me?" Upon entering the box, Robin held Lin Jingru's soft, delicate form and coldly tossed her onto the sofa. "Has your Hanoi family grown weary of life?" He brandished the kunai, pointing it at Lin Jingru's pale neck. Lin Jingru glared at him indignantly. "Do not forget, this is the Purple Peak Club." "And what of it?" "The Purple Peak Club is nothing to me. Even your Hanoi family is merely a swarm of ants. Currently, I am residing in the Dragon Country. If you are dissatisfied, I would not mind visiting the land of cherry blossoms and delivering a message to the Hanoi family." Robin's indifferent smile and the arrogance in his eyes made Lin Jingru gasp in shock. Her instincts warned her that this man was not merely boasting. The Purple Peak and Hanoi families were insignificant before him. Who are you?" Lin Jingru, fighting against her fading consciousness, gritted her teeth to inquire. "Who I am matters little," Robin replied coolly. "What is significant is that I know you, the underground queen of Beihai." Lin Jingru stared in terror at the coldly handsome man before her. How could he possibly know her secret? Suddenly, her gaze caught the unassuming dragon dagger hanging at Robin's waist, shimmering with a golden dragon pattern, fierce and formidable. In that fleeting moment, she was struck with panic. Her soft body trembled violently, and her once proud demeanor vanished. Dragon dagger. With a roll, she tumbled from the sofa to the floor, mustering her waning strength to kneel in fear. In that instant, her former haughty, queen-like presence was utterly diminished. "Dragon dagger, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Please, in light of my ignorance, spare my life. Qianxue is willing to dedicate everything to you, Dragon dagger. From this day forth, I shall serve you as my supreme master." Without uttering a word, Robin seized Lin Jingru's hair, his icy gaze fixated on her alluring face, leaving her utterly bewildered. Then, releasing her, he suddenly tore open her gown. With a rip, her pristine white dress fell to the ground, leaving only a few scant pieces of undergarments. Before Lin Jingru could react to Robin's audacity, he produced a silver needle, thrusting it into her acupuncture point. A wave of excruciating pain caused Lin Jingru to writhe on the ground, beads of sweat bursting forth from her entire body like raindrops. Accompanied by her anguished cries, a wisp of dark mist emerged from her pale chest, gradually coalescing in midair into a fearsome black python. What is happening?" Weak and sprawled on the ground, Lin Jingru gasped. Her enchanting, fox-like face glistened with fragrant sweat, as pale as death itself. Robin struck the air with his palm, and the black python instantly exploded. The few remaining pieces of Lin Jingru's modest attire were shredded to pieces, scattering into the air along with the remnants of the python. The pure and innocent form of Lin Jingru lay bare for all to see. Instinctively, she attempted to raise her arms to shield her modesty, but her body was too weak to comply. Could Long Xiai truly wish to claim me here? Of course, he could. To experience a fleeting moment with Lord Long Xiai would be a tremendous honor. Yet, in such a situation, it felt rather awkward. Chapter 0028. Qianxue complies with Lord Long Xi's orders. Robin casually picked up a red trench coat draped over the sofa and wrapped it around Lin Jingru. "The soul-reaping drug of your family can be undone by you alone." Lin Jingru gazed weakly at Robin's tall figure, a flicker of disappointment in her beautiful eyes. Upon seeing the dark bloodstains scattered on the ground, her heart sank. What is this? You have been cursed with a soul-devouring talisman." Robin slowly turned around. This talisman can only be cast on a pure body before the age of 3. The black python within you was originally just a lost remnant soul. Having lingered in your body for so long, it has begun to take shape. In due time, the black python will be able to detach from your body and drain your soul and essence completely. At that point, you will be rendered a mere shell of your former self, and your body will rapidly deteriorate until death. Lin Jingru trembled in horror. How could this be? In her memories, she recalled a fierce argument between her grandfather and mother when she was very young. The specifics of their quarrel eluded her. The next day, her mother passed away. Over the years, she had often experienced inexplicable discomfort, feeling cold throughout the night. During those few days each month, it felt as though countless ants were gnawing at her bones, unbearable pain that left her feeling as if she had died. For years, she had sought the expertise of many renowned doctors, yet none could diagnose her ailments. Your body frequently feels cold, your emotions are extremely low, and during that time each month, you exhibit a bloodthirsty and violent tendency. All these phenomena are the result of the soul-devouring talisman obstructing you. If this demon is not eradicated, you will not live to see your 21st birthday. Ultimately, you will perish, your essence and soul completely exhausted. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingru's eyes sparkled with astonishment. In just 6 months, she would reach her 21st birthday. Had she not encountered Robin, she would have remained oblivious. In half a year, would she not become a victim of injustice? Trembling in fear, a surge of intense rage surged within her, causing her chaotic energy to boil over. In that moment, a torrent of fury threatened to erupt from her chest. Robin observed Lin Jingru's pale visage and unfastened the trench coat. Weak and weary, she longed to lie down. Robin produced 3 silver needles, and with a swift motion, he pierced them into the acupoints on either side of Lin Jingru's shoulders and at the base of her neck. Lin Jingru's body convulsed violently. Moments later, a scream escaped her lips as she expelled a white mist, releasing a long breath of relief before collapsing onto the sofa. Gradually, color returned to her once pale face. She slowly opened her tired eyes and weakly murmured, "Mr. Robin, what on earth is happening?" Robin withdrew the silver needles, noticing Lin Jingru's improving complexion, and picked up a handkerchief to wipe his palms. In this world, there exists a type of spirit known as a vengeful soul. Without certain external forces to bind or activate it, it can only drift aimlessly in the void, lacking both body and consciousness. If not driven by powerful spirits, it is devoid of awareness and cannot act with purpose. Conversely, if intentionally summoned, it requires a special vessel to serve as its host and sustenance, which is what is commonly referred to in Dragon Country as the possession of a soul. Upon hearing Robin's account, Lin Jingru felt on the brink of collapse. Though she had heard of such legends, she had never believed in their existence. Yet, the appearance of the black python was vividly clear to her. After it was expelled by Robin, her body and spirit felt an unprecedented sense of relief and comfort. At this moment, she felt a fervent warmth surging within her, as if she were truly alive for the first time. However, the realization that the one who had cast the soul-devouring talisman upon her was the very person she revered most, the head of the Hina family, shattered her faith and purpose in an instant. Reflecting on her journey from childhood to the present, it became painfully clear that she might merely be a sacrificial pawn of the Hina family. All the talk of being the queen of the underworld in Beihai, the glory of the Hina family, the rising star of the Hina lineage, and the responsibilities of revitalizing the family, these were nothing more than grand lies and deceptions. The upper echelons of the family were fully aware of the truth, while she remained the naive fool in the dark. With this realization, Lin Jingru trembled as she looked at the still cold and indifferent Robin, once again kneeling before him. "Lord Long Xi, from this day forth, Qian Xue is willing to serve you loyally, even at the cost of my life." If Lin Jingru's earlier submission was born of fear of the god of death, Long Xi, at this moment, she was wholeheartedly devoted. She understood that only by relying on Long Xi's protection could she survive and seek vengeance. She believed that her mother's death was undoubtedly intertwined with her tragic fate over the years. Soon, the upper echelons of the Hina family would learn of her breaking the soul-devouring talisman and would undoubtedly send their elite assassins to eliminate her. If she could stay by Long Xi's side, what did the Hina family matter? Even if the Hina family claimed to be the foremost martial family in Sakura country, capable of sweeping across half the globe, before Long Xi, they were nothing. Robin smiled faintly. "Your choice is wise. Your body, although freed from the remnants of the black python, has suffered nearly 2 decades of drained essence and soul, requiring a considerable period of recuperation to return to normalcy. However, if you refrain from forcefully channeling your energy, You should be no different from an ordinary person. Take care of yourself. This concludes our session for today. I will assist you periodically. If all goes well, you should recover about 30% of your essence and soul in 3 months. Lin Jingru knelt on the ground, declaring, Qin Xue will faithfully obey Lord Long Xi's commands. Rise, Robin instructed, tossing the handkerchief onto the table. I do not know what your Hina family intends to achieve by sending you to Dragon Country, nor do you likely comprehend it yourself. Now that the soul-devouring talisman they have schemed for nearly 20 years has been broken, the upper echelons of the Hina family will soon take notice. Perhaps, in this period, assassins will come to Ningchuan. As Lin Jingru gradually regained her strength, she became acutely aware of her exposed state, her cheeks flushing crimson. Quickly, she donned the trench coat and stood up, tidying her disheveled hair. Robin cast a detached glance at the embarrassed Lin Jingru, saying, Let today's events be as if they never occurred. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Longxi. Robin turned and walked towards the door of the private room. Chu Chu and Gu Chao, waiting outside, bowed respectfully. However, when they beheld the flushed cheeks of Lin Jingru, along with the scattered remnants of clothing, particularly those few black pieces of lingerie, Chu Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. Miss this? Did that scoundrel do this to you? Enough. Lin Jingru coldly huffed. This is not your concern. Remember, Mr. Luo is my esteemed guest, and you must comply with all his requests. See him out immediately. Yes, miss. Chu Chu's mind was filled with countless questions. She stole another glance into the private room, where the scene was utterly unbearable. Despite her reluctance, the young mistress had spoken, and she dared not disobey. Casting a furtive glare at Robin, she said, Mr. Luo, please. Robin smirked knowingly and playfully slapped Chu Chu's pert backside. Smack. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Chu Chu momentarily stunned. This scoundrel actually slapped me? The unexpected contact with a man filled her with both embarrassment and anger. You. Chu Chu was about to retaliate, but was met with Lin Jingru's calm, serene gaze, which stifled her fury. Deep within, she vowed, Robin, you rascal. One day, you shall learn the consequences of trifling with me. As they exited the Zifeng bar, Xin Yaoyao and others were still waiting outside. Upon seeing Robin emerge, Xin Yaoyao hurried over, scrutinizing him. Robin, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Robin replied with a dismissive glance at Xin Yaoyao, then opened his phone to find a message from Qin Yu. Mr. Luo, the Zifeng Gala is about to commence. Mr. Xiao has asked me to inform you to be at the banquet hall on the 28th floor of the Zifeng Convention Center in half an hour. Observing Chu Chu's simmering anger, Xin Yaoyao leaned in closer as Robin began to reply to the message. Robin, did Miss Lin really not do anything to you? Robin glanced over at Sheng Si and Su Wenhai in the distance, then back at Shun Yaoyao's puzzled expression, chuckling softly. What could she possibly do to me? Are you all disappointed to see that I'm perfectly fine? Shin Yaoyao shot him an annoyed glare. You are truly insufferable. After your arrogance in the bar, how did you escape retribution from them? Perhaps Lin Jingru and Chu Chu have developed a fondness for me, Robin mused, casting an intrigued look at Chu Chu as they walked toward the convention center. Humph. Chu Chu shot him a fierce glare. Shin Yaoyao, startled, hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up. Sheng Si, Su Wenhai, and a group of onlookers lingered outside the bar, eager to witness the aftermath of Robin's departure. However, they were perplexed to see him emerge in such a manner, seemingly unscathed. In the upper echelons of Ningchuan, who was unaware of the rules governing Lin Jingru's Zifeng bar, given Robin's actions today, he should have been incapacitated by her associates. Yet, to their astonishment, this rogue walked out alive, leaving them utterly baffled. Su Wenhai, nursing his swollen lip, grumbled in frustration. Sheng Si scoffed. He must have begged for mercy before Miss Lin to escape. Su Wenhai shook his head. This is truly bizarre. Could it be that he called Xiao Yudi for help, and her family intervened, allowing him to walk free? That seems the only plausible explanation, Sheng Si agreed, eyeing Robin's retreating figure with a derisive smirk. Robin has been far too reckless. Not only did he offend Qin Fei from Huanyu Group, but he also openly challenged Gu Chao, Miss Lin's top enforcer, and even assaulted Tiger's second-in-command. In such a brief time, he has managed to antagonize nearly all the major players in Ningchuan. His downfall is imminent, even if the various factions are temporarily lenient due to the Xiao family's influence. Who can guarantee his safety next time? The Xiao family's goodwill diminishes with each use. There will come a time when it runs dry. I look forward to witnessing how he continues his arrogance then. Lost in these thoughts, Su Wenhai felt exhilarated, completely forgetting all previous grievances. Yaoyao, why are you following that bumpkin Robin? Sheng Si and Su Wenhai caught up with Xin Yaoyao, mocking her. I advise you to steer clear of such individuals, otherwise, you may find yourself in trouble. Sheng Si tugged at Shen Yaoyao. recalling how close she had come to disaster in the bar had it not been for Su's intervention. Xin Yaoyao was about to clarify that her escape had nothing to do with Su, but rather it was Robin who had resolved the situation. Cheng Si continued, Yaoyao, next time, don't indulge your curiosity by getting close to that bumpkin Robin. People who disregard the rules will inevitably cause great mischief. Just then, as they disparaged Robin, Chu walked past them. Cheng Si hastily called out, individuals like Robin, from the lower strata, utterly lack the understanding of our social norms. I believe he should be expelled from this Zifeng investment project gala. Su Wenhai chimed in, Si is absolutely right. In our upper class, Robin is nothing but a troublemaker. Chu halted, casting a cold gaze at Cheng Si and Su Wenhai. Your class? You consider Robin a troublemaker? Are you implying that he is a disruptor among you? In unison, Cheng Si and Su Wenhai affirmed, yes, Miss Chu, he should be expelled. Chu let out a chilling laugh. So, you're suggesting that you are merely pawns being stirred by Robin? Indeed. Cheng Si and Su Wenhai replied without hesitation. Oh dear. Both Lu Yunfeng and Shun Yaoyao simultaneously covered their faces in disbelief. Chu said nothing further, dismissively waving her hand before turning to re-enter the bar. Cheng Si, puzzled, questioned Shin Yaoyao. Did I say something wrong? What does she mean? Goodness. Si, are you serious? Shin Yaoyao shook her head. You all consider yourselves a pile of refuse. Chu despises you because you all stink. Cheng Si finally came to her senses, exclaiming, this is all that scoundrel Robin's fault. Come on, let's not dwell here. The Zifeng Gala is about to start. We should hurry, Lu Yunfeng urged. As Su Wenhai led the still fuming Cheng Si away, he declared, once my father secures the investment project in the Eastern City Business District today, I will make sure to deal with that scoundrel Robin. He won't be able to flaunt himself for much longer. In the banquet hall on the 28th floor of the Zifeng Convention Center, Xiao Yudi and Qin Yu awaited in the business lounge. Following the location from the WeChat message, Robin found them. Xiao Yudi assessed him, asking, are you all right? Robin shrugged. I'm perfectly fine. Why do you ask? I heard from Qin Yu that you had a bit of a run-in with Qin Fei from Huanyu Group at the bar. Was it resolved? Just a minor issue, Robin replied, taking a sip of the coffee served by a waiter. Xiao Yudi observed Robin's nonchalance. Gu Chao from the bar didn't give you any trouble? Not at all. Everyone was quite courteous. Robin set down his coffee. What's the matter? Oh, that's good to hear. Xiao Yudi hesitated, initially wanting to inquire about Lin Jingru's invitation for him to meet, but seeing Robin's reluctance to elaborate, she decided against pressing further. After all, Robin was merely a guest and benefactor of the Xiao family. He had no obligation to share his affairs with her. However, after the events of that morning, her curiosity about him had only intensified. Initially, she assumed he was simply a skilled individual, perhaps with a background in special forces. Yet, the peculiar behavior of Qi Yuhu and Lin Jingru's invitation had piqued her intrigue even more. In the midst of a brawl at the Zifeng bar, the extraordinary phenomenon of Robin managing to escape unscathed piqued Xiao Yudi's interest in him even further. Reflecting on Robin's engagement with the Chung family, she began to wonder if she had been overthinking the matter. Perhaps Qi Yuhu had made substantial concessions in the investment project within the East City Ecological Zone due to the Xiao family's heritage. It might be that Lin Jingru was merely intrigued by Robin's exceptional archery skills, which led her to invite him for a meeting, and subsequently, to let him off lightly after the incident at the bar. Noticing Xiao Yudi's captivated gaze upon him, Robin shrugged and quipped. Is my charm so overwhelming that you can't help but stare? Xiao Yudi's cheeks flushed as she retorted, you're handsome, indeed. But do you know who Qin Fei is? Robin pouted and replied, of course, he's the nephew of Qin Shuzhong from Huanyu Group, right? Why? Is there something more troublesome? Xiao Yudi nodded, dismissing Qin Fei as a mere dandy. However, she cautioned, Qin Shuzhong's eldest son, Qin Shuliang, is no trifling character. 4 to 5 years ago, the Qin family was just an ordinary family among Ningxuan's elite, nearly at the bottom of the rankings. Yet, ever since Qin Shuliang returned from studying abroad 4 years ago, the Qin family swiftly rose to prominence. Both Qin Shuzhong and his son became figures of great attention in Ningxuan. Under their management, Huanyu Group flourished. In recent years, with my father's illness, Qin Shuzhong appears poised to usurp my grandfather's position as the president of the Ningxuan Chamber of Commerce. For over a year, Qin Shuliang has been attempting to propose to me through various means. I know he seeks to gain the Xiao family's connections and assets in Ningxuan. Lately, he has stirred up trouble regarding the East City Ecological Zone's investment project to coerce me and the Xiao family into submission. Yudi, there you are. I've been looking for you. At that moment, a tall, handsome man in a white suit approached them. Qin Yu whispered to Robin, that's Qin Shuliang. Chapter 0030. Meeting one for a lifetime. Choosing a city to grow old together, Xiao Yudi stood up politely and greeted, "Hello, young Master Chun." Chen Shuiyang's appearance instantly caused a stir in the hall of the banquet. Guests who had been gathered in small groups turned their attention to this leisure area. Standing before Chen Shuiyang, Xiao Yudi, clad in a flowing sea blue gown, exuded elegance. Her tall, graceful figure and breathtakingly beautiful yet aloof visage drew countless admiring glances. The simultaneous presence of these two stunning individuals was indeed a rare sight. Recently, rumors had spread among Ningxuan's upper class that Chen Shuang was ardently pursuing the Xiao family's eldest daughter, Xiao Yudi. Yet they had never seen them standing so closely together. The onlookers, aside from admiring this golden couple of Ningxuan's business realm, were also filled with jealousy and resentment, as if all the beauty in the world had converged upon these two. Chen Shuiyang possessed every advantage of a privileged youth, a doctorate in economics from abroad, a strikingly handsome appearance, and the position of general manager at Huanyu Group, along with exceptional business acumen. As for Xiao Yudi, her family's substantial heritage in Ningxuan, her title as the city's most beautiful woman, and her accolades as a business prodigy returned from a prestigious global institution were more than enough to render her unattainable. In the midst of their conversation, Xiao Yudi spotted two more individuals, her second uncle, Xiao Zhenquan, and her second aunt, Huang Yufan. Xiao Tianlong had two sons, the elder, Xiao Zhenting, and the younger, Xiao Zhenquan. 5 years ago, Xiao Tianlong had stepped back from the forefront, allowing his eldest son, Xiao Zhenting, to manage the family business. After taking over the Xiao Group, Xiao Zhenting propelled the family to new heights. However, 3 years ago, Xiao Zhenting fell seriously ill and has since remained bedridden. The Xiao family sought renowned doctors to no avail. With Xiao Zhenting incapacitated, Xiao Zhenquan should have taken over. But Xiao Tianlong believed his younger son lacked the character and ability to shoulder the responsibility of the Xiao Group. Thus, he returned to the forefront to support his granddaughter, Xiao Yudi, in taking the helm of the family business. This situation had long troubled Xiao Zhenquan and his wife, who had maintained close ties with the Qin family in hopes of gaining control over the Xiao Group. Upon learning of Chen Shuiyang's desire to marry the Xiao family's eldest daughter, they became exceedingly eager to facilitate the union. "Yudi, you arrived early. I thought you were still at the company." Xiao Zhenquan sighed in relief upon seeing Xiao Yudi, excitedly approaching her. "This banquet has nothing to do with you. Why are you here?" Xiao Yudi cast a cold glance at her uncle. "Yudi, we came at young Master Chen's invitation," Xiao Zhenquan said, offering a sycophantic smile to Chen Shuiyang. "Young Master Chen truly admires you. You two are a match made in heaven." "Enough," Xiao Yudi interrupted coldly. "When did my matters become your business to meddle in?" "Yudi, please let me explain." Xiao Zhenquan attempted to continue. "Uncle, please go inside. I need to speak with Yudi for a moment." Chen Shuiyang interjected, extending his hand politely and smiling at Xiao Yudi. His cultured demeanor and warm smile resembled that of a prince from a fairy tale, eliciting excited gasps from the young women watching from the banquet hall. "Wow, young Master Chun is so handsome and gentlemanly. He truly is my dream man. Yudi, your uncle speaks truthfully. I genuinely admire you. Everyone in Ningxuan knows that you are the only woman in my heart, the one I wish to walk down the aisle with." Chen Shuiyang gazed deeply into Xiao Yudi's eyes, his tone tender and heartfelt, stirring emotions among the onlookers. "Yudi, if you are willing to take my hand, I shall never forsake you. To meet one for a lifetime, to choose a city to grow old together, to offer a true heart and hope for a lifetime of companionship." Upon hearing this declaration, many infatuated women in the crowd were moved to tears, exclaiming, "Young Master Chun. How touching." Xiao Yudi, however, remained icy and furious. "Young Master Chen, this is a business banquet, not a stage for your theatrics." Chen Shuiyang merely smiled nonchalantly. "Yudi, life itself is but a performance. If I could be the leading man in your script, I would willingly showcase my talents until the end of time." At this moment, the banquet hall resonated with applause and emotional sobs. A throng of young men and women approached, passionately shouting, "Be together! Be together!" Xiao Yudi furrowed her brows. Faced with Chen Shuiyang's eloquent declaration, she found herself at a loss. In a moment of desperation, she retreated to Robin's side, linking her arm through his and smiling, "Young Master Chun, let's not jest. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Robin." Robin was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Xiao Yudi's pleading gaze, he understood and wrapped his arms around her, casting a cold look around before nodding slightly. Then, he turned to Chen Shuiyang with a mocking expression. "Who do you think you are, declaring such nauseating sentiments to my Yudi in front of me? Do you take me for air? Get lost." Xiao Yudi's cheeks flushed as she leaned against Robin's sturdy shoulder. In that instant, everyone finally noticed Robin's presence. Although surprised, It was undeniable that Robin and Xiao Yudi appeared remarkably well matched together. Among the onlookers were some who had come from the Equestrian Center and Zifeng Bar. They recognized Robin as the audacious individual who had gambled 300 million at the Equestrian Center and had beaten Qin Fei at Zifeng Bar, confronting Gu Chao. So, he is the boyfriend of the Xiao family's eldest daughter? No wonder he is so arrogant. As Qing Si observed the scene from a distance, she rolled her eyes and coldly remarked, "It seems that it is once again Robin's moment of folly." Su Wenhai shook his head. Acknowledging that Qin Shuliang was no match for Qin Fei, his influence in Ningxuan was unmatched, with only Lin Jingru being a worthy rival. Clearly, Xiao Yudi was merely toying with Qin Shuliang, prompting Robin, the bodyguard, to impersonate her boyfriend. I suspect Robin would never dare to offend the esteemed young Master Chun. At that moment, Qin Shuliang noticed Robin standing beside Xiao Yudi. Since entering the leisure area before the banquet hall on the 28th floor of the exhibition center, he had been oblivious to anyone else, accustomed as he was to being the center of attention. Little did he expect that Xiao Yudi would have a boyfriend by her side. Self-proclaimed as the most handsome man in Ningxuan, he was publicly humiliated by Robin's bold display of affection. For years ago, upon returning from abroad, Qin Shuliang had solidified his position as the foremost heir in Ningxuan. In terms of family background, talent, and appearance, he and Xiao Yudi were a perfect match. However, this unknown character, Robin, had the audacity to flaunt his affection for Xiao Yudi before him, utterly shattering Qin Shuliang's dignity. Not only was Qin Shuliang infuriated, but the gathered guests were equally outraged by Robin's presence. The first to recover from the shock was Xiao Yudi's uncle, Xiao Zhenxuan. He rushed to confront Robin and Xiao Yudi, exclaiming, "Yudi, what are you doing? Young Master Qin has made a difficult confession to you, and you respond by bringing a bodyguard to dismiss him? If your grandfather finds out, he will surely be furious." He then pointed at Robin, his voice cold. "You, Miss, is being willful, and yet you dare to speak so recklessly? Aren't you afraid the Xiao family will ruin you?" Before Xiao Yudi could respond, Robin sneered, "What are you to question my actions? Mind your own business. Leave. You little brat. How dare you?" With that remark, both the Xiao and Chun families could easily dispose of you. Xiao Zhenxuan trembled with rage, pointing at Robin. "Young Master Chun, I apologize. This brat is utterly insane. Just ignore him." Qin Shuliang's expression softened into a warm smile as he graciously replied, "It's fine. Yudi is just joking with me. No matter how capricious she may be, I will always forgive her. Yudi, give me a kiss." Robin disregarded Qin Shuliang's pompous speech, pointing to his cheek and speaking loudly. The room fell silent. Qin Shuliang abruptly halted, casting a glance at Xiao Yudi and Robin. Xiao Yudi did not anticipate that Robin would request a public kiss. Without a second thought, she pressed her alluring lips against Robin's handsome cheek. In that instant, the once gentle and amiable smile on Qin Shuliang's face turned sinister. The onlookers were left in utter shock. This young man is too reckless. To publicly humiliate young Master Chun in such a manner is sheer folly. As the crowd in the leisure area grew, Xiao Yudi feared that Qin Shuliang might utter something inappropriate towards Robin. She believed that if that were to happen, Robin's temperament would surely lead to a violent confrontation with young Master Chen. After calming herself from the fluster of kissing Robin, Xiao Yudi smiled calmly. "Young Master Chun, let us not jest here. My boyfriend and I will proceed to the banquet hall." A glint of malice flickered in Qin Shuliang's eyes, yet his face maintained an impeccably gentlemanly smile. "Very well, Yudi, please go ahead." Xiao Yudi took Robin's arm as they walked toward the banquet hall. Qin Shuliang signaled to a waiter to bring him a glass of red wine. After consuming several glasses, he gradually subdued the fury boiling within him. The guests, sensing the tension, hurriedly offered their compliments before swiftly departing, eager to avoid becoming targets of young Master Chen's wrath. They could all foresee that Qin Shuliang would not let this incident slide easily. Xiao Zhenxuan and Huang Yufan were both anxious and at a loss, rushing to Qin Shuliang's side to offer comfort. "Young Master Chun, Yudi has been spoiled since childhood and can be quite willful. Please do not take offense. We wish to clarify that Robin is definitely not Yudi's boyfriend. The Xiao family is completely unaware of this. It must be that scoundrel who deceived Yudi with sweet words. I will inform the elder immediately and intervene. Please do not hold any grudges against Yudi." Qin Shuliang exhaled deeply, swirling the red wine in his glass, and his face gradually regained its previous amiable demeanor. "It's nothing. I know Yudi can be quite willful and mischievous. I have often stated that as long as she does not cross the line, I will be infinitely forgiving of her antics." At this moment, Qin Fei and others hurriedly arrived. "Brother, I was beaten by someone named Robin at the Zifeng Bar." Qin Fei recounted the events at the bar in exaggerated detail. "It's Robin again. Find out where this arrogant fool comes from. Chen Chuliang kicked Chen Fei to the ground. How many times must I tell you to rein it in? Besides chasing women and causing trouble, what else can you do? Brother, it was that scoundrel Robin who started it. Chen Fei began, but Chen Chuliang shot a cold glance at Chen Fei's bodyguards. What are you doing? Are you unaware of your duties? The bodyguards immediately knelt, pleading, Young master, we dared not. We understand your position. All right, I understand you face your own difficulties. Chen Chuliang's fierce expression softened, returning to a gentle smile. Just as the bodyguards thought they had been forgiven, Chen Chuliang's expression turned cold again. If you cannot fulfill your responsibilities, you will have no further opportunities. Cut off their hands and feet, and throw them into the sea. Young master, please spare us. We. The bodyguards knelt and begged for mercy. Chen Chuliang's followers swiftly gagged them, placed them in sacks, and dragged them out of the Zifeng exhibition center. Xiao Zhenxuan and his wife watched in fear, trembling and too scared to utter a sound. Robin, Xiao Yudi, very well. Chen Chuliang sneered, straightening his bow tie as he proceeded to the banquet hall. Cheng Si, who had been anxiously watching the unfolding events from a distance, finally breathed a sigh of relief once Chen Chuliang entered the banquet hall. Robin, that ignorant fool, I hope he brings about his own demise without implicating our Cheng family. Shin Yaoyao chuckled with interest. See, you worry too much. Didn't you see how affectionate Miss Xiao was with Robin? That kiss was truly captivating, envied by all. Even if Robin has provoked Chen Chuliang, with Xiao Yudi backing him, it will hardly concern you. Besides, Robin has long since severed ties with you. Severed ties? Cheng Si retorted angrily. What if young Master Chen discovers that he once had an engagement with me? Wasn't that engagement torn up long ago? Shin Yaoyao remarked meaningfully. Enough. See, stop overthinking it. Robin may not be as simple as you imagine. Cheng Si, exasperated, shot back. Yaoyao, I feel as if you are consistently defending Robin. Do you realize how dangerous that is? Have you been deceived by him? Shin Yaoyao sighed, almost to herself. If Robin truly is like that, I would be delighted. Let us not fret unnecessarily. The banquet is about to commence. We must hurry inside. Today's main agenda concerns the investment collaboration project of the Eastern City Ecological Circle, featuring the Xiao Group, Huanyu Industrial, Demon King S Cave, and Zifeng International. The four parties engaged in negotiations regarding the investment project types within the Eastern Eco Circle. The second matter pertains to the outsourcing and collaborative investment meeting organized by the four invested parties. Consequently, apart from the leaders responsible for the Eastern Eco Circle investment projects, numerous capital-endowed enterprises from Ningchuan also attended, hoping to carve out a share of the pie from the four major investors. The banquet hall was resplendent and luxurious, with the Purple Peak International Hotel having specially invited renowned chefs from around the world to present exquisite culinary delights for the gathering. An array of world-class wines adorned the venue, each bottle valued at several tens of thousands of dollars. The waitstaff and hostesses were strikingly handsome and beautiful, enhancing the opulence of the event. As Robin and Xiao Yudi entered the banquet, they immediately sensed an uncomfortable atmosphere. Many of the guests present were invited by Chen Chuliang. Robin's audacity to directly provoke Chen Chuliang outside the banquet hall inevitably drew the ire of those who were soon to become partners of the Chen family. Through private discussions among the merchants, it became known that Robin was the lowly individual rejected by the eldest daughter of the Cheng family, Cheng Siyu. Their disdain for this enigmatic character was palpable. Had it not been for Xiao Yudi's presence, they would have long since ridiculed and expelled him from the hall to avoid the embarrassment of associating with someone of his stature. Consequently, Robin found himself entirely isolated upon entering the venue. As the clock struck 3, Lin Jingru had yet to arrive. The meeting organizers informed Chen Chuliang, Xiao Yudi, and Shi Yuhu of her delay due to other matters. Everyone also noted that Shi Yuhu, who rarely participated in such gatherings, had personally attended today. Strangely, he lacked his usual flamboyance and arrogance, sitting in a corner of the banquet, isolated by several bodyguards, drinking alone and refusing to engage with anyone who approached him. Due to Lin Jingru's tardiness, the originally scheduled discussions among the four parties were postponed until the evening. The agenda for the outsourcing collaboration meeting was moved forward to this time slot. Without waiting for the guests to converse with the four parties, Chen Chuliang stepped onto the stage. Esteemed guests, dear friends, greetings. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, all eyes instantly turning towards the charismatic Chen Chuliang. Seizing this moment, he expressed, I wish to share our joy and accomplishments with you all. The Eastern Eco Circle project, co-developed by our Huanyu Group and 3 other partners, is taking shape. This fertile land will undoubtedly yield bountiful returns for us. Those of you present at this banquet are akin to siblings. Such fortune must be shared together. As his words concluded, A throng of admirers and supporters began to extol his virtues. Young Master Chen, you are truly a living bodhisattva, even amidst fortune. You think of us. We are immensely grateful. Chen Shuliang's gaze swept across the eager faces in the hall, and he smiled warmly. I must ask, do you truly believe in Huanyu Group and in me, Chen Shuliang? Are you genuinely willing to join hands with our family to create brilliance together? The guests, unable to contain their excitement, erupted in cheers. Young Master Chen is willing to lead us to wealth. Of course, we believe. We are absolutely willing. Young Master Chen, just tell us how we can collaborate. Chen Shuliang smiled gently. No need to rush, since you are all eager to create brilliance with Huanyu Group. Please take a look at this investment cooperation agreement. If there are no objections, you may sign with us here today, and together we shall achieve greatness in the Eastern Eco Circle project. With that, he gestured for his subordinates to bring forth a thick stack of agreements. The guests were elated. They had never imagined they could secure a share in the coveted Eastern Eco Circle investment project. At this moment, Su Wenhai excitedly called out to Cheng Siyu and Shin Yaoyao. Quickly have your family send the contract seal. We must not miss this golden opportunity. Do you realize? If we can secure a stake in the Eastern project, the returns will be in the billions within 2 years. Cheng Siyu nodded enthusiastically. However, Shin Yaoyao and Lu Yunfeng hesitated, saying, Siyu, Wenhai, let us think it over. Something feels off here. Cheng Siyu laughed. What is off about it? Are you intimidated by such a grand business deal? Young Master Chen wouldn't deceive us. Ignoring Shin Yaoyao's caution, she immediately took out her phone to instruct the Chen Group's secretary and legal team to come to Purple Peak for the signing. After arranging this, she caught sight of Xiao Yudi and Robin from a distance. Cheng Siyu scoffed quietly, muttering, "Humph. What is there to be so proud of in the Xiao family? Even without you, we can still secure our share in the Eastern Eco Circle investment." Meanwhile, Qin Yu presented an investment cooperation agreement to Xiao Yudi, indicating the share in the Eastern Eco Circle Cooperative Project as a controlling stake in the partnership. Upon reading this, a flicker of anger crossed Xiao Yudi's haughty gaze. This was a forced acquisition contract. Robin glanced at Xiao Yudi, remarking, "This doesn't concern you. Let those who wish to profit from the Chun family do so." Xiao Yudi retorted angrily, "Did you see the notes in the contract? All original project types will undergo corresponding changes. Although Qi Yuhu has secured his portion of the Chun family's projects and reached an agreement with us, the investment and construction will still adhere to the conditions established at the outset of our collaboration. Moreover, Qi Yuhu assured me this morning that any projects outsourced to other investors must adhere to the original project types. However, the adjustments being made by the Chun family in their invested areas severely undermine the entire investment plan for the Eastern Eco Circle. This will inevitably lead to further conflicts and cutthroat competition. Chen Shuliang's current maneuvers effectively consolidate the merchants of Ningxuan against our Xiao family in the investment market. If Qi Yuhu hadn't renegotiated the project type distribution with us this morning, our substantial capital investment in the Eastern Eco Circle would have been squandered. It appears that the Chun family has been targeting the Xiao family from the very beginning. Oh, so there are so many hidden traps? It seems this Chen Shuliang is indeed quite cunning. Robin swirled his glass of red wine, observing the suave Chen Shuliang at the podium. But there is no need to rush. While many merchants are eager to participate in the Eastern Eco Circle investment, they are not foolish. Look at those attending today's banquet. Each one is a seasoned veteran of the business realm, who would willingly hand over their hard-earned enterprise. Despite their current enthusiasm, you will soon witness their true reactions. Robin's assertion held merit. In the realm of commerce, every individual is perpetually in pursuit of profit. The attendees invited today were all astute business people, well-versed in the intricacies of contracts. Such a substantial capital agreement would not be signed without careful scrutiny. Initially, the merchants, exhilarated at the prospect of participating in the Eastern Eco Circle investment, quickly discerned the underlying deception after reviewing the contract. Young Master Chun, your terms of cooperation, while seemingly profitable at first glance, are merely illusory. Ultimately, all that we have built over our lifetimes would belong to you. We may end up with nothing. One cannot, after all, leverage projected profits from a decade hence as the basis for current capital investment, can they? 10 years. Huh. Who can truly predict what the future holds a decade from now? This is nothing short of a ruse. An attempt to seize our entire enterprise without expending a single cent. Such a jest is indeed far too audacious. Robin cast a knowing glance at the beaming Chen Shuliang at the front desk, letting out a significant chuckle. This fellow has been making various moves in the Eastern ecological sphere recently, clearly aiming to monopolize the entire business landscape of Ningxuan. He seeks to win over Qi Yuhu while covertly undermining the Xiao Group and Zifeng International. Now he wishes to consolidate all business resources in Ningxuan without any financial investment. The Chen family scion harbors considerable ambition. Chen Shuiyang surveyed the banquet hall, taking note of the faces filled with anger and skepticism, and a calm smile graced his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, did you not just express unwavering faith in me, Chen Shuiyang, and a willingness to create brilliance alongside our Huanyu group? What does this mean now? I am prepared to entrust all project shares to you, yet you hesitate to place your future in my hands? Truly, this is tiresome. It is no wonder you fail to achieve great things. No wonder your business ventures are so dismal. A man nearing 60 hesitated before speaking. Young Master Chen, we have operated our enterprises for most of our lives. How can we trust you to take them based solely on your calculated projections for 10 years hence? The variables are simply too great. Huh? Chen Shuiyang's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold tone. As expected, merely a covetous bunch. A middle-aged man, visibly displeased, retorted, businessmen certainly pursue profit. Without it, what significance do our investments hold? Chen Shuiyang cast a frigid glance at the middle-aged man. Mr. Feng, the opportunity to collaborate with our Huanyu group on the development of the Eastern Commercial District is already a considerable favor to your Feng family. Otherwise, with your family's limited stature, a mere flick of my hand could obliterate you within 3 days. The middle-aged man shuddered, realizing the truth in Chen Shuiyang's words. If the Chen family wished to target the Feng family, it would be an effortless endeavor. Chen Shuiyang revealed his true nature. He gestured towards all the guests at the banquet, proclaiming, "Today, every single one I have invited is in the same boat, should I desire. Their destruction is but a word away. I have graciously invited you all to prosper together, yet none of you seem appreciative. My friends, one must not only seek wealth, but also cultivate gratitude. I have taken care of you, bringing you aboard the Chen family ship, to advance hand in hand towards glory. Surely this is a matter of joy. Why do you possess such a limited vision? Your attitude truly disappoints me." Panic spread among the guests as they beheld the smile on Chen Shuiyang's face. The Chen family is backed by the Hong men. Over the past few years, they have laid a grand scheme in Ningxuan. Chen Shuiyang, with his wolfish ambition, aims to seize control of the entire capital market of Ningxuan. It seemed none present could escape his grasp. Even those who were absent from today's gathering would inevitably find themselves as pawns in the Chen family's game. Chen Shuiyang chuckled coldly. "Do you grasp my intent? If there are no objections, then sign the cooperation agreements before you. We remain brothers and sisters." Despite their reluctance, the heads of the Ningxuan business community understood the gravity of the situation. If they did not sign the contract, they risked losing their lifetime of efforts, leaving them with nothing. From a distance, Xiao Yudi watched the unfolding scene, her brow furrowed. Should these business leaders from Ningxuan be forced to capitulate, the repercussions would inevitably impact the substantial interests of the Xiao family. Xiao Zong, what? What shall we do? Qin Yu also perceived the treacherous intent. If Chen Shuiyang's scheme succeeded, the Xiao family's significant investment in the Eastern project would be rendered futile, leaving the Xiao group severely weakened, if not entirely destroyed. Should we call Grandpa Xiao? Qin Yu asked anxiously. Xiao Yudi, now breaking into a cold sweat, hesitated before agreeing. Very well, I shall contact him immediately. Wait a moment. Let us not trouble your grandfather over such a trivial matter. Robin interjected, halting Qin Yu. Trivial matter? Before Xiao Yudi could voice her thoughts, Robin set down his glass and rose, declaring, "Is it true that the vast Chen family has established its position in Ningxuan through such despicable means?" As all the guests hesitated, contemplating whether to sign the agreement, they turned their gazes towards him, surprised that the man they had looked down upon was now standing up against Chen Shuiyang. Did he dare to oppose the Chen family? Ladies and gentlemen, the Xiao family has also expressed an intention to invest in this cooperative venture. The investment projects in the Eastern ecological sphere, apart from the hotel, shopping center, and certain amusement facilities operated by the Xiao family, will be transferred at cost price to those who sign the investment cooperation intentions. The stipulation is that they must follow the agreed project types. Otherwise, contracts will be rescinded immediately. If you believe you possess the capability, feel free to negotiate with the Xiao family. Robin's words stunned all the guests at the banquet. Is this for real? Is the Xiao family offering capital for free? Robin, are you intending to openly oppose me? Chen Shuiyang's expression darkened at once. And if I am, or if I am not? Robin smirked playfully. What are you? To dictate my actions? Xiao Zhenxuan stepped forward, pointing angrily at Robin. You speak nonsense. Without a moment's thought, Xiao Yudi coldly asserted, he certainly can represent the Xiao family. Robin's stance reflects my own. Upon hearing this declaration, the previously despairing businessmen felt a surge of hope. If the Xiao family could stand firm, they would indeed dare to disregard Chen Shuiyang's threats. Furthermore, the method of cooperation Robin described was tantamount to a gift. In an instant, the guests who had previously isolated Robin began to gravitate towards him and Xiao Yudi. Chen Shuiyang's expression of arrogance gradually soured. His meticulously crafted plan, years in the making, had been disrupted by this upstart. At that moment, the glint in his eyes turned lethal as he regarded Robin. Chapter 0033. Who do you think you are? To dictate my actions. Chen Shuiyang cast a cold glare at Robin, choosing not to engage him further. The man's presence was undeniably suffocating, stirring a sense of unease within him. Intuition warned him that this was a man who played by his own rules. Was he simply ignorant and fearless? Or did he indeed possess genuine confidence? Chen Shuiyang could not ascertain. Based on the scant information he had gathered about Robin, he was merely a discarded pawn who had been rejected by the Chung family. Such an inconspicuous figure had been relentlessly thwarting his plans since entering the banquet hall, leaving him humiliated. Until this man was dealt with, his resentment would remain unresolved. Suddenly, Chen Shuiyang chuckled softly. The smile was reminiscent of his characteristic warmth, grace, and magnanimity. Yudi, you've become increasingly amusing, he remarked as he elegantly approached the front desk. Under the dazzling lights, he retained his strikingly handsome demeanor. The gathered guests felt a moment of disorientation. Could it be that everything that had transpired before was merely a figment of their imagination? This was the Chen Shuiyang they remembered, humble, cultured, like a gentle spring breeze, warm and inviting. Brothers and sisters, Chen Shuiyang said as he approached Xiao Yudi, offering a nod of acknowledgement. He then slowly turned to the heads of the families present to negotiate contracts. Consider this. If President Xiao were to offer you 70% of the Eastern ecological projects free of charge, would the Xiao family simply watch as such wealth slip through their fingers? Regardless of whether one hails from a prestigious family or is merely an ordinary merchant, once they enter the arena of financial competition, they are destined to ruthlessly seize any profit within their grasp. Upon hearing this, the family heads who were previously filled with excitement suddenly fell silent. Chen Shuiyang's words rang true. The Xiao group was not foolish enough to share their hard-earned gains with competitors. Yudi, I understand you may harbor resentment towards me, which prompted this impulsive act. Chen Shuiyang sighed softly. I acknowledge my negligence. I have often expressed my fondness for you, yet due to my incessant busyness, I have never truly invited you to dinner or to a concert. I sincerely apologize for this. From now on, I shall dedicate a significant portion of my time to being with you. The tense atmosphere at the wine party instantly lightened, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the attendees. The young women present cast excited glances at Chen Shuiyang, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Once again, envious gazes converged on Xiao Yudi. With a dismissive scoff, Xiao Yudi remarked, "What a pity that Master Chen does not pursue a career in acting." With that, she took Robin's arm, subconsciously drawing strength from his presence. Ladies and gentlemen, what Mr. Robin just mentioned regarding the outsourcing contract for the East City Ecological Circle investment project reflects our intentions at the Xiao family. Rest assured, aside from maintaining the original project type as initially planned, there are no additional conditions. I will entrust Mr. Robin with full responsibility for this matter. She cast a smile at Robin, who suddenly felt overwhelmed. You want me to handle the outsourcing contract for the East City Ecological Circle investment project? I never realized this woman was quite the strategist. How did I get roped into this? Yet, feeling the soft warmth brush against him and inhaling the pleasant fragrance emanating from Xiao Yudi was undeniably comforting. Having nothing else to occupy him, he thought, why not indulge this woman for a while? In 10 minutes, the legal department of the Xiao Group will deliver a letter of intent for the project investment to the venue. You may review the contract details before making your decision. 3 days later, the Xiao Group will specifically arrange a signing conference for the outsourcing collaboration of the East City Ecological Circle. Interested parties are welcome to discuss further. Furthermore, I have another announcement for everyone present. In addition to the Xiao family's existing investment areas, the Southern Development Zone of the East City Ecological Circle has been generously transferred to the Xiao family by Lord Hu. Consequently, the number of outsourcing projects available for signing is substantial enough for many of our capable friends from Ningxuan to share. I urge everyone to remain composed and deliberate carefully. Investing is a significant choice. One moment can lead to paradise, while another can plunge one into hell. Upon hearing Xiao Yudi's words, Chen Shuiyang's expression darkened ominously. Ms. Xiao, are you intent on opposing the Chen family at all costs? Xiao Yudi tightened her grip on Robin's hand, casting a haughty glance around the gathering. If Mr. Chen perceives legitimate business competition as opposition, then so be it. Excellent. Very well. Chen Shuiyang's gaze turned cold as it shifted between Xiao Yudi and Robin. before landing on Chi Yu-hu, who had been seated in a corner of the venue. "Lord Hu, you've been here for quite some time. It's about time you come forth and greet everyone." At that moment, all guests recalled that a formidable figure, Lord Hu, was present at the gathering. Chi Yu-hu's lips twitched as he glanced at Robin, then quickly averted his gaze. "Regarding investment matters, I am an outsider and have nothing to say. You all may proceed as you wish." Qin Shuliang was taken aback and infuriated by Chi Yu-hu's dismissive response. Previously, the Qin family had privately agreed with him to employ cunning tactics to consolidate the capital of the second and third-tier families in Ningxuan, subsequently suppressing the Shao family in the East City Ecological Circle project, aiming to dethrone them as the leading family. The Qin family intended to share the spoils of the Shao family in Ningxuan with Chi Yu-hu. However, Chi Yu-hu's current attitude left Qin Shuliang feeling unmoored. What was this scoundrel up to today? "Lord Hu, what do you mean by this? Are you also looking to undermine my authority?" Qin Shuliang coldly interrogated. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Despite the Qin family's rapid ascent in Ningxuan, they paled in comparison to the formidable Lord Hu of the Demon King's Denver. Chi Yu-hu had navigated the shadowy realms of Ningxuan for nearly 20 years, maintaining a dichotomy with the Shao family. Even the later figure of Lin Jingru, rumored to possess a powerful and enigmatic background, had to show Chi Yu-hu some respect. Yet, here was Qin Shuliang, daring to question Lord Hu in such a manner. Had he lost his mind? Chi Yu-hu snorted derisively. "What if I do disrupt your little gathering? Who are you to dictate to me?" Qin Shuliang was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that Chi Yu-hu, having recently taken over his Southern District Development project, would turn against him so swiftly. He was at a loss. "Lord Hu, do you mean to say you, like the Shao family, wish to oppose me?" Chi Yu-hu snorted again. "I find it troublesome. So I've handed over all those projects to the Shao family to manage. How you choose to play is your business, not mine. Go away and stop bothering me." Qin Shuliang's face flushed with anger. "Chi Yu-hu, since you are unwilling to manage the Southern District Development project, then return it to the Qin family." "Qin Shuliang, are you threatening me?" Chi Yu-hu pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Having entrusted it to me, it is now my territory. Do you now wish to reclaim it? You should first ask my 1,000 brothers from the Demon King's den if they consent." As soon as Chi Yu-hu finished speaking, over 100 disciples from the Demon King's den burst through the doors. Qin Shuliang's bodyguards quickly shielded him. Robin stepped forward. "The Southern Development Zone has already been transferred to the Shao family. Is it truly worthwhile for you to fight over it?" Qin Shuliang's expression hardened. "Very well, Chi Yu-hu, I shall refrain from arguing with you for the time being." Chi Yu-hu waved his hand, signaling the 100-odd disciples from the Demon King's den to disperse. A collective sigh of relief swept through the attendees of the wine party. Had these reckless henchmen truly unleashed chaos, not only would Qin Shuliang struggle to manage, but the guests would also be caught in the crossfire. Qin Shuliang scrutinized Robin as he approached, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. "Ah, I see now. You are determined to stand against the Qin family today. Ms. Shao, Lord Hu, do we not all understand how we built our foundations in Ningxuan? Each of our territories was forged through sheer effort. Since there is a dispute over the ownership of the Southern Development Zone project, let us settle it through strength. The victor will claim it." As he spoke, a man in his 20s appeared before him. This was Tu Tiansheng, a disciple of the renowned Nanquan King Qianzhan Kuei, known in the martial world as the Butcher of Jiangnan. With unmatched skill, he had bested all challengers in Jiangnan, leaving defeat in his wake. The fact that Qin Shuliang had recruited him sent shockwaves through the attendees of the Zifeng wine party. The arrival of Tu Tiansheng also startled Chi Yu-hu. This man was a true force to be reckoned with. He knew that no one under the Demon King's den could match this butcher's prowess. Many were aware that Qianzhan Kuei rarely intervened in the disputes of the business world. His disciples typically traversed only within their martial circles. Now, with Tu Tiansheng's crossover into this realm, did Qianzhan Kuei remain oblivious, or had the Qin family formed an alliance with the Jiangnan Martial Alliance? If that is the case, the series of actions taken by the Qin family in Ningxuan should not be underestimated. Chi Yu-hu raised his eyes to look at Robin, uncertain how this esteemed young master of the Golden Dragon, revered even by the Queen of the Dark Web, would confront the current predicament. The appearance of Tu Tiansheng left Xiao Yudi utterly astonished. Although she was aware of Robin's formidable skills, the presence of such a ruthless figure as the butcher sent a wave of panic through her heart. The sight of Tu Tiansheng's wolf-like eyes was enough to chill anyone to the bone. The guests in the hotel instinctively recoiled upon witnessing Qin Shuliang summon this beastly character. Cheng Si, who had been standing in the back left corner of the banquet hall, once again erupted into a mocking laughter. People like Robin, who thrive on reckless behavior, often find themselves in dire straits. He thought he could act with impunity due to the support of the Xiao family. Little did he know, offending the young Master Chen would leave him with no chance. Su Wenhai snorted coldly. This time, there would be no opportunity for him to escape. Tu Tianxing was a devil who could kill without a second thought. Since his debut, he had never faced defeat. Moreover, anyone who had crossed paths with him in recent years had either perished or been rendered incapable of self-support. Shen Yaoyao gazed at Robin in disbelief. Judging purely by presence, Tu Tianxing had already far surpassed him. Those who had never witnessed Robin in action might genuinely believe he posed no threat at all. With his indifferent smile and calm gaze, aside from his handsome features, there was little to suggest he possessed any skills. Could Robin withstand the challenge posed by Tu Tianxing? Chen Shuliang looked at Robin, who had remained unresponsive, and let out a smug snort. Mr. Robin, are you afraid? Perhaps you have never encountered a method that determines the outcome as we do? Ultimately, this world is a contest of strength, where power reigns supreme. Therefore, if you cannot bear the consequences, do not seek to take the lead. Otherwise, it could cost you your life. Haraha. What is happening? Has it turned chaotic again? Really, none of you can behave. A voice, sultry and enchanting, wafted in from outside the banquet hall. The guests immediately parted to make way for Lin Jingru's entrance, which was met with a chorus of awe and applause. The heads of various families standing to the side bowed respectfully, greeting her with beaming smiles. Miss Lin, greetings. I'm Su Maoyan from Nantian Industries. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Lin. Lin Jingru radiated an alluring smile, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Surrounded by Gu Chao and a group of bodyguards, she made her way to the center of the banquet hall. Master Hu, President Xiao, young Master Chen, I heard you were having a pleasant discussion earlier. Why has it escalated to violence now? Qi Yuhu let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Xiao Yudi, with her striking eyes, stood elegantly beside Robin. Chen Shuliang recounted the events surrounding the Southern Development Zone with embellishment, coldly stating, Miss Lin, don't you think they are deliberately opposing me? Lin Jingru chuckled softly. Young Master Chen, therein lies your mistake. Since you have already transferred the development rights of the Southern Zone to Master Hu, regardless of the specifics, he naturally possesses the authority to handle it. As for to whom and how it is allocated, that is a matter between them. I believe we should let this issue rest. Today is a special occasion for gathering, and we should prioritize harmony and prosperity. With that, she signaled the waiter to bring 4 glasses of red wine. Well, young Master Chen, this matter is not so significant that we should resort to grand gestures that might disrupt the peace. I suggest you allow this person to withdraw. Chen Shuliang did not lift his wine glass, his expression icy as he replied, let it go? Miss Lin, a piece of land worth hundreds of millions, just like that? Impossible. Upon uttering these words, the previously harmonious banquet hall fell into an oppressive silence. The alluring smile on Lin Jingru's face gradually faded. Young Master Chen, are you implying that you wish to continue with this altercation? Chen Shuliang chuckled and gestured towards Robin. This insignificant fellow has repeatedly thwarted my endeavors tonight. Let us resolve the Southern Zone issue in the ultimate manner of our world. Lin Jingru's countenance hardened. Young Master Chen, allow me to remind you, this is my territory. Should anyone wish to act recklessly here, they must first inquire whether I, the Queen of Zifeng, approve. All the guests instinctively shuddered. They had heard of Lin Jingru's ruthless reputation, but had never witnessed the scene of this mysterious woman truly enraged. Since young Master Chen insisted on causing a ruckus here, let it be as you wish. Lin Jingru signaled Chu Chu to clear the banquet hall immediately. In an instant, everyone else vacated the hall. Outside, the guests did not disperse, but gathered to speculate about the imminent life and death duel within. Witnessing Miss Lin in a rage was indeed terrifying. It seemed that Robin was in grave danger tonight. Inside the banquet hall, Chen Shuliang, far from retreating, was instead exhilarated. Miss Lin, while I am addressing my issues on your territory, I hope you will refrain from intervening. This concerns only us. Lin Jingru chuckled, in my domain. How could I allow you to act so freely? Chen Shuliang replied with a half smile. Miss Lin, it seems you are determined to wade into these murky waters? With that, he stepped back. Tu Tianxing scanned the room and pointed at Lin Jingru and her companions. Gu Chao launched a flying kick aimed at Tu Tianxing's leg. In an instant, Gu Chao, proficient in Muay Thai, found himself locked in a fierce struggle with Tu Tianxing. However, after a few exchanges, Gu Chao began to falter. Chu Chu watched anxiously as the situation unfolded, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Finally, after 5 rounds, Tu Tianxing landed a powerful punch, sending Gu Chao crashing to the ground. Yet it was not over. The butcher, true to his name, allowed no opponent to leave unscathed. He leaped into the air, soaring 4 to 5 meters high, and came crashing down with his knee aimed directly at Gu Chao's chest. Chu Chu could no longer bear to watch her fallen companion. She could only imagine the devastation if Tu Tianqing's knee struck Gu Chao's chest. He would either die or be gravely injured. Lin Jingru's brows knitted tightly. She sensed the impending calamity but felt powerless to intervene. The soul-devouring blood curse forced out by Robin still left her weakened. Moreover, Robin had warned her not to exert her energy recently. At this moment, she could only watch helplessly as Gu Chao faced annihilation at the hands of the butcher. Qi Yuhu's expression was equally grave. The butcher's reputation was indeed well-deserved. His strikes were merciless, and if Chen Shuliang emerged victorious tonight, both he and the Shao family would confront even greater challenges. Clearly, Chen Shuliang's intentions were far from benign. Just when everyone believed Gu Chao was destined to perish beneath Tu Tianqing's knee, Robin effortlessly pushed the descending Tu Tianqing aside. The butcher was sent flying several meters. As if struck by tons of steel, Gu Chao, shaken from his stupor, was taken aback. He was closest to Robin and had seen the maneuver clearly. He could hardly fathom what technique Robin had employed to so casually propel Tu Tianqing away. The onlookers remained astonished. Enraged, Tu Tianqing scrambled to his feet, clenching his iron fist and charging at Robin. At that moment, Robin was still in the process of helping Gu Chao up, his back turned toward Tu Tianqing. "Mr. Robin, watch out." Gu Chao, just standing, saw Tu Tianqing's Iroh, the robust figure of Tu Tiansheng, nearly 300 pounds, hurtled through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the pillar of the banquet hall. His body twisted grotesquely, with his spine shattered beyond repair. It was over. A notorious murderer of his generation, destined to lie in repose for eternity. Chapter 0035. This scoundrel is stealing the spotlight. The banquet hall was eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one could have anticipated that the ruthless butcher, who had taken countless lives, would meet his end in such an unassuming manner, concluding his merciless career in the martial world. To all observers, it appeared that Robin had merely reacted instinctively, a reflexive kick. The formidable Tu Tiansheng had been vanquished. Was it mere coincidence, or had Robin's skills reached a transcendental level? Regardless of other speculations, Gu Chao had witnessed the entire scene unfold before his eyes. He had previously believed that Robin's abilities were merely on par with his own. In light of recent events, however, his pride seemed utterly misplaced. In the realm of martial arts, he had not even approached the threshold before Robin, whose mastery transcended the tangible. Robin had reached a state of sublime freedom, where the path was formless and void. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life," Gu Chao exclaimed, kneeling before Robin. Robin offered a nonchalant smile. "Rise, I accept your gratitude." After a brief moment of shock, Chen Shuliang's lips twitched. "All right, I concede. You are formidable." He then turned with his entourage of bodyguards and headed toward the exit of the banquet hall. "Wait." Xiao Yudi's voice cut through the air coldly. "Young Master Chen, the second topic of today has yet to be resolved. How can you leave like this?" Chen Shuliang halted, slowly turning around, his face adorned with a warm smile once more. "Yudi, I have always kept my word. Since the butcher has been defeated, you shall have your way. Your success brings me great joy. Do you know why? Because I truly like you. Such a pity." Chen Shuliang's eyes flickered with helplessness. Everyone knows that Qian Kuei of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance is extremely protective. If he discovers that his disciple has fallen to your hands, the Shao family may face significant troubles. Mr. Robin will become a target of pursuit for the entire Jiangnan Martial Alliance, doomed to live in unrest from then on. This place is too bloody. Gentlemen, please excuse me. I shall take my leave first. With that, Chen Shuliang, surrounded by his bodyguards, departed. Though Xiao Yudi displayed no outward reaction, her heart raced with unease. Even if the Jiangnan Martial Alliance were to come seeking vengeance, the Shao family would not cower. With years of robust foundation in Ningchuan, the Shao clan was confident in their ability to contend with them. However, if the Jiangnan Martial Alliance issued a decree to hunt down Robin, escaping with his life would be a daunting challenge. While Robin's skills were formidable, they could hardly withstand the ruthless pursuit of a merciless martial world. "Robin," Xiao Yudi's brows knitted together, her eyes glimmering with boundless concern. "Let us return." Robin beckoned, moving toward the exit of the banquet hall. Xiao Yudi, finally shaken from her stupor, followed suit alongside Qin Yu. Outside the banquet hall, the guests had yet to disperse. Upon seeing Chen Shuliang emerge first, everyone instinctively assumed that Robin had met his demise. Robin has ultimately paid the price for his ignorance. Haha. Cheng Si smirked with schadenfreude. Xin Yaoyao furrowed her brow in silence. In truth, she wished for Robin's survival. Although their acquaintance was brief, there was an inexplicable charm about him that endeared her to him. However, out of consideration for her friend Cheng Si, She refrained from expressing her thoughts. As Chun Shuliang and his entourage exited, her heart raced with anxiety. Her intuition told her that Robin would not falter. When she saw the butcher being carried out by Chun Shuliang's men, she could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Wow! Robin won! Haraha! Robin won!" Shen Yaoyao's enthusiastic cries drew the attention of all present. Cheng Si hurriedly tugged at her, urging her to retreat into the crowd. "Yaoyao, have you lost your mind? If you offend the Qin family, what will become of the Shen family? Moreover, Robin deserves it. How dare he provoke young Master Chun with such limited skills? It was a death wish." Shen Yaoyao sighed. "See, I don't understand why you harbor such animosity towards Robin. After all, his family has ties to yours. Or perhaps, his grandfather once helped your Qing family. Enough. Yaoyao, how can you defend Robin?" Cheng Si interrupted, visibly displeased. "It's true that his grandfather aided us. But that was only because he saw potential in our family and lent my grandfather $1 million. Now, our Chung family is worth nearly $100 million. What is Robin? A man who has lost everything, without even a job. He is on an entirely different level than us." Shen Yaoyao shook her head in resignation. "Fine. Even if what you say is true, his grandfather once intended to invest and helped your family. You despise him now for having nothing and called off the engagement. But must you harbor such hatred? Regardless, you once had a connection." Cheng Si scoffed. "The mere thought of having had an engagement with the Luo family feels like a stain on my life. One day, when I become a woman like Lin Jingru, if anyone discovers that I had a history with a man like Robin, how humiliating would that be? Goodness." Shen Yaoyao was at a loss for words. All right. You aspire to be a queen, while those like Robin will tarnish your reputation. It seems I, as a woman without ambition, shall also become a blemish on your life. I should distance myself from you. How can you say that, Yaoyao? You are my dear friend. When I succeed, I will share it all with you," Cheng Si said, wrapping her arm around Yaoyao with a smile. "I have no desire to share any royal honors with you. I simply wish to live a modest life." Hey. Yaoyao, stop. My idol is coming out," Cheng Si exclaimed, pulling Shen Yaoyao through the crowd. As they spotted Lin Jingru exiting the banquet hall with her haughty demeanor, Cheng Si's excitement bubbled over. "Wow, Yaoyao, look. My goddess is so beautiful. That aura, that presence. I must become a woman like her." However, while Cheng Si was captivated by Lin Jingru's regal bearing, she witnessed something that filled her with frustration and confusion. The glamorous Lin Jingru, after exiting the banquet hall, suddenly stepped aside, creating a path as though to welcome a most esteemed guest. That posture was reminiscent of someone honoring a revered master. Could there be a figure of such significance present tonight that even Lin Jingru held in reverence? Cheng Si eagerly speculated about the identity of this distinguished individual. Yet, what she beheld was a face she found utterly contemptible. "Robin, that scoundrel is stealing the spotlight again." "Hey, see, look. It's Robin," Shen Yaoyao exclaimed. Noticing Robin emerging from the banquet hall unscathed, a surge of inexplicable excitement coursed through her. Even she did not understand why the realization that this man had escaped injury allowed her heart to finally relax. Cheng Si, anticipating the arrival of another important figure after Robin's exit, remained hopeful. However, Lin Jingru followed closely behind Robin, like a devoted handmaiden, accompanied by Chu Chu and Gu Chao. From a distance, she observed Robin being reverently surrounded by Lin Jingru, lost in confusion. "This cannot be. Absolutely impossible," Cheng Si muttered to herself, her eyes ablaze with unwilling fury. "Robin, that scoundrel, must have deceived Miss Lin in some way. No, I must inform Miss Lin. She cannot be fooled by him." Before Shen Yaoyao could comprehend the situation, Cheng Si dashed forward recklessly. "Miss Lin," she shouted through the wall of bodyguards. "I have important information about Robin to share with you." Lin Jingru glanced at Cheng Si, a cool smile gracing her lips. "Oh, do tell." Before Cheng Si could respond, Shen Yaoyao had already rushed to her side. "Miss Lin, we admire you greatly. We merely wish to exchange a few words with you. Please forgive the interruption." With that, she pulled Cheng Si away. "Yaoyao, what are you doing? I finally had a chance to speak with Miss Lin. Why did you drag me away?" After running a good distance, Cheng Si angrily broke free from Shen Yaoyao's grasp. Looking back at Lin Jingru, she realized she was now separated from the crowd. "Have you lost your mind? See, can't you see how respectful Miss Lin is towards Robin?" Cheng Si coldly snorted, gazing at Lin Jingru and Robin's retreating figures. "That scoundrel must have used some trickery to deceive Miss Lin. See, can't you be a bit more objective?" Shen Yaoyao sighed. Even if Lin Jingru were deceived by Robin, would she believe you if you told her now? She might think you were slandering him, and then you would be in serious trouble. In Ningchuan, who doesn't know the consequences of offending the Queen of Zifeng? Cheng Si fell silent, recalling her impulsive actions with a cold sweat. "Yaoyao, you are truly looking out for me. I was simply flustered by that scoundrel Robin. As they navigated through the bustling crowd, she was astonished to see Lin Jingru graciously accepting a towel from Chu Chu and respectfully presenting it to Robin. At that moment, Xiao Yudi approached from behind. Observing Lin Jingru surrounded by a group of stunning maidens, all attending to Robin, a flicker of intrigue crossed her beautiful eyes. After Robin finished wiping his hands, he handed the towel back to Chu Chu. Lin Jingru stepped forward to brush off a speck of dust from his suit collar, then adjusted his slightly askew bow tie. Witnessing Robin's air of entitlement, Xiao Yudi pushed past Chu Chu and the other maidens, linking her arm with his as they headed towards the elevator. "Why are you pulling me along so quickly? Let go of me." Robin, taken aback by Xiao Yudi's sudden assertiveness, felt dizzy. This woman is too domineering. She never gives a heads up before acting. Qin Yu followed closely behind, her laughter escaping as she observed Robin being practically dragged into the elevator like a lamb. Lin Jingru and the others were momentarily stunned and, after a brief moment of shock, they quickly followed suit, a throng of breathtaking maidens in pursuit. In an instant, the scene outside the banquet hall on the 28th floor of the Zifeng Convention Center became extraordinarily striking. Behind Robin trailed a bevy of beautiful women, each displaying a unique expression. What is happening? Is Miss Xiao competing with Lin Jingru for Robin's attention? What merit does this man possess to attract such attention? Cheng Si, observing from a distance, was utterly perplexed. How could this be? Is it merely an illusion? An unemployed drifter without any background or career. How could he bask in such glory wherever he goes? What sort of deceit has that scoundrel Robin employed to cause the two goddesses of Ningxuan to lose composure? Shen Yaoyao was equally astonished by the scene. Perhaps this is his confidence. This man must possess extraordinary qualities. Humph. Robin, what are you so smug about? Cheng Si gritted her teeth in anger. No matter how intricate the deception, it remains a deception. Regardless of the methods he employs to deceive them, the truth will eventually come to light. Shen Yaoyao sighed. All right. Stop overthinking. It's not mere overthinking. Robin is the type of person who stirs up trouble to draw attention to himself. Cheng Si seethed, glaring at the elevator. See, consider this. A man capable of defeating Tu Tianqing surely does not need to deceive anyone. Shen Yaoyao chuckled lightly. Even if Robin has nothing now, with his abilities, he would navigate the upper echelons with ease. You, Yaoyao, why do you always defend him? Cheng Si shot a displeased look at Shen Yaoyao. All right, fine. I won't say anything more, Si. From now on, don't dwell on it. Whether Robin is good or bad, a fraud or a genuine hidden heavyweight, it has nothing to do with you, Cheng Si. Since you have already parted ways, why hold on to the past? Besides, you were the one who broke the engagement first. Cheng Si snorted. How could I possibly dwell on it? Even if he possesses some skill, so what? He is merely a brute. I would never be attracted to such a muscle-bound simpleton. I am simply indignant that he has deceived Miss Lin and Miss Xiao. How could someone of his lowly status enjoy such honors? Shen Yaoyao shook her head. See, even if he cannot be your lover, you should at least wish him well for the sake of your family's past kindness to his grandfather. Cursing him and harboring hatred is truly unwarranted. All right, enough of this conversation. Yaoyao, you really must have lost your mind. Cheng Si scoffed. See, Yaoyao, there you are. I have good news. Su Wenhai approached from the leisure area of the banquet hall. My father said that young Master Chun has agreed to provide our Su family with a portion of the investment project in the East City Ecological Zone, which is reportedly worth several billion. Cheng Si and Shen Yaoyao were taken aback. Su Gongzi, you've seen the contract with the Chun family, haven't you? Isn't that a disguised acquisition? Doesn't Uncle Su understand this? Su Wenhai smiled mysteriously. Let me tell you, our Su family's cooperative development contract is not that one. It is a different agreement. The contract merely involves a transfer outsourcing agreement, with no equity holding clauses. The only condition is that the investment must align with the project types specified by Chen's group. Rest assured, as soon as the opportunity arises, I will ask my father to speak to young Master Chun and see if we can secure a share for your families. Cheng Si exclaimed with excitement. Su Gongzi. Thank you in advance to Uncle Su. Yaoyao, should your Shen family also ask Uncle Su to connect you with young Master Chen for the investment project in the East City Ecological Zone? Shen Yaoyao quickly waved her hands. Our family's business matters are not something I involve myself in. Moreover, I feel a bit apprehensive about dealing with young Master Chen. It would be best to avoid such matters. Xiao Yudi continued to pull Robin swiftly until they reached the main hall of the Zifeng Leisure Club. Xiao, please do not hold me like this. It makes me feel as though I am being kidnapped. Xiao Yudi glanced back, relieved to see Lin Jingru and her entourage still waiting for the elevator. I can't shake the feeling that Lin Jingru has some ulterior motive. I worry that you may be enchanted by her. Robin feigned innocence. Am I really that kind of person? What could she possibly enchant me with? Xiao Yudi knitted her brows. Her behavior towards you today has been quite peculiar. Previously, you were invited for tea. And just now she provided you with a towel and adjusted your bow tie. Her attentiveness surely harbors some ulterior motive. Since I brought you here today, I must take responsibility for you. At this point, Xiao Yudi's voice suddenly softened, and a blush spread across her cheeks. Chapter 0037. The renowned traditional Chinese medicine master Lin Jiqian Xiao Zong. It's your grandfather on the phone. Qin Yu stepped forward, handing the phone to Xiao Yudi. She glanced at Robin and said, "Please wait for me a moment while I take this call." "Go ahead." Robin shrugged and walked towards the entrance of the Zifeng Leisure Club. He planned to leave the Xiao family that evening and move into an old villa belonging to Lao Gui in Ningchuan. After Xiao Yudi spoke with Xiao Tianlong, he would discuss his plans with her. "Robin, wait a moment." As Robin pondered deeply, Xiao Yudi caught up to him. "My grandfather called and instructed me to go to the airport to pick up an important person. Please accompany me." Robin smiled and replied, "Xiao Zong, I won't be going, nor do I intend to stay with the Xiao family anymore. I prefer to return on my own." Before he could finish, Xiao Yudi saw Lin Jingru, accompanied by a group of maids and bodyguards, hurrying towards them. She directly pushed him into the car that had arrived in front of them and instructed the butler, Xiao Chung, Uncle Chung, to the airport. "Hey, Xiao Zong, let me out. I want to go with you," Robin protested, but Qin Yu, at Xiao Yudi's behest, opened the other side of the car door and entered. Looking at the two beautiful women beside him, Robin helplessly asked, "What are you both doing? Time is of the essence." "My grandfather said," Mr. Lin Jiqian, the chairman of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Health Association of Longhua, has already arrived in Ningchuan. You should come with me to pick him up. This time, Chairman Lin had specifically come to treat the father of Ningchuan's mayor, Li Zongqing, whose condition was urgent and could not be delayed. Please bear with me and accompany me to receive Chairman Lin. Reluctantly, Robin shrugged. All right then. Qin Yu exchanged a glance with Xiao Yudi, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. As the car sped towards the airport expressway, Robin settled back in his seat, preparing to close his eyes for a moment of rest. Suddenly, he caught sight of a spectacular scene in the rearview mirror. Following their luxurious Rolls-Royce was an impressive convoy of opulent Rolls-Royces, Maybachs, and Bugattis. To welcome Chairman Lin Jiqian of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Health Association, the Xiao family had mobilized 12 top-tier luxury vehicles to receive him at the airport. Among them were 4 identical top-tier Rolls-Royces. The grand procession of 12 luxury cars made its way toward the airport, causing passing vehicles to immediately pull over and pay their respects. Such a grand display just to welcome a chairman of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Health Association? The Xiao family certainly indulges in extravagance, Robin remarked casually. Xiao Yudi sighed. Although the Xiao family had some wealth and connections in Ningchuan, on a national scale, they were hardly significant. Mr. Lin Jiqian, the chairman of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Health Association, is a towering figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, someone we cannot easily invite. Robin was puzzled. If you cannot invite him, why go to such lengths? Chairman Lin was coming to Ningchuan at the behest of Mayor Li Zongqing, whose father, Li Tinkai, was a retired general of high rank. Now gravely ill and with various treatments proving ineffective, the esteemed Chinese medicine master Lin had been called upon for help. Upon learning of this, my grandfather specifically requested Mayor Li to secure a 10 billion yuan investment for municipal infrastructure in exchange for Lin's visit to treat Li's father. Consequently, all expenses for Lin's journey to Jiang and would be borne by the Xiao family. Although Robin had little understanding of the value of money, a 10 billion yuan price tag seemed excessive. Xiao Yudi clarified, to secure Chairman Lin's presence is already a tremendous honor for our family. Without the backing of Mayor Li's father, no one in Ningchuan could afford to invite Mr. Lin. Robin glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing 2 military vehicles following the convoy. Are those also part of your entourage? Xiao Yudi nodded. Those belong to Mayor Li's daughter, Li Shui. She is accompanying us to the airport to welcome Mr. Lin. Li Shui is the deputy commander of a special forces unit in Longhua, holding the rank of colonel, and is a formidable warrior. She has taken leave from her unit to attend to matters concerning Li's grandfather. Robin shook his head. Isn't it a doctor's duty to heal and save lives? Why the need for such ostentation, wasting resources for a mere consultation? It appears to be an attempt to fish for fame. Xiao Yudi chuckled softly. It's not quite fair to say that. Master Lin's medical skills are exceptional, and he has countless patients seeking his treatment. If every patient were to seek his services, regardless of his talents, he would be overwhelmed. Hence, there are protocols to determine priority. Moreover, Master Lin has many disciples who practice medicine across various locations. He seldom treats patients personally anymore. Even if he does, only those who can meet his standards may request his assistance. At 72, he rarely intervenes directly in treatments. Robin laughed. Isn't a doctor supposed to dedicate their life to healing? Besides, in the realm of medicine, experience only deepens with age. 72 is merely the beginning in traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, this old fellow seems to prioritize a patient's status when deciding whether to treat them, which reeks of pretentiousness. He added. Xiao Yudi smiled, choosing not to engage further. Initially, when her grandfather shared these insights, she had similar sentiments. It was only after taking over the Xiao group that she began to grasp the complexities of human relationships. Every situation is intertwined with various connections, all revolving around a pivotal core, interest. In this world, genuine altruism in medicine is scarce. If it weren't for the old general's esteemed reputation, even Mayor Li Zongqing would struggle to persuade Lin Jiqian to come. Similarly, had it not been for the life-and-death stakes involving Li's grandfather, the Li family wouldn't expend such considerable goodwill to request the services of this esteemed master to prolong his life. As long as Li's grandfather lives, the future of the Li family remains promising. Should he pass, the Li family would inevitably face decline under the pressures of rival families and adversaries. General Li Tinkai has 2 sons. Currently, Mayor Li Zongqing is the eldest, with a daughter named Li Shui. The younger son, Li Zongliang, is the richest man in Jiangnan. The younger generation of the Li family understands that while they have yet to solidify their foundations, they must ensure that the patriarch remains alive. Even if it requires exhausting all their resources and connections, they must ensure the old general survives for at least another 3 to 5 years. In addition to inviting Master Lin's medical team, the Li family sought further reassurance by engaging a renowned American medical expert who has published hundreds of academic papers in The Lancet to treat General Li Tinkai. Robin, weary of the convoluted discussions, leaned back and drifted into a light slumber. 30 minutes later, the convoy arrived at Ningchuan Airport, lining up neatly in front of the departure hall. The airport had received prior notice an hour earlier and had cleared the area in preparation. Except for a portion of airport staff, nearly half of the airport security personnel were lined up here. Xiao Yudi and Li Shui alighted into the waiting area. Dressed in military attire, Li Shui stood upright beside Xiao Yudi. The appearance of these 2 extraordinary beauties, amidst such lavish arrangements, captivated the attention of airport passengers. 10 minutes later, Lin Jiqian and his medical team of 5 emerged from the airport. Li Shui immediately approached them, with Xiao Yudi in close pursuit. Hello, Grandpa Lin. I'm Xiao Shui. Thank you for your hard work on this trip to Ningchuan. Lin Jiqian nodded, taking Li Shui's hand. Xiao Shui, how time flies. You've grown so much. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were only 3 years old, nestled in your grandfather's arms. How is he now? Li Shui's expression turned somber. Grandpa has been bedded in for the past 6 months and has been in a coma for 2 days now. My second uncle has brought in a cardiovascular expert from abroad, McCall, to conduct a series of examinations. McCall mentioned that if their medical team's findings are unfavorable, my grandfather may only have a few days left. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiqian scoffed. Those Western doctors, relying solely on instruments for data statistics. They never inquire about the root causes of illnesses and hastily arrive at conclusions. It's utterly irresponsible. In the face of true traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine is but a butcher. I know the underlying issues with your grandfather's health. He can certainly last another year or so. Li Shui's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. She expressed her respect. Grandpa Lin, you are a medical luminary of our nation. My father always says that as long as you come to Ningchuan, my grandfather's illness can surely be cured. Rest assured, Colonel Li, when my master intervenes, no ailment remains untreatable. Chimed a young, attractive woman beside Lin Jiqian, her impatience evident. Li Shui quickly nodded. Grandpa Lin, who is this? I am Zhang Xiaowan, the close disciple of Grandpa Lin. It's time for him to rest. We should arrange for him to get in the car. Of course. Right this way, Grandpa Lin. Li Shui hurriedly replied. Initially, she intended for Lin Jiqian to ride in her own Land Rover. However, Zhang Xiaowan pointed towards the luxurious Rolls-Royce occupied by Xiao Yudi, stating, my master is accustomed to this type of vehicle. Off-road cars are uncomfortable. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Yudi, Li Shui nodded. Very well, Grandpa Lin, this way please. Xiao Yudi guided Lin Jiqian and Zhang Xiaowan towards another identical Rolls-Royce. Zhang Xiaowan caught sight of a figure lounging in the vehicle, Robin, who was dozing off, and her displeasure was palpable. Humph. How can someone be sleeping in the car while coming to fetch my master? Unbelievable. She immediately latched onto Lin Jiqian's arm and insisted, Master, you should sit in that car. It's more comfortable. Miss Zhang, Grandpa Lin, you. Please, just take this car. Xiao Yudi attempted to reason. Zhang Xiaowan disregarded her objections, pulling Lin Jiqian to the Rolls-Royce where Robin was. She swung the door open and commanded, You. Get out now. My master will be using this car. Robin, groggily awakening, was met with the fierce gaze of a beautifully fierce woman. Did you not hear? Get out immediately. Chapter 0038. You should prepare for the worst. Robin, already displeased at being roused, was further irritated by her shouting. Who do you think you are? Barking like a dog to wake me? Scram. Xiao Yudi, having just arrived, felt a wave of dread wash over her as she heard Robin's words. This is bad, she thought. If Robin continues to speak so disrespectfully, Lin Jiqian would surely refuse to treat her father. Lin Jiqian's expression darkened as he recognized the gravity of the situation. He was aware that the grand welcome prepared by the Xiao family was a plea for his assistance, as the Li family had hinted. What was intended as a visit to Ningxuan to help treat the Xiao family now felt deeply unpleasant. With a cold laugh, he declared, I believe I'll ride in Xiao Shue's vehicle instead, and strode towards Li Shue's Land Rover. Seeing this, Xiao Yudi panicked and hurriedly called out, Grandpa Lin, please wait. Lin Jiqian, without turning back, walked ahead. Zhang Xiaoan huffed and rushed after him. Xiao Yudi stamped her foot in frustration, wanting to explain to Lin Jiqian again, but was stopped by Li Shui. Yudi, don't fret. We can explain to Grandpa Lin later. If only Grandpa can wake up. I'll definitely ask him to invite Grandpa Lin to treat Uncle Xiao. I believe Grandpa Lin will agree to my grandfather's request. Now, let your convoy return. You can follow me with one vehicle. Reluctantly, Xiao Yudi acquiesced to Li Shui's suggestion. Li Shui glanced at Robin in the car and softly asked, Yudi, is he your boyfriend? Xiao Yudi's cheeks flushed, and she struggled to explain to Li Shui. Robin preferred to keep their heroic encounter a secret. No, Li Shui chuckled knowingly. All right then, I shall head over first. Watching Li Shui and the others depart, Xiao Yudi sighed deeply and entered the vehicle. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu remarked, Mr. Robin, you may have angered Grandpa Lin. He might refuse to treat Mr. Xiao as father out of spite. Qin Yu, don't speak nonsense. Zhang Xiaoan was indeed excessively domineering. She insisted on sitting in this car, clearly trying to make things difficult for us. This is hardly Robin's fault. If it weren't for my father's illness, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Let us go, Cheng Shu. We'll follow Xiao Shue's car to see Uncle Li. If it doesn't work out, it's simply a matter of fate between my father and Grandpa Lin. We'll find another way. Robin gazed at Xiao Yudi's forlorn expression. Is it truly that grave? A medical master of his caliber wouldn't be so petty over such trivial matters, would he? That would be rather small-minded. Xiao Yudi offered a wry smile. I don't know. Our fate lies in their hands. If they wish to treat us, they will. If not, there's little we can do. However, don't dwell on it. Xiao Shue reassured me that as long as Grandpa Li awakens, with his reputation, Grandpa Lin will certainly help treat my father. Robin nodded. That's reassuring. They traveled in silence, following Li Shui's vehicle to the municipal government compound. Mayor Li resided in a distinctive little courtyard at the end of the compound's last row. This residence was specially constructed for elderly by the state, distinguishing itself from others not only by its larger grounds, but also by the two armed guards stationed at the entrance. With Li Shui's guidance, they entered the compound smoothly. At that moment, several individuals were seated in the mayor's residence, their faces clouded with concern. Upon entering the courtyard, Mayor Li Zongqing personally came out to greet them. Grandpa Lin, I truly appreciate your effort in traveling from Beijing to Ningxuan to treat my father. Please, take a moment to rest and have some pastries before examining my father. Lin Jiqian waved his hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. I need to assess your father's condition first. One moment, Mayor Li. The examination data for the patient is not yet complete, and you must not allow anyone to disturb it. At that moment, Lin Jiqian noticed a few foreign doctors at a table on the east side of the living room. One man in his 30s appeared visibly irate. Lin Jiqian slightly furrowed his brows. Li Zongqing hastily stepped forward to explain, Grandpa Lin, I apologize. In my eagerness, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. McCall, a doctoral advisor at the Blake's Medical Laboratory in the United States. Professor McCall is also one of the most esteemed medical experts in the realm of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases globally. He was specially invited by my brother from the United States, and currently, his medical team is conducting a comprehensive examination and data analysis of my father's health. I ask for your understanding. Lin Jiqian smirked disdainfully. Very well. Zhang Xiaoan then scoffed, casting a contemptuous glare at McCall. What do they know? Those so-called Western medical experts are merely a group of data-obsessed automatons. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoan's derogatory remarks, McCall and his team were instantly displeased. This young lady speaks rather impolitely. I intended to show some respect for traditional Chinese medicine, but you have chosen to undermine it yourself. You practitioners of traditional medicine are nothing but ignorant believers in superstition, engaging in mystical practices. In reality, You are playing with patients' lives. We, as Western physicians, conduct meticulous analyses through sophisticated instruments, adhering strictly to scientific principles to quantify patients' conditions and establishing diagnoses based on statistical outcomes, from which we formulate appropriate treatment plans. Zhang Xiaowan was ready to retort angrily when Li Zongqing hurriedly intervened. Mr. McCall, Mr. Lin, I do not comprehend your academic debates. I ask that you show mutual respect. The fact that we can all gather here today makes us esteemed guests of the Li family, and the ultimate goal of healing my father is what truly matters. Although Lin Jiqian was seething with anger, he felt it inappropriate to speak further given his stature in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. With a sullen expression, he nodded. Very well. I shall observe how your American cardiovascular specialists utilize data analysis to diagnose my old friend's ailment. McCall chuckled disdainfully. In 10 minutes, you will witness the results of our data analysis. At that time, you shall understand what true science is. The atmosphere in Li Zongqing's residence grew tense. Xiao Yudi and Robin sat inconspicuously in a corner of the living room. Observing the escalating tension between the two factions, Robin shook his head with a smile. Xiao Yudi whispered, "What are you laughing about?" Robin replied, "I laugh because tonight, none of them will be able to cure Mayor Li's father. What a farce of experts. Merely braggarts." His voice, though not loud, pierced the silence of the Li residence's living room. McCall and Lin Jiqian turned their furious gazes toward Robin. Li Zongqing, fuming, demanded, "Who is this person speaking nonsense here?" Li Shui quickly stood up to explain. "Dad, he is a guest from Grandpa Zhao's family." Xiao Yudi also apologized. "Uncle Li, I'm sorry." Before she could finish her sentence, Robin interjected. "I merely stated a truth. None of them can save your father." Xiao Yudi felt her head spinning, terrified by the impending fury in Li Zongqing's eyes. At that moment, Li Zongliang, who had remained silent, scoffed. "Kid, are you courting death?" Robin retorted, "Whether I seek death is of no concern to you, but I do know that if they treat your father, he is as good as dead." Upon hearing this, Li Zongqing furiously pointed at Robin, shouting, "Get out! Leave this place!" Robin stood up. "Do you think I wish to stay here?" At that moment, Xiao Yudi regretted her choice, never anticipating that Robin would utter such shocking words, offending both Lin Jiqian and McCall, as well as thoroughly alienating the Li family without leaving any room for reconciliation. "Stop right there. You think you can just walk away after spouting nonsense? It won't be that easy." Li Zongliang slammed his palm on the table and bellowed. Meanwhile, McCall, holding the freshly analyzed data, lamented, "Mayor Li, I regret to inform you that based on our data analysis, your father is beyond saving. You should prepare for the inevitable." Chapter 39, Within 3 Needles. Your father is doomed. Li Zongqing's rage erupted instantly. In that moment, he cast aside his identity as mayor and cursed, "Damn it. After waiting 2 hours for your data analysis, you tell me he can't be treated and to prepare for the worst? I spent 50 million just to receive this conclusion?" Li Zongliang was taken aback, glancing at Robin with a complex expression. This young man was not wrong at all. To become the wealthiest man in Jiangnan and be the son of Li Tingkai, his insight into people was extraordinary. If Robin was not merely speaking nonsense, it implied he had discerned the root of his father's ailment long ago. Could he also possess medical knowledge? McCall, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, said, "Mr. Li, I understand your current emotions. However, life and death are natural laws. Your father, having reached an advanced age and suffered a severe gunshot wound, has many organ functions significantly weakened. Furthermore, remnants of old shrapnel remain in his body. Forceful treatment would be futile and only add to his suffering. It would be kinder to allow him a peaceful departure in his final moments." "Nonsense," Lin Jiqian scoffed, rising slowly from the sofa. "You lack the ability to heal and immediately declare your patient irretrievable. How laughable." Li Zongqing, both angry and anxious, momentarily forgot his role in inviting the esteemed figure of Lin Jiqian. He hurriedly approached him, pleading, "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. I should have asked for your help in treating my father long ago." Lin Jiqian patted Li Zongqing on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Mayor Li. I will do my utmost to treat General Li." Having said that, he took the silver needles handed to him by Zhang Xiaowan and immediately inserted one into Li Tingkai's Baihui acupoint. "You are committing murder, not saving a life." Robin's untimely voice echoed once more in the silent living room. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Zongqing angrily pointed at Robin. "Get him out of here." Robin coldly huffed. The old general, a hero throughout his life, unexpectedly meets his end at the hands of a bunch of quacks. With that needle, he is already teetering on the edge of the Naiha Bridge. "Kid, what are you blabbering about?" Lin Jiqian retorted angrily. Robin glanced at Li Zongqing. "Within 3 needles. Your father is assuredly doomed. You scoundrel. If you utter one more word, I will have you arrested. Li Zongqing was genuinely furious this time, ready to issue orders to the guards. Li Zongliang swiftly intervened, whispering, "Brother, perhaps this young man possesses some ability." Just now, he discerned that McCall could not save our father. Let us wait a moment and see how this unfolds. Upon hearing this, Li Zongqing looked at Robin. This young man appeared to be in his early 20s, brimming with arrogance. If he claimed to be more proficient in medicine, Li Zongqing found it hard to believe. "Kid, let me inform you that Mr. Lin is a leading figure in our traditional Chinese medicine community. His expertise is beyond your understanding. Since you assert that Mr. Lin cannot heal my father's illness, do you possess any medical knowledge yourself?" Robin replied disdainfully, "Medical knowledge? Merely a term. What is deemed medical knowledge is merely a deep understanding of human organ structures and the principles of qi and blood circulation within the body. Anyone who has read traditional Chinese medical texts would comprehend this. The distinction lies in how one applies these principles to heal. In that regard, it ultimately depends on one's skill level." "Haha, the so-called head of traditional Chinese medicine you mentioned just now, with that needle, has already violated the body's operational rules. In essence, he is hastening your father's demise." Horrified, both Li Zongqing and Li Zongliang broke into a cold sweat, even feeling a shiver run down their spines. If Robin's words held any truth, did it not mean they were endangering their father's life? At this moment, Lin Jiqian could no longer suppress the fury within him. Pointing at Robin, he exclaimed, "You think reading a couple of medical books makes you a doctor? That's utter nonsense." Zhang Xiaowan leaped forward, indignantly rebuking, "What are you babbling about? My master has practiced medicine his entire life without a single failure. Under his care, there is no ailment he cannot heal." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiqian felt a pang of regret. Zhang Xiaowan's declaration was overly boastful. Truly, there are no genuine miracle healers in this world. Even if his master were alive, he would never dare to utter such arrogant words. However, now that Zhang Xiaowan had spoken, there was no taking it back. Lin Jiqian had no choice but to brace himself and prepare a second injection, intending to forcibly administer it to Li Tinkai's brow, hoping to stimulate his internal energy to circulate under the pressure of the needle. With this second injection, General Li is likely to cross the Naiha Bridge. Upon hearing Robin's words, Li Zongliang hesitated. If this young man lacked absolute certainty, how could he dare make such a decisive claim? "Come here, you inexperienced fool, and witness what happens after this needle goes in." Lin Jiqian observed that after administering the second needle, Li Tinkai's complexion indeed began to flush. His heart swelled with joy as he realized he had gambled correctly. "Today, I shall open your eyes to what true medical skill looks like." The onlookers in the room, witnessing the once near lifeless Li Tinkai gradually regain a semblance of vitality, nearly gasped in amazement. Indeed, the prowess of our nation's traditional medicine is unparalleled. Master Lin is akin to Hua Tuo reborn. Just as the crowd marveled at Lin Jiqian's miraculous healing, McCall stepped forward, disdainfully remarking, "President Lin, the current signs indicate that Mr. Li is merely experiencing a fleeting revival. His organs are failing, and you cannot possibly bring him back to life. To snatch him from the clutches of death would be a severe violation of the laws of nature." Lin Jiqian retorted, "Enough. According to your so-called natural laws, General Li should have already been sent to the crematorium. Your medical team has spent hours computing data on various computers, only to conclude that he is beyond saving. If you cannot save General Li, then step aside. Silence your incessant prattle." McCall shrugged. "Very well, let us wait and see." Lin Jiqian scoffed and returned to Li Tinkai's bedside, reaching for his pulse. "Do not waste your time. His heart is nearly ceasing to beat," Robin stated coldly. Ignoring Robin, Lin Jiqian remained confident in his medical skills. However, as he felt for Li Tinkai's pulse, he realized that Robin was indeed correct. Gradually, his once unwavering expression began to waver. His fingers trembled involuntarily as he held Li Tinkai's wrist. Li Zongqing watched as the flush on his father's face faded and his breathing grew fainter. Noticing Lin Jiqian's hands shaking violently, he rushed forward, asking, "Old Lin, what is my father's condition?" Lin Jiqian wiped the sweat from his brow, but had yet to speak. Robin interjected, "His heartbeat is about to stop. If immediate action is not taken, even divine intervention will be futile in 5 minutes. You shut your mouth." Lin Jiqian retorted angrily. Robin coldly responded, "If you force that needle in again, it would be tantamount to killing him. The little breath General Li had left has been completely disrupted by your 2 injections. It's like a feeble spark being fanned by your excessive force. Can he possibly survive?" Lin Jiqian wanted to retort, but the words caught in his throat. Robin was correct. Li Tinkai's organs were nearly failing, with only a faint pulse sustaining his life. His attempt to forcibly concentrate Li's internal energy had backfired, causing blood clots that obstructed circulation. It was akin to a narrow passageway where a group of people could pass slowly, but would create a blockage if they rushed through. If these clots were not cleared, it could lead to catastrophic ruptures in the heart or brain under pressure. Given the current circumstances, Li Tingkai's body could hardly endure for another 5 minutes. At that moment, Lin Ziqian's hand, poised with the needle, trembled even more violently. He was uncertain whether the third injection would effectively dissolve the clots. It was entirely possible that, as Robin had warned, this injection could cost Li Tingkai his life. With this third needle, preparations for morning might indeed be in order. Robin once again made a shocking proclamation, inciting Zhang Xiaowan's fury as she shouted at him. "You scoundrel! You've done nothing but interfere with my master's treatments. What are you trying to achieve? Enough! Silence yourself." Lin Ziqian closed his eyes and plunged the third needle directly into the Dazui acupoint on Li Tingkai's back. Very well, let it all come to an end. 5 seconds passed, and blood began to flow. At 10 seconds, a fleeting revival occurred, and his eyes opened. At 15 seconds, he attempted to speak. Within 30 seconds, he collapsed, convulsing. Death was imminent within a minute. Having said this, Robin turned and walked toward the door. In the living room of the Li Zongqing residence, a profound silence enveloped the space. It was as though Robin had cast a spell upon everyone. Each person stared wide-eyed at the bedridden Li Tingkai, forgetting all else. Suddenly, the slumbering Li Tingkai began to spit blood. 5 seconds passed without fail. McCall exclaimed in astonishment. The onlookers had momentarily forgotten Li Tingkai's fate, focusing all their attention on his transformation. Moments later, Li Tingkai abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at those gathered around him. Wow, how miraculous! The timing was precise, 10 seconds. Not a moment off, McCall declared, as if he were a clock, accurately announcing the time once more. Zongqing, Zongliang, swear you are all here? Li Tingkai scanned the room, nodding at them with a smile, then noticed Lin Ziqian. Old Lin, I recall we have a game of chess left unfinished. Let us continue it shortly. Lin Ziqian collapsed to the ground, trembling in shock. 15 seconds, exactly 15 seconds. He had truly spoken. Master Luo, you are the most extraordinary prognosticator I have ever encountered. Your predictions are astonishingly precise. McCall's near-exultant shout roused everyone from their astonishment. Robin's earlier claims of 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and 15 seconds had all come to fruition without a single deviation. However, the next predictions of 30 seconds leading to convulsions and an inevitable death within a minute loomed ominously. This meant that there was only half a minute left before the old gentleman would depart this world. Li Zongqing, now panicking, grasped Lin Ziqian's collar, pleading, You must think of a way to save my father." Lin Ziqian gasped for breath, shaking his head desperately. Suddenly, Li Tingkai collapsed to the floor, convulsing uncontrollably. Everyone watched in horror at the bizarre scene unfolding before them. "Quick, retrieve him. He is the only one who can save your father." Lin Ziqian scrambled to his feet, pulling Li Zongqing toward the hall exit. In an instant, the crowd suddenly remembered that arrogant young man. Xiao Yudi also regained her senses from the shock, following Li Zongqing and Lin Ziqian as they rushed toward the door. "Stop him! Quickly stop him!" Li Zongqing shouted to the guards at the courtyard gate while desperately pursuing Robin. "Mr. Luo, Master Luo, please wait. I implore you to save my father's life. I will comply with any request you may have." Li Zongqing and Li Zongliang rushed before Robin, bowing deeply with utmost reverence. Robin offered a nonchalant smile, no treatment. Lin Ziqian, equally respectful, bowed and said, "Master Luo, I was mistaken. I beseech you, in consideration of General Li's sacrifices for the nation, to save the old general." At that moment, Xiao Yudi and Li Shui also hurried to Robin's side. Li Shui, nearly kneeling, cried out, "Mr. Luo, as a healer, please save my grandfather." Xiao Yudi likewise pleaded, "Robin, consider what Grandpa Li has done for the country." Robin glanced at the time. Fortunately, there were still 10 seconds remaining. He immediately instructed to lift the old man Li to the door of the living room. Li Zongqing and Li Zongliang called out to those in the room, urging them to act swiftly per Robin's command. "Chairman Lin, may I borrow your silver needles?" "Certainly." "Xiaowan, hurry and hand my silver needles to Master Luo." Lin Ziqian commanded Zhang Xiaowan beside him. Zhang Xiaowan scoffed, "What nonsense! He knows nothing. Don't tarnish Master S. silver needles. Hurry and bring the needles. Time is of the essence." Lin Ziqian thundered, "Master, he is a fraud. How can you believe him?" Zhang Xiaowan stubbornly refused to hand over the needles. Smack! Li Shui slapped Zhang Xiaowan's face. "Are you trying to get us killed?" She snatched the silver needle pouch from Zhang Xiaowan's hands and presented it to Robin. "Thank you, Master." Lin Ziqian, seeing only 2 seconds left, shook his head in despair. Robin was still 7 or 8 meters away from the living room door. Even the champion of a 100-meter race could not reach Li Tinkai in time. Moreover, within these 2 seconds, he needed to accurately puncture every acupoint. Alas, I have made a grave mistake. Old friend, I am sorry. Lin Jiqian knelt before Li Tinkai at the living room door. At that moment of despair, in the dim courtyard, 18 silver points miraculously pierced into Li Tinkai's body in the final second. Zhongchong, Laogong, Daling, Naguan, Jianshi, Xiuza, the 18 soul-pursuing needles. Lin Jiqian exclaimed in astonishment. That's it. That is the legendary 18 soul-pursuing needles. The 18 soul-pursuing needles are a lost technique from the Huangdi Neijing, a miraculous acupuncture method lost for nearly a millennium. It represents the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine. Legend has it that those who master this technique can snatch life from the hands of the king of hell and reclaim souls from death. Little did I know that all my life's learning pales in comparison to even a fragment of this technique. Cough, cough. Li Tinkai coughed violently, opened his eyes, and surveyed the peculiar expressions of those around him, finally finding a familiar face. Shui, what are all of you doing? Li Shui, tears streaming down her face, rushed to Li Tinkai, exclaiming, Grandpa, you truly came back to life. You scared me to death. Li Tinkai then noticed the 18 silver needles embedded in his body. Quickly, help him to lie down on the bed. Robin approached and said indifferently, he is very weak and cannot stand for long. Li Zongqing and Li Zongliang, coming to their senses, realized that they had indeed saved their father. They promptly commanded others to assist Li Tinkai to bed. Then the brothers deeply bowed to Robin, saying, Master Luo, I apologize for my earlier disrespectful behavior. You are a great benefactor to our family. Robin replied coldly, I can only say that Li Laoi has temporarily preserved his life. At best, this state can last 3 months. Come back in 3 days to extend his life. If my instructions are followed, he may have at least another 10 years. Li Zongqing and Li Zongliang were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude to Master Luo. Li Zongliang immediately produced a bank card and presented it to Robin, saying, Mr. Luo, a small token of appreciation, please accept it. Robin glanced at the card, which contained at least 200 million. Very well, I shall accept it. With that, he turned and exited the room, waving his right hand as the 18 silver needles returned to his grasp. Here you go, Chairman Lin. Robin handed the needle pouch back to Lin Jiqian and left the courtyard. Mr. Luo, wait a moment. Behind him, McCall and Lin Jiqian hurried after him. Mr. Luo, that was incredible. Did you use some form of sorcery? McCall asked, bewildered. Sorcery? Robin shrugged with a smile. Indeed, anything you cannot comprehend is deemed sorcery. Lin Jiqian approached, snorting coldly, what do you know? This is the highest realm of our traditional medicine. Western medicine's concepts of life and death are merely surface judgments. In reality, even when a person's heart stops, many cells within remain active for a certain period. If these cells receive rapid blood and nutrient supply within a short time, even if the person shows no signs of life, they can be revived. McCall sneered, if Chairman Lin knows so much, why could you not save the old gentleman while this Mr. Luo could? Lin Jiqian sighed, gazing at Robin with deep respect. This illustrates the difference between a divine physician and an ordinary doctor. Everyone knows that the heart is the engine of life. Every blood vessel, every meridian, and every acupoint are essential conduits delivering blood and nutrients to this engine. Only by mastering techniques to quickly clear these pathways can one resolve the ultimate issues. This is the miraculous nature of Master Luo's ability to save General Li. After saying this, Lin Jiqian knelt before Robin. Master, my lifetime of learning pales in comparison to a fraction of your knowledge. I wish to become your disciple. Zhang Xiaowan, arriving shortly after, was stunned by the scene. Teacher, how can you kneel to this fraud? Chapter 41. Where is the most expensive villa area in Ningchuan? Nonsense. Lin Jiqian was truly enraged. Although he cherished this disciple, Zhang Xiaowan had repeatedly humiliated Robin. Earlier, her stubborn ignorance nearly caused them to miss the optimal opportunity to save Li Tinkai, leading him to consider expelling her from his teachings. Now, as he sought to request Robin to accept him as a disciple, Zhang Xiaowan dared to openly insult Robin as a fraud. This was intolerable. In the realm of traditional medicine, skill commands respect. Just based on Robin's astonishing performance with the 18 soul-pursuing needles, Lin Jiqian knew he could hardly reach such a pinnacle in traditional Chinese medicine, even as the chairman of the association. Even now, kneeling beside him to honor him as a teacher would not be a source of shame. Lin Jiqian gazed blankly at Robin's tall figure, his eyes shimmering with profound reverence. A young man in his 20s achieving such lofty heights. Lin Jiqian, Having studied medicine since the age of 4 under the guidance of Jiang Shui Lu, the master of the medicine Immortal Valley, had traveled the world with his master, handling countless complex ailments. By 18, his medical skills had flourished as he inherited the essence of Jiang's divine needle. At 28, he left the medicine Immortal Valley, venturing into the world alone. For 12 solid years, he traversed mountains and rivers with Jiang's divine needle, earning the title of the foremost healer in Dragon Kingdom's traditional medicine. At 50, he was elected chairman of the Dragon Kingdom Traditional Medicine Association, the highest honor in his medical journey. From then on, Lin Jiqian's name became synonymous with traditional Chinese medicine, a figure of divine status in the medical field. He had thought that with his lifetime of achievements, he could fulfill his aspirations. Yet, unexpectedly, today he was utterly defeated by this young man in his 20s. However, he was utterly convinced. Master, Zhang Shaoan looked at Lin Jiqian, who was kneeling before Robin, with disdain, and said, "What is he even worth? Master, please rise. I do not wish to see you pledge allegiance to him. He merely toys with techniques, lacking true skill. Absurd. From this day forth, I sever our master-disciple relationship. Henceforth, the Lin family shall no longer harbor a disrespectful wretch like you. Leave." Zhang Shaoan attempted to continue her pleas, but Lin Jiqian raised his hand and sent her flying. "You have shamed me. Master Robin, it is Lin's disciple who has been disrespectful. I implore you to accept me as your student. I wish to dedicate my life to following you and learning the art of medicine." Robin waved his hand dismissively. "Rise. I shall not take you as my disciple." Watching Robin's retreating figure, Lin Jiqian spoke sincerely. "Mr. Robin, regardless of your consent, I, Lin Jiqian, shall forever regard you as my master." Robin halted and sighed. "Why must you be so stubborn, old man? It troubles me greatly." "Very well." Suddenly, with a swift motion, he extracted silver needles from Lin Jiqian's needle pouch and casually threw them. 99 silver needles pierced Lin Jiqian's clothing, each corresponding precisely to the acupuncture points on his body, floating above the fabric without touching his skin. Such a technique, this remarkable skill of distant needle application. Lin Jiqian feared he would be fortunate to master even a fraction of it in his lifetime. Tears of excitement welled in his eyes as he bowed deeply to Robin's back. "Thank you, Master, for imparting the soul-searching 18 needles. I shall forever hold you in the highest esteem." Xiao Yudi witnessed this entire scene, astonished that Robin possessed such miraculous abilities. The world's top cardiovascular team and the eminent traditional Chinese medicine masters of Longhua could not save a patient, yet he had snatched them back from the brink of death. Moreover, his skill was breathtaking. At that moment, even Lin Jiqian, a revered figure in traditional Chinese medicine, was humbled before him. "Robin, how many more wonders do you conceal?" Xiao Yudi gazed at Robin's silhouette, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Robin, wait for me." Xiao Yudi, disregarding her usual composure, hastily pursued him, under the envious gazes of many onlookers. In the Li residence, Li Tinkai had regained some strength and was seated on the sofa, supported by his 2 sons. "Zongqing, Zongliang, this young man has rescued me from the clutches of the King of Hell and granted me an extension of 10 years to my life. This is a tremendous opportunity for our family. Who is this Mr. Robin? Where does he hail from? Investigate immediately. Remember, do not offend such a remarkable person. If we are fortunate enough to befriend him, it would be a blessing for our Li family." Li Zongqing and Li Zongliang nodded respectfully. "Father, rest assured, Mr. Robin has done us a great favor. We will fulfill any of his future requests." "Good. You must understand, with me around, those old folks will not dare to harbor ill intentions towards our family. If I were to perish, those wolves would not rest easy. Therefore, you must cultivate relationships with individuals like Mr. Robin to ensure our family's prosperity in any circumstance." Li Tingkai's gaze fell upon his granddaughter, Li Shui, and a smile of satisfaction graced his face. "Xiao Xue, I see that Mr. Robin is of a similar age to you. You young people should interact more. If suitable, consider." Li Shui's cheeks flushed. "Grandfather, you are mistaken. Mr. Robin is Yudi's boyfriend. Do not mention this in front of him. It would be so embarrassing." "Ha ha." Li Tingkai laughed. "I'm not mistaken. After all, he has yet to marry that girl from the Xiao family, right? Until he is married, it implies that Mr. Robin is still single. Since he is single, everyone has a chance to engage with him." "Grandfather, what are you saying? You have just recovered. You should speak less. Did not Mr. Robin say that while you are awake, you are still in a precarious condition? You must be cautious. 3 days from now, I will seek out Mr. Robin to continue your treatment." "Very well." Li Tingkai laughed heartily. "How delightful it is to be alive and witness you all." Haraha. Outside the city government residence, Xiao Yudi sat in the car, her gaze fixed on Robin, making him feel uneasy. "Xiao, I need to discuss something with you." Could you please refrain from staring at me like that? I know I am quite handsome, but you need not gaze at me incessantly. It gives me an unsettling feeling, Robin said, instinctively tightening his collar. Shut it. Xiao Yudi shot him a glance. Robin, I am increasingly convinced that you are enigmatic. You even possess acupuncture skills. Where did you learn this? Robin replied earnestly, I learned from my master. I have been studying medicine and combat since I was 3. Xiao Yudi shot him an indignant glare. Then what is your profession? Robin pondered, I do not have a specific occupation. I work as a mercenary occasionally, assisting a few presidents' friends with security. Presidents? Are those presidents your friends? Indeed, they frequently invite me for tea. Is that so strange? Xiao Yudi and Qin Yu chuckled at Robin's serious demeanor. You have tea with presidents, and I could claim that I often play golf with the Secretary General of the Alliance. Robin shook his head, believe what you will. In that case, spending time with such individuals must be quite lucrative, Xiao Yudi inquired with a smile. Robin nodded. Not excessively wealthy, but I do have several trillion in this card. Butler Xiao Cheng nearly burst into laughter, causing the steering wheel to wobble. Xiao Yudi and Qin Yu could no longer contain their laughter. Robin, observing their amusement, sighed. If you choose not to believe, then so be it. Stop ahead. I will get out. I won't be returning to the Xiao family villa today. I will visit your father's condition another day. Xiao Yudi initially intended to persuade him to stay, but decided against it. After exiting the car, once Xiao Yudi and the others had departed, Robin intended to call a taxi to the old ghost's villa in Ningxuan. A Porsche supercar pulled up before him. Robin, what a coincidence. Get in. Where to? I'll give you a ride. The windows slowly rolled down, revealing the beautiful face of Shen Yaoyao. Upon entering the car, Robin asked, where is the most expensive villa area in Ningxuan? Shen Yaoyao paused for a moment, then laughed. What do you mean? The most expensive villa in Ningxuan is my home. Robin replied nonchalantly, take me there. Chapter 0042. Robin, please do not kill me. Shen Yaoyao looked at Robin's serious expression and burst into laughter. Huh? The most expensive villa in Ningxuan is Villa number 1 on Zixia Mountain by Crescent Lake. All right, I will take you home. Shen Yaoyao revved the engine of the sports car, but did not accelerate. Seeing Robin still sitting calmly in the passenger seat, as if his home truly was in the Zixia Mountain Villa area, she laughed heartily. Robin, I am truly impressed. Is it really true that the most expensive villa in the Zixia Mountain area is yours? Yes, why? Robin gazed at the laughing Shen Yaoyao, puzzled. Is that funny? Shen Yaoyao laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. Robin, you are hilarious. If you pursued a career in comedy, you would undoubtedly become the next comedic genius. Huh. Robin furrowed his brow, glancing at his reflection in the rearview mirror, looking quite dapper. He cast a glance at the still giggling Shen Yaoyao and said earnestly, hey, stop laughing. I want to ask you, do I really look poor? In fact, I am quite wealthy. This card of mine has at least tens of billions. Ahaha. Robin, can you not tease me any further? I might just die from laughter. Goodness, what is wrong with these women? Must one wear a gold chain around their neck, sport a flashy watch, and drive a luxury car to be considered affluent? No need to explain. Think what you will, as long as you are happy. After laughing for a while, Shen Yaoyao finally caught her breath. Robin glanced at her, pursed his lips, and cautioned, take it easy. Don't laugh yourself into oblivion. Drive properly. I'm still in the car. Shen Yaoyao abruptly halted, realizing she had lost her composure in her amusement. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly adjusted her attire. You rascal. All right, no more jokes. Tell me, where do you live? If you currently have no place to stay, I can drop you off at the nearest hotel, and you can book a room yourself. The Zixia Mountain Villa area is quite far from here. If I really take you there, and you tell me it's not your home, I'll think you were just playing around. Robin replied helplessly, what are you talking about? Who is joking with you? If you don't want to take me there, I can just take a taxi myself. As he spoke, Robin reached for the door to exit the vehicle. Okay, I believe you. Is that good enough? Shen Yaoyao pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche shot forward like an arrow. She was curious to see whether this man was indeed genuine. Could it be that he was merely putting on a facade, as Cheng Si had suggested? The Zixia Mountain Villa area lay in the eastern suburbs of the city. The villas there are categorized into 3 tiers, with the first tier starting at a price of 1 billion. This premium area comprises only 5 villas, with numbers 2 through 5 already occupied, leaving the top-tier villa number 1 uninhabited since its completion. It is rumored that this villa was purchased by a highly mysterious individual, one whose true identity remains unknown. So it's you. Shen Yaoyao giggled. Robin nodded in agreement. To be precise, it wasn't mine before, but now and in the future, it certainly is. Seeing the seriousness on Robin's face, Shen Yaoyao's smile grew even brighter. This man must have graduated from a performing arts program. His acting skills are undoubtedly top-notch. Noticing the time was still early, Shin Yaoyao suddenly recalled an exhilarating place. Robin, there's a really fun spot on the way to Zixia Mountain Villa area. Since it's still early, shall I take you there? A fun place? What kind of fun? Robin yawned lazily and inquired. A thrilling racing venue. Shin Yaoyao exclaimed excitedly. At the Longpan peak of Zixia Mountain, there is a circular mountain road that leads directly to the summit. Many racing enthusiasts gather there to race and engage in various exhilarating driving styles. The most thrilling is the life and death speed game, where the stakes are supercars valued between 5 to 10 million. Although accidents are frequent, those who enjoy betting on races remain undeterred. Robin, would you like to go? Absolutely not. Robin replied without a moment's hesitation. I hold life in high regard. I am not interested in such reckless pursuits. TSK. Coward. Shin Yaoyao scoffed disdainfully, casting a glance at Robin. No wonder Qingxi looks down on you. Robin's lips twitched. He nearly retorted that Qingxi was simply blind. Suddenly, through the right rearview mirror, he noticed two Hummer SUVs trailing their car at a leisurely pace. Not far behind the Hummers were two 30-ton dump trucks. It was evident that the two Hummers and the two dump trucks were working in concert, seemingly following the Porsche Shin Yaoyao was driving. Were these individuals enemies of Shin Yaoyao, or were they targeting him? It was still uncertain. They remained in the city, surrounded by numerous vehicles and pedestrians, making it inconvenient to probe their intent. He decided to have the dark web investigate these individuals' true motives before determining how to deal with them. Before long, the Porsche exited the bustling city and entered the eastern suburban ring road, the essential route to the Zixia Mountain Villa area. The view was unobstructed, with relatively few vehicles and pedestrians on the road. This area was designated as a high-end residential zone by the Ningxuan city government. The navigation system indicated that they were less than 20 kilometers from the Zixia Mountain Villa. The road was nearly a straight line, with two intersections and one T-junction along the way. Robin glanced in the rearview mirror. The two Hummers continued to follow them at a leisurely pace, remaining less than 100 meters behind. However, the dump trucks had vanished from sight. This method of tracking, while rather rudimentary, hinted at the presence of a group of assassins. Yet, at this moment, it was unclear who their intended target was, Shun's enemies, or revenge against Robin. If they were targeting him, there was no need for concern. The assassins from the dark web protecting him would alert him immediately, ready to execute an assassination or capture operation upon receiving instructions. A minute later, Robin received a notification. The two Hummers were hired by a man named Bin under Chen Chuyang from the Huanyu group. These four assassins had begun following him 3 hours ago. 5 minutes ago. Upon confirming that Robin was heading to the Zixia Mountain Villa, the four assassins decided to orchestrate a car accident on this road to kill Robin. The dark web assassins awaited instructions on how to proceed. Robin chose not to allow them to act, and instead opted to handle the situation himself. The mountain road leading to the Zixia Mountain Villa had 3 intersections in total, and Bin's men would most likely attempt to strike at the middle T-junction. Chapter 0043. With me, you shall not perish. Slightly reducing speed, Robin pulled over at the safety island ahead. He glanced at the rearview mirror and spoke to Shin Yaoyao. Shin Yaoyao, observing Robin's impassive demeanor, chuckled. What do you mean? Are we turning back? You really are something. I told you. How could that villa worth 3 billion possibly belong to you? You are such a boring fellow. Get out. Robin coldly commanded, ignoring Shin Yaoyao's teasing. She looked at him, her expression serious, and instead of moving, she laughed. What do you mean? A robbery? Robin swung open the car door, pulled Shin Yaoyao into the passenger seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Shin Yaoyao was momentarily stunned. Did Robin really intend to rob her? Was he planning to hijack the vehicle? Or was it something more sinister? Suddenly, an ominous feeling washed over her. No wonder Qingxi disliked him so much. It seemed that all of Robin's behavior had been an act. Robin, please don't kill me. How much do you want? I can have my father transfer it to me. Also, I'm still a virgin. With a roar, Robin pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche surged forward with a thunderous growl. Robin, what are you doing? I can give you anything you want. Just don't kill me. Shin Yaoyao exclaimed in shock, uncertain of Robin's intentions. Be quiet. Robin replied coldly. Rest assured, I want nothing from you. Then why are you driving so fast? Shin Yaoyao clutched her arms tightly, trying to cover her somewhat exposed chest. Didn't you want a race? Robin chuckled lightly. I'll take you for a thrilling ride. Shin Yaoyao sat in the Porsche supercar, which felt as though it might take flight, gripping the handle tightly in fear as she screamed. Robin, are you insane? Driving this fast on this road? Are you trying to throw away your life? Slow down. Robin coldly replied. Do not speak. Just hold on. At that moment, Shin Yaoyao was taken aback by Robin's demeanor. The man had shed his previous languor, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. His stern countenance and impeccable driving posture were nothing short of perfection. For a fleeting moment, Shen Yaoyao was captivated by Robin's intense focus and dedication. Robin glanced at the time. At this speed, they would reach the upcoming T-junction in just 2 minutes. A message from the dark web had arrived, indicating that Chun Shuliang's assassins planned to confront them at the junction. Now was the time to take the initiative. He looked into the rearview mirror. The 2 Humvee SUVs trailing him maintained their leisurely pace, keeping a safe distance behind. A playful smirk crept across Robin's lips. "Brace yourself. I'm about to shift gears," he commanded. Shen Yaoyao, who had been staring at him in a daze, jolted in fright. In the next moment, Robin slammed on the brakes. The Porsche suddenly decelerating from nearly 400 kilometers per hour to 250. Shen Yaoyao gasped, "What are you doing? Is this fun? You scare me to death." After the sudden deceleration, Robin pressed the brakes again, reducing the speed sharply from 250 to 100. "Robin, what are you up to? Stop messing around," Shen Yaoyao shouted. "Be quiet and hold on tight. There are assassins." Robin glanced at the rearview mirror, announcing. Shen Yaoyao gasped in shock, gripping the handle tightly, her eyes catching sight of the approaching Humvees in the mirror. "Assassins? Robin, don't scare me like that. Who wants to kill us? I'm terrified." Tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Having never encountered such a scene before, she felt a visceral fear of impending death. Robin chuckled softly. "Close your eyes and keep your mouth shut. With me here, you won't die." Shen Yaoyao looked at him with a pitiful expression, her nerves taut. Her heart racing. She stole a glance at the 2 Humvees in the rearview mirror. Suddenly, both vehicles accelerated, seemingly intent on overtaking them. Robin glanced back, then accelerated sharply. The Humvee behind immediately followed suit. Robin's lips curled into a slight smile. "You still have the presence of mind to smile?" Shen Yaoyao was stunned, questioning his sanity. Before she could voice her thoughts, Robin abruptly turned the steering wheel. The Porsche, which had been dominating the center of the road, veered sharply to one side. Then, with another sudden brake, Shen Yaoyao felt her body lurch. Fortunately, the seatbelt secured her tightly in place, preventing her from being thrown around. The leading Humvee whizzed past them like a whirlwind. In the process of overtaking the Porsche, a bald man in the back of the Humvee gestured a gun at Robin and Shen Yaoyao, his face twisted in a menacing grin, mere inches from her. Shen Yaoyao gasped in terror. The Humvee swerved in front of the Porsche, weaving crazily in an S-curve, blocking their path. Meanwhile, the other Humvee closely trailed behind the Porsche, closing the distance even further. "What do they want?" Shen Yaoyao almost cried out. Robin replied nonchalantly, "They want to die." "Huh," Shen Yaoyao exclaimed in shock. Robin spoke of life and death, as if discussing trivial matters. The 2 Humvees flanked the Porsche, forcing it forward. Robin discerned their intent. They were clearly preparing for a collision at the T-junction ahead. Given the current order of movement, the Porsche could neither advance nor retreat. If they were forced into the center of the junction, 2 waiting dump trucks would be poised to crush the Porsche into a heap of scrap metal. They were now less than 10 seconds from the junction. Robin observed the navigation system, a cold smile gracing his lips as he softly counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Before Shen Yaoyao could inquire about his intentions, Robin suddenly shifted into top gear. The Porsche could accelerate to 400 kilometers per hour in just 2 seconds from a standstill. Simultaneously, he executed a sharp turn, timing it perfectly to avoid the leftward moving Humvee by a hair's breadth. The Porsche grazed the right side of the obstructing Humvee, squeezing ahead of it and darting through the T-junction like lightning. Just as the Porsche sped through the junction, a 30-ton dump truck emerged from the right, barreling toward the intersection. The dump truck collided with the rear of the Porsche, causing it to spin violently. As it rotated to the 180-degree position, the front of the Porsche brushed against the side of the dump truck. Fortunately, the Porsche's rotational direction aligned with that of the dump truck, allowing it to continue spinning. As the vehicle completed a full 360-degree rotation, Robin pressed the accelerator, the Porsche roaring back onto its original path, resuming normal speed. Shen Yaoyao squeezed her eyes shut, screaming loudly. The 2 seconds felt like an eternity, pushing her to the brink of despair. After racing 500 meters, the Porsche gradually came to a stop by the roadside. "Ah!" Shen Yaoyao continued to scream. "Enough! Stop screaming, it's over." Robin chided as he grasped her flailing arms. "Ah!" Shen Yaoyao opened her eyes, glancing around. "Am I not dead?" Robin nodded. "Yes, you're still alive." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the T-junction behind them, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Almost immediately, flames erupted skyward. The first Humvee, which had been overtaken by the Porsche, was crushed beneath the dump truck, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The second Humvee, which had been following closely, crashed into the dump truck's undercarriage, becoming a mangled wreck. The men who had previously taunted Robin from the Humvee were now reduced to lifeless pulp. The dump truck, having missed the Porsche, turned towards it and charged forward. Robin immediately activated the Porsche, accelerating ahead. However, the final intersection lay blocked by another dump truck. The narrow mountain road leading to the Zisha mountain villa was not wide. A dump truck blocked the center, leaving no room for the Porsche to pass on either side. With the pursuing dump truck behind and another barreling toward them from the front, Shen Yaoyao screamed in despair, "What do we do? There's no way out." Robin ignored her, a cold smile on his lips. Suddenly, he drove the Porsche straight toward the oncoming dump truck. "Robin, what are you doing? Stop." Shen Yaoyao nearly lost her mind. At that moment, the Porsche charged like an enraged bull toward the dump truck. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. The dump truck's driver was stunned, thinking, "Is this lunatic really trying to collide with me?" In the blink of an eye, the Porsche hurtled to within less than a meter of the dump king. In that fleeting moment before the impending collision, Shen Yaoyao gazed at the approaching dump king, feeling as though a colossal mountain was crashing down upon her. Despair engulfed her as she shut her eyes, thinking it was all over. In that instant, regret washed over her. Had she not been curious about Robin and offered him a ride home, she would not have faced this calamity. Suddenly, the world before her faded into darkness. Chapter 0044. Racing at Panlong Peak, Shen Yaoyao clutched the handle tightly, too terrified to open her eyes. Abruptly, her body began to tilt to the right, spiraling out of control as if plunging into an abyss, sinking deeper and deeper. Was this what death felt like? If death was to come, so be it. Some events, once set in motion, must be accepted. Fear was futile. In that fleeting moment, a realization struck her. She opened her eyes wide, only to be stunned by the sight before her. Was this real? The Porsche, racing at high speed, was now precariously tilted to the left. The right front wheel had collided with the dump king's body, while the left wheel occupied the narrow space on the left side of the dump king. The entire Porsche was careening forward at an angle, ghost-like as it surged across the threshold of death. Due to the low chassis of the Porsche, the left side of the vehicle was skimming the ground. The friction between the left side of the car and the asphalt sent up clouds of dust and sparks. In that split second of life and death, the Porsche miraculously evaded disaster in such a bewildering manner. Was this truly happening? Shen Yaoyao had long since forgotten her fear. Excitedly shouting, "Robin, Robin, we made it through." Yet, Robin paid no heed to her cries, wholly focused on driving the Porsche with reckless abandon. As the Porsche traversed the line between life and death in such an uncanny fashion, the drivers of the two dump kings were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. In that instant, they had forgotten that, mere meters away, another massive vehicle of similar weight was barreling towards them at nearly 300 kilometers per hour. In less than a second of distraction, the two 30-ton dump kings collided with a ferocity that rivaled the force of detonating dozens of tons of explosives. Boom. The impact, with such weight and speed, unleashed a shockwave akin to the destructive power of an explosion. Amidst the cacophony of terrifying crashes and blasts, the once tranquil mountain road transformed into a scene of devastation within a minute, with wreckage strewn about and lives lost. In an instant, a raging inferno illuminated the mountain road, casting it in a light akin to day. The Porsche, having crossed the death line, vanished like an arrow into the dense night of the mountains. It raced for several kilometers before finally stopping on a secluded mountain path on the northern side of Zisha Mountain. Robin turned off the headlights, glanced around to ensure they were not observed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Yaoyao sat in the car, dazed and speechless. The surreal experience of the past few minutes felt unreal. Was that merely an illusion? With the faint light inside the car, she cautiously looked at Robin, who sat in the driver's seat. After considerable hesitation, she finally gathered the courage to gaze into the rearview mirror, adjusting it to see her reflection. Her hair was a disheveled mess. Suddenly, she burst into tears, her cries echoing through the empty valley like a ghostly wail. After a moment of weeping, she abruptly stopped, her sobs unsettling in the eerie quiet of the night. "Are you feeling better?" Robin asked, turning to smile at her. "Ah." The sight of Robin's warm smile under the dim light startled Shen Yaoyao, causing her to flail her arms and legs. "Enough. Don't scare yourself." Robin grasped her flailing hands, reassuring her, "It's all over now. You're safe." Shen Yaoyao gradually calmed down, feeling the warmth of Robin's palm, and slowly opened her eyes. In the film she had watched, the characters confirmed their existence by pinching themselves. "Ah, how could you bite me?" Robin exclaimed, noticing the bloodied bite marks on his arm. Shen Yaoyao looked at him apologetically. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to check if I was hurt. I didn't feel anything. Am I dead?" "You're not dead. You bit me. Of course you don't feel it. I can't believe you." Robin shook his head in exasperation. After a moment, Shen Yaoyao regained her composure, glancing at her reflection, a mess with exhaustion written all over her face. She then looked at the display screen showing the state of the Porsche, noting that aside from the intact tires, every part was damaged beyond recognition. The rear was gone, the front was destroyed, and the doors were nearly obliterated. Given the condition, a kick would likely render it a convertible Porsche. Suddenly, Shen Yaoyao covered her face and cried out, "Woe is me! What a dreadful day! I lost 50 million after meeting you this morning. And now, after kindly offering you a ride home, my newly purchased Porsche worth over 10 million is totaled. I nearly lost my life. Robin, you are my misfortune. Why must I be so unfortunate to encounter you?" Watching Shen Yaoyao wail in despair, Robin understood that her emotional outburst was a reaction to the traumatic accident. Allowing her to cry would help her feel better. However, hearing her lament made him feel a twinge of guilt. She had indeed offered to drive him home out of kindness, and he bore a share of the responsibility. "How about this? I'll buy you a new Porsche tomorrow, the top model," he suggested, observing her distraught state. "Really?" Shen Yaoyao asked, her tears ceasing. "Yes. It's just a Porsche. I'll get it for you tomorrow," Robin affirmed. Shen Yaoyao stared at Robin for a long moment, sensing no deceit in his words. Suddenly, a complex glimmer shone in her eyes. "Robin, I don't want you to buy it for me tomorrow. I want it tonight." Chapter 0045, A Night of Racing Tonight? What car company is still open at this hour? Robin exclaimed. Shen Yaoyao hurriedly tidied her hair, speaking as she applied her makeup. "I'll take you to Zixia Mountains Panlong Peak. It's just a short drive away. With your skills, we'll be there in 5 minutes." Robin gazed at Shen Yaoyao in astonishment, recalling her earlier fear that had seemingly vanished. "You mean you want me to race?" "Yes, with your driving skills. Beating 2 Porsches will be a piece of cake." Shen Yaoyao replied excitedly. "I'm not going. That sounds boring." Robin shook his head. "I'd rather buy you one tomorrow." Wailing again, Shen Yaoyao cried, "Woe is me." Seeing her distress, Robin sighed. "Fine, I'll go with you to take a look." "Really? Great. Let us go," Shen Yaoyao exclaimed, quickly finishing her makeup. Robin observed Shen Yaoyao's rapid transformation and muttered, "Women are so troublesome. I'll never let you drive me home again." 5 minutes later, Robin and Shen Yaoyao arrived at the halfway point of Panlong Peak in the battered Porsche. From a distance, they could hear the roar of motorcycles and the excited screams of a crowd. Robin noticed a flicker of complex emotion in Shen Yaoyao's eyes. Suddenly, he understood. Had she lost here before? Was she seeking revenge? "Are you planning this all along?" With a smile, Shen Yaoyao replied, "I'm not hiding it any longer. It was indeed premeditated. I once visited this place with friends and lost a car in a game of chance. It was not the loss of the vehicle that vexed me, but rather the indignity of it all. Robin, with your exceptional driving skills, assist me in reclaiming my honor. In return, I shall be at your service for any future request." Robin scoffed, halting my proposition, stating, "Enough. I will not engage in such foolishness to restore your pride." With that, he opened the car door, preparing to leave. "Wait," Shen Yaoyao called out, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "My purpose in bringing you here is not solely for victory or to reclaim my reputation. I seek your help in teaching someone a lesson." Robin waved his hand dismissively. "I will not be your pawn. You can handle this yourself. The person I want you to bet against is a scoundrel," she retorted. 6 months ago, he recklessly raced through the city, resulting in the deaths of a pregnant woman, a child, and a young couple. To this day, he remains unpunished. Robin paused, his expression reflecting a mix of curiosity and disbelief. He had not anticipated that Shen Yaoyao would come to him over such a grave matter. As she noticed his attention, she hurriedly exited the vehicle and approached him. "If you doubt my words, I can show you the news footage from that day." She presented her phone, revealing a video of chaotic racing cars weaving through crowds. The timestamp read 7:40 p.m., and the setting was the bustling South Street of Zhuke District in Ningxuan City. The footage depicted several racing cars speeding down the street, when suddenly, a Lamborghini lost control and veered onto the sidewalk. The ensuing chaos was catastrophic. Innocent pedestrians were struck, leaving a pregnant woman, a 10-year-old child, and a couple lifeless. As Robin absorbed the horrifying scene, his initial anger morphed into a fierce rage directed at those callous individuals who so readily disregarded human life for mere monetary gain. In mere seconds, several families were irrevocably shattered. However, the subsequent events ignited a profound fury within him. After the Lamborghini crashed into the crowd, the driver, a man in his mid-20s, emerged, accompanied by a woman in sunglasses. They surveyed the carnage, where a pregnant woman lay bleeding, desperately waving for help, alongside a child with a broken leg and a couple on the brink of death. Rather than offering assistance, the man returned to his vehicle, and in a horrifying display of cruelty, he deliberately ran over the victims 3 times, even leaning out to gloat at the suffering he inflicted. This act of brutality enraged the onlookers, who surrounded the perpetrators, awaiting police intervention. Yet, instead of ceasing their madness, they brandished metal rods, assaulting the bystanders before fleeing the scene. Closing her phone, Shin Yaoyao observed Robin's stoic demeanor. The owner of that Lamborghini is Gu Zhihai. His brother, Gu Zhikuan, holds a significant position within the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, being the branch leader in Ningchuan. The Gu family has only recently risen to prominence, their nightlife business thriving under the protection of the Demon King S. Den and the Ningchuan Martial Alliance. Robin furrowed his brow, interrupting, "What relevance does this have to me? I am not a savior. Such individuals will face the law." Shen Yaoyao hesitated momentarily before passionately explaining. The authorities dismissed Gu Zhihai's malicious actions as a mere accident. Each victim's family was offered a maximum compensation of only 100,000. Can you believe that? It's absurd. Even that paltry sum was never paid. Robin shrugged, acknowledging her points about Gu Zhihai's despicable nature. "So what do you propose? Do you wish for me to eliminate them?" A bitter smile crossed Shen Yaoyao's lips as she remained silent. Checking the time, Robin noted it was already midnight. He opened the car door, beckoning her, who was still gazing blankly at the winding road ahead. Enough of these grand illusions of saving the world. Such noble endeavors are best left to superheroes. You should return home and rest. With a sigh, Shin Yaoyao nodded. "All right, give me a moment. I need to pay my respects to my brother, sister-in-law, and my unborn nephew." She opened the battered trunk, retrieving 3 bouquets of flowers, a bottle of wine, and other offerings. You wish to honor your brother and sister-in-law? What does that mean?" Robin was bewildered by her actions. Shin Yaoyao hesitated before replying. "The pregnant woman in that accident was my sister-in-law." Robin was taken aback, realizing the depth of her anguish. "After the accident, my brother was devastated and could not accept the final verdict. Despite his efforts, he was met with nothing but futility. Ultimately, the Gu family threatened him, stating that if he continued to make a fuss, they would annihilate our family. My father and his mistress feared repercussions for the entire Shin family and forbade my brother from pursuing the matter further. He was nearly driven to madness. Eventually, he sought Gu Zhihai out, determined to gamble for his life." Pointing to a bend in the road about 30 meters ahead, she continued, "My brother was forced off the road at that very corner by Gu Zhihai and his crew." Seeing the hatred in her eyes, Robin nodded, "Very well. Go pay your respects. I will wait for you." Observing Shun Yaoyao's fragile silhouette swaying in the chilly night breeze, he shook his head. The smile she often wore was merely a fade, concealing her buried sorrow and resentment. After more than half an hour, Shun Yaoyao returned from the bend, brushing her wind-tousled hair aside with a smile. "Let us go. You've kept me company long enough." Suddenly, the roar of engines pierced the air as a convoy of luxurious sports cars encircled them. Robin leaned against his car, surveying the array of vehicles: Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Bugatti, Porsche. A cacophony of taunting whistles erupted as the car doors swung open, revealing a group of young men and women. "Haha, Yaoyao, we've brought you some treats." One of the men, with bleached hair, emerged from the Lamborghini, kicking the offerings Shun Yaoyao had laid on the roadside down into the abyss. Fury ignited in Shun Yaoyao's eyes, yet she instinctively moved closer to Robin. "Get in the car. We're leaving," he urged, opening the door for her. Realizing Robin's reluctance to involve himself in the matter, she sighed and complied. "Today we even brought a duck. Why not put on a show for your brother?" The man jeered, but as Robin stepped back into the car, he swiftly turned and struck Gu Zhihai across the face, leaving him momentarily stunned. A group of uproarious men and women suddenly fell silent. Could it be? He actually struck Brother Hai? Had he lost his mind? Robin pulled out a tissue to wipe his palms and, with a half-smile, remarked, "Mind your language. Do you understand?" Brother Hai, realizing the gravity of the situation, swung his fist at Robin. Slap. Robin retaliated with a series of resounding slaps. Has he learned his lesson? Scum. Robin produced another wet wipe, disdainfully cleaning his hands. So filthy. Remember to wash your face properly next time. With that, he tossed the wet wipe onto Brother Hai's face and turned to walk towards the vehicle. Inside the car, Shin Yaoyao gasped in awe. How magnificent. The female drivers present were equally mesmerized. They suddenly recognized that this man before them exuded an almost divine charisma. At that moment, their gazes towards Robin sparkled with infatuation. Brother Hai, enraged, retrieved a short knife from the car and charged at Robin. Chapter 0046, Our Casino Race. Without looking back, Robin skillfully disarmed him in a single motion. Grabbing Brother Hai by the hair, he taunted, "You wish to kill me? Very well." He dragged Brother Hai to the edge of a cliff. The latter dangled precariously over the abyss below. Brother Hai was terrified to the point of losing control. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Shin Yaoyao covered her mouth, watching Robin's fierce display. Should Robin release his grip, or should Brother Hai's hair break, the scoundrel would plummet into a bloody mess. At that moment, Brother Hai understood that he was dealing with a formidable opponent. Observing Robin's calm demeanor, he was certain that if he uttered even a single word, Robin would send him straight to hell. Brother, I was wrong, I won't dare again. Robin ignored him, suddenly loosening his grip. Brother Hai's body began to descend. Gasps erupted from behind. The other drivers, armed with machetes, hesitated to advance any further. At that moment, Robin's fingers grasped less than 2 centimeters of Brother Hai's hair, which was slowly slipping away. At this rate, Brother Hai could soon declare his demise. He clenched his mouth, tears streaming down his face, pleading with Robin. Brother, if you let me go, I will treat you as my ancestor. Ignoring him, Robin gazed into the shadowy valley, the hair in his grasp continuing to slide. The entire winding road of Panlong Peak was as silent as hell itself, with only the chilling night wind whispering past like a ghost. Finally, Robin released his grip, and the hair slipped away completely. Brother Hai screamed, "No, brother, I beg you." Everyone on the mountain road watched in horror. Shin Yaoyao widened her eyes, rushing out of the car, anticipating the moment Brother Hai would plummet to his doom. Thud! At the instant Robin released his hold, he kicked Brother Hai's shoulder, forcefully smashing his arms against the cliff's edge. Brother Hai's upper body pressed against the precipice, 2/3 of him dangling over the void. Were it not for Robin's foot resting on his shoulder, he would surely be on his way to the depths below. In that moment, he could no longer bear the pain and cried out for mercy. Brother, father, grandfather, ancestor, my dear ancestor. It was my loose tongue. I swear I won't dare again. Please let me go. Robin raised his foot from Brother Hai's shoulder, then picked up the short knife lying on the ground. Just as Brother Hai was about to slip over the edge, the knife lodged itself into the rock beside his hand. Losing balance, Brother Hai instinctively grasped the knife, the sharp blade cutting into his palm, blood flowing freely. Robin paid him no further attention and turned to walk towards Shin Yaoyao. It took the stunned drivers a moment to react, quickly rushing to pull Brother Hai back up. Gasping for breath, Brother Hai collapsed on the ground. Gradually, the pleading and fear in his eyes morphed into a cold, murderous intent. Brother Hai, should I call Brother Cohen? One driver whispered closely to Brother Hai. He nodded, signaling for them to arm themselves. Instantly, a dozen drivers unsheathed their knives. Shin Yaoyao, witnessing the group brandishing their blades towards Robin, shouted, "Get in the car." Robin shook his head and turned, saying, "I'm offering you a chance to leave. Why do you wish to court death?" In an instant, the desolate midnight mountain road erupted with cries of despair. The dozen knife-wielding drivers were left in disarray as Robin advanced step by step towards Brother Hai. "Ancestor, I was wrong, I was wrong." Brother Hai knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Robin's phone pinged with a message. The Jiangnan Martial Alliance has learned of the butcher's downfall and has issued a kill order against the young master. Deputy Enforcer Zhao Heng will arrive in Ningchuan tomorrow to supervise with the branch leader, Ge Jikuan. Reading the dark web intelligence, Robin smirked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Get up. I've changed my mind." Brother Hai immediately ceased his bowing, looking at Robin in terror. "Ancestor, what do you want? We race at our casino." Robin turned and walked towards Shin Yaoyao's car. "What? Bet? On a race with me?" Brother Hai glanced at Robin's retreating figure and then at the battered Porsche. "You mean this car against me?" "Indeed, this very vehicle." Robin nodded, lifting the hood and making a few simple adjustments to the engine. A flicker of malice and ecstasy crossed Brother Hai's eyes. He exchanged knowing glances with his companions. Racing on this mountain road was tantamount to courting death. Shin Yaoyao, sensing Brother Hai's intentions, cautioned, "Robin, don't act impulsively, don't race with them." Robin lowered the hood, retorting, "Isn't this precisely what you desired? Are you reluctant to part with your car?" "That's not what I meant. This car is practically a wreck. What is there to be attached to?" They had been racing on this mountain road for nearly a decade, unaware of how many lives had been lost on Panlong Peak. Moreover, our vehicle was nearly falling apart, with systems of power, brakes, and coordination that could not guarantee safety, let alone speed. With such a condition, how could you possibly compete with them? Robin wiped his hands, revealing a dazzling smile. Isn't it merely a low-tier race? Before Shin Yaoyao could further protest, Robin leaned against the car and beckoned Brother Hai. At that moment, Brother Hai was contemplating where to eliminate Robin on the next turn. Seeing him gesture, he rushed forward. "Since we're racing, there must be a wager." Robin said indifferently, "Bring me paper and a pen." Right away, Brother Hai quickly instructed someone to fetch them. "What should I write?" "I'll tell you what to write." Robin pointed to the ground. Brother Hai promptly knelt, nervously gripping the pen. A promissory note, Robin declared. Everyone froze. Wasn't this supposed to be a racing agreement? Why was it turning into a promissory note? Right. Robin commanded coldly. Yes, yes. Brother Hai broke into a cold sweat, fearful that the master might change his mind and drag him back to the cliff. A promissory note. Brother Hai voluntarily races against Shen Yaoyao, and upon losing, owes a Porsche 918 Spider and all shares of the Gu family company. Sign your name and place your fingerprint. Brother Hai was bewildered. Hadn't the race not even begun yet? How could he be declared the loser? And why a promissory note? I'll tell you how to write it, and that is how it shall be. Do you disagree? Robin's voice was ice cold. Yes, yes. Brother Hai immediately complied, writing as instructed, pondering that once the race commenced, if Robin's car was wrecked and he met his end, all this would be meaningless. Continue writing. Robin kicked Gu Hai. And this car bet belonged to the world of gambling, where life and death hung in the balance. After writing this, Gu Hai handed the IOU to Robin. All right, let us proceed according to your rules. Robin replied indifferently. Gu Hai nodded, climbed up, and turned towards the Lamborghini, his eyes ablaze with a vengeful fire. Wait a moment, and you shall meet your demise. How dare you strike me? I will ensure your end is magnificent. Several companions, well-versed in such competitions, had long since extinguished their opponents. Typically, they would maneuver to the bends, squeezing the opponent's vehicle, forcing it into the abyss. That was precisely how Shen Yaoyao's brother met his tragic fate. Returning to the car, Robin tossed the IOU to Shen Yaoyao. Get out. Tomorrow, you can take this IOU to Ji's family and reclaim what is rightfully yours. I won't get out. Shen Yaoyao clutched the IOU tightly, her resolve unwavering. Very well. Robin slammed the accelerator of the Porsche supercar. The roaring engine resonated through the empty valley as the Porsche shot towards the mountain peak like an arrow. Following closely behind were the Lamborghini, Aston Martin, and Bugatti, racing after Robin. In an instant, the night echoed with the thunderous sounds of engines, the screeching of tires, and the grinding of rocks. As they approached the third bend, the rear cover of Robin's car suddenly flew off, leaving nearly half the vehicle exposed. The door beside Shen Yaoyao fell away, causing her to scream in terror. The cold mountain wind swept through the car, clearing away any loose items. From a distance, the battered Porsche appeared precariously close to disintegration. Shen Yaoyao gripped the seatbelt tightly. On the verge of tears. Robin, the car is falling apart. We're going to die? Shut up. It won't fall apart. Robin shouted as he gave a thumbs up to the Lamborghini that sped past him, slightly grazing the dilapidated Porsche, which was precariously close to the cliff's edge. Gu Hai laughed at Robin's amateurish maneuvers and shouted into his earpiece. Take him down on the next bend. Chapter 0047. Terror on the Dragon Spiral Peak Bend. After transmitting the message, 3 racing cars quickly followed suit. Gu Hai slowed his Lamborghini to create a path, allowing a Bugatti to dart ahead and block Robin's Porsche. After passing the Bugatti, Gu Hai surged forward, nearly paralleling Robin. On the narrow mountain road, the 2 high-speed cars raced side by side, nearly touching, sparks flying from their occasional collisions. At this moment, Gu Hai's crew had successfully squeezed Robin's Porsche to the edge of the cliff. Robin's Porsche could neither accelerate nor switch lanes, trapped between Gu Hai's Lamborghini on the right, which relentlessly attempted to push Robin's vehicle towards the cliff. Several times, the left wheels of the Porsche hung perilously close to the edge, threatening to plunge into the abyss. Inside the car, Shen Yaoyao realized they were in dire straits. As long as Gu Hai continued his assault, their Porsche would soon meet its doom. At that moment, she truly regretted allowing Robin to come to Dragon Spiral Peak. This was sheer madness. Knowing the perilous state of the car and the circumstances, he still opted to race Gu Hai. Suddenly, the Aston Martin behind them collided violently with the Porsche. The car shook violently, its left front wheel hanging in the air for a fraction of a second before crashing back onto the road. Shen Yaoyao was terrified, clutching the seatbelt. The right door now non-existent. She leaned her body towards Robin's side, but realized that even a slight shift to the left could increase the risk of the Porsche tipping over the cliff. She had no choice but to lean her weight to the right. Gu Hai, driving the Lamborghini, repeatedly rammed into the Porsche. Each impact felt like a brush with death for Shen Yaoyao. She refrained from screaming, fearing it would distract Robin. In this precarious situation, a slight tremor in his wrist could spell disaster. At that moment, Gu Hai rolled down his window and arrogantly slammed into the Porsche, laughing maniacally. Dare to hit me? I'll crash you. Robin ignored him, glancing at the navigation system, knowing they would soon approach the next bend. Observing the Bugatti blocking his path, a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he yanked the steering wheel sharply to the right, slamming the Porsche into the Lamborghini. Following this collision, the Porsche was forced 10 centimeters to the right. Simultaneously, Robin accelerated the Porsche to its maximum speed, crashing into the rear of the Bugatti, angling the impact slightly to the right. At the moment the Porsche collided with the Bugatti, Robin deftly turned the wheels slightly to the left. The Bugatti, caught off guard by the sudden leftward force, lost control and plummeted into the chasm. Meanwhile, the left side of the Porsche hung in the air, one-third of the car teetering over the abyss, with only the right wheels gripping the road, supporting the vehicle's weight. Gujihai was stunned by Robin's audacious maneuver. He had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. In an instant, the Porsche navigated the bend, all four wheels once again gripping the road. Just then, as the left wheels touched down, the left door fell off. Shen Yaoyao wept. Was this still a car? It felt as if they were merely rolling on wheels. She believed that if they continued like this for another 5 minutes, the wheels would simply come off. As the Bugatti tumbled into the abyss, Gujihai and his crew, momentarily shocked, regrouped to charge at Robin's Porsche once again. He shouted into his earpiece, "Keep ramming him. His car is about to fall apart." Immediately, several racing cars converged on the Porsche. Robin maintained his speed along the cliffside road, the Porsche teetering on the edge of disaster. After 3 perilous bends, Gujihai nearly managed to shove the Porsche over the cliff. He was convinced that tonight, he would surely eliminate Robin. Robin glanced at the navigation. Only 2 bends remained to the mountain peak. He shot a sidelong glance at the relentless Gujihai. "Let us finish this in the next turn." At that moment, Shen Yaoyao was numb, gazing at Robin's confident expression, utterly baffled by his words. A second later, the Porsche was about to reach the most treacherous bend on Dragon Spiral Peak. Robin maintained a speed above 400, forcefully colliding with the Lamborghini. In an instant, the Porsche veered sharply towards the cliff. Seeing most of the car's body airborne, Shen Yaoyao felt despair wash over her. Below lay nearly 1,000 meters of Dragon Spiral Peak Valley. It was over. Everything was about to end. Shen Yaoyao shut her eyes tightly. Her mind flooded with images of her brother's tragic death 6 months prior. Meanwhile, Gujihai cheered. "Kid, gambling with me in a race. You're asking for death." Yet, just as he anticipated the Porsche to plunge over the cliff, it inexplicably arced in midair, landing back on the mountain road. In that fleeting moment, he forgot that this was the deadly bend of Dragon Spiral Peak, with an extremely steep curve. Before he could correct his steering, the Lamborghini shot towards the cliff. Gujihai frantically yanked the steering wheel, screaming no. Hot on his heels, the Aston Martin, Ferrari, and BMW followed suit, all plunging into the chasm. In an instant, 8 racing cars disappeared into the valley below. Flames erupted into the night sky above Dragon Spiral Peak. The remaining vehicles screeched to a halt. And upon witnessing the horrific scene, everyone was rendered speechless. As they searched for the Porsche driven by Robin, he had already arrived at the foot of the mountain on the other side of Panlong Peak, piloting a vehicle that was reduced to nothing but 4 wheels and a steering wheel. "Wake up," Robin urged, shaking Shen Yaoyao. "The race is over." Shen Yaoyao kept her eyes tightly closed, hesitant to speak for a while. "You're not dead," Robin said, pulling out a wet wipe to clean his cheeks and palms. Slowly, Shen Yaoyao opened her eyes, gazing at the dimly lit street ahead. "Where am I?" "At the foot of Panlong Peak. Do you still want your car?" Robin inquired, observing Shen Yaoyao, who still seemed dazed. "Where's my car?" She looked around, seeing nothing. Robin pointed to the remains of the Porsche, which had only its frame left. "That's it." Shen Yaoyao examined her surroundings. Apart from the 4 wheels, 2 seats, and a steering wheel, everything else was gone. The engine in front was emitting wisps of smoke. "Are we truly alive?" Robin nodded, affirming their survival. Albeit a bit disheveled and messy, everything was fine otherwise. "What about that scoundrel, Gujihai?" "He's dead. Plummeted off the cliff." Robin pushed open the car door. "Get out. This car is about to explode." Shen Yaoyao jumped out, and upon confirming her survival, she threw herself into Robin's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. A loud explosion erupted behind them as the Porsche ignited in flames. "Let us go. It's past 3 in the morning. We should rest," Robin said, walking towards a nearby Land Rover. As Shen Yaoyao settled into the modified vehicle, confusion washed over her. "Whose car is this?" "Mine." "What's wrong?" Robin glanced at her, still shaken, and asked, "Where shall I take you?" Shen Yaoyao looked at him. "At this hour. Where can I go?" "Of course, I'll follow you home." "Didn't you say your home is in the villa district at the top of Zixia Mountain?" "This is the closest to Zixia." "All right. Whatever you say." Robin stepped on the gas, speeding the Land Rover towards the Zixia Villa district. Shen Yaoyao observed Robin, who appeared nonchalant, as if the previous 2 car accidents on Zixia Road and the perilous race on Panlong Peak had nothing to do with him. Her curiosity about this enigmatic man deepened. If Robin truly owned the most expensive villa at the top of Zixia Mountain, then he must be a hidden magnate. 10 minutes later, Robin arrived at the Zixiao Villa district. This area, surrounded by lush waters and beautiful scenery, is undoubtedly the most auspicious in Ningxuan City. He drove to the entrance of the villa district, where the security personnel approached him, requesting the villa access card. When the guard saw the leopard print card handed to him, he was puzzled. "Sir, are you sure you reside in our villa district?" He examined the card's design and then looked at the two somewhat disheveled individuals inside the vehicle. Hesitating, "Are you certain you haven't come to the wrong place? This is the most expensive villa district in Ningxuan, Zixiao Villa District Area 1. Not just anyone can live here. Moreover, our access card features the crescent lake surrounding Zixiao Mountain. Yours, however, depicts a scattered leopard print. If you've made a mistake, please leave." The guard returned the leopard print card to Robin, signaling them to leave promptly. Shen Yaoyao glanced at the card, noticing its design resembled women's lingerie. Doubts about Robin's honesty resurfaced, and with the guard's authoritative demeanor, her anxiety escalated. If Robin were an imposter, it would be utterly humiliating. She subtly tugged at Robin's sleeve. "Is this for real?" Robin, uninterested in her concern, replied impatiently, "How can you tell if it's real without trying?" The guard hesitated but found it difficult to insist. After all, the residents here were the most prominent figures in Ningxuan. "All right, sir, please hold on a moment." The guard placed the leopard print card on the card reader at the villa's entrance. Sure enough, the card reader emitted an electronic voice. "Dear owner of Zixiao Villa 1. Welcome home." The guard was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he was standing before the owner of Villa 1. Were prominent figures now so low-key? Residing in such a luxurious mansion while driving a Land Rover worth hundreds of thousands. Since the establishment of Zixiao Villa District, the owner of Villa 1 had never made an appearance. Rumors had circulated for years about the mysterious figure residing there. Now, he stood before the guard. A near miss in his earlier remarks had left him in a state of shock. The guard composed himself and hurried back to the vehicle, respectfully handing the leopard print card back to Robin. "I apologize for the wait, sir. Please take your access card." Witnessing this scene, Shen Yaoyao was utterly astonished. The Zixiao Villa District, especially Area 1, was the most elite neighborhood in Ningxuan City. Only the wealthiest and most powerful could reside there. Area 1 housed merely 5 villas, and Villa 1, perched atop Zixiao Mountain, was hailed as the pinnacle of Zixiao. The identity of its owner had long been a mystery speculated upon by the residents of Ningxuan. Yet, Robin was the owner of Zixiao's zenith. How could this be? Wasn't he the man left homeless after Qing Xiu tore up their engagement? A man viewed as a laughingstock by the people of Ningxuan could reside in such a top-tier villa? Yet, here was the undeniable reality. Robin had not deceived her. His home was indeed in Zixiao Villa District. "What else with that expression?" Robin said, noticing Shen Yaoyao's astonishment. He smirked slightly. "Have I ever lied to you?" "I never thought you were lying," Shen Yaoyao replied, her embarrassment palpable. "So, you really do live here. When have I ever deceived you?" Robin chuckled lightly, then scrutinized Shen Yaoyao, who was still disheveled. "Are you sure you want to come in with me?" Shen Yaoyao was taken aback. "Are you suggesting I go back alone now? In the middle of nowhere, at 3 in the morning, driving your car back? You must be joking." "Fair enough," Robin conceded. "You can stay. But let me make it clear, no inappropriate thoughts. I'm not that kind of person." "Huh?" Shen Yaoyao shot him a disbelieving look. "You must be joking. I'm more worried about you having inappropriate thoughts about me." Robin parked the Land Rover in front of Villa 1, using the leopard print card to unlock the villa door. The villa's private intelligent voice system immediately greeted him. "Owner Robin, verification successful. Welcome back to Zixiao Villa 1. At that moment, Shen Yaoyao was fully convinced that Robin was indeed the owner of Villa 1. While contemplating these chaotic thoughts, the intelligent voice system chimed in again. "Owner, please be cautious of the woman beside you. She seems to harbor many thoughts about you, classified as a level B danger." Both Robin and Shen Yaoyao were momentarily stunned, glancing at the electronic eye on the access card and then at each other. Shen Yaoyao blurted out without thinking, "It can even recognize that?" Robin was taken aback. "Did you start harboring ulterior motives when you hitched a ride with me last night?" Shen Yaoyao kicked him in annoyance. "Do you really believe this nonsense? I was just startled by that car race. It picked up on my increased heartbeat, which is why it raised the alarm. What could a peerless beauty like me possibly want from you? You're the one." "All right, that explanation is somewhat reasonable," Robin replied, disregarding Shen Yaoyao and walking directly towards the villa. Upon entering the living room, Robin gestured towards several rooms on the first floor. I was still unfamiliar with the layout, so he encouraged me to explore. "You'll be staying on the first floor. Feel free to choose whichever room you like," he said, casting a glance at Shen Yaoyao. "However, there may not be any of your clothes here." Shen Yaoyao felt troubled. "The clothes I'm wearing are tattered and worn. How can I possibly go out tomorrow?" She sighed. "In a villa of this caliber, There should be nearby shops selling clothing, right? Robin furrowed his brow. I'm not sure. Let us wait until morning to discuss it. But how am I supposed to change now? I can't just stay in bed after taking a shower, she exclaimed nervously. I'm afraid you might think. Stop right there. Robin interjected firmly. That is not the case. Observing Shen Yaoyao's expression, he shook his head. You really are quite bothersome. He then sent a message to Lin Jingru, including a photo of Shen Yaoyao. All right, in half an hour, someone will bring you 2 sets of clothes. Oh, thank you, Shen Yaoyao replied distractedly, her gaze captivated by the opulent amenities within the villa. This was true wealth. Just the interior decor and facilities alone must be worth billions. The overall valuation of this villa was at least 4 billion. 4 billion. Even if all of Shen Yaoyao's family assets were combined, they could not afford such an exorbitantly priced villa. Take a look for yourself. I'm going to shower and sleep, Robin remarked, ignoring Shen Yaoyao's dazed expression as he headed upstairs. In awe of her surroundings, Shen Yaoyao gazed at Robin's retreating figure, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Cheng Siyu, it seems you have truly misjudged him. How could you call the fiancé of such a powerful figure a mere lowly individual? You insisted that Robin could never compare to Su Wenhai, labeling him as nothing more than a brute. You scorned a man of immense wealth, and even rejected your engagement with him. Cheng Siyu, you are truly blind. Now, it is clear why Xiao Yudi took his words so seriously. Even Chi Yuhu's change can be traced back to Robin. You claim that Robin and you are not on the same level, and perhaps you are right. No matter how hard your Chung family has struggled over generations, they will never measure up to Robin's inconsequential fortune. Shen Yaoyao marveled at the luxury surrounding her, pondering how Cheng Siyu would react if she were to see Robin residing in this villa, the prestigious #1 villa atop Zixia Mountain. What thoughts would cross her mind? Robin took a few steps, sensing that Shen Yaoyao was still staring at him. What are you looking at? Don't worry, your clean clothes will be here shortly. Just let them place the garments in the storage cabinet outside the door, and you can retrieve them yourself. Feeling a sudden wave of humility, Shen Yaoyao found herself avoiding his gaze. Noticing her peculiar demeanor, Robin frowned slightly. You needn't have any reservations. I harbor no intentions toward you. Shen Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback. After all, she was a striking beauty with an enviable figure and face. How could this man claim to have no thoughts about her? Such words were undeniably hurtful to her pride. However, reflecting on her days spent with him, she recognized his straightforward nature. Perhaps it was best to overlook it, given that he was the owner of this magnificent villa. May I tour the villa? She inquired, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the exquisite decor and furnishings. It was impossible not to be curious about the legendary #1 villa atop Zixia Mountain. Since she was fortunate enough to be here, it would be a shame not to explore. Robin appeared puzzled by her question. It's just a villa, what is there to see? Just a villa? Shen Yaoyao exclaimed in disbelief. A residence worth 30 to 40 billion. The mythic #1 villa atop Zixia Mountain revered by the people of Ningxuan. And he reduced it to merely a villa? Seeing Shen Yaoyao still in shock, Robin shook his head. Fine, if you're not tired. Feel free to explore at your leisure. Once Robin ascended to the 2nd floor, Shen Yaoyao opened each room in the villa, marveling at the lavishness with a sense of awe reminiscent of Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Observing the opulence of #1 villa, she felt that the past 20 years of her life had been in vain. Although she belonged to a prestigious family in Ningxuan, she had always considered herself relatively affluent. Yet compared to the lifestyle within Robin's villa, her previous environment felt like a slum. Just as she was lost in admiration of the villa's grandeur, the doorbell rang. It must be the person delivering her change of clothes, she thought to herself. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 4 in the morning. Robin had informed her that she need not answer the door, as the delivery person would place the items in the storage cabinet outside. The cabinet had an automated transport system allowing retrieval from inside the villa. Who would be so diligent at this hour just to deliver 2 sets of clothing? Driven by curiosity, she rushed to the monitor to see outside. When she spotted Lin Jingru and Chu Chu at the door, she was instantly stunned. How could it be them? What brought them to Robin's villa? In that moment, her mind was a chaotic tangle of thoughts, struggling to comprehend the connections. Chu Chu rang the doorbell. But after a while, there was no response. Mr. Luo, the 2 sets of women's clothing you requested have been delivered. Please open the door, if it's inconvenient. We can wait outside. What? The person delivering clothes to her was the illustrious Lin Jingru. This must be a dream. Shen Yaoyao trembled with anxiety. The proud and enchanting Lin Jingru, the goddess admired and pursued by the affluent young men of Ningxuan, had driven to Zixia Mountain at 4 in the morning to deliver clothes to her because of a message from Robin? If she were to tell anyone about this, they would surely disbelieve her. Suppressing her rising emotions, she held her breath, afraid to make a sound. Watching Lin Jingru stand reverently at the villa door, Her heart raced. Half a minute later, the villa's intelligent butler system replied, "The items have been placed in the storage cabinet. You may leave." Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Jingru appeared somewhat disappointed. She signaled Chu-Chu to place the clothes in the storage cabinet and activated the recording message system. With an expression of utmost humility, she respectfully addressed, "Mr. Luo, we want to disturb you." After bowing, Lin Jingru and Chu-Chu departed from the villa entrance. Shen Yaoyao stood there, utterly astonished by the reverence displayed by Lin Jingru and Chu-Chu. If Cheng Siyu were to witness this scene, she could only imagine her reaction. The queen she had pursued for 5 years was now bowing to Robin as if she were a maid, while Cheng Siyu and her entire family had squandered the golden opportunity that lay before them. A bitter smile surfaced on Shen Yaoyao's lips as she contemplated this twist of fate. Goddess' sense of humor was rather cruel. In this moment, she could vividly envision Cheng Siyu and the Cheng family, their faces etched with regret. Many who look down upon others often fail to realize that they are the true jesters. With her thoughts in disarray, Shen Yaoyao lost interest in exploring the villa further. Retrieving the clothing from the storage cabinet, she found that Lin Jingru had sent a complete set, from undergarments to outerwear, including a coat and pajamas. Looking at the neatly arranged garments, she couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. She quickly entered the bathroom, took a warm shower, changed into the pajamas, and lay down on the comfortable bed. Despite the exhaustion of the night, sleep eluded her. She finally managed to endure until 6 in the morning. She could not resist taking a few photographs of the bedroom she inhabited. Outside the window lay the breathtaking scenery of Zhixiao Mountain, with the ethereal mist swirling above Crescent Lake in the distance. The heavy snowfall from days past had left a lingering blanket of white upon the mountaintop. Wide awake and suddenly inspired, Shen Yaoyao snapped numerous pictures of the villa's exterior. "See, you should be up by now. I'll send her a few to stir her excitement." Without delay, Shen Yaoyao opened WeChat and selected a few images to share. "See, guess where I am? You would never believe it. Haha." After a while, she received a reply from Cheng Siyi. "Yaoyao, you're up to your tricks again this early, aren't you? Do you think I can't tell that these are pictures downloaded from the internet of the Zhixiao Mountain Villa area? That is the life I yearn for. My greatest dream in this life is to become a woman like Lin Jingshu, living in Villa Number 1 on Zhixiao Mountain, enjoying a life fit for a queen. Years from now, standing atop Zhixiao, gazing down at the scenery by Crescent Lake, how marvelous that would be. To live to such an extent is to truly live." Shen Yaoyao gazed at Cheng Siyi's message, her heart heavy with emotion. "Siyi, perhaps the dreams you chase all your life could have been effortlessly realized when Robin presented you with the marriage contract. Yet, you blindly tore apart the happiness that lay before you. Siyi, I tell you, perhaps you truly won't believe me, but I am currently in Villa No. 1 on Zhixiao Mountain. Moreover, just 2 hours ago, this set of pajamas I am wearing was a gift from Lin Jingshu." Cheng Siyi responded with a laughing emoji. "You must still be half asleep, you silly girl. Siyi, I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, let us video chat, and you'll see I am not deceiving you." With that, Shen Yaoyao sprang from bed, opened the floor-to-ceiling window, and began a live broadcast featuring Zhixiao Mountain and Crescent Lake behind her. "Siyi, do you see? I am broadcasting from Villa Number 1 on Zhixiao Mountain. Wait a moment, I will go to the living room and step outside to show you more." Shen Yaoyao opened her bedroom door and walked from the living room to the villa's entrance. The private swimming pool for large flower beds and a scenic pavilion. "Siyi, do you see? This is part of the scenery inside Villa Number 1 on Zhixiao Mountain. I am truly not lying. I am right here. And to surprise you even more, can you guess who the owner of this villa is? It's Robin, your former fiancé's family." Cheng Siyi sent another round of laughter emojis. "Yaoyao, did you take the wrong medicine this morning? Why are you so excited to send me this nonsense? What are you doing?" At that moment, Robin emerged from the villa, noticing Shen Yaoyao making faces and striking poses for her broadcast. Shen Yaoyao froze and quickly turned the camera toward Robin. "Siyi, do you see? Who is this man?" Chapter 50. How dare you hit me? Cheng Siyi let out a cold laugh upon seeing Robin approach. "Yaoyao, tell that disgusting man that just because he lets you film a prop in the film city, he thinks I will regard him highly? How utterly foolish. He is the owner of Villa Number 1 on Zhixiao Mountain? Not in this lifetime. I'm done talking to you. I have to meet with young Master Su to visit Chen Chuliang. You two can amuse yourselves." Shen Yaoyao stared blankly at the WeChat video call interface, unable to comprehend why Cheng Siyi refused to believe her, despite broadcasting the villa's interior and exterior. Perhaps the two truly had no fate. "Let us go. Hurry and get ready for breakfast. There is no one here to cook for you," Robin urged. Shen Yaoyao shot him an annoyed glance. "I thought you would have prepared breakfast for me. Just letting you stay here for a night is quite generous. Hurry up. I'll retrieve the car and return it to you." There's nothing between us anymore. Shin Yaoyao retorted angrily. What do you mean? Am I that unbearable? Robin glanced at her, wondering if she was still clinging to him. Hurry up. If you don't leave, you might as well run down the mountain yourself. With that, he opened the car door and started the Land Rover. Shin Yaoyao panicked, hastily grabbing her clothes and scrambling into the car. Why can't you show any tenderness? Do you still have that I owe you? Robin inquired, ignoring her. Yes, I've kept it safe. Why? Shin Yaoyao asked, astonished. Are you really going to ask Ge Zhihai's brother for a Porsche supercar? And all the shares in the Ge family? Robin nodded. Yes. Why should I not claim what I risked my life for? Moreover, I still owe you a Porsche supercar. Robin, I know you're doing this for my brother's sake, Shin Yaoyao said, her voice thick with gratitude. I'm truly touched by your efforts. Robin cast a sidelong glance at the emotional Shin Yaoyao. You're thinking too much. I simply want to save some money. You. Shin Yaoyao glared at Robin in frustration. Can't you say anything to make me happy? Robin scoffed lightly. Why should I make you happy? Shin Yaoyao was utterly speechless in the face of his emotional ineptitude. You drive me insane. She exhaled deeply, resolving to adapt to such men. Expecting him to utter a kind word, I might as well have grandchildren. After comforting herself internally, Shin Yaoyao felt much better. Robin, I am indeed a bit hungry now. I remember there's a Wang Pin Western restaurant at the foot of the mountain, and nearby there's a buffet. Which one are you planning to take me to for breakfast? Robin pondered for a moment. Let us go to Wang Pin. The fried dough stick stall across the street is quite good. Let us have some soy milk and fried dough sticks with a bit of sauce. You're taking me to eat street food when I'm staying here? Shin Yaoyao protested indignantly. Robin remained expressionless. What's south wrong with street food? If you don't want to eat, then forget it. Just as they exited the gates of the Zixia Mountain Villa area, a red Pagani suddenly collided with them from behind. Shin Yaoyao was startled and glanced in the rearview mirror, fuming. That Pagani just tailgated us. It seems like the bumper of our Land Rover is damaged. Make her pay. Robin checked the dashcam footage and replied, it's a minor issue. Let us not waste time. He maneuvered the car to the side, waving his hand to signal the Pagani to pass. The Pagani raced forward, blocking the Land Rover's path. A woman's face emerged from the red Pagani. Robin waved dismissively. It's fine, you can go. The woman exited the Pagani, pointing at Robin and scolding him. What kind of driver are you? Driving a shabby Land Rover in this area and blocking my way, and you think it's okay? Do you know how much my new Pagani costs? Can you afford to compensate for it? She glared at her beloved car, gritting her teeth in distress. Clearly, she's trying to scam us. She was the one who rear-ended us. Shin Yaoyao pushed the car door open and shouted angrily at the woman. Humph, you look like a tourist. Don't you check your own worth? The woman shot a disdainful glance at Shin Yaoyao. Driving such a worn-out Land Rover. How dare you stroll around Zixia Mountain Villa area? This place isn't meant for people like you. With that, she pointed at a few security guards, yelling, I want to file a complaint against your property management. At the entrance of our villa community, how can such a dilapidated car be allowed to drive recklessly here? Do you realize that having them loiter and take photos here is utterly humiliating for the owners of our villas? The security guard at the entrance knows that this woman resides in the 3rd district of the villa area. Although her status cannot compare to those from the 1st and 2nd districts, at least anyone living in this community is not someone to be trifled with. Robin sat in the car, observing the woman's arrogant demeanor without the desire to engage in idle chatter. A $3 million Pagani flaunting itself like this. If it were a $5 million vehicle, one could only imagine the audacity. He leaned out of the window and remarked indifferently, all right, it's just a broken car. Tell me, how much do you need for repairs? Shin Yaoyao was unwilling to accept this, exclaiming, why should we pay? It was clearly her fault. Robin interrupted her impatiently. Enough. What is the point of arguing with someone like her? If we delay any longer, we won't even get to enjoy our fried dough sticks. Are you kidding me? Just for a fried dough stick, you want to pay her hundreds of thousands in repair fees? What a wasteful thing. The woman with the Pagani, upon hearing Robin's impatience, shouted, are you going to pay for my car? Do you have any idea how much it costs? I just picked it up the day before yesterday for $3.8 million. You can't even afford the repair costs. You poor fools, your arrogance is laughable. Hearing this, Shin Yaoyao retorted, it's clearly your fault, yet you dare to act so indignant. You appear wealthy, yet you behave like a shrew. How dare you call me a shrew? The woman raised her hand to slap Shin Yaoyao, only to have Robin, who had exited the car, seize her wrist. You may be a shrew, but I was being polite. You dare to bark like a dog, Robin coldly declared. You refuse to settle this amicably? Fine. Let us do it your way. With that, he slapped the woman across the face. The unruly woman was instantly taken aback, never expecting Robin, who appeared amiable, to resort to violence. You, how dare you hit a woman? You really dare to strike me? Why not? What is it to you? Robin replied coldly. delivering another slap. What do you want? You're wasting my time, and I'm hungry for fried dough sticks. Shen Yaoyao was momentarily stunned. This guy is truly reckless. The woman glared at Robin furiously. Fine, you'll regret this. Just wait. She took out her phone. Dad, I've been hit by a loser at the villa entrance. Hurry up. The security guards, witnessing the escalating situation, realized it was getting serious. They understood that anyone residing at the top of Zhixiao Mountain, whether from the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd district, was affluent and influential. If they failed to handle this well, they could potentially be fired. Several guards quickly reported to the security company headquarters managing the villa area. The security at Zhixiao Mountain is overseen by a security company under Lin Jingru and Zifeng International, established by Gu Chao. The manager, Song Yi, a former foreign mercenary aged 38, had never encountered a violent incident in his jurisdiction. While the guards reported, the woman in the Pagani finished her call, glaring at Robin and Shen Yaoyao. You both will regret this. Do you know who my father is? He is well acquainted with Mr. Song and Mr. Gu from Zhixiao Security. Robin pulled out a wet wipe and cleaned his hands. I have no desire to argue with you. It's best you move your car, or else. The woman nearly screamed. Are you saying if I don't move, you'll dare to hit my car? Chapter 51. Are you warning me? Just as Robin was about to get back in the car and ram the Pagani, a BMW pulled up beside them. Yao Yao? Cheng Siyu leaned out of the window, astonished. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Robin and the disheveled woman with a swollen face, as well as the two damaged cars, she instantly understood the situation. Su Wenhai, sitting inside the car, also leaned out, mocking, Robin, you crashed? Ha ha. It seems you caused trouble wherever you go. Did you hit someone too? How amusing. Shen Yaoyao approached Cheng Siyu and Su Wenhai, asking, Siyu, what brings you here? Cheng Siyu sighed. Why are you and Robin here? What are you doing? Why can't we be here? Shen Yaoyao retorted. There are no signs indicating that only you can come. Cheng Siyu glanced at Robin with disdain. We are here to discuss business with young Master Chen. You two came here just to take a few pictures to show off, didn't you? Yao Yao, I don't know what has gotten into you lately, hanging around with someone like Robin, who is hardly of any standing. What kind of trick has he used to ensnare you? Running all the way to Zhixiao Mountain in this cold weather just to take a few pointless photos for me? I know his intentions. It's all to win you back. Shen Yaoyao was utterly speechless. Siyu, you're overthinking it. No one is that idle. And Robin certainly isn't. Someone of his standing has no need to put on a facade in front of you. Cheng Siyu and Su Wenhai exchanged knowing glances and laughed meaningfully. What standing does Robin have? Just a homeless loser relying on sweet talk to deceive others. Yao Yao, wake up. One day, when you find yourself utterly deceived, it will be too late for regrets. I won't waste my breath on you. If one day you discover that Robin is the owner of the #1 villa at Zhixiao Mountain, you'll have nowhere to cry. P.S. The owner of the #1 villa? Cheng Siyu and Su Wenhai nearly burst into laughter. I could claim to be the queen of Zifeng too. What a delusion. And now, after crashing into someone's Pagani, do you even know if you can afford the repairs? You might end up begging. Su Wenhai jeered at Robin. Causing trouble in this area, don't expect to get away easily. Robin chuckled lightly. I don't need your concern about my affairs. Robin, that's a $3 million Pagani. Can you afford that? Su Wenhai sneered. I still have the 300 million you contributed, so 3 million is nothing to me. Robin scoffed. Su Wenhai gnashed his teeth, unable to retort. Meanwhile, the woman in the Pagani, seeing everyone mocking Robin, became even more arrogant. See, kid, a poor person is just a poor person. You think you can act tough in front of us wealthy folks? You don't have the guts. Earlier, you said I should crash into your car, right? If you want to see it, then I shall oblige. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Robin got into his car, reversed a few meters, shifted into the highest gear, and crashed directly into the Pagani. Bang! The robust Land Rover smashed into the right side of the Pagani, causing a commotion. The woman could hardly believe that Robin truly dared to collide with her precious $3 million vehicle. After a brief moment of shock, Cheng Siyu shook her head with a bitter smile. A reckless man is just a reckless man. What else can he do besides being hot-tempered? Su Wenhai's eyes widened in disbelief. For him, 3 million wasn't an astronomical amount, but witnessing such a cavalier disregard for money was truly shocking. Damn, this guy is absolutely insane. Amidst the astonished crowd, Robin astonishingly reversed the Land Rover 3 to 4 meters, colliding once, twice, thrice. The Pagani was utterly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Robin exited the vehicle and addressed the Pagani woman. Are you satisfied now? Speak up, what's your price? The woman was completely deranged. You're finished. Even if you compensate me for 2 cars today, I wouldn't be willing. Go to hell. If you refuse, that is your problem. Robin returned to his car, gesturing to Shen Yaoyao. What are you waiting for? Get in. At that moment, for BMW SUVs roared in, surrounding Robin. 11 or 12 individuals disembarked, each wielding a machete. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses swung his robust arm towards the Pagani woman and exclaimed, "Darling, what happened? Which bastard harmed you? I'll kill him." The woman, eyes brimming with tears, rushed to the man. "Dad. It was him. He hit me. Look, he wrecked my car." The middle-aged man glared menacingly at Robin. "Kid, kneel down. Where the hell did you come from? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit my daughter?" Robin chuckled lightly. "I don't care who you are. Your daughter lacks manners. I merely taught her a lesson on how to behave." "You mean I should teach you how to behave?" Su Wenhai laughed. "This guy is bound to be beaten to death sooner or later." "Ce, do you know who they are?" He called Black 8, a friend of Song Yi, the manager of Zixia Security Company. Legend has it that Black 8 and Song Yi were mercenaries in the Crescent area in their early years and have spent years in Ningxuan guarding nightclubs. He commands nearly 100 desperate men, their hands stained with countless lives. It's said that even the king of hell under Tiger Yi must give him some respect. Robin actually dares to confront him like this. Courting death. Black 8 sneered, "You've got guts. You really do. Cripple him," with a wave of his hand. A dozen desperate men brandished their machetes and charged at Robin. "Wait. Everyone back off." A burly man stepped forward. "Old Black, what is going on? Why did you bring so many people to the villa area to cause trouble?" The newcomer was none other than Song Yi, the manager of Zixia Mountain Security Company. "Brother Yi, this brat crashed my daughter's car and even hit her. What do you think? Should I chop him?" Song Yi glanced at Robin. "Young man, this is your fault. Can't we discuss this calmly? Why resort to such violence?" Before Robin could respond, Black 8 interjected, displeased, "Brother Yi, don't interfere. Today, I must take care of this brat." Song Yi frowned. "Old Black, Mr. Gu is coming to the villa area today to convey Miss Lin's instructions to our security company. He'll arrive shortly. Causing trouble here will only bring me trouble." After a pause, Black 8 replied, "Fine, Brother E, I'll give you face and 1T act here. I'll take him back for some discipline." Song Yi looked at Robin. "All right, young man, you've caused this trouble, so you'll have to deal with it yourself. Follow Old Black back." Robin replied with a half smile, "My affairs, of course, I'll resolve myself. As for where I resolve them, that is not for you to decide." Black 8 coldly laughed. "Brother E, this kid truly is arrogant. Did you see that?" Song Yi's face twisted into a cold smile. "In this territory, I have the final say. Young man, I warn you, don't provoke me." Robin laughed. "You're warning me? What are you?" Song Yi's expression darkened. "Impudent." Seeing Song Yi's demeanor, Black 8 immediately called his men to surround Robin. "Yao Yao, quickly get in our car." Cheng Si Yi shouted to Shin Yao Yao amidst the crowd. Shin Yao Yao ignored her, and Su Wenhai, swiftly moving to Robin's side. Song Yi signaled the 30 security personnel accompanying him to clear the scene of others. Cheng Si Yi and the others were quickly expelled from the area. Only Robin, Shin Yao Yao, Black 8, and his men remained, preventing any brawls from being photographed and posted online. The Pagani woman, witnessing the scene, swaggered up to Robin and Shin Yao Yao, taunting, "Kid, dare to hit me again." Robin coldly chuckled, "You're truly despicable." Raising his hand, he slapped her, sending her flying. Black 8 immediately erupted in fury, commanding his men to charge at Robin and Shin Yao Yao. At that moment, a Hummer roared to the villa entrance. Gu Chao stepped out of the vehicle. "Mr. Gu, I apologize, a special incident has occurred here." Song Yi hurriedly reported. Black 8 also bowed before him. "Brother Chao, good." Gu Chao ignored them and walked straight towards Robin. Black 8 was elated, thinking Gu Chao would personally handle the situation due to Robin's disturbance in his territory. "Kid, do you know who this is?" "This is Brother Chao." "Haha, causing trouble in Brother Chao and Brother E's territory, you're seeking death." Chapter 0052. Robin is a fraud. Black 8's daughter charged forward. "Dare to crash my car, you're dead. Keep being arrogant." Haraha. Suddenly, she was seized by a large hand at her throat, lifted off the ground. Gu Chao coldly gripped her neck. "You deserve to die? Brother Chao? She is my daughter." Black 8 was stunned by the unbelievable scene before him. Gu Chao delivered a powerful kick, knocking Black 8 to the ground. Stepping on his face, "Mr. Luo, I'm sorry for the disturbance. I'll handle this matter." Gu Chao bowed respectfully. Shin Yao Yao was left in shock by the abrupt turn of events. What was happening? After a brief moment of astonishment, she recalled that Gu Chao was Lin Jingru's person. Then she remembered how Lin Jingru had personally delivered clothes to her earlier that morning. She gazed at the seemingly indifferent Robin, astonished. What kind of powerful background did this man possess, that even the legendary figures of Ningxuan were so eager to please him? Song Yi was equally astonished. Gu Chao, the top enforcer under Lin Jingru, would personally intervene for someone driving a Land Rover? Brother Chow? Take care of them. Gu Chao said coldly. Yes, yes. After a brief moment of shock, Song Yi immediately understood the situation. Robin must be a distinguished guest of Miss Lin. Otherwise, Gu Chao would never intervene for such a trivial matter. Song Yi, how dare you? Black 8 shouted as he saw Song Yi preparing to act. Gu Chao's lips twitched, and with a firm step, he snapped Black 8's neck, silencing him instantly. He then coldly tossed the woman onto Black 8's lifeless body. The desperate men who had accompanied Black 8 immediately dropped their machetes and knelt. Brother Chow, spare us. Shin Yao Yao turned pale with fear, her legs giving way as she leaned against Robin. Robin intended to assist Shin Yao Yao into the car. Observing the noticeable damage on the front and rear bumpers of the Land Rover, he tossed the car keys to Gu Chao. Fix it and return it to me. I need to use your vehicle. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yes, Mr. Luo. Gu Chao promptly handed the car keys to Robin. Only after Robin drove away in the Hummer did he slowly turn around. By this time, Song Yi had already ordered the area in front of the villa to be cleared, making it seem as though nothing had transpired. Song Yi, I came today to convey the lady's message. Mr. Luo is a distinguished guest of the lady, and he has now checked into Villa No. 1 at Zixia Peak in Area 1. You are responsible for the security of the Zixia Mountain Villa area, and you know what to do. Upon realizing that Robin was indeed the owner of Villa No. 1 at Zixia Peak, Song Yi broke into a cold sweat. The owner of the villa revered as a legend in Ningchuan is, surprisingly, Robin. I nearly offended him. If Gu Chao had arrived just a tad later, perhaps the only ones lying on the ground would not have been He Ba and his arrogant daughter. It's likely he would have joined them on their journey. Brother Chow, I understand now. Please rest assured, I guarantee that today's events will never occur again. At that moment, Cheng Si and Su Wenhai drove their BMW to the entrance of the villa area. Unable to contact Chen Chuliang, they found themselves barred from entry. They contemplated calling Lu Yunfeng, who resided in Area 3, but he was out of reach due to intoxication and his phone being turned off. Reluctantly, they approached the security personnel to negotiate for entry. Young Master Su, it seems the matter here has been resolved. Cheng Si observed the restored order at the villa entrance. Was that Hummer heading down the mountain, Robin S? What is the story behind that? Su Wenhai pondered aloud. I recall that the Hummer belongs to Gu Chao. How could Robin be driving his vehicle? Are they that familiar? Cheng Si scoffed. Do you really think that is possible? Young Master Su, you're giving him too much credit. Huh, a brash man with no background at all. There's no way Brother Chow would befriend him. They are simply not on the same level. Like two parallel lines, they can only ever follow their own paths. Indeed, Gu Chao would never lower himself to associate with someone like Robin. Su Wenhai replied with a self-deprecating smile. But let us not dwell on that. Let us step out and discuss with the security personnel. Cheng Si and Su Wenhai exited the vehicle and approached the villa entrance. At that moment, Song Yi had yet to leave, still briefing his subordinates on security matters concerning Villa 1. Upon noticing Cheng Si and Su Wenhai approaching, he recalled that they seemed to be acquainted with Robin. Hello, Manager Song. Su Wenhai greeted with a friendly smile. Song Yi reciprocated with a nod. Hello. Are you two friends with Mr. Robin? Without waiting for Song Yi to finish, Cheng Si waved her hand dismissively. No. Manager Song, you misunderstand. We would never associate with someone as uncouth as Robin. People like him are not even in our league. Song Yi's smile faltered. You claim Mr. Robin is uncouth and beneath you? But may I inquire, if you believe yourself to be of the upper class, how is it that you are unable to enter this villa area? Cheng Si's mind momentarily froze. Manager Song, are you suggesting that Robin resides in Villa 1 at Zixia Peak? Indeed, the owner of Villa 1 at Zixia Peak is Mr. Robin. Song Yi retorted with a cold laugh. In that case, it seems you are indeed not on the same level as he is. Upon hearing this, Cheng Si grew anxious. Manager Song, you've been deceived. Robin is a fraud. How could he possibly be the owner of Villa 1? Enough. Song Yi snapped. If you continue to slander our owner here, I will not be so kind. Manager Song, you're truly being fooled. Cheng Si attempted to explain further, but several security guards wielding electric batons approached them. All right, let us go, Su Wenhai urged, pulling Cheng Si back into the car as they turned to drive down the mountain. Meanwhile, Robin was driving Gu Chao's Hummer, accompanied by Shun Yao Yao as they departed from the villa area atop Zixia Mountain. It wasn't until they reached the base of the mountain that Shun Yao Yao regained her composure. She curiously studied Robin. May I ask why Lin Jingru shows you such respect? Even Gu Chao, her subordinate, does the same? Robin pursed his lips. Lin Jingru is my maid. Naturally, she and her subordinates would show deference. Shun Yao Yao laughed heartily at Robin's serious demeanor. Robin, when you lie, it's impossible to tell. You must have really graduated from a performance arts program, right? Robin shook his head helplessly. You women are truly something. Why is it that when I speak honestly, you don't believe me? What is wrong with this world? Must I fabricate tales for you to accept the truth? Shin Yao pointed at Robin, laughing uncontrollably. Is it really that amusing? Don't laugh too hard. Robin shook his head. If you don't believe me, then so be it. I'm hungry. Let us grab a bite at the Wangpin Western restaurant across the street. Shin Yao finally managed to steady her emotions. All right, enough joking. I have something to tell you. Chung Si's grandfather is returning in a few days. Robin glanced at Shin Yao. So what if he comes back? What does that have to do with me? Don't you want to meet him? Shin Yao asked tentatively. Not a chance. Robin scoffed. Shin Yao scrutinized Robin for a moment, then smiled knowingly. As Robin raised his eyes, he noticed a long queue in front of a stall selling fried dough sticks and pancakes across from the Wangpin restaurant. It's been ages since I had fried dough sticks, he thought eagerly, recalling he had noticed the stall the night before. Are you going to eat there? Shin Yao shook her head. I wouldn't touch that kind of food. Junk food. Suit yourself. If you don't want any, then forget it. Robin parked the car in front of Wangpin and walked over to the bustling stall. As he queued, he overheard patrons praising the fried dough sticks for their size and flavor, which explained the stall's popularity. Standing in line, Robin estimated it would take him about 10 more minutes to reach the front. Yet, the prospect of savoring those delicious fried dough sticks and spicy tofu was more than worth the wait. From the car, Shin Yao watched Robin standing in line, bemused. Just for a bite of fried dough sticks and pancakes, he is willing to brave the cold and wait this long. What a strange man. Does this stall really serve such delectable fried dough sticks and tofu? As she reminisced about the last time she enjoyed such delights, which was with her mother, she felt a pang of nostalgia. Suddenly, she sent a message to Robin asking him to buy an extra serving to bring back for her. After nearly 15 minutes in line, Robin finally approached the front, envisioning the delightful taste of the fried dough stick. Just then, an incongruous scene unfolded before him. A stout, burly man abruptly squeezed in front of him, forcefully grabbing a girl in a floral skirt and groping her. What are you doing? Let go of me. The girl cried out, struggling as her belongings scattered across the ground. Robin initially assumed the two were either a couple or married. However, upon hearing the girl's cries, he realized they were complete strangers. The man with the dark complexion committed such a lewd act in broad daylight. Robin glanced at the papers strewn on the ground, which included a recruitment brochure from the Shao group and the girl's resume. The commotion caused by the crowd had trampled her personal documents. It was evident that the girl had come to apply for a position at the Shao group that very day. Let her go? Robin exclaimed, his good mood shattered by this disgusting display. The man turned, noticing someone intervening, yet he stubbornly clung to the girl's arm. What the hell do you care? Get lost before you find trouble. Robin slapped the man's shoulder, insisting, release her. The man glared at Robin, retorting, mind your own business. She is my wife. I can do whatever I want. I don't care what your relationship is. If you upset me, I will intervene. Robin forcefully pulled the man out of the line. The girl, seeing someone come to her aid, quickly hid behind Robin and whispered, I don't know him. Everyone at the oil stick stall stared in astonishment at Robin. The burly man was known as a local thug, while Robin, although taller, appeared slender and seemed no match for him. The dark-faced man sneered, feigning nonchalance. You must be joking. You want to pick a fight with me? Without a hint of emotion, Robin replied, Indeed, I find you quite displeasing. Apologize to this girl immediately, and leave. At this declaration, the crowd gasped in unison. This young man dared to threaten the local bully? Was he courting disaster? The girl, realizing Robin might face the thug's wrath because of her, quickly said, Forget it. I won tea by the oil sticks. I'm leaving. The dark-faced man surveyed the crowd with a smug grin. Look, even this little sister isn't saying anything. Don't go looking for trouble. Robin retorted with a cold smile. I thrive on trouble. The thug warned, Do you want to die? Let me tell you, if you don't cause trouble, trouble won't find you. With that, he swung a punch at Robin. The long line at the oil stick stall recoiled in unison, everyone sweating for Robin's safety. None wished to involve themselves. They feared they might also suffer a beating. Robin observed the thug's approaching fist and shook his head. He then delivered a resounding slap to the man's cheek. The sound echoed sharply, and the bulky man was sent crashing several meters away onto the curb. Dazed from the blow, he had not anticipated that this seemingly frail young man was a skilled fighter. The girl in the plaid skirt and the onlookers were taken aback. Their fears had not materialized. Robin had effortlessly sent the thug flying. To them, this spectacle was utterly unexpected. This young man was extraordinarily formidable. Who would have thought he could strike down that rogue with a single blow? It was truly satisfying. The onlookers, a few young professionals, began to mock the thug. An elderly man scoffed. It's not that the rogue is useless. It's that this young man is genuinely skilled. Just look at that thug's bulging muscles. Clearly, he has trained. 3 or 5 young men would hardly stand a chance against him. Would you dare to meddle in this affair? The young men shook their heads, blushing, admitting, we wouldn't dare. As the crowd buzzed with discussions about Robin's actions, Chung Siu and Su Wenhai happened to pass by in their car. Isn't that Robin? Looks like he's getting into another fight. This guy is a warrior, isn't he? Trouble seems to follow him wherever he goes, Su chuckled. Chung Siu disdainfully shook her head as she followed Su's pointing finger. Honestly, what else can he do besides fighting? It's pathetic that he can't even buy an oil stick without causing a scene. Such a vulgar person. Let us go. He disgusts me, she added. Her eyes filled with contempt. Wait a moment, Su said, parking the car. Let us see what kind of mess this kid gets into. That hefty fellow doesn't seem harmless. He's likely a local bully, and Robin might be in trouble. Chung Siu coldly huffed. He probably just exploded from the frustrations he faced at the Zhixiao mountain villa. After a brief pause, Su remarked, didn't President Song say he lives in Villa No. 1? How curious that someone who can afford such a villa is here, queuing for oil sticks. Chung sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Robin. Perhaps tearing up our engagement really affected him. He's trying so hard to project an image of success. I know he's putting on a show to prove something to me. Alas, we exist on entirely different planes. We will never be together. It's just shocking that he would claim to own Villa No. 1 in Zhixiao just to appear wealthy. I truly feel pity for him. Such superficiality is tragic. Su chuckled. See you. Don't waste your thoughts on such a person. Just enjoy the spectacle. At that moment, Robin approached the dark-faced man. Didn't come any closer. Don't hit me. The thug trembled in fear. Didn't you say that if you don't cause trouble, trouble won't find you? Brother, I was the one causing trouble. The thug pleaded desperately, realizing that if he continued to resist, he would surely be beaten severely by this young man. Robin sneered. Get lost. He kicked the thug in the rear, sending him tumbling several meters away. The onlookers erupted in laughter, some even applauding. Bravo. Well done. That young man is remarkable. Thugs like him deserve a good beating. Are you a professional fighter? One bystander asked. At first, I thought you were in trouble. Be careful of retaliation, though. That scoundrel, Liuzi, is a notorious local troublemaker. No one dares provoke him. He has connections with the security company here. Better make your exit quickly. It seems this is your first time buying oil sticks here. Don't linger and attract more trouble. Robin merely smiled with indifference and said nothing. The girl in the plaid skirt approached him gratefully. Thank you for helping me. Robin glanced at the resume in her hand. You should hurry and print another copy. There is still time. The girl shook her head. It's probably too late. There are many candidates for the Xiao group. All highly qualified. Even if I go now, I doubt I'll get the position. Robin glanced at the girl, noticing the uncertainty in her eyes, and remarked, how can you know unless you give it a try? Perhaps, after you go, success will be yours. The girl pondered for a moment, then shyly smiled. All right, I'll take your advice and try my luck. After a brief pause, her cheeks flushed, yet she boldly asked, my name is Zhao Yan. May I have your WeChat ID? I would love to treat you to a meal someday. Robin offered a nonchalant smile, responding, it's merely a trivial matter. No need to dwell on it. You should hurry and apply. However, the girl hesitated, insisting, I just want to treat you to a meal if the opportunity arises. Robin shook his head gently. No need for that. If fate allows, we shall meet again. The girl felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Observing Robin's unwillingness to exchange WeChat IDs, she resigned herself to the situation. His indifferent and composed demeanor left her with a peculiar feeling inside. She considered herself to be quite beautiful, though perhaps not breathtakingly so. In the past, whether in school or later in society, men frequently approached her, asking for her WeChat or QQ numbers. Yet here stood a man who had come to her aid, dismissing the act as trivial. Even when she made an effort to exchange contact information, he chose to refuse. It was indeed a remarkable encounter. Gazing into Robin's clear, water-like eyes, she sensed he was not being pretentious. Disheartened, she turned and walked toward the bus station. Meanwhile, seated in a nearby vehicle, Chung Si chuckled softly. Robin, even if you refuse the advances of every girl for my sake, I won't be moved. You may never understand that individuals from different worlds cannot possibly come together. After the girl departed, Robin quickly approached a vendor selling fried dough sticks. He purchased 4 sticks for sesame cakes and a bowl of spicy tofu, also bringing a portion for Shen Yaoyao. He had barely taken a couple of bites when the man known as Liuzi, with a dark complexion, approached from across the street. This time, Liuzi was accompanied by 7 or 8 men of similar age, each wearing a fierce expression. It was evident that Liuzi had not given up after his confrontation with Robin. He had returned seeking vengeance. Liuzi glared at his companions, saying, Brother Dapeng, This is the brat who just hit me. Make sure to teach him a lesson. Are you saying this is the one who struck you? Da Peng, a burly man, scrutinized Robin's slender frame with disdain. Liu Zi sneered, don't underestimate him, brother Da Peng. This brat is quite skilled. Skilled? And what of it? Da Peng scoffed. In the face of true strength, everything else is mere nonsense. Liu Zi gestured at Robin, challenging him. You think you can act tough now? Show me. At that moment, Da Peng stepped forward, sizing up Robin. A weakling like you wouldn't last a punch from me. After all these years with Brother E, I rarely encounter someone as feeble as you. Honestly, if I beat you today, I'd feel embarrassed. Kneel down and call me Grandpa. And this matter will be settled. Upon hearing Da Peng's name, the crowd of onlookers immediately grew concerned for Robin. Da Peng had a notorious reputation in the area, often boasting that Song Yi, the head of the Zixia Mountain Security Company, was his boss. Over the years, he had built his reputation on that association, gathering a following through fear and intimidation. Many local thugs were drawn to him due to his connection to Song Yi, although in reality, Song Yi did not even know him. Brother Da Peng, if you take this kid down, I'll transfer 3,000 yuan to you right away, Liu Zi said eagerly. Da Peng patted Liu Zi's shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry. Taking care of this trash is a piece of cake. The crowd of spectators grew tense. Robin's previous victory over the burly man was due to a one-on-one confrontation. However, he was now greatly outnumbered. Moreover, there were rumors that Da Peng was indeed a subordinate of Song Yi. Offending Song Yi was no trivial matter, as his backing was the formidable Zifeng International, an entity revered by the people of Ningchuan. Several well-meaning bystanders urged Robin, young man, you should run. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of hurt. This man is a subordinate of Song Yi from the Zixia Security Company. You've attracted the attention of some real thugs. Bro, you've really gotten yourself into a bind. Don't confront them head-on, they warned. However, Robin acknowledged their advice with a nod. No worries, I have a penchant for dealing with scoundrels. Da Peng approached Robin, kicking over a table. You've had enough of life. Haven to you? You hit my brother. Now, kneel and give me 2 bows, and cough up 20,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. Otherwise. Chapter 55. This guy is too fierce. Otherwise what? Robin kicked Da Peng away with a swift motion. Damn it. Even while enjoying fried dough sticks, I can't escape these pests. Da Peng landed on the ground, stunned. Liu Zi stood agape, completely shocked that Da Peng hadn't even had the chance to retaliate before being knocked down. The crowd surrounding Robin, fearful of the impending fight, retreated to a safe distance. They observed as Da Peng's gang pulled out knives, ready to strike. No matter how skilled Robin was, he could hardly contend with a group of armed thugs. Some who had previously urged him to leave now watched with disdain, muttering, this young man is too stubborn. He refuses to heed advice. Such individuals only learn their lesson after hitting a wall. Huh, young people today are truly oblivious, they scoffed. Yet, among the onlookers, some had differing opinions. You're all short-sighted. If he dares to stand his ground here, it indicates he possesses the strength and does not view these thugs as a threat. Amidst the crowd, varying opinions emerged. The outcome of the confrontation held little significance for them. They were merely spectators, uninterested in aiding Robin despite his earlier act of bravery. Don't try to defend him. The men Liu Zi brought are seasoned fighters. Just look at this skinny kid. How could he possibly contend with them? True, he seems markedly weaker when compared to those ruffians. From a distance, Cheng Si and Su Wenhai exchanged glances, sharing a smirk at the unfolding scene. Cheng Si shook her head in exasperation. Seeing Robin like this leaves me speechless. At his age, all he knows is fighting. Individuals from the lower strata only act with their fists, never with intellect. Let us go. I can't bear to watch any longer. His antics make me feel nauseous. Su Wenhai, however, remained intrigued. Wait a moment, see. I want to see how this plays out. I enjoy watching this kid's attempts to show off. Robin is either causing trouble or on his way to do so. I suspect he realizes we've been watching him, which is why he is escalating the situation, Cheng Si replied, nodding. He certainly noticed the car we drove earlier in front of the Zixia Mountain Villa area. If he were unaware of my distant gaze upon him, perhaps he would not have engaged in such a commotion with those individuals. His reckless display seems to be a performance aimed solely at me. Huh, I cannot believe he could possibly contend with a dozen men single-handedly. Did you hear that? The one named Da Peng is a subordinate of Song Yi. I am curious to see if Song Yi arrives. Will he dare to confront him? Su Wenhai scoffed. It's hard to say. This fellow possesses considerable skill. In a moment of impulse, he could do anything. It appears that this lad truly harbors deep affection for you, enough to the marrow. See, if all else fails, perhaps you should fulfill the engagement with him. Haha. Cheng Si, feigning anger, playfully struck Su Wenhai, exclaiming, nonsense. I would never associate with someone like Robin, a man of such low caliber. To be with someone so devoid of refinement is akin to enduring a torment. Meanwhile, as Chung Si and Su Wenhai exchanged their sardonic banter about Robin, a gang of thugs under Dapeng had already lunged at Robin with knives. After a frenzied attack, they found themselves unable to inflict any harm upon Robin, inadvertently injuring a few of their own instead. They thought that with their numbers and blades, dealing with an unarmed Robin would be a walk in the park. To their astonishment, despite their efforts, they could not even graze a hair on Robin's body. From a distance, Lu Zi watched in disbelief. The crowd, gripped by anxiety, anticipated that Robin would be left battered and bruised. Yet, Robin moved gracefully amidst the chaotic slashes, as if the blades slicing through the air were mere whispers. What is happening? How could these desperate souls fail to strike that young man? Am I imagining things? With so many attacking him, he seems untouched, walking among them as if in a dream. Truly remarkable. The onlookers were astounded, for what unfolded before them was far too surreal. Imagining 7 or 8 men armed with knives encircling a single individual. The mere sight of such a confrontation would be intimidating. Could it be a figment of their imagination? Dapeng and his subordinates swung their knives for 2 to 3 minutes, panting heavily, yet they still could not land a single blow on Robin. Robin shook his head, disdainfully remarking, "You lot are nothing but worthless trash. Daring to claim you roam the streets? Huh. You might end up as corpses on the pavement one day." This was an unadulterated humiliation. The thugs gritted their teeth and, with all their might, launched another ferocious assault on Robin, only to find themselves utterly defeated yet again. Exhausted, they ceased their futile efforts, gasping for breath. At that moment, Lu Zi, observing from afar, began to feel anxious. Dapeng's crew consisted of capable fighters. After all that effort, they had failed to strike him? Instead, they were left utterly spent. He stared in terror at the calm expression on Robin's face, his heart racing. Had he stumbled upon a true master today? If so, trouble was brewing. This individual would undoubtedly not relent. As Lu Zi pondered this, he cast a wary glance at Robin, instinctively retreating a few steps. Robin, noticing that Dapeng and his men were now too fatigued to continue their assault, smirked with delight. "You've had your fun, now it's my turn." With that, the thugs witnessed a flurry of motion as Robin struck each one down with a single blow, causing them to collapse to the ground, clutching their chests in agony. Meanwhile, the onlookers debated whether Robin would emerge victorious from this confrontation. The battle concluded, and Robin stood as the undisputed champion, having utterly dominated the scene. Good heavens! Today I have witnessed what true mastery looks like. This young man is extraordinary. No wonder he has remained so composed throughout. This is the most thrilling and miraculous spectacle I have ever witnessed. A group of spectators gawked at the unfolding scene, completely captivated by Robin's prowess. However, none could discern exactly how Dapeng's thugs had been so effortlessly brought to their knees. Several young professionals in the crowd were now utterly in awe of Robin. This man is incredible. He single-handedly subdued so many desperate souls armed with knives. I truly wish to befriend him. I wonder if he would even consider acknowledging us. Those who had faith from the beginning that Robin would triumph over Dapeng stood tall, thumping their chests as if they had fought alongside him. See, you all were mistaken. Now you know what a true expert looks like. Indeed, indeed. You few possess true discernment. This young man is a true marvel. We now recognize him as a master. Undoubtedly a master. In the distance, Chung Si appeared displeased, her brow furrowed. This fellow is indeed quite skilled. I had anticipated that he would be thoroughly taught a lesson, yet he has consistently navigated through every challenge with ease. It is quite perplexing. Su Wenhai snorted dismissively. This guy merely possesses a bit of strength. He is at best a mere thug, ha. Chung Si scoffed, her eyes glinting with disdain. Let us depart. Witnessing such a vulgar display is truly repugnant. Wait, did that Dapeng not claim to be one of Song Yi's men? Su Wenhai continued, intrigued. Let us observe what will happen should Song Yi truly arrive. What will Robin do then? Chapter 0056. I am a blood brother of Song Yi Sai. Why has Shen Yaoyao shown up? Chung Si exclaimed in surprise as she saw Shen Yaoyao part the crowd and approach Robin. I must go fetch Yaoyao. Yaoyao. Chung Si pushed open the car door and walked towards Robin. By the time Shen Yaoyao reached Robin, she had already witnessed the altercation between him and Lu Zi from inside the car. She had initially thought that once Lu Zi was beaten and left, the matter would be resolved. To her astonishment, this fellow had the audacity to return with Dapeng and several others for revenge. Upon seeing this scene, she rushed over. As she arrived beside Robin, Chung Si, who followed closely behind, pulled her aside. Yaoyao, what has gotten into you these days, wandering about with this troublemaker Robin? Shen Yaoyao chuckled lightly. I am merely curious about the man you are breaking off your engagement with. I wanted to see what the villa at the top of Zixiao Mountain is truly like. Cheng Si shook her head. Did you see that? You probably haven't even set foot inside the gates of the Zixiao Mountain Villa district, have you? Yao Yao, I simply cannot fathom how you could trust Robin. A man full of deceit. Shen Yao Yao replied helplessly. C.E. Do you truly harbor such disdain for Robin? To my recollection, he has never intended to harm you. C.E. She continued, I must inform you that Robin is indeed the master of Villa Number 1 at Zixia Peak. Enough. Cheng Si interrupted, her patience wearing thin. Yao Yao, how could someone as astute as you be deceived by that scoundrel Robin? Villa Number 1 at Zixia Peak is a legend. Individuals of such stature as Xiao Yudi and Lin Jingru cannot even afford it. And Robin, a mere drifter, dares to claim ownership? Huh, do you truly believe such nonsense? Shen Yao Yao rolled her eyes. All right, as your good friend, I have shared all this with you. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. C.E. Remember this. Do not blame me for not revealing the truth later. Observing Cheng Si-Yi's disdainful expression, Shen Yao Yao paused before adding, C.E. If you claim that someone like me, who is carefree and somewhat naive, could be deceived by Robin's sweet talk, perhaps that is somewhat understandable. Madame Xiao and Miss Lin, the two most beautiful and intelligent women in Ningxuan, could they truly be considered simpletons? Cheng Si cast an annoyed glance at Shen Yao Yao and declared, I shan't discuss this with you. You are beyond redemption. In any case, the sight of Robin feigning wealth nauseates me. Well, Robin is right. Think as you please, as long as it brings you joy, Shen Yao Yao replied with a dismissive hum. Shaking her head, see, do as you wish. One day, should you suddenly realize that the person you scorn is someone you could never aspire to reach, how would you feel? Cheng Si sighed as she observed Shen Yao Yao, lamenting, Yao Yao, it is I who have brought you to this plight. That scoundrel Robin. See, young Master Chen has asked us to wait for him at the Starbucks on West Street. Let us depart. Su Wenhai approached from behind. Yao Yao, you should accompany us. Cease your aimless wandering after Robin. Look at where he has led you. Su Wenhai's words drew the ire of those around them, who swiftly began to retaliate, demanding, who are you calling a lowly scoundrel? Sensing the escalating tension, Cheng Si hurriedly pulled him away. At that moment, Robin approached Da Ping, placing his foot firmly on his chest. You will not leave until you have licked clean all that fried dough and tofu. He commanded, pointing at Liuzi in the distance. Come here. Crawl before me. Liuzi was filled with regret. Had he known Robin was so formidable, he would never have spent such a fortune to summon Da Ping and his crew. Witnessing Robin's extraordinary prowess, he realized that even dozens of men would be futile against him. Trembling, Liuzi managed to crawl to Robin's feet, kneeling and pleading, Big brother, I was blind to offend you today. Please show mercy and spare me. I will compensate for all your losses. I, Liuzi, shall never again appear on this street. Though Liuzi had conceded, Da Ping, still underfoot, refused to submit. He strained to lift his head and glared defiantly at Robin, proclaiming, Kid, your skills are commendable. But what does that matter? In this world, one cannot rely solely on brawn. Robin smirked indifferently, intrigued as he replied, Oh, do you have other insights? Please, share them with me. Let us see if they can instill fear in my heart. Struggling to rise, Da Ping sneered. Do you know Song Yi from the security company at the top of Zixia Mountain? I am sworn brothers with him. For what you've done today, you will suffer greatly. Robin had anticipated this response. As the crowd heard Da Ping invoke Song Yi's name, they fell silent, retreating in fear, lest they be caught in the crossfire should Song Yi arrive. In the vicinity of Zixia Mountain, anyone unfamiliar with Song Yi was clearly new to the area. Since Zifeng International's arrival in Ningxuan, the reputation of Gu Chao and Song Yi had soared. Initially, Lin Jingru and Qi Yuhu had engaged in a power struggle here over market control of Zixia Mountain. In that contest, Zifeng International had emerged victorious. With Gu Chao as the primary contributor, Song Yi was Gu Chao's most capable subordinate, and under his watch, no one had ever dared to stir trouble at Zixia Mountain. Da Ping's mention of Song Yi sent shivers through the onlookers. This was not a matter easily resolved with mere fists. Song Yi represented a formidable and terrifying power, one that even the underground king of Ningxuan, Qi Yuhu, feared. To provoke Song Yi was to invite significant trouble. Despite the crowd's growing concern for Robin, none dared to voice a warning for him to flee. They were unwilling to entangle themselves in the affairs of someone so unrelated, fearing the repercussions upon themselves. As Da Ping felt the atmosphere shift around him, he too grew emboldened. Although still beneath Robin's foot, he found his courage. Kid, it's not too late to realize your folly. Release me at once. Kneel and apologize, and I shall let you off the hook today. Robin regarded the brazen man with amusement, noting his audacity to claim ties to Song Yi. "Oh, you truly are Song Yi's brother?" Robin released him, exchanging a knowing glance with Shen Yaoyao as he chuckled. Da Peng, now free, scrambled to his feet. "Now you know fear?" he scoffed. "Not at all," Robin replied, shaking his head. "What is Song Yi to me? I am well aware of his reputation. You seek death. How dare you insult my brother?" Da Peng seethed through gritted teeth. Robin pulled out his phone. "Gu Chao, summon Song Yi here immediately. His brother claims he wants to kill me. I'm at Wanpin, across the street." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Robin knew Gu Chao and Song Yi. Could Song Yi truly arrive here? Da Peng trembled, questioning whether this young man was indeed a friend of Song Yi. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. It was impossible for someone of Robin's stature to command such authority. Da Peng sneered. "You really know how to put on a show? Do you think your brother can just drop by at the snap of your fingers?" Robin smiled lightly. "In 3 minutes, if they are not here, Gu Chao will come himself. And when they do arrive, do not soil your pants." Da Peng felt a chill run through him upon witnessing Robin's calm demeanor. Could he have truly encountered someone extraordinary? The assembled crowd, captivated by the unfolding drama, felt their spirits rise once more. No wonder the young man appeared so unfazed. He was indeed associated with Gu Chao and Song Yi. You hear how he speaks on the phone? He seems to command a higher standing than even Gu Chao. Fool, he is just trying to intimidate you. What else could he do to instill fear? But if Song Yi truly does come, how could that be? He wouldn't come for something so trivial. As the scene unfolded, Shen Yaoyao observed with a smile. Being alongside Robin seemed to imbue the world with a newfound intrigue. "Robin, you seem to attract trouble wherever you go. Truly, even a simple fried dough can lead to a brawl." Robin wiped his hands with a wet tissue, unfazed by her commentary. Shen Yaoyao glanced at Da Peng and his group, coldly remarking, "You scoundrels, do you find joy in bullying others? Today, you've bitten off more than you can chew. Do you know who he is? Gu Chao and Song Yi would gladly carry his shoes. And yet, you dare claim to be Song Yi's brother? That is akin to courting death." Da Peng's heart raced with uncertainty, now questioning if Robin truly was connected to Gu Chao and Song Yi. Shen Yaoyao turned to a nearby vendor, purchasing 2 portions of fried dough, offering one to Robin. "You know, while you were fighting, Cheng Si and Su Wenhai were watching intently." Robin took a bite of the dough, and Shen Yaoyao hesitated, deciding against sharing Cheng Si's concerns. Si's grandfather had returned to the country hastily due to deteriorating health, with doctors estimating only 6 months left to live. The Chung family was already embroiled in a brewing contest for control of the Chung group among its upper echelons. Cheng Siyu, in her fervent pursuit of securing an investment cooperation contract for the Chengdong ecological zone, is primarily motivated by her ambition to ascend to the chairmanship of the Chung group. Should she fail to elevate the company's performance in the near future, it is likely that her uncle, aunt, and several major shareholders will conspire against her. Robin glanced at Shen Yaoyao, perplexed, and asked, "What do you mean by all this?" After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yaoyao simply replied, "It's nothing, forget it." At that moment, 2 Hummer SUVs sped in from the direction of Zixia Mountain, prominently displaying the logo of Zixia Security Company. The arrivals were none other than Gu Chao and Song Yi. Robin checked his watch. It was exactly 3 minutes since he had made the call. Gu Chao, who had been at the Zixia Mountain Villa area, promptly drove over with Song Yi, not daring to waste a second. The 2 Hummers, emblazoned with the villa's insignia, screeched to a halt in front of the fried dough stall, the tires screeching against the pavement. Gu Chao and Song Yi swiftly disembarked and rushed towards Robin. Gu Chao and Song Yi are here." The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing the young man had such influence that a single call had summoned them. The onlookers were taken aback by the sight of Gu Chao and Song Yi arriving within 3 minutes, their eyes glinting with intrigue. Seeing this unfold, Da Peng trembled in disbelief. He never imagined that he would encounter the very people he had been impersonating for petty gains. Look at that. Gu Chao and Song Yi seemed genuinely intimidated by him. This young man must be someone of great significance. At that moment, the crowd waiting to purchase fried dough was utterly stunned by Robin's identity. Those who had intended to keep their distance now felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. After Gu Chao and Song Yi, accompanied by 6 imposing bodyguards, approached Robin and stood before him in an orderly and respectful manner, the onlookers gasped once more. The fierce figures they had regarded as intimidating were now so humble in Robin's presence. It was evident that Robin held a far superior status compared to Gu Chao and Song Yi. Today has truly opened my eyes. Gu Chao, a figure as elusive as a dragon, has referred to him as Sir. Da Peng and Lu Zi are finished today, boasting that Song Yi is his sworn brother. And now he encounters the real deal. How amusing. Didn't you see him trembling just now? Da Peng, in a moment of panic, fell to his knees, unable to utter a word. He understood that the powerful figures under Zifeng International were not mere street thugs. Impersonating them could lead to dire consequences. Lu Zi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, prepared to escape, quietly retreating. If Song Yi were to inquire about the situation, he too would be unable to flee. This was no trivial brawl. It was a matter of life and death. Song Yi, what kind of people have you associated with? Robin remarked coolly. I just encountered a black sheep at the villa entrance, and now I find your brother here, indulging in such disgraceful behavior. Song Yi, feeling a wave of panic wash over him, realized the gravity of the situation. If Lin Jingru finds out, I'm finished. He exclaimed, Mr. Robin, I assure you, we are not brothers. This scoundrel has been using my name to swindle. Handle it yourself, Robin replied with a nod. Who do you think you are? Claiming to be my brother? Have you lost your mind? Song Yi, filled with rage, kicked Depeng in the face, causing him to faint. Unlike Robin, Song Yi and his bodyguards showed no mercy, eager to unleash their fury upon him. Depeng, recognizing Robin's dominance, crawled towards him, pleading, Big brother, I was blind. Please spare me. Just a moment ago, you were told to lick the tofu fried dough off the ground. I'm ready to do it now. Depeng exclaimed, immediately dropping to the ground like a dog, licking the scattered food from the dirt. After finishing, he crawled back, begging, Brother Yi, please forgive me. I won't dare again. Song Yi coldly responded, Do you think offending Mr. Robin will spare you? If I forgive you, how could I continue to exist in Ningchuan? Before engaging in such deeds, you ought to have foreseen the consequences, death, commanded Song Yi, gesturing to his men. Two bodyguards swiftly gagged Depeng and shoved him into a waiting van. Now you six, come here. Song Yi ordered Lu Zi and the others. Run to the top of Zixia Mountain in 10 minutes. If even one of you is missing, it won't merely be a beating, it will be death. Lu Zi and the others dared not flee, fully aware that running would lead to their demise. After executing these orders, Song Yi knelt before Robin, pleading for punishment. This act left everyone astonished. One of Zifeng International's fierce warriors, Song Yi, had knelt before Robin. What kind of remarkable individual could command such respect? Rise. This is not entirely your fault. Let bygones be bygones, Robin said, finishing the last bite of fried dough, wiping his hands with a wet towel before walking towards the vehicle. Shen Yaoyao, equally stunned by the spectacle, had initially thought Gu Chao and Song Yi were merely showing respect. She did not anticipate that their deference surpassed even Lin Jingru's standing before them. Who exactly is Robin? What formidable background must he possess that once mighty figures in Ningchuan now cower before him? As she observed Robin's seemingly ordinary back, her emotions surged. Robin, wait. Can you show a bit of courtesy? I'm still behind you. Why are you walking so fast? Oh no, my heel broke. Shen Yaoyao stumbled and fell to the ground. Robin paid her no mind, continuing towards the vehicle. You're such a jerk. Not a hint of tenderness. Shen Yaoyao, infuriated, removed her shoe and hurled it at Robin. He, without turning back, sensed an object flying towards him and swatted it away with a swift motion, sending her shoe soaring into a nearby ditch. What the heck? You actually knocked my shoe away, Shen Yaoyao exclaimed, scrambling to her feet and chasing after him barefoot, fuming. Robin, you jerk. Chapter 58. A man must have self-awareness. Shen Yaoyao, fearing Robin would drive away, rushed into the car. Honestly, can't you be a decent man? My heel broke, and you couldn't even help me? Robin glanced at her bare foot, smirking slightly. Why are you still wearing one shoe? Huh. Shen Yaoyao paused, looking down at her foot. This man, despite seeing her walking barefoot in the cold, offered no words of concern, merely pointing out her shoe situation. Damn it. Do I have no allure as a beauty before you? She thought, nearly losing her mind, and tossed the other shoe away in frustration. Robin shrugged, unfazed by her temper, and pressed the gas pedal, speeding towards the West Street Entertainment World. Shen Yaoyao inhaled sharply, convincing herself that quarreling with such a man was merely self-harm. Sighing, she recalled that across from the West Street Entertainment World, there was a Tengda Plaza. Robin glanced at Shen Yaoyao, questioning her intentions. Shen Yaoyao pointed to the slippers on her feet, expressing her discontent. Surely, I cannot approach Gajikuan for debts while wearing these men's slippers from the car. By the time we arrive, it will likely be nearing lunchtime. Let us purchase a pair of shoes first, then proceed to GE's Entertainment World. Robin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is only proper. I am not accustomed to accompanying a woman in slippers while shopping. At that moment, a call from Xiao Yudi interrupted them. Robin, tomorrow morning, the Xiao Group will hold a signing ceremony for the Dongxing Ecological Zone project. You must attend, she insisted. I will refrain from involving myself in the affairs of the Xiao Group, Robin replied directly. Xiao Yudi continued, The Xiao Group has established the Dongqing Project Development Company, and I have publicly announced that you will be its president. She emphasized the importance of his presence at the first board meeting of the newly formed company at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning in the Xiao Group's main conference hall. Me? As the president of the development company? Xiao, you jest. I have no understanding of such matters, and moreover, that is of no consequence. You need not engage in any actual work. I will handle the specifics as the vice president. You may simply be present. However, you must accept the position of president. Why? Do you wish to enhance my reputation? It is truly unnecessary. Robin chuckled. Not at all, Robin. I implore you to assist me for a while longer. If you would be so kind, Xiao Yudi almost pleaded from the other end of the line. Currently, I am under immense pressure. After my father fell ill, I took over the Xiao Group amidst internal and external challenges. My grandfather's health is deteriorating, and many are watching us closely, eyeing our downfall. I need your support during this difficult time. Recently, the Chen family's actions have been primarily directed at us. The day you publicly sabotaged Chen Chuliang's signing intentions marked the beginning of hostilities between the Chen and Xiao families. You cannot cause such turmoil and then simply walk away. Robin was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, very well. However, I will not spend each day like a monkey in an office. Nor will I deal with tedious business matters. Xiao Yudi chuckled softly. Rest assured, you will have complete freedom. Just make an appearance at some necessary occasions, such as tomorrow's board meeting. You need only sit in for a while. After a moment's hesitation, Robin replied, All right, if it is that simple, I accept. I will be there on time tomorrow. Before you hang up, I have one more thing to discuss. Xiao Yudi took a deep breath. Are you free tonight? Come to our house for dinner. My grandfather wishes to invite you. Initially, Robin intended to decline. However, sensing that the invitation was likely due to concerns regarding Xiao Yudi's father, he relented. Very well, though I may arrive a bit late. Xiao Yudi sounded genuinely delighted. Her voice lightened as she replied, Great, Robin. I will be waiting for you at home tonight. Listening to her melodious tone caused Robin's grip on the steering wheel to tremble slightly. Wow, this woman's voice is truly enchanting. Am I actually trembling? It seems women can indeed affect my composure. Shen Yaoyao, witnessing the entire phone call, exclaimed in astonishment. The president of the Xiao Group has invited you to lead the Dongqing Development Group. Oh, Robin, so you truly are Zhao's boyfriend. Ridiculous. Robin dismissed the topic, unwilling to engage further with Shen Yaoyao. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a Toyota SUV passing by, where two piercing, ominous gazes were covertly observing him. Instinctively, he turned his attention to the vehicle now ahead of them, sensing that these two individuals were intentionally driving by for a closer look. Who is following me? Robin pondered. Robin, what are you thinking? Ahead lies the Four Seas entertainment world, with an underground parking lot across the street, Shen Yaoyao reminded him. At that moment, Robin received a message from the Dark Web Intelligence Center. Pursuers, ninjas from the Hanoi family of Sakura Country, Oshima Akikawa, Fujino Junko, disciples of the North Star One-Sword style. They have been monitored by the security department of Long Country since their entry. Ninjas from the Hanoi family? It seems these two have entered Long Country concerning Lin Jingru's soul-devouring curse. After parking in the lot, Shen Yaoyao, still in her slippers, followed Robin into the women's shoe section on the first floor of the Tengda shopping plaza. As Robin contemplated the implications of the two ninjas' presence, Cheng Siyu approached him, blocking his path. Robin, do you find this amusing? You follow me everywhere I go. I made it clear that we are not on the same level, and our engagement has been dissolved. We should part ways. Robin glanced at Cheng Siyu and Su Wenhai, shaking his head with a light chuckle, uninterested in further interaction as he continued forward. Shen Yaoyao hurriedly interjected, Siyu, you are overthinking. Robin is merely here to accompany me to buy shoes. What a coincidence. Yaoyao, do not defend him. Why must he come to Tengda Shopping Plaza to buy shoes? You are well aware we are meeting young Master Chun at Starbucks in the Tengda building, Cheng Siyu scoffed. You are clearly aware of this and have followed us deliberately. I detest men who cling on like this. Please, he is not deliberately seeking you out. Shen Yaoyao sighed, exasperated. Cheng Siyu, seemingly infuriated, took a few steps closer, blocking Robin's path once more. In front of the gathered onlookers, she pointed at him. Robin, I will never find a man like you appealing. Please do not pursue me any longer. Observing Cheng Siyu's extreme disdain, as if his mere presence was a source of embarrassment for her, Robin thought, absurd. He refrained from further discussion, attempting to bypass her, but she persisted in obstructing his way. Robin, I will remind you once more, a man must possess self-awareness. Leave. Robin pushed past Cheng Siyu, retorting, you are quite ill. Miss, do not be upset. My friend is here to cheer you up. Come, let us enjoy ourselves. A group of 4 or 5 burly men surrounded Cheng Siyu, pulling her away. Cheng Siyu was taken aback, calling out, "Young Master Su Yaoyao." Shen Yaoyao urgently urged Su Wenhai, "You must stop them." Su Wenhai stood frozen, fully aware that these men were associated with the notorious Yin Er-yi. He stammered, "Yaoyao. They are connected to the living Yin Wang. That does not matter. We must stop them." Shen Yaoyao insisted as she rushed ahead, confronting the group. "Stop right there. Release her. Today is quite fortunate indeed." One of the men with yellow hair grinned lecherously, eyeing Shen Yaoyao. "Let me go? If you dare to touch us today, the living Yin Wang will surely have your head." Shen Yaoyao struggled against the grip of the yellow-haired man, momentarily taken aback. The man laughed. "You dare to invoke Yin Er-yi? How amusing. Go ahead, call him, and let us see if he will heed your call." The young man presented his phone to Shen Yaoyao, displaying the phone number of the infamous Yin Er-yi. "Just press the call button, and you can connect with him." Observing the tense atmosphere, Shen Yaoyao realized that without Robin's intervention, there was no way to resolve the situation. The young man, noticing the anxious expressions of Shen Yaoyao and her companions, concluded that her earlier words were merely a ruse. He decisively pressed the call button for the living Yin Wang. A dark voice emanated from the other end. "What is it? Why are you calling me at this hour?" The young man quickly ingratiated himself. "Er-yi, I know you've been recuperating lately and might be feeling lonely. I brought two lovely ladies, hoping to entertain you with some conversation. One of them claims to know you, and I thought it prudent to confirm." With a smirk, he urged Shen Yaoyao, "Why don't you say a few words to Er-yi? You claim to know him. After all, trying to bluff me? You're quite naive. Come on, follow me back to serve Er-yi. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Several men approached to seize Shen Yaoyao as Cheng Si and the others attempted to leave. In a moment of desperation, Shen Yaoyao shouted, "Robin, why aren't you coming to help?" Though Robin initially hesitated to intervene, he reconsidered, realizing that it would be inappropriate to leave Shen Yaoyao, who had accompanied him. In such a predicament, he stepped forward, snatched the phone from the young man, and spoke into the receiver. "So, it's the living Yin Wang? I am Robin. Do you wish to die?" On the other end, Yin Wang, startled, quickly replied, "Mr. Robin, I didn't realize you were involved. Rest assured, I will handle this matter immediately." Robin tossed the phone back into the young man's hands, warning Yin Wang, "You better be at the Four Seas Entertainment World in an hour. If you're even a minute late, I'll take your life." With that, he turned and walked toward the hall. Upon hearing Robin's name, the young man felt his legs weaken in fear. Yin Wang's furious voice echoed from the phone. "You want to kill me, Huang Mao? Release her at once." Just then, Chun Chuliang entered from the hall. "Mr. Su, Miss Chung, you arrived early. I have a few matters to attend to. Please wait for me in the second floor CAF in 10 minutes. He hurried inside with several bodyguards. The young man, wearing a forced smile, said, "I apologize, it was a misunderstanding. Ladies, please forgive the disturbance." With that, he fled the Tengdao Plaza. Cheng Si sighed in relief, admiring Chun Chuliang's retreating figure until he entered the elevator. Thank goodness Mr. Chen arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Su Wenhai boasted, "Of course, Mr. Chen's name represents a significant figure in Ningxuan. What is Yin Wang compared to him? We should hurry to the CAF. Mr. Chen's time is undoubtedly precious." Cheng Si glanced at the time and pulled Su Wenhai toward the elevator. "Wait a moment. It was clearly Robin who saved us, and you didn't even say thank you?" Shen Yaoyao expressed her displeasure toward Cheng Si's back. Cheng Si paused, glancing at Robin in the distance, sneering, "Yaoyao, you overestimate him. Do you really think Yin Wang released us just because of Robin's name? If Mr. Chen hadn't arrived in time, do you believe Yin Wang's men would have let us go? It's laughable. What is Robin really?" Shen Yaoyao was momentarily speechless. "Fine, if that makes you happy." Cheng Si shook her head at Shen Yaoyao's dazed expression. "Yaoyao, you're too deeply infatuated. Wake up. One day, when Robin sells you out, you won't even realize it. Sigh. Take care of yourself." With that, she cast a disappointed glance at Shen Yaoyao and sighed as she and Su Wenhai hurried toward the elevator. Shen Yaoyao glared at them, muttering under her breath, "What are you blind? All right, think whatever makes you happy." After a brief moment of irritation, her mood brightened again. "Cheng Si, if you weren't so blind, I might have snagged a good deal." She quickly chased after Robin, calling, "Robin, wait for me." After purchasing a pair of shoes and noticing that there was still time, Shen Yaoyao pointed upstairs. "Treat me to a meal. I know this food court has many delicious snacks." Robin looked at her quizzically. "I'm not used to treating others." Shen Yaoyao was taken aback for a moment. Why does he always ruin the mood? It frustrates me. She rolled her eyes at Robin, thinking, "You're already living in the luxurious Zixia No. 1 villa. Yet you're still so stingy. Is this how the wealthy save their money? Fine, you win. I'll treat you." Upon arriving at the third-floor food court, a girl's voice called from behind, "What a coincidence, we meet again." I was just thinking about when I could invite you to dinner. Robin turned to see two young women. One was Zhao Yan, the girl in the floral skirt he had met at the breakfast stand, her face filled with surprise. Beside her stood another girl of similar age, her eyes filled with wariness and disdain. Robin smiled and nodded. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Zhao Yan eagerly introduced, Big Brother. This is my classmate Xia Zishuan. She then pulled Xia Zishuan closer, saying, Zishuan, this is the brother I mentioned, the one I ran into this morning. Xia Zishuan appraised Robin expressionlessly and glanced at Shun Yaoyao's still-worn shoes, offering a perfunctory nod. Zhao Yin enthusiastically proposed, Big Brother, let me treat you to lunch today? Before Robin could respond, Xia Zishuan interrupted, Zhao Yin, are you joking? Senior Lu Zihui will be here soon. If he sees us dining with such lowly individuals, he won't be pleased. Senior Lu is the head of the sales department at the Shao Corporation, and he despises mingling with outsiders. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin nervously glanced at Robin and whispered to Xia Zishuan, that can't be true. Besides, Big Brother may not be what you think. Xia Zishuan scoffed disdainfully. You spent so much time in line this morning just to buy a few cheap breakfast items. What wealthy person or elite would waste their time like that? Moreover, how do you know he isn't just pretending to be a hero to get close to me? Perhaps this morning's little drama was all orchestrated by him. I've seen many men who, wanting to approach me, first get acquainted with my female classmates. Zishuan, you're overthinking this, aren't you? Zhao Yin exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Zhao Yin knew Xia Zishuan aspired to marry into wealth and had been working hard to cultivate her image. However, she didn't expect her to view others so contemptibly. Robin and Shun Yaoyao were equally taken aback by Xia Zishuan's remarks, glancing at her. While the girl was indeed quite attractive, her self-importance was exaggerated. It seemed absurd to think that every man in the world was vying for her attention. Shun Yaoyao sighed inwardly. The president of the Chengdong Development Company is right before you, yet you're worried about how he might affect your senior-s dining mood? Your idolized senior wouldn't even be qualified to hold Robin-s shoes. Robin, uninterested in further conversation, nodded at Zhao Yin and proceeded into the food court. Big Brother, wait a moment. I truly want to treat you to a meal. Zhao Yin hurried after him. Xia Zishuan pulled her back, saying Zhao Yin. He's just playing hard to get, feigning indifference. Men like that are everywhere. Zhao Yin gazed at Robin's retreating figure and muttered, is that really the case? Such a foolish demeanor. Women like you, devoid of wit, are most susceptible to deception. Xia Zishuan cast her a disdainful glance, lifting her gaze towards the departing Robin. Her eyes filled with contempt. In her heart, Shen Yaoyao thought, you have just squandered a tremendous opportunity, all while believing yourself to be exceptionally clever. What a naive fool you are. She turned and dashed towards Robin. Chapter 60. That is my leg. The food court was bustling with activity during the noon hour. Office workers, shoppers, and local business owners alike opted to dine here. Shen Yaoyao hurriedly caught up with Robin. The few exclusive private dining rooms in the food court were all fully booked, so they had no choice but to take a window-side table in the main dining area. Shen Yaoyao ordered an extravagant feast and, observing Robin about to dig in, inquired, well, how do you find the dishes I have arranged for you today? Acceptable. Robin replied without raising his head. Why is it so difficult for you to utter a kind word? She lifted her glass and gulped down its contents. Alcohol can dispel 1,000 sorrows. It can alleviate the burdens of the mundane world. It can bolster the timid. Perhaps, under the influence of alcohol, she could voice her true feelings. Exhaling a deep breath, Shen Yaoyao felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her. Sigh, Robin, I want to tell you something. Shen Yaoyao, emboldened by the wine, gazed at him with dreamy eyes. Robin glanced at her, startled. The expression in her eyes was peculiar, as if he were her prey. His heart raced a little. What do you intend to do? He blinked, looking down at himself and then instinctively at her fair neck. Seeing Robin's reaction, Shun Yaoyao felt the carefully cultivated emotions, fueled by the alcohol, deflate like a punctured balloon. Darn it, she exclaimed inwardly. Robin, you jerk. Robin, baffled, shot her an incredulous look. You jerk. You are the one who's unwell. It's not that. I just lost control for a moment and was about to express my thoughts. Shen Yaoyao stumbled over her words, struggling to find a topic. Robin was left speechless, realizing she had been cursing him in her heart all along. Shen Yaoyao forced a smile. It's not like that. I meant to say that, Robin, you also hold your chopsticks with your right hand, right? Robin stared for a long moment, observing Shen Yaoyao's flushed cheeks and flustered gaze. You must have something indecent on your mind. Ugh, Shen Yaoyao huffed, seizing the last large chicken leg from Robin's plate and biting into it with vigor. That is my leg. Seeing Shen Yaoyao take his chicken leg, Robin retaliated by snatching a chicken leg from her plate, along with an extra chicken foot. That is my leg. Shen Yaoyao was taken aback. Why are you such a miserly man? Who told you to steal my chicken leg? Robin bit down fiercely. At that moment, Zhao Yin, Xia Zixuan, and Lu Zihui happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. Zhao Yin began to chuckle at the sight. He. Shen Yaoyao immediately halted her struggle, casting a glare at Robin and muttering, You darn it. Even a chicken leg, and you want to fight me for it. Zhao Yin stealthily approached the ordering counter and placed an order for chicken legs for each of them. The table occupied by Xia Zixuan and her companions was not far from Robin and Shen Yaoyao. Upon realizing that Zhao Yin had ordered chicken legs for them, Robin and Shen Yaoyao nodded in gratitude towards her. Xia Zixuan shot Zhao Yin a glare. Are you foolish? Why are you ordering food for them? You are not even employed yet. Why be so generous? Zhao Yin stuck out her tongue. I was saved by the big brother this morning. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know what my situation would be now. That man you spoke of, do you see how he acts? Is he really the kind of hero you claim him to be? He fights over a chicken leg with a woman. What a loser. Xia Zixuan scoffed. Besides, the morning incident might very well have been his own little performance. You silly girl, Zhao Yin whispered. Surely, he isn't as despicable as you think. What is going on? Lu Zihui, perplexed, inquired, What are you talking about? Xia Zixuan recounted the morning incident involving Zhao Yin and the fried dough sticks, mocking, Lu, tell me, what kind of future can a man who queues for 10 minutes just to save a few coins on breakfast possibly have? Lu Zihui chuckled and nodded. Zixuan's right. I could tell that guy wasn't someone of great substance. He certainly lacks gentlemanly qualities. Zhao Yin whispered, Maybe they are just a couple. Playing around is perfectly normal, right? And as for this morning, it was truly the big brother who saved me. He couldn't possibly have staged that for my sake. Xia Zixuan chuckled coldly. For a girl like you, he certainly wouldn't go to such lengths. I told you, he is merely trying to get close to you to attract my attention. A man without manners or taste is hardly worth a glance from me. Lu Zihui quickly interjected. All right, let's not talk about others. Zhao Yin is simple-minded and has seen little of the world. She'll understand once she enters the workforce. Xia Zixuan shook her head. Lu, you've only been with the Xiao Group for half a year, and you've already managed to become a deputy group leader in the sales department. That's quite impressive. Lu Zihui had admired Xia Zixuan during their school days. Now that she sought his assistance regarding an interview with the Xiao Group's Changdong Development Company, he was determined to help her. It's going well. Due to my work performance, I might soon be promoted to group leader of Sales Group 1. Lu Zihui exclaimed excitedly. The group leader told me that on the first day the development company is announced, I might even have the chance to meet the president. Oh, Lu, you're amazing. Zhao Yin praised. I'm just clumsy. I don't even know if I can get into such a large company as the Xiao Group. Today, I almost arrived late for my interview. The interviewers seemed displeased. I fear I may have lost the opportunity to work alongside Lu. Fortunately, Zixuan spoke highly of me to the interviewer, and they accepted my resume, Zhao Yin said cheerfully. Xia Zixuan shot her a look. You always act so carelessly. How could you let such an important matter slip? Couldn't you have come early for the interview before having breakfast? Honestly, Lu Zihui smiled. It's all right. When the time comes, I'll speak to the interviewers in the HR department and inform them that you both are my juniors, and it will be fine. Zhao Yin beamed. Lu, what do you like to eat? Today, I'll treat you. Let's go Dutch. Lu Zihui stammered. That's how it is nowadays. How can I let you do that, senior? I insist on treating you. Zhao Yin persisted. Zhao Yin, don't be like that. Let's do as Lu said and go Dutch, Xia Zixuan said, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes, though her face remained smiling. In her mind, since Lu Zihui liked her so much, he should be the one treating this meal, especially since he was the only man present and the only one already earning a salary. Zhao Yin had no choice but to relent. As Robin and Shen Yaoyao finished their lunch and passed by their table, Shen Yaoyao greeted them. Zhao Yin, thank you for the chicken legs. Enjoy your meal. Zhao Yin quickly rose, smiling. Big brother, if there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you properly. Robin smiled back. How did your interview with the Xiao Group go? I managed to catch it, but I still don't know the final outcome. However, it's all right. I can accept any result, Zhao Yin replied cheerfully. Big brother, could I have your contact information? Before Robin could respond, Shen Yaoyao interjected. His name is Robin. Add me on WeChat, and I will provide you with his WeChat ID. Rest assured, if you truly wish to join the Xiao Corporation, your brother's word is all it takes. Robin hastily interrupted. Don't listen to her nonsense. Let's go. Oh, you are also with Xiao Corporation? Do you know anyone in the HR department? Lu Zihui scrutinized Robin with a smirk. I heard your skills are commendable. You must be from the security department. Robin hesitated to answer this question. The disdain in Lu Hui and Xia Zixuan's eyes intensified. A mere security guard dared to claim he could resolve Zhao Yan's employment matters. Sighing, Lu Zihue began, I am the deputy of the first sales team at Xiao Corporation. However, before he could finish, Robin had already taken Shen Yaoyao's hand and walked towards the cashier. Lu Zihue shook his head, chuckling. Indeed, the lower classes can be quite temperamental. Xia Zixuan observed Robin's retreating figure, shaking her head in disdain. He's afraid of saying too much and embarrassing himself in front of me. Such a person is truly laughable. Let us not discuss him any further. Shall we order? Excuse me, which one of you is Miss Zhao Yan? A waitress inquired, presenting a luxurious king crab meal. I am. Zhao Yan stuttered nervously. Hello, Miss Zhao Yan. This lunch has been ordered for you by Mr. Robin. The payment has been settled. Please enjoy. The trio stared in shock at the exclusive meal valued at 800 yuan. Zhao Yan gazed at the single-serving king crab meal, her body trembling with nervousness. Miss, are you sure there's no mistake? This meal is the most expensive in your establishment. The young waitress smiled. Miss Zhao Yan, you are at table 7, correct? Yes, Zhao Yan nodded, confirming her table number once more. Then there is no mistake. Mr. Robin has already settled the payment. Please enjoy your meal. The young waitress respectfully bowed, presenting a VIP card to Zhao Yan. Miss Zhao Yan, this is our restaurant's VIP card. Please accept it. With this card, you will enjoy one complimentary meal every weekend. Additionally, a dedicated seating arrangement will be reserved for you, ensuring your table will always be available whenever you visit. After the staff departed, Zhao Yan remained in disbelief. A 800 yuan king crab meal, a VIP card for free meals every weekend, and a dedicated table. What kind of treatment is this? For someone from a humble background like Zhao Yan, such luxury was unprecedented. Beside her, Xia Zixuan and Lu Zihue were equally astonished. In a daze, Robin's gesture resembled that of a lavish young heir. Lu Zihue chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the king crab meal before Zhao Yan, feeling a burning sensation on his face. Xia Zixuan's eyes flared with anger. Humph, such a man is truly disgusting. Zhao Yan quickly said, Zixuan, please don't be upset. Let us share the meal. Humph, I would never consume such repulsive food. Xia Zixuan retorted fiercely. Senior, Zhao Yan, can't you see? A man like Robin does this solely to provoke me and gain my attention. He will never understand that I am utterly unmoved by his ostentatious display of wealth. Shallow. He'll probably be eating instant noodles for a month. Zhao Yan shook her head. Zixuan, that can't be true. Brother Robin isn't that kind of person. Perhaps he felt guilty for us ordering chicken legs and wanted to. Xia Zixuan scoffed. I'm done with you. Zhao Yan, think with your head. You ordered them a 20-something yuan chicken leg, and he responds by ordering a 800 yuan king crab for you? Is that plausible? He clearly intends to provoke me. Just moments ago, Senior Lu mentioned his lowly position at Xiao Corporation, and he immediately turned away, embarrassed to reveal it. Then, he ordered the king crab to draw my attention and leave a good impression. Such men are truly repugnant. Lu Zihue was momentarily taken aback. Although surprised by Xia Zixuan's words, he nodded in agreement. Zhao Yan was utterly dumbfounded. She could not fathom why Xia Zixuan harbored such strong prejudice and animosity towards Robin. Zixuan, perhaps you're overthinking Mr. Robin? He doesn't seem to know you. Xia Zixuan coldly huffed. I've encountered many men like him. He might have been scheming all along. Zixuan, the woman accompanying Brother Robin, seems quite beautiful and elegant. Zhao Yan hesitated to mention that Shen Yaoyao was even more attractive than Xia Zixuan, but ultimately refrained. Xia Zixuan shook her head, her eyes filled with disdain. That woman? Humph. Wearing such cheap shoes while out shopping, what status do you think she holds? A disheveled woman from the lower class. Only someone like that would associate with a man like him. After receiving a phone call, Lu Zihue said, Zixuan, Zhao Yan, let us not dine here. I'll take you both to the Four Seas Entertainment Club across the street. I can introduce you to some friends in the industry. Zhao Yan glanced at the king crab meal before her and politely declined. Senior, I won't be joining you. I'm not comfortable in a bar setting. It's fine. During the day, there aren't many people in the bar, Lu Zihue assured her, worried about Zhao Yan's reluctance. Xia Zixuan also expressed her hesitations. Lu Zihue hoped to take Xia Zixuan to the bar, as the atmosphere was ideal for deepening their connection. Moreover, it could showcase his network, potentially impressing her. Then, they could drink in the evening and consummate their relationship. Xia Zixuan pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, Zhao Yan, if you don't wish to go, enjoy your king crab and head home. I'll accompany Senior to broaden my horizons. Zhao Yan wanted to dissuade her, but knew Xia Zixuan, being so self-centered, would not heed her advice. Very well, just be careful. After Xia Zixuan and Lu Zihue departed, Zhao Yan gazed at the delectable king crab before her. Her mind filled with Robin's handsome and carefree visage. As she savored a mouthful of the succulent crab, a joyful smile graced her face. I must strive to join Xiao Corporation's East City Development Company and become colleagues with Brother Robin. Upon exiting the food court, Shen Yaoyao grasped Robin's arm, scrutinizing him for a while before inquiring, "What do you think of that girl, Xiaoyan?" Robin nodded. "She's quite nice. Just graduated not long ago and is already generous enough to treat us to chicken legs. Unlike you, who is wealthy yet still tries to take my share." Shen Yaoyao continued to gaze into Robin's eyes. "Have you developed feelings for her?" "Feelings? Not quite. I merely enjoy associating with candid and straightforward individuals." "Humph." I presented a lavish meal package worth 2,800 yuan to someone, yet they claimed to have no particular fondness for it. When I suggested a modest 280 yuan buffet, they hesitated, revealing their hypocrisy. "Oh, I recall that Xia Zishuan, who was with Zhao Yin, mentioned something insightful. Perhaps your intentions were solely to get closer to her." "Just leave." Robin felt overwhelmed. "Could you refrain from mentioning those women who emerge without a care, as if they had not taken their medication? I wonder which of them saw me going to such lengths to please them." Before Robin could finish his thought, Xia Zishuan approached from behind. Ignoring her, Robin continued on his way. Xia Zishuan paused after a few steps and turned to face him. "Do you truly believe that by spending an entire month's salary on a king crab meal, I would pay you any heed? Huh. I advise you to stop wasting your money and energy on me. I will never be interested in a man of your caliber." Lu Zihui chuckled, addressing Robin. "Zishuan is being blunt for your own good. You can't afford this lifestyle." Robin was taken aback. Did they think this was amusing? He glanced up and noticed two ninjas from Sakura country, who had previously followed him, entering the Four Seas entertainment world. "Let us not dwell on these trivial women anymore. I will assist you in reclaiming what the Gu family owes you. We shall part ways thereafter." As Robin walked away, Shen Yaoyao thought to herself, "You wish to slip away? Not a chance. I shall stick to you." A smile crept onto her face as she followed him toward the Four Seas entertainment world. Chapter 62. Four Seas Entertainment World. The Four Seas Entertainment Complex serves as the Gu family's headquarters in Ningchuan. A decade ago, Gu Jikuan and Gu Zhihai's father, Gu Changsheng, founded the Four Seas bar here. Later, Gu Changsheng befriended Yan Lauer from the Demon King Cave. With the connections from the second-in-command of the Demon King Cave, the Four Seas bar thrived. Within 3 short years, it expanded into the Four Seas Entertainment Complex. After further development, it evolved into the Four Seas Entertainment World we see today. The establishment primarily operates bars, dance halls, and small cinema rooms. Due to its focus on the mid to low-end consumer market, the Four Seas Entertainment Complex enjoys a steady stream of patrons. No other entertainment venue in Ningchuan can rival its popularity. On this weekend, even during the day, the complex is bustling, reminiscent of midnight crowds. Lu Zihui entered the Four Seas Entertainment Complex with Xia Zishuan. The lively atmosphere quickly enveloped them, observing the throngs of men and women already reveling in the night. Lu Zihui felt an exhilarating surge of excitement beside the charming Xia Zishuan. "Zishuan, you need not worry about your entry into the Xia group. With my assistance, you will secure a position. Once you join, I will introduce you to some supervisors so that you can build valuable connections within the company. After a year or two, becoming a team leader should pose no challenge." Xia Zishuan smiled but remained silent. Her ambitions extended far beyond merely finding a job or achieving a team leader position. She aspired to ascend to the core leadership of the Xia group, becoming an indispensable ally to Xia Yudi. Ultimately, she envisioned herself as a figure akin to Xia Yudi. Once she reached that level, she would seek a suitable partner of presidential caliber. She had set a 3-year timeline for this journey. Having formulated her plan a year prior and already identified her ideal partner, the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Shuliang. With a clear and resolute goal in mind, Xia Zishuan was not like Lu Zihui, who lacked vision and could easily be swept away by the night scene. Regardless of the environment, she maintained a sharp focus, diligently safeguarding her established persona. She would never compromise her image or allow a moment of carelessness to derail her grand ambitions. Her presence at the Four Seas Entertainment Complex was merely to familiarize herself with some valuable connections within this circle. She would not associate with those deemed unworthy, as it would be a waste of her time. "Team leader Lu, over here." A group of young men, similar in age to Lu Zihui, noticed their entrance and called out loudly. They also took note of Xia Zishuan's beauty. Most of these individuals were lower-level supervisors from various companies involved in the Eastern City Ecological Investment Circle. While Xia Zishuan found them somewhat uninteresting, she recognized the importance of establishing connections within this realm for her future endeavors. Perhaps one day, she could leverage these relationships. After achieving her ambitions, she would easily sever ties with them. Life's ascent required climbing one step at a time. Xia Zixuan was a young woman with a clear direction and meticulously planned each step of her life. She approached each goal methodically, ready to achieve one after another. By employing rigorous thought and action, she intended to transition from the lower echelons of society to the upper class. Accepting Lu Zihue's invitation to join him was merely a small part of her strategy. Lu Zihue, brimming with excitement, introduced Xia Zixuan to his circle of friends. Before he could even begin, they started teasing him. Team Leader Lu, is this your girlfriend? She's truly stunning. Wow. Team Leader Lu's girlfriend could rival the beauty of our Ningxuan's first beauty, Miss Xiao. Lu Zihue basked in their compliments, ready to express his feelings for Xia Zixuan. Though flattered by the comparison to Xia Yudi, she did not want to be mistaken for Lu Zihue's girlfriend, as that would diminish her stature. She was well aware of Lu Zihue's affections, but had no interest in a man of his standing. Out of respect for his feelings, she refrained from being overly blunt in her rejection. Thus, she quickly clarified, everyone is mistaken. We do not share that kind of relationship. Brother Zihue has always been my respected senior, and I will always regard him as a brother. With his talents, he will surely find someone far more remarkable than I. Right now, I am solely focused on securing a good job. As for a boyfriend, that is not on my mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Zihue could only manage an awkward smile. Robin and Shun Yaoyao entered the Four Seas entertainment world, astonished by the number of patrons. Is the Gu family's business truly booming? I was worried they might struggle to stay afloat. Shun Yaoyao's expression turned serious as she addressed the topic. Robin, the Gu family's connections run deep. They have ties to the Jiangnan Martial Alliance and the Demon King Cave. Yin Lauer wouldn't dare interfere. But the Jiangnan Martial Alliance won't turn a blind eye. Gu Zhikuan is affiliated with them. Robin chuckled lightly. I've been at odds with the Jiangnan Martial Alliance since the moment I dealt with the butcher. He cast a glance around the bustling Four Seas entertainment club. And finally, his gaze settled on Xia Zixuan. It seemed trouble was brewing. When Shun Yaoyao noticed that Robin had not responded to her inquiry, but was instead focused on Xia Zixuan amidst the raucous crowd of men, she teased, Robin, could it be that you are genuinely interested in that Xia Zixuan? I never imagined your taste to be so unique. Robin chuckled lightly. In the eyes of such a girl, I am merely a sordid man of no consequence. Even if I were to like her, it would be futile. You could always tell her that you are the president of the East City Development Company, residing in Villa No. 1 at Zixia Peak. I assure you, she would fall into your arms instantly. Am I that dull? Robin pouted. Then why is it that you are fixated on her upon entering the Four Seas Club? Shun Yaoyao retorted, visibly displeased. Robin glanced at Shun Yaoyao. I relish the thrill of the unusual. What of it? Just as Shun Yaoyao was about to retort angrily, she suddenly noticed two men approaching Xia Zixuan. Their demeanor clearly indicated that they had identified their prey. Under the flickering lights, Shun Yaoyao felt a sense of familiarity with the faces of these two men. Are you watching those two men? Robin did not respond to Shun Yaoyao's question, but continued to move forward. At that moment, the two men from Sakura country approached Xia Zixuan, brushing aside the crowd and directly draping their arms over her shoulders. Lu Zihue and the others fell silent, uncertain of the relationship between these two men and Xia Zixuan. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xia Zixuan immediately struggled to remove the men's arms, exclaiming angrily, Get off me. Beauty, when you come to a place like this, why pretend to be chaste and pure? Haraha. Come, let us take you to the second floor. The VIP rooms there are far more entertaining. And we guarantee you'll feel euphoric. The two men from Sakura country forcefully embraced Xia Zixuan, laughing heartily. The group surrounding Xia Zixuan was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to deal with such ruffians. But Lu Zihue could no longer remain passive. After all, Xia Zixuan had come here with him, and he harbored deeper feelings for her. This was a perfect opportunity to play the hero. He had to step in. Who are you? Let her go? Apologize to Zixuan at once. The two men from Sakura country glanced at Lu Zihue, sneering, Kid, you'd best back off. Lu Zihue's heart sank as he noticed the glint of menace in their eyes. However, having stepped forward, he could not retreat. Doing so would mean he would never have another chance in front of Xia Zixuan. You, let her go. Bang. Before Lu Zihue could finish his sentence, one of the men from Sakura country kicked him away. Chapter 0063. Have you had enough of the Hanoi family? Lu Zihue was sent sprawling to the ground, and all his companions fell into a stunned silence. It was at this moment they truly realized that these two men were not from the Dragon Country and were not benign. Oshima Akikawa and Fujino Junko, seeing that everyone was too frightened to speak, contemptuously pointed at Lu Zihue and the others, a bunch of cowards, get out of my way. With that, they dragged Xia Zixuan toward the second floor. Lu Zihue struggled to rise from the ground. Stop. Do you know where this is? This is the property of the Gu family. The Gu family is backed by the Demon King's Cave and the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Do you dare to act recklessly here? Are you not afraid that the security of the Four Seas Club will apprehend you? In a moment of desperation, Lu Zihui invoked the Gu family's connections with the Demon King's Cave and the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. The two men from Sakura country paused momentarily. If what Lu Zihui said were true, it could indeed pose a problem. Although they were not afraid of the Demon King's Cave or the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, they did not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Their primary purpose for coming to Long Country, Ningxuan, was related to Hanoi Chinchua. If any additional issues arose, it would be difficult to explain. However, when they observed that the security personnel of the Four Seas Club did not seem overly concerned, they relaxed. The Four Seas Club generally refrained from intervening in minor disputes between guests unless a significant brawl broke out or it involved prominent figures or serious incidents. The current situation was quite ordinary. Ultimately, those who patronized such establishments, regardless of gender, understood the nature of the venue. Once here, they must abide by its rules. If one cannot play, then one should not come, unless one possesses the ability to influence the rules of the game here. After a brief hesitation, the two men from Sakura country burst into laughter. Fujino Junko stepped in front of Lu Zihui, delivering a kick to his abdomen. If you continue to meddle, it won't be so pleasant next time. You'll regret it. Lu Zihui, looking into the terrifying eyes of the two men from Sakura country, dared not utter another word. He was convinced that if he spoke out again, these two fierce individuals might truly incapacitate him. None of Lu Zihui's friends dared to stand up either. Most were low-level supervisors who had recently joined their respective companies, and their connections in Ningxuan were meager and ineffective against these two men. In such a predicament, everyone chose to prioritize their own safety, retreating as far as possible. Xia Zixuan felt utterly despondent in the face of this scenario. Just then, she spotted Robin and Shun Yaoyao entering the entertainment complex, her heart lifting momentarily. However, this joy swiftly transformed into disdain. That scoundrel, a hypocrite. He pretended not to see me being abducted. He must be worried about getting into trouble, which is why he is feigning ignorance. This useless man. She had initially thought Robin would come to Zhao Yan's aid. In the current situation, he should have intervened to stop the unlawful actions of these two men from Sakura country. Yet, Robin, that scoundrel, did not even glance in her direction and headed straight upstairs, clearly intimidated by the two aggressive men. Xia Zixuan could not fathom Zhao Yan's judgment. How could she think that Robin, such a cowardly man, was a brave and good-hearted individual? From Robin's behavior now, Xia Zixuan became increasingly convinced that his earlier assistance to Zhao Yan was merely a self-staged act of heroism. In her desperation, Xia Zixuan had no choice but to loudly call for the security of the Four Seas Club for help. However, the security personnel did not rush to her aid. Instead, after her cries for help, they chose to distance themselves from this troublesome area. They did not wish to interfere too much with the clientele seeking excitement. Excessive intervention could lead to unnecessary losses for the club. If they inadvertently offended a powerful figure, it could result in far greater trouble. Xia Zixuan's cries were utterly ineffective, attracting only more ridicule. You came here to play. If you cannot handle it, what are you doing in an entertainment club? Are you insane? Robin arrived at the reserved room on the second floor, where Yin Laoyi had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Robin, he quickly rose to greet him. Mr. Robin, I was wondering what business you had for me here. Robin observed Yin Laoyi's demeanor, which was markedly more compliant than it had been at Zifeng Leisure House, albeit still somewhat forced. He knew that Qi Yuhu would not disclose his true identity to Yin Laoyi. Yin Laoyi feared him solely due to Qi Yuhu's instructions. He gestured toward the two men from the first floor. Have those two come to the room. Inform them that the person they are looking for is waiting in the room. The two of them from Sakura country? Yin Laoyi looked downstairs, puzzled. Yes. They are not from the Dragon country? Robin nodded. Half an hour prior, Yin Laoyi had already arrived at the Four Seas Club and had noticed that these two men had been circling around for quite some time, evidently searching for prey. Moreover, he recognized that these two men were skilled. He was unaware of the connection between Robin and these individuals. However, since Robin has given the order, his subordinate promptly set to work. You go downstairs. Robin pointed at Yin Laoyi. You go personally, immediately. Yin Laoyi was taken aback. Although he was quite reluctant, he dared not defy Robin's command. Up until now, he still could not fully comprehend why Qi Yuhu had suddenly altered his attitude towards Robin on that fateful day at the Zifeng Leisure Club, and why he had diverged from his previous agreement with the Qin family, making such substantial sacrifices and concessions to the Xiao family. This peculiar behavior, was it due to Xiao Tianlong or Robin? With the assistance of two subordinates, Yin Laoyi swiftly descended to the first floor, blocking the path of two men from Sakura country. Wait a moment. Someone asked me to convey a message to you. There's someone you need to see in room 3 on the second floor, and he is waiting for you. The two men from Sakura country were momentarily stunned, their smiles fading, their expressions growing cold. They released Xia Zishuan and, without further words, followed Yin Lao'er upstairs. Xia Zishuan was bewildered. She had heard that the one who had just summoned the two men was the second in command of the Demon King's cave, the living Yin Wang. Watching Yin Lao'er's retreating figure, she could not fathom why he would come to her rescue. At that moment, she caught sight of Chen Chuliang passing by on the second floor, and her heart leapt with hope. Could it be that young Master Chen had saved me? As she gazed up at Chen Chuliang's silhouette, he paused and glanced down at her, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Xia Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that young Master Chen was also enamored by my beauty? With that thought, her heart raced. It must be him. Young Master Chen must have intervened to rescue me. In Ningxuan, few could compel the living Yin Wang to take action. Xia Zishuan hurried a few steps, intending to ascend to the second floor to thank young Master Chen in person for his timely intervention. At that moment, Chen Chuliang, Su Wenhai, and Cheng Si entered a room. Xia Zishuan had no choice but to halt her pursuit. Perhaps young Master Chen wished to keep this matter discreet. Zishuan, are you all right? Lu Zihui approached her and inquired. Xia Zishuan struggled to calm her racing heart. Turning to Lu Zihui, she noticed the injury on his face and apologized. Senior Lu, I'm sorry for causing you to get hurt because of my troubles. Lu Zihui smiled and shook his head. Zishuan, don't say that. It's nothing to be hurt for you. Even if they were to kill me, I wouldn't fear. Xia Zishuan's lips twitched slightly, thinking to herself, even if you were to sacrifice your life to protect me, I would not be inclined towards you. Nevertheless, she maintained a sweet smile. Senior, thank you so much. I will remember this. Lu Zihui was elated. Oshima Akikawa and Fujino Junko arrived at room 3. Yin Lao'er and others stood guard outside. Robin allowed Shin Yaoyao to enter the lounge within the room. Then, he lifted his gaze towards them. What are you following me for? Have you grown weary of life? Members of the Hanoi family? Oshima Akikawa and Fujino Junko had initially appeared indifferent, but at that moment, they noticed the object Robin was toying with. They were immediately taken aback. It was a dragon dagger, a symbol of power and life and death. The dragon dagger. They recognized this fearsome weapon that commanded respect throughout the underworld. Terror washed over them as they looked at Robin. You have quite the audacity to chase me all the way to Longhua and follow me. Before the two men from Sakura country could respond, Robin had already thrust the dragon dagger through their throats. Blood gushed forth, steaming as it flowed. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the recess, consuming the remaining blood without a trace. A flash of cold light passed. The bodies of the two Sakura country ninjas trembled violently. Approximately 5 seconds later, the once robust figures had withered into mere empty husks. The cold dragon dagger, gleaming with a chilling brilliance, appeared as a writhing dragon, momentarily flashing with golden light. The once resplendent weapon now reverted to its dull and unremarkable form. Had one not witnessed its fierce nature in the act of slaughter, one would never believe it to be a lethal instrument capable of claiming lives in an instant. After absorbing the essence from the two ninjas, the dragon dagger leaped excitedly twice before calmly returning to its sheath. Come in. Robin pulled out a wet wipe to clean his hands and called out. Yin Lao'er pushed the door open. Mr. Robin, what are your instructions? Upon seeing the two bodies lying on the ground, Yin Lao'er was so frightened that his legs almost gave way beneath him. The corpses appeared as though all their blood had been drained, leaving no trace behind. This horrifying scene was something he had never witnessed in his life. Ugh! A wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm him, but he forcibly suppressed it. Have your men dispose of them directly in the Western Mountain's chaotic grave valley. Robin tossed the wet wipe onto the corpses. Yin Lao'er was soaked in sweat. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. This trivial matter can be handled by your subordinates. I still require you for something more pressing. Robin rose and opened the inner room. Shin Yaoyao had been pressing her ear against the door, listening intently to the commotion outside. Robin suddenly swung the door open, startling her. I was just about to open the door. At this moment, the bodies outside had already been dealt with. Shin Yaoyao glanced around the room, noticing Yin Lao'er bowing before Robin, drenched in sweat. Take out Guji Hai's IOU. Robin gestured. Shin Yaoyao was momentarily stunned. All right. Robin handed the IOU to Yin Lao'er. Deliver this to Guji Cohen. I want to retrieve the car now. The matter regarding Guji Hai and Ji's holdings. Please assist Miss Shun with that tomorrow. Yin Lao'er took the IOU, completely bewildered. Mr. Robin, Guji Hai is dead. Last night, he raced cars with me and fell into the Panlong Valley. The car was destroyed, and he perished. Robin stated flatly. All right, Mr. Robin, please wait a moment. I will handle it right away. Yin Lao exited the private room, exhaling a long breath. The atmosphere inside the room was overwhelmingly oppressive. At that moment, he understood that Qi Yuhu was not afraid of the Shao family, but rather, this revered figure. The manner of killing and the coldness exhibited nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. He hurried a few steps, seeking refuge in a corner, and dialed Qi Yuhu's number. Tiger Master, I want to inquire about something. Who exactly is Mr. Robin? Huh. After a brief pause, Qi Yuhu erupted in fury. Yin Lao, do you wish to die? If you dare to provoke Mr. Robin, I will be the first to eliminate you. Where are you now? Yin Lao replied in a hushed tone. I'm currently at the Four Seas Entertainment World. Mr. Robin sent me here. Just now, he killed 2 Sakura country assassins. What? Qi Yuhu gasped in shock. Yin Lao, if you wish to live, do not utter a word about Mr. Robin. I understand, Tiger Master. Yin Lao continued. Gu Chongqing's son, Gu Zhihai, for some reason, raced with Mr. Robin at Panlong Peak last night. He fell into Panlong Valley and perished. Before racing, he signed a life-and-death contract, wagering a top-tier Porsche 918 supercar and all of Gu Zhihai's shares in the Gu Group. The contract was signed by Ms. Shun from the Shin family, and Mr. Robin asked me to claim this wager for him. Qi Yuhu paused for a moment. Tell Gu Chongqing to fulfill it immediately. Otherwise, my Demon King's cave will step in and take over the Gu Group. Additionally, keep an eye on the relationship between Miss Shun and Mr. Robin. Understood, Tiger Master. I will take care of it right away. Yin Lao hung up the phone. Exhaling deeply, he thought to himself, thankfully, I did not make another mistake. Otherwise, I might also end up in the Western Mountain-esque chaotic Grave Valley. From now on, I must serve this esteemed gentleman diligently. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yin Lao promptly arrived at Gu Chongqing's office on the top floor. Gu Chongqing was thoroughly astonished. Second Master, what brings you here? Gu Chongqing smiled. Gu Chongqing, I am here to collect a debt. Take a look at this. Handle it immediately. Yin Lao handed over the IOU and the life and death contract to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing was taken aback for a moment and then chuckled. Second Master, you truly have a knack for humor. What debts do we have between us? My current standing is entirely due to your and Hu Ye's support. You are free to take any assets of the Gu family. Speak up, Second Master. What is it that you desire? Take whatever you wish. Yin Lao replied sternly. Look at the IOU. I am not jesting. Your son has offended the wrong person. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing realized Yin Lao was serious and lowered his gaze to examine the documents in his hands. Suddenly, his hands trembled. Zhihai is dead? Who? Who did this? I will annihilate his entire family. When he raised his eyes to meet Yin Lao's cold expression, he gasped. Zhihai had offended Hu Ye? The young lady from the Shin family is Hu Ye's. Yin Lao shook his head. It is not Hu Ye he has offended, but Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo? Which Mr. Luo? Gu Chongqing asked through gritted teeth, suppressing his rage and sorrow. Second Master, who is he? Yin Lao shook his head again. I do not know. In any case, it is best you refrain from inquiring. Second Master, after all these years of friendship, you must allow me to understand who this Mr. Luo truly is. I cannot just lose my son without understanding, and then be compelled to compensate him with a car and 20% of the Gu family shares. Yin Lao observed the mix of grief and anger on Gu Chongqing's face, recalling the incident at the Zifeng Leisure Club. During the outsourcing negotiation for the Eastern City Ecological Project, where the Jiangnan butcher was eliminated. Gu Chongqing paused for a moment and then sneered, Second Master, I have heard of this person as well. He is merely a bodyguard for the Shao family. He was once betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Chung family, but came to Ningchuan alone after the Chung family publicly tore up the engagement. He is just a stray dog. Why should I fear him? I do not acknowledge this IOU. Zhihai is dead. I will not let him go. Yin Lao scratched his plump head and leaned back on the sofa, coldly stating, do as you wish. If you proceed like this, Hu Ye has said he will directly eliminate the Gu family. Gu Chongqing stared at Yin Lao in shock. What do you mean? He is Hu Ye's man. Yin Lao snorted. Hu Ye respects him. I do not know whose man he is, but I have given you fair warning. Within half an hour, retrieve the car. Complete the share transfer by noon tomorrow. If you exceed this time, the Demon King's cave will take action. Gu Chongqing's face turned ashen. Is this truly what Hu Ye said? Yin Lao stood up and glanced at the time. Mr. Luo has given me half an hour. 10 minutes have already passed. You either act or bear the consequences. With that, he turned to leave. Gu Chongqing was momentarily stunned. Wait, Second Master. I will have someone bring the car now. Zhihai has this model in his garage. Yin Lao nodded. Very well. I will come to collect the share transfer document on time tomorrow at noon. Watching Yin Lao's retreating figure, Gu Chongqing's eyes blazed with fury. He immediately arranged for the car to be delivered to the front of the Sihai Entertainment City and then made a call. Ji Kuan, when can you return? Your brother is in trouble. The voice on the other end was cold. Just manage it for now. I will hurry back to Sihai Entertainment City by tomorrow morning. Gu Chongqing hung up the phone and collapsed onto the sofa. 10 minutes later, a Porsche 918 Spider was parked in front of Sihai Entertainment City, drawing a crowd of onlookers. In such a high-end entertainment venue, the sudden appearance of a multi-million-dollar luxury car caused an uproar. Xia Zixuan emerged from Sihai Entertainment City with Lu Zihui and others. Upon seeing the dazzling Porsche, they were equally astonished and could not help but pause to admire it. At this moment, Robin and Shun Yaoyao pushed through the crowd and approached the Porsche, about to open the door. Xia Zixuan stepped forward. I advise you. It's best not to touch someone else's luxury car. If you accidentally scratch it, you will never be able to repay it in your lifetime. Ignoring her, Robin opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Just as he was about to close the door, Xia Zixuan stood in front of it, coldly saying, Do you have no shame? Without the owner's consent, you sit in their car and don't fear getting it dirty. Chapter 0065. Background matters little crazy. Robin slammed the door shut. Shin Yaoyao started the Porsche and sped off like a whirlwind. On the evening of West Street, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, the vibrant Porsche 918 roared past, leaving a stunning visual trail and provoking envious exclamations from onlookers. This sports car is so handsome. When will I be able to own such a supercar? I would rather eat just one meal a day. You won't be able to afford it even if you skip meals. Stop dreaming. Just think of that handsome guy in the supercar. Haraha. Just because I can't afford it, doesn't mean I can't dream. The guy in the car is even more handsome. I wonder which rich family he comes from. I think he smiled at me earlier. Several young women gazed at the receding figure of the sports car, giddily chatting. Does he have a little interest in me? Standing nearby, Xia Zixuan scoffed. He*s just a loser. Why are you all so amazed? One of the girls shot her an indignant look. Can someone who can sit in such a sports car really be a loser? Why don't you show me one? Xia Zixuan sneered. Do you think it's his own? Such a beautiful supercar must be rented. Just a prop from a film studio. Do you really think it's a Porsche 918 Spider? Such loser types love to show off. He has already flaunted in front of me 2 or 3 times today. It's disgusting. I've seen through his tricks. Do you really think he is from a wealthy family? The girl retorted. How do you know he is just a loser? You were the one making a scene in front of him. He wasn't flaunting in front of you. Xia Zixuan coldly huffed. I just found out his information a moment ago. This loser was dumped by the Chung family. Do you really think he can afford this car? Another girl chimed in. It seems the one driving is the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Although the Shun family isn't top tier, they should have the means to buy such a luxury car. Xia Zixuan laughed coldly. This type of man, relying solely on his good looks, is just out to deceive wealthy but foolish women. Do you really believe him? Xia Zixuan's words sparked discussions among the surrounding crowd. Oh, no wonder that man seemed familiar. He*s the loser dumped by the Chung family. Recently, there had been rumors circulating online in Ningchuan about this incident, even with a video of the breakup. Yes, I remember now. This man is called Robin. As the crowd speculated about Robin's identity, Chen Chuyang, Cheng Si, Su Wenhai, and others exited the entertainment city. Xia Zixuan's eyes lit up. She quickly adjusted her attire and hairstyle in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window at the entrance of the entertainment city and rushed towards Chen Chuyang. Mr. Chen, hello? Thank you for saving me earlier. When you have time, I would like to treat you to a meal. Chen Chuyang was momentarily taken aback. You are? Oh, I am Xia Zixuan. She extended her hand for a handshake. Chen Chuyang eyed her warily. Oh, I'm busy. With that, he entered the waiting Mercedes-Benz van along with Cheng Si, Su Wenhai, and others. How could this be? Mr. Chen smiled at me earlier. Xia Zixuan watched the van drive away, her expression filled with bewilderment as she murmured to herself. Oh, I may have acted rather impulsively, forgetting that young Master Chen is a public figure. Surely, he would prefer that our relationship remains undisclosed, lest it become fodder for the idle gossip of tabloid journalists, potentially jeopardizing my future. How could I have overlooked such a crucial detail? I vow never to make such a trivial mistake again. As Xia Zixuan pondered this, a smile crept upon her face, and in that moment, she was enveloped by the radiant, sunlit smile of Chen Chuyang. Zixuan, do you know young Master Chen? Lu Zihui approached from behind. Xia Zixuan shyly nodded, then leaned closer to Lu Zihui, whispering, Senior Lu, please don't let this matter slip. It could have unfavorable repercussions. At that moment, a woman nearby scoffed. You must be imagining things. I just heard young Master Chen say he doesn't even know you. Xia Zixuan shot her a disdainful glance. The lower class will always be the lower class. How could someone of young Master Chen's stature openly express his feelings in public? Such ignorance. The woman immediately bristled. Who are you calling lower class? If I'm lower class, what tier do you belong to? She seemed to believe she was on the same level as the young master. Absurd. Xia Zishuan huffed. Senior Lu, let us go. Engaging in conversation with such people is a sheer waste of time. Lu Zihue nodded. All right, my ride has arrived. Zishuan, let us go. With that, he quickly ushered her into the car, departing from the bustling entertainment district. Robin, I can't believe you actually managed to book a car for me, huh? Shin Yaoyao exclaimed excitedly as she drove her new Porsche supercar. Look at how beautiful the sunset is today. Let me take you for a spin and test the performance of this magnificent vehicle. Robin glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. He had previously agreed to visit Xiao Yudi to treat her father, and it was getting late. Let us skip the joyride and head straight to the General Mountain Villa. He replied. The General Mountain Villa? What is the purpose of that? Shin Yaoyao asked, puzzled. I'm going to the Xiao residence. Robin glanced at her, adding, from now on, don't inquire about my affairs. Shin Yaoyao pouted, secretly glaring at him. Fine. Humph. You must be going on a date with Xiao Yudi. Her heart sank momentarily. There was nothing she could do. After all, Miss Xiao was simply too exceptional for her to ever catch up. Yet, this feeling of melancholy soon dissipated. Robin, I find myself increasingly curious about you. You've only been in Ningxuan for a short while, yet you're already closely connected with legendary figures here. Could you possibly share the extent of your background? Robin shot her a glance, dismissively stating, backgrounds matter little. It is strength that prevails in this world. Observing his arrogant demeanor, Shin Yaoyao felt an urge to challenge him. No wonder he drew disdain wherever he went. Robin, I now realize you are the first man I've encountered who is so brazenly arrogant. Huh? Robin chose to ignore her, reclining in his seat with his eyes closed. After a while, Shin Yaoyao managed to compose herself, taking a deep breath to ask, Robin, why does the living king of hell fear you so much? Because I beat him up, what else could it be? Robin replied nonchalantly, still with his eyes shut. Shin Yaoyao burst into laughter. You beat him up? Haraha. Robin, I am growing more fond of our conversations. She added, so, where will you be tomorrow? I can come pick you up. Robin opened one eye, responding, I've already returned you a car today. From now on, let us go our separate ways. I find you quite bothersome. Shin Yaoyao chuckled, trying to shake me off? Hee, not a chance. You won't be able to rid yourself of me. I will follow you like a shadow from now on. Robin squinted at her, scoffing, suit yourself. There isn't a single person in this world capable of tailing me. If you wish to play, then you shall play on your own. You are truly dull. Shin Yaoyao shot him a glare, only to break into laughter again. By the way, that girl named Xia Zishuan seems to have a thing for you. Is there truly nothing between you two? Robin chuckled. She's just a woman who hasn't taken her medication. What could I possibly have with her? I didn't know her before. Shin Yaoyao nodded in agreement. True. But if that is the case, why did you have Yan Er save her at the entertainment district this afternoon? After saving her, you acted as if nothing had happened. Are you playing the role of an unsung hero? I believe you are overthinking it. I had no intention of saving that dull woman, Robin replied indifferently. I instructed Yan Er to deal with those two ruffians from Sakura country. Oh, now that you mention it, Robin, what happened to those men who were bothering Xia Zishuan? They're dead, Robin responded without a hint of emotion. Dead? Did you kill them? Shin Yaoyao's hand trembled slightly. I sent a message to Xiao Yudi, he said, turning his gaze to her. It's better for you not to know too much. Understood. Shin Yaoyao gazed at Robin, feeling an unusual surge of emotion within her, an impulse she had never felt in her 20 years of life. This man has such captivating eyes. Was Cheng Si truly blind? Focus on driving. Robin corrected her grip on the steering wheel. Thankfully, the road was relatively clear. Otherwise, this brand new supercar would have ended up in a ditch. Shin Yaoyao was equally startled, realizing how dangerous it was to lose concentration while driving. After a moment, she regained her composure. We have arrived at the General Mountain Villa. Just drop me off at the entrance, and you can head back. Yan Er will contact you regarding the stock transfer of the Gu family, Robin remarked. Should I wait for you outside the villa? Shin Yaoyao asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. What I meant was, your friend Gu Chao's Hummer is still parked at Tengda Plaza. If you stay out too late, you'll have no means to return. No need. Gu Chao will bring my Land Rover to me later, Robin replied, exiting the vehicle and walking towards the villa. Shin Yaoyao leaned out of the car, calling, hey, you're just leaving like that? Robin paused, glancing back at her. Are you suggesting I should hug you? With that, he turned away and headed for the villa. You stubborn man. Shin Yaoyao chuckled at his retreating figure, unable to suppress her laughter. This rascal was quite entertaining. With a playful honk of the horn, she drove off into the night. Once inside the villa area, Xiao Yudi had already arrived in her car. Xiao, it would be best if you could get me the position of president at the East City Development Company, Robin said, shrugging. I dislike tedious matters. I'm too accustomed to freedom. If I were in that position, your connections would likely be ruined. Xiao Yudi smiled lightly. Our family has no significant connections, so we are not concerned about being offended by you. You saved both me and the Xiao family. My grandfather insisted that even if we offend everyone, we must stand by your side. Robin was rendered speechless. Even if he wanted to distance himself from the Xiao family, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Just the other day, her grandfather mentioned you, expressing appreciation for your proposal regarding the East City ecological zone with no markup outsourcing. He remarked that you possess remarkable talent in business. Robin chuckled. Old Master Xiao is just being humorous. That day at the investment outsourcing meeting for the East City ecological zone, I merely pointed out that Qin Shuliang intended to use the project to covertly seize the industries of numerous merchants in Ningchuan. I detest those who engage in underhanded tactics. Xiao Yudi shook her head, stating, Grandfather mentioned that the investment in the East City ecological zone project is immense. If Huanyu Group seeks to monopolize the business sector of Ningchuan, we must devise a strategy to thwart this malicious plan. By outsourcing some auxiliary projects of the Xiao family's East City business circle to other merchants without charge, it may appear that the Xiao family has relinquished a significant portion of its profits. However, in reality, the surrounding industries related to our main project will flourish rapidly, which will, in turn, provide substantial funding and popularity to our core business in the East City circle. This is a masterful strategy. It not only mitigates the risk of a capital chain rupture that could arise from the Xiao family's heavy investment in the ecological zone, but it also attracts a loyal group of business partners to the Xiao family. This will dismantle Qin Shuliang's conspiracy to unify the entire Ningchuan business realm. Grandfather remarked that your maneuver is quite audacious. Robin shrugged and chuckled. I merely spoke offhandedly. Is it truly that impressive? Indeed, you are a commercial genius. Xiao Yudi responded with a smile, offering Robin a share transfer agreement. Robin, this represents 20% of the Xiao Group's shares, signed by my grandfather. Please accept it without hesitation. Robin hesitated for a moment. 20% of the Xiao Group's shares? That amounts to billions in value. I have no need for it. Xiao Yudi grew anxious and pulled the car over, insisting, Robin, my grandfather said these shares are a gift with no ulterior motive. There is no need for such formalities. As the president of the East City Development Company, I can manage just fine. Seeing Robin's refusal to accept, Xiao Yudi relented. Very well, regardless, these shares now belong to you. I will temporarily hold on to them for you, and you may retrieve them whenever you wish. Please take them back. I genuinely do not require them. Money holds no interest for me. Then, what captivates your interest? Xiao Yudi inquired awkwardly. Robin instinctively glanced at Xiao Yudi, whose exquisite features, beautiful eyes, alluring lips, and graceful nose were captivating. This woman is stunning beyond belief. He touched his own lips, a nervous habit he had maintained for years. Xiao Yudi suddenly noticed Robin's dazed expression, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Does he wish to kiss me? Grandfather encouraged me to explore a romantic relationship with this man, yet I have always been unsure of how to begin. Growing up under the protection of my family, aside from schooling and various training arranged by them, I have lived in a monotonous environment, entirely unaware of the nature of romance. Though I have presented a facade of aloofness and strength to uphold the Xiao family's reputation, I have always felt profoundly lonely and fragile. On that fateful night, amidst the swirling snow of New Year's Eve, several thugs held her hostage, and in that moment of life and death, she witnessed the scene she had longed for in her dreams. A hero, calm and composed in the face of danger, descended from above. With a swift strike, he severed the ties of life and death, and after the ordeal, he vanished like a wisp of smoke. At that moment, her heart stirred, and feelings blossomed. That elegant figure had entered her heart. Since that day, she often reminisced about that snowy New Year's Eve, believing she would never encounter him again. Little did she know, he was so near. Why is my face flushed? Robin pondered, suddenly aware of Xiao Yudi's bashful demeanor, perplexed by the situation. The vehicle slowly moved forward and came to a stop beneath a tree halfway up the mountain, shrouded in darkness. What are we stopping here for? Robin questioned, confused about Xiao Yudi's intentions. Inside the dimly lit car, he felt the warmth radiating from her. Xiao Yudi hesitated for a moment, her gaze fiery as it turned toward Robin. Closing her eyes, she inched her luscious, tender lips closer to him. Robin was taken aback. Just then, a ringtone interrupted the moment, causing Xiao Yudi to open her eyes abruptly. She shyly brushed aside her tousled bangs. It's grandfather, she said. He wants to know if you've arrived. Let's head home. Robin stared, entranced by Xiao Yudi's breathtaking beauty, lost in thought for a moment. Is this how it ends? Just as it was about to begin, The phone rings. This damned call, why must it come now? Upon arriving at the Xiao family villa, Xiao Tianlong awaited them outside. Mr. Robin, please come in. He instructed the butler, Xiao Cheng, to prepare dinner. Please, no need for a meal, Mr. Xiao. We should first see Mr. Xiao Jinting. Robin interjected. Xiao Tianlong hesitated, then agreed. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Robin. Xiao Tianlong, accompanied by Xiao Yudi, led Robin to a room at the easternmost end of the second floor. Upon reaching the door, Robin was immediately struck by a sense of malevolence emanating from within. It was evident that the room's occupant had fallen victim to a sinister curse. Once injected into the human body, this curse would proliferate rapidly within the bloodstream. In a short span, the afflicted individual would become weak, their bodily functions diminishing swiftly. Within a month, they would be bedridden, gradually losing consciousness, resembling a vegetative state. Seeing Robin pause in contemplation at the door, Xiao Tianlong inquired, Mr. Robin, is something amiss? Robin surveyed the surroundings and asked, who typically cares for Mr. Xiao Jinting? Xiao Tianlong replied, one of our maids, Aunt Hu. Is there an issue? She has been with our family for over a decade. Before he could finish, Robin pointed toward the door. Let us enter and investigate further. Mr. Xiao has been cursed, which is why he is in this state. Cursed? Xiao Tianlong was taken aback. Who would dare to place a curse on Jinting? Chapter 67. Charlatan Robin's words left both Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi astounded. The notion of a curse was merely a legend in their minds. How could it possibly befall the Xiao family? Xiao Tianlong had no doubts about Robin's abilities, having witnessed them firsthand. In his eyes, Robin was an invincible presence. However, he only learned of Robin's remarkable medical skills through conversations with Xiao Yudi and Lin Jiqian. After Xiao Yudi returned from the city government, she recounted to Xiao Tianlong the thrilling tale of how Robin rescued General Li Tinkai from the brink of death. Lin Jiqian vividly described Robin's legendary 18 needles of soul retrieval, leaving Xiao Tianlong in a state of confusion, as if listening to an arcane tale. Nevertheless, both Lin Jiqian and Xiao Yudi spoke highly of Robin, and Xiao Tianlong was eager to witness his prowess. Earlier that morning, Lin Jiqian, the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, had been summoned by Li Tinkai to examine Xiao Jinting. After an extensive consultation, Lin Jiqian could not ascertain the cause of Xiao Jinting's prolonged unconsciousness and paralysis. According to contemporary medical understanding, it resembled symptoms of brain death. However, Lin Jiqian suggested that Xiao Jinting's condition was far more complex and could not be determined. He sensed an unusual presence within Xiao Jinting's body, akin to a force stirring restlessly, as if blood and energy were in tumult, or perhaps a swarm of microorganisms rapidly multiplying. These entities would sometimes vanish without a trace, while at other times, they exhibited extreme activity. Most of the time, these mysterious forces occupied Xiao Jinting's internal organs and meridians. Lin Jiqian could not ascertain what this peculiar force or microorganism was, nor could he determine the cause of its existence, leaving him unable to provide a definitive diagnosis for Xiao Jinting's affliction. After repeated pleas from Xiao Tianlong, Lin Jiqian reluctantly agreed to attempt acupuncture on Xiao Jinting. Lin Jiqian speculated that Xiao Jinting's condition might stem from prolonged overwork, resulting in insufficient yang energy and a deficiency of blood. Thus, he decided to commence treatment by targeting the Du Meridian, which governs yang energy. Following the acupuncture on Xiao Jinting's Du Meridian, his body displayed a slight reaction. However, the situation soon deteriorated rapidly. Lin Jiqian immediately halted the treatment, and despite numerous attempts, he could not find a breakthrough. Ultimately, he had to regretfully inform Xiao Tianlong that his medical expertise had reached its limits. With his capabilities, he could not ascertain the true symptoms of Xiao Jinting and dared not proceed with blind treatment, fearing that an erroneous approach might render Xiao Jinting unable to awaken. In the end, he fervently recommended Robin to Xiao Tianlong, believing that only Robin could save Xiao Jinting. If even Robin could not heal him, there would be little hope left. Xiao Tianlong was taken aback by Lin Jiqian's words. Lin Jiqian, once revered as a master in the field of traditional Chinese medicine within Longhua, was now suggesting that Robin was an unparalleled divine physician capable of snatching souls from the grasp of Yama. Such assertions left him utterly astonished. How could someone in their early 20s possess such miraculous medical prowess? Lin Jiqian had an urgent consultation to attend that afternoon, so he did not linger at the Xiao residence. Upon hearing that Robin would visit in the evening, he resolved to return to witness Robin's treatment of Xiao Jinting. Regardless of his busy schedule, Xiao Tianlong had cleared his entire afternoon to await Robin's arrival at home. If Lin Jiqian's claims held true, that Robin possessed the skills of a divine healer who could rescue Xiao Jinting from the clutches of death, Then he would no longer worry about the Xiao family's current precarious situation. Xiao Jinting was the second-generation heir of the Xiao family, nurtured by him. If he could stand again, the Xiao family would have no further concerns. Xiao Yudi was still quite young and relatively inexperienced in the intricacies of power and decision-making. Often, he was unable to truly uphold the vast commercial empire of the Xiao family. If Xiao Yudi could attain the level of competence that Xiao Jinting once had, he would still require a significant amount of time to hone his skills. Should Xiao Yudi take the helm of the Xiao group under favorable internal and external conditions, it would not pose a great concern. However, the business world was always fraught with uncertainty and peril. In the past, when Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Jinting supported the Xiao group, it thrived splendidly. Competitors merely sought alliances, daring not to provoke them. Yet, the moment these individuals perceived a weakness in the Xiao family's leadership, sensing a decline in strength, they could very well exploit any oversight to deal a fatal blow. Therefore, when Xiao Jinting suddenly fell ill, both the internal and external factions of the Xiao group began to stir restlessly. Xiao Tianlong was compelled to return to the forefront to assist Xiao Yudi in stabilizing the Xiao group temporarily. Even so, individuals like Chao Shanbao and Chen Chuyang began to reveal their predatory instincts. Had it not been for Robin's unexpected appearance, the Xiao family might have already succumbed to danger. Xiao Tianlong understood that although the Xiao group held a significant position in Ningchuan, without timely reinforcement of the core power within the Xiao family, collapse was a constant threat. He was contemplating two matters. Firstly, the hope of retaining Robin. Secondly, curing Xiao Jinting's mysterious ailment. If either of these could be achieved, there would be no external force capable of threatening the Xiao family. Now, hearing Robin assert that Xiao Jinting's affliction was caused by a sinister curse, Xiao Tianlong was taken aback, as such a statement exceeded his comprehension. However, given Lin Jiqian's previous exaltation of Robin as a master healer, it indicated that Robin's words might indeed hold truth. As they opened the door to Xiao Jinting's room, Xiao Jinchuan and Huang Yufan hurriedly arrived with a man of around 50 years of age. "Dad, I heard someone is coming to treat my elder brother. So I specifically invited Mr. Hu," Xiao Jinchuan announced. Mr. Hu cautioned, "The illness of your elder brother must not be treated recklessly. If he falls into the hands of some quacks, it could be disastrous. Should his condition worsen, it would be too late for regrets." This man, named Hu Hai, approached Xiao Tianlong and respectfully said, "Old Master Xiao, I heard from Jinchuan that you have invited a wandering doctor to treat Mr. Xiao Jinting. I would like to express my concerns. Many charlatans boast that they can cure all ailments, but in reality, they merely employ mystifying tricks to deceive patients and their families. Old Master Xiao, please do not be fooled and endanger Mr. Xiao Jinting." Xiao Tianlong furrowed his brow slightly and snorted, "Who told you that I invited a quack? Jinchuan, if you dare speak nonsense again, get out." Xiao Jinchuan stepped back in fear, not daring to respond. Hu Hai chuckled awkwardly, "Old Master Xiao? Jinchuan did not mean it that way. Recently, I prescribed a traditional Chinese medicine for Mr. Xiao Jinting. If he continues to take it for a while longer, I assure you, his condition will improve. I guarantee that in 2 months, he will at least be able to open his eyes and speak." Xiao Jinchuan chimed in, "Dad, Mr. Hu is right. You must not listen to those frauds and delay my brother's treatment. I recently heard that this Robin is nothing but a con artist. At his age, what does he know about traditional medicine? Mr. Hu insists that he must not treat my brother recklessly." Robin looked up at Xiao Jinchuan. "Are you implying that I am a fraud?" Xiao Jinchuan pointed at Robin. "Everyone in Ningchuan knows you are just a rejected suitor from the Chung family. How dare you claim to treat illnesses? Humph. If you can diagnose me, I will allow you to treat my brother." Robin chuckled. "You really want me to say it?" Xiao Jinchuan sneered. "If you can tell me what illness I have, then I will agree to your treating my brother. You have infertility, and it is congenital." Robin replied without hesitation. Xiao Jinchuan was instantly furious. You are talking nonsense. I am perfectly fine. How dare you say I am infertile, and congenital at that? This is absolute nonsense. I have a child who is already 16 or 17. Robin laughed lightly. "Then that child must not be yours. The child you have raised for over a decade belongs to someone else." Chapter 68. All you mediocre people, be silent. Robin's words stunned everyone in the room. Xiao Yudi stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Robin sighed and shook his head, lamenting that many people brought their downfall upon themselves. Xiao Jinchuan was nearly driven mad with anger, pointing at Robin and shouting, "You are talking nonsense." Robin shrugged. "Whether what I say is true or not is irrelevant. What matters is that this has been happening for many years, and you are still oblivious. Just think, does your child resemble you?" He. Xiao Jinchuan's face shifted between white and red, indignantly exclaiming, "Dad, this brat is utterly outrageous. Throw him out." Robin chuckled softly. If you don't believe me, you can do a paternity test tomorrow. With expedited results, you will have the answer in an hour. Xiao Zhenxuan was rendered speechless, turning to Huang Yufan, grabbing her collar. Is this true? Huang Yufan shouted, you fool. How can you believe the words of a quack? Then, turning to Robin, she roared, let me tell you. If you continue to talk nonsense, the Xiao family will not let you off. Xiao Yudi coldly interjected. Robin is a distinguished guest invited by Grandpa. You are not qualified to speak like this. Robin chuckled, looking at Huang Yufan. Whatever you say is futile. Go for the test tomorrow, and the truth will be revealed. Are you brave enough, Mrs. Huang? Huang Yufan trembled slightly, unable to meet Robin's gaze. At that moment, Xiao Zhenxuan's expression turned increasingly cold as he declared, Huang Yufan, we will go for the paternity test tomorrow. If you dare to deceive me, prepare to face dire consequences. Huang Yufan gently pulled at Xiao Zhenxuan, saying, Zhenxuan, how could you heed the words of that fraud? Enough. If you two continue to quarrel, get out of my sight. Xiao Tianlong barked, his expression dark as he pointed at Xiao Zhenxuan and Huang Yufan. Tomorrow morning, a Chung will take them to the identification center for an expedited assessment. If they are not of the Xiao family bloodline, they shall be immediately expelled from the Xiao family and stripped of all their assets. Hu Hai, with a grim countenance, turned to Robin, young man, one must be accountable for their words. Robin shrugged, we'll know tomorrow. Are you implying that you too can cure Mr. Xiao Jinting's ailments? With a light chuckle, Robin replied, I never make claims about matters I cannot guarantee. Xiao Tianlong's eyes lit up, his body trembling with intensity. Hu Hai scoffed, truly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Many renowned physicians from Jiangnan have examined Mr. Xiao Jinting, and none dared to claim they could cure him. They could only provide temporary relief and observe the outcome. Even the esteemed Lin Jiqian from Longwood diagnosed him just this morning and found himself at a loss. Healing cannot tolerate even a hint of falsehood. After 30 years in medicine, I have seen countless symptoms and would never boast such promises. You, being so young. That is merely because you have yet to learn your craft. Robin interjected with a laugh, unwilling to let him continue. With your level of mediocrity, no amount of time spent studying would elevate you. You are utterly arrogant. Hu Hai fumed, his face reddening. Robin dismissed him with disdain. This is not arrogance. It is a display of capability. Do you understand? I tire of this conversation. Turning to Xiao Tianlong, he asked, do you require my assistance to proceed? If not, I shall take my leave. Seeing Robin's impatience, Xiao Tianlong quickly replied, of course. Of course. Robin surveyed the room, declaring, if I am to diagnose, let all the inept remain silent. Hu Hai seethed with anger. Xiao Tianlong hastily added, a Chung, if anyone dares to disrupt Mr. Robin, throw them out immediately. Understood. A Chung responded. Xiao Tianlong opened the door and courteously said, Mr. Robin, please step inside and examine Jinting's condition. Xiao Zhenxuan and Hu Hai intended to protest further, but with Xiao Tianlong having spoken, none dared to defy him. Upon entering Xiao Jinting's room, the oppressive atmosphere they had sensed at the door enveloped them once more. Robin noticed a flicker of panic in Hu Hai's eyes. Old Master Xiao, may I see the prescription that Mr. Xiao Jinting previously used? Xiao Tianlong nodded, certainly. The prescription was provided by this physician, Hu Hai. According to Hu Hai's earlier diagnosis, my son Jinting suffers from a cerebrovascular disease, what Western medicine refers to as severe Alzheimer's. Robin chuckled lightly. May I see the prescription? As Robin received the prescription, Hu Hai snorted. The prescriptions I provide are the most confidential and top tier. Had it not been for old Master Zhao's consent, I would never show it to you. Ignoring him, Robin examined the traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients listed: pig heart, angelica, goji berries, ginseng, astragalus. Shaking his head, Robin looked up at Hu Hai. Is this what you consider a top-tier prescription? A collection of potent tonics that could lead to a hemorrhage in the patient? Hu Hai retorted dismissively. This prescription comprises only the finest tonic herbs. Based on my diagnosis, Mr. Xiao Jinting's body suffers from kidney yang deficiency and excessive fatigue, resulting in blood deficiency and weakness. Coupled with chronic stress, this leads to the accumulation of lipids in his blood vessels. If you truly understand traditional Chinese medicine, you would realize this prescription can enhance Mr. Xiao Jinting's blood circulation and promote the expulsion of waste from his lipids. As the saying goes, flowing water does not rot, and a door hinge does not decay. Only by ensuring the blood within Mr. Xiao flows smoothly through his capillaries and meridians can the necrotic cells caused by his illness potentially regain vitality. This is a process of recuperation. Through the nourishment of my prescription, the withered cells within Mr. Xiao may be revitalized. Only then can there be hope for improvement in his condition. And even if he cannot return to his former self, at least he may stand again. Utter nonsense. Robin slammed the prescription onto the table. If he continues to consume this concoction, it won't be long before Mr. Xiao Jinting meets his demise. At that moment, Huma entered the room with a bowl of prepared herbal medicine. Old master, it's time for the young master to take his medicine. Wait, he cannot have this herbal medicine. Robin interjected, blocking Huma. Xiao Tianlong, perplexed, asked, cannot have it? Earlier, President Lin Jiqian also reviewed this herbal prescription. He believed that while he could not guarantee it would cure Jinting's illness, the ingredients listed could invigorate the body's meridians. At the very least, they would ensure that fresh blood continues to circulate through his nearly lifeless body. Robin glanced at Xiao Jinting, noting the carotid artery in his neck pulsating. It was evident that the Yinggu worm was active in his blood, proliferating in numbers. Old master, it is precisely because Mr. Xiao Jinting consumed this herbal medicine that his condition has deteriorated further. You speak nonsense. Hu Hai snapped angrily. Xiao Jinchuan stepped forward, pointing at Robin. You, Mr. Luo, are spreading discord in our home. Doctor Hu is here to treat my elder brother. In Ningchuan, no one can rival Mr. Hu's medical skills. Now, you accuse him of harming my brother with the prescription he provided? What are your true intentions? Robin scoffed lightly. Mr. Xiao Jinting is not suffering from a mere brain ailment. He has been cursed with Yinggu. I sensed the activity of the gu worms in his body just outside the door. The Yinggu within him must have been implanted 5 years ago. Perhaps the person who cast the curse was still in the initial stages of preparation, thus delaying the activation of these dormant Yinggu worms. What? 5 years ago? Xiao Tianlong was taken aback. Robin nodded. These Yinggu worms originate from Miaojiang, where practitioners of gu cultivation manipulate parasitic organisms to invade the human body, thereby controlling the victim's life or will. Hearing this, Xiao Tianlong was profoundly shocked. Who could be so malicious as to ensnare my son? Chapter 69. The enigmatic beauty. Xiao Tianlong's fury instilled a deep fear within the Xiao family. A Cheng, immediately mobilize all our resources to investigate. Regardless of the strength of this individual, the Xiao family will stop at nothing for retribution. There will be no peace until we achieve destruction. Wait, Robin intervened. Old master, please remain calm. We must avoid alarming the one controlling the Yinggu, lest they take extreme measures that could endanger Mr. Xiao Jinting. Xiao Tianlong inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his anger, signaling a Cheng to pause the investigation and retaliation plans. Mr. Luo, what should we do now? Please advise. Robin examined the bowl of herbal medicine, realizing that the individual capable of implanting the Yinggu within Xiao Jinting must be someone close to him, someone he trusted implicitly. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for such a thing to be done to him. The sinister insect, known as the Yinggu, has lurked within Xiao Jinting for 5 long years. Periodically, someone must supply nourishment. Otherwise, these malevolent creatures will spiral out of control within his body. The consequences are dire. Either the Yinggu will naturally perish, or Xiao Jinting will be consumed by them, leading to his demise. Upon hearing Robin's explanation, Xiao Tianlong felt a surge of fury ready to erupt. Mr. Robin, are you suggesting that this individual does not wish to kill my son, Xiao Jinting, outright? Rather, he intends to control him? Robin nodded. In this scenario, he does not seek to end Xiao Jinting's life. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. Recently, according to Yudi's account, Xiao Jinting's condition has deteriorated, indicating that the master of the gu has begun to execute his plan, activating the Yinggu within Xiao Jinting, aiming to awaken them shortly. Once the Yinggu fully matures and reaches a certain quantity, he will be able to manipulate Xiao Jinting's thoughts and will through the mother insect, controlling his very life and death at will. Perhaps one day, when he believes he can master the situation, he will either awaken Xiao Jinting or allow him to perish. Xiao Tianlong was taken aback by Robin's words. What could be the motive behind such actions? Was he attempting to control the Xiao family through his manipulation of Jinting? Robin shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps your adversary has enlisted the aid of a practitioner from the ancient Miao clan to achieve control over the Xiao family. Xiao Tianlong glanced at the traditional medicine placed on the coffee table by Huma and then looked up at Hu Hai. Hu Hai, sensing the tension, exclaimed, Mr. Xiao, please do not listen to his nonsense. I harbor no grievances against Mr. Xiao Jinting. Why would I wish him harm? Moreover, I have never heard of such an insect. How could I possibly commit such an act? Ignoring him, Xiao Cheng approached Hu Hai from behind. The latter immediately broke into a cold sweat. Xiao Jing'an hesitated for a moment, then quietly motioned for Huang Yufan to slip toward the door. Halt! Xiao Tianlong commanded coldly. No one is permitted to leave this place tonight. Everyone must surrender their mobile devices. Xiao Cheng promptly followed orders, summoning 2 bodyguards to secure the entrance and confiscate all phones. Robin lifted the bowl of herbal medicine and took a whiff. Mr. Xiao, This matter is indeed unrelated to this prescription. Hu Hai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Robin would exonerate him in this situation. The prescription provided by Dr. Hu was merely intended to replenish blood and qi, posing little threat to the yin-gu within Xiaojinting. However, this concoction contained a lethal herb, purple yang ginseng. It was the true catalyst for the deterioration of Xiaojinting's condition. Purple yang ginseng? Hu Hai furrowed his brow. When did I ever include such an ingredient in my prescription? How could it possibly be in the concoction? Robin pointed to the bowl. You can discern its presence simply by scent. Hu Hai lifted the bowl, scrutinizing the ingredients. Indeed, there was a dose of purple yang ginseng within. Who added this herb to my formula? Hu Hai inquired, glancing at the others in the room. After a brief pause, he continued, nevertheless, even with the addition of purple yang ginseng, it should not cause any significant harm. It does not appear to be as severe as you claim. Robin shook his head. Dr. Hu, I must first clarify that Xiaojinting's affliction is not a brain disease, but rather the result of a curse. 5 years ago, the yin-gu entered Xiaojinting's body and remained dormant. However, your herbal remedy, with the inclusion of purple yang ginseng, accelerated the blood flow. The yin-gu, lying in wait within the bloodstream, began to absorb the nutrients from the blood after consuming the purple yang ginseng, becoming increasingly active. Thus, day by day, these yin-gu became activated and multiplied. This particular insect thrives on purple yang ginseng. The creator of this insect has been feeding it purple yang ginseng since its inception. Once the yin-gu begins to feed on it, it will swiftly end its dormant state. The revived yin-gu will incessantly devour the nutrients in the blood, causing the host to grow weaker by the day. As the yin-gu grows stronger, Mr. Xiaojinting will continue to weaken until he lies bedridden. Presently, his blood is teeming with active yin-gu. Once the master's gu is fully cultivated, he will have complete control over Xiaojinting. At that point, Xiaojinting may awaken, but he will be akin to a living corpse, with his thoughts entirely dominated by the master of the gu. In the southern section of Zixia Mountain, within the exquisitely designed courtyard of Longpen Valley, a captivating woman clad in black sat regally in the hall. Come in, why linger outside the courtyard after all this time? She called, exhaling a long plume of black mist, her eyes opening with a sinister smile. Chen Chulong pushed the door open and stepped into the hall. Black Beauty, you have been in seclusion here for nearly half a year. When will you fulfill the promise of our plan? The black-clad beauty's expression turned frigid. Master Chun, your impatience is unwarranted. You should have unwavering faith in me. Once my yin-gu mother is perfected, you will be able to execute your plan to absorb the Xiao family. Your current impatience suggests a lack of composure. How do you expect to achieve great things? Chen Chuyang sighed. Black Beauty, it is not that I lack patience, but the situation at hand is beyond my control. Recently, the dynamics in Ningchuan have grown peculiar, and I fear that my painstakingly crafted plan of 5 years may be thwarted by the appearance of an unforeseen individual. Do you understand? Since my return from studying abroad, I vowed to establish the Chun family as the foremost aristocracy in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, nearly 5 years have passed since my return, and I have achieved nothing. Not even in Ningchuan can I dominate the landscape. The first step is proving so arduous. When will my grand ambitions come to fruition? The black-clad beauty suddenly burst into laughter. Master Chun, to achieve greatness, your character requires further tempering. Rest assured, my plan is foolproof. Your current state is merely self-inflicted turmoil. The yin-gu is my unique expertise. It has taken me nearly 20 years of dedicated study to develop this soul-controlling gu. The larvae require a 3-year cultivation period, while my mother gu needs 5 years to mature. With less than 3 months until the 5-year mark, why the rush? Once my mother gu is fully cultivated, even the most skilled gu dispellers will be powerless. Whenever I choose, I can control anyone in the world. When the time comes, I shall bestow upon you a fully developed yin-gu mother. With it, you will wield the power to manipulate anyone at will. Those who stand in the way of your grand ambitions, the Xiao family, Zifeng International, and the likes of Qi Yuhu, will become your obedient servants. At that point, what could you possibly have to worry about? Haraha. Chapter 070. The yin-gu. Black Beauty, I confess I am a bit anxious today, Chen Chuyang said respectfully. I have never doubted your remarkable creation. However, I am concerned about the length of time we have before unforeseen events arise. Recently, a fellow named Robin has appeared in Ningchuan. Initially, I presumed he was merely an inconspicuous character, a somewhat skilled brute. However, to my astonishment, within merely a fortnight of his arrival in Ningchuan, he thoroughly disrupted the local dynamics, severely undermining my plans. I am filled with trepidation. The Black Beauty scoffed disdainfully, asserting that there was nothing to worry about. He was merely a fledgling novice. No matter how formidable his martial prowess, It pales in comparison to my sorcery. You must trust me. Qin Shuliang hesitated momentarily, then stated, Today, Robin arrived at the Xiao family estate specifically concerning Xiao Jinting's affairs. I received the news this afternoon and promptly rushed to Panlong Valley. The matter is grave, and I dare not take it lightly. I implore the Black Beauty to expedite the maternal goo plan. The Black Beauty let out a derisive laugh. Young Master Chun, how can a mere boy with some martial skills instill such fear in you? She glanced at Qin Shuliang, and then at the maternal goo in the nurturing vessel. Very well, the maternal goo I concocted should suffice for some preliminary experiments prior to our plan's execution. By activating the maternal goo, I can control the yin goo within Xiao Jinting, thereby manipulating him. However, to fully dominate his thoughts and actions requires over 2 months. Only after nurturing the maternal goo for 5 years will it truly resonate with the yin goo. During this interim, there exists a possibility of unexpected mishaps. If you must proceed, be advised to limit your attempts. No significant action should be taken within 3 months, lest we invite considerable trouble. Suddenly, the smile on the Black Beauty's face turned ominous. No, it seems a formidable adversary is attempting to eliminate my Ingu mother. At that moment, the previously tranquil mass of black microorganisms within the nurturing vessel began to writhe violently. The entire glass container trembled incessantly. The Black Beauty issued a sharp command, prompting 4 cloaked women to leap from the shadows of the room. They encircled her and the nurturing vessel, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, murmuring incantations. At the General Mountain Xiao family villa, Xiao Jinting lay quietly on the bed, still as a whisper. The aroma of the freshly brewed medicinal soup wafted gently into his nostrils. Gradually, his pallid visage became speckled with visible black spots. These dark spots began to shift within his flesh, their movements accelerating. In a frenzied, writhing motion, they rapidly transformed into countless tiny caterpillars. The sight left everyone in a state of sheer horror. Xiao Tianlong staggered back a few steps, nearly collapsing. Xiao Yudi rushed to support him, trembling as she murmured, "What is this?" They could never have anticipated the presence of such terrifying black creatures within Xiao Jinting. The scene had escalated from mere shock to near collapse. Hu Hai, who had previously been dismissive, was now utterly astonished. After decades of practice, he had never encountered such a grotesque situation. This revolting display confirmed Robin's previous assertions. Meanwhile, Hu Ma, concealed in the background, quietly retreated towards the door while everyone's attention was fixated on the black larvae appearing on Xiao Jinting's face. In a hushed tone, she addressed Xiao Cheng. Stationed at the entrance, Brother Cheng, the dining room's dishes remain unwashed. I shall step out briefly. Xiao Cheng paid her little mind, preparing to let her pass. Robin, without turning his head, coldly interjected, "No one is permitted to leave this room. Seize her. She is the one who added the purple sun ginseng to the soup." Robin's words drew every gaze in the room toward Huma. The elder Zhao's lips twitched, his eyes flickering with incredulity. Huma had served the Xiao family for over a decade, consistently diligent. Moreover, she had been responsible for Xiao Jinting's daily care, and he treated her as family. How could she possibly harm him? Huma trembled as she replied, "Elder Xiao, how could I ever commit such an act against the young master? The soup I prepared for him was meticulously brewed according to Mr. Hu's prescription." Robin approached Huma, grasping her hand to inhale her scent. "Elder Xiao, send someone to investigate Huma's quarters. The truth will soon be revealed. Chung, follow Mr. Robin's instructions and have someone check her room immediately." Upon hearing this, Huma trembled, her garments soaked in perspiration. She fell to her knees before Xiao Tianlong, pleading, "Please spare me, sir. I had no choice." Shortly thereafter, a family member presented an exquisite box containing 10 remaining pieces of purple sun ginseng. Xiao Tianlong stepped heavily on Huma, his face turning a deep shade of fury. "You vile woman, after all these years in my family, I treated you like kin. Have I ever wronged you? Throughout these years, whenever you sought assistance or funds from the Xiao family, we have never hesitated to help. Any difficulties faced by your children, parents, or relatives, merely voicing your need would prompt us to provide you with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, without reservation. And this is how you repay us? Not only do you show no gratitude, but you also conspire with outsiders to harm my son. Has humanity's malevolence stooped to this level? Tell me why." Xiao Tianlong's rage erupted, while Human knelt in desperation, begging for mercy. "Sir, I am doomed. I truly had no idea that the purple sun ginseng would harm the young master. 6 months ago, while shopping for groceries, I encountered a mysterious figure clad in black. Her face obscured. She informed me that the young master had once saved her life, and that she had come to repay him. She claimed that his ailment was due to a curse and required the expensive purple sun ginseng to be added to his herbal remedy for improvement. This person instructed me not to disclose this matter to you. At the time, I genuinely believed she was here to express gratitude, so I added some purple sun ginseng to the herbal concoction. Indeed, after consuming it, the young master's complexion improved significantly, and his health visibly changed. However, during my second encounter with this individual, her tone shifted abruptly. She warned me that the purple sun ginseng would accelerate the young master's decline. And should you learn of it, I would be unable to remain in the Xiao family if I did not continue to follow her instructions. She threatened not only my life, but also that of my children. Presently, my son and daughter remain in her grasp. Thus, I felt compelled to comply with her demands, adding a specific dosage of purple sun ginseng each time I brewed the young master's herbal medicine. I beseech you, sir, spare me. I acted out of sheer desperation. Xiao Tianlong trembled with fury. You wicked woman, you would endanger my family to save yourself. Tell me, who is this person? Huma shook her head. Sir, I have never seen her true face, nor do I know her whereabouts or identity. Each time she provided me with the purple sun ginseng, she concealed half her face. All I know is that she was clad in black, her skin entirely dark, including her hands and nails. I have never encountered such a peculiar and terrifying person. Each time I gazed into her eyes, my legs would weaken. Over the past 6 months, I have only seen her 3 times. Subsequently, the purple sun ginseng has been left at a designated spot outside the villa, with messages instructing me to collect it. Xiao Tianlong turned to Robin. Mr. Robin, is there anything further to investigate? Robin waved his hand, signaling that further inquiries were unnecessary. Xiao Tianlong pointed at Huma, stating, once this matter is resolved, we will settle the score. He turned to Aching, commanding, bind her and take her away. Anyone who dares to harm the Xiao family shall face annihilation. Chapter 0071. Jinting, you are truly awake? Observing the fury radiating from Xiao Tianlong, Hu Hai was momentarily rendered speechless. He had only heard tales of how the Xiao patriarch's wrath could send tremors through Ningxuan, yet he had never witnessed Xiao Tianlong's genuine fury. Every encounter had revealed a benevolent and gentle elder, leading him to believe that the stories were mere fabrications from malcontents seeking to tarnish the reputation of this once mighty magnate of Ningxuan's business realm. However, he no longer held such beliefs. He understood that anyone involved in poisoning Xiao Jinting would not be spared by the Xiao family. The thought sent a chill of dread coursing through him. Previously, while treating Xiao Jinting, he had failed to discern any symptoms. The fanciful tales of brain ailments had been his own concoctions, crafted solely to deceive the Xiao family for financial gain. Little did he anticipate that someone would tamper with his prescriptions. Mr. Robin, is there still hope for Xiao Jinting? Hu Hai inquired, his voice laced with desperation. He was acutely aware that if Robin could cure Xiao Jinting, the elder would be pleased, and many matters would be overlooked, potentially allowing him to escape unscathed. Conversely, if Robin failed, the elder's wrath would only intensify, making escape impossible. Robin glanced at Hu Hai and replied, now that I am here, there is certainly hope. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Robin. Thank you. Silence. Xiao Tianlong barked. You are disrupting Mr. Robin's treatment. I will hold you accountable. Hu Hai's legs weakened, and he knelt before Xiao Tianlong, repeatedly affirming, yes, yes, I will be silent. Robin then turned to Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi, asking, do you have a piano? A piano? Both Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi echoed in confusion, unsure of Robin's intentions. Yes, we have a piano that Yudi practiced on as a child. It's in the next room. Should I have it moved? Robin nodded. Yes, please bring it here. Xiao Tianlong immediately instructed Aching to arrange for the piano to be brought into the room. Hu Hai and the others were bewildered. Did Robin have such peculiar habits? Was he truly going to use a piano as accompaniment in the healing process? Perhaps extraordinary individuals possessed eccentricities beyond common understanding. Before arriving, Hu Hai had heard of Robin's legendary rescue of General Li from the clutches of death just days prior. Now, witnessing Robin's miraculous diagnostic talents on Xiao Jinting left him in awe. He believed that such prowess could not exist without profound capability. After years of practice, he had finally encountered a master. Initially skeptical of the tales of Robin's daring feats, he now realized how narrow-minded he had been. In a moment of curiosity, he inadvertently disregarded Xiao Tianlong's warning and stepped forward to ask, Mr. Robin, are you using the piano to treat Mr. Xiao? With a nonchalant smile, Robin replied, do you truly believe I have the leisure to play in such circumstances? The notion of using music as a healing tool flashed in Hu Hai's mind. He recalled hearing of legendary physicians employing melodies for treatment, utilizing musical rhythms, drumming, acupuncture, and she to address seemingly insurmountable ailments. He never expected to witness Robin's healing through music firsthand, igniting immense excitement within him. To have such an opportunity to witness the extraordinary skills of a master was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. He would die without regret. As Xiao Yudi watched Robin approach the piano, her eyes sparkled with amazement. Each time this man took action, he left her in awe. Every appearance was filled with brilliance. Robin, how many more legends do you possess that I am unaware of? In an instant, a cascade of clear, vibrant notes emanated from the piano, filling the previously suffocating room with refreshing clarity. Was this the legendary maestro of music? Among the ordinary individuals in the room, none had ever cultivated inner strength or qi, and thus could not perceive the formidable energy infused within Robin's melodies. A series of exquisite notes danced across the keys, enveloping every corner of the room like butterflies fluttering their iridescent wings, sweeping away the suffocating darkness. Gradually, every person in the room felt a sensation of soaring. In the midst of the cascading melodies, each body began to levitate, and for a fleeting moment, everything felt ethereal. After 3 minutes of this surreal experience, the sensation abruptly ceased. Following this, a powerful, rhythmic pounding erupted from the piano keys, resonating with the summons. With each note struck by Robin's fingers, every heart in the room raced with intensity. Suddenly, a most astonishing scene unfolded before them. Xiao Jinting's body began to swell in time with the rhythm, and dark spots began to ooze from his pores. Gradually, these spots became clearer, thousands of writhing larvae. Ugh! Xiao Yudi nearly retched at the sight. Xiao Jinting's body was entirely covered in layers of black larvae, expelled by the music's vibrations. These were the sinister goo worms being shaken from Xiao Jinting's body. At that moment, within the elegantly appointed viewing room of Panlong Valley, the 4 great guardians sat beside the Black Beauty. As Robin's piano notes resonated from the Xiao family villa, the guardians' bodies trembled violently. The power of music, a sound that could travel 1,000 miles. With a single note, a torrent of energy surged forth. It was akin to a sniper 1,000 meters away firing 4 lethal shots simultaneously. The 4 guardians screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, blood spewing forth as their internal organs shattered. The Black Beauty shouted, "This is bad. There truly is a master attacking us. A sound capable of killing from 1,000 miles away. What a terrifying ability." At that moment, the Black Beauty turned pale, trembling all over, and a mouthful of blood erupted from her chest. Inside the villa, after Robin concluded his piece, he turned to Hu Hai and requested, "May I borrow your silver needles?" At that moment, Hu Hai was utterly in awe of Robin's abilities. In the presence of such a master, he felt like an insignificant novice, no longer daring to act disrespectfully. "Mr. Robin, please use my needles." He quickly presented his silver needles with both hands. In an instant, 18 sparkling points shot forth, embedding themselves into the vital acupoints of Xiao Jinting's meridians. 2 seconds later, the goo worms that had crawled from Xiao Jinting's body began to turn on one another, battling fiercely. As the black blood of the worms flowed out, thousands of them coalesced into a mass of dark energy, dissipating into the air. Robin struck the keys once more, releasing a hauntingly beautiful melody. In that moment, the dark, oppressive energy in the room began to escape through the large windows. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Xiao Jinting's body began to float, moving in synchrony with the notes, rising into the air, halting at a midpoint before rapidly spinning. As his body surged with the ebb and flow of the music, Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi, along with the others, stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. What was this? A mere illusion? As the final note resounded, Xiao Jinting's body gently returned to the bed. The entire surface of his skin began to exude clusters of blisters, each of which swelled rapidly before oozing forth blood and pus. Approximately 3 minutes later, after a 3-year slumber, Xiao Jinting sighed deeply and opened his eyes. "Father, where am I?" Xiao Tianlong trembled violently, tears streaming down his face as he hurried to the bedside. "Wait a moment," Robin cautioned. "His body is still very weak. Do not let him move just yet." Robin approached Xiao Jinting, observing the ongoing discharge from his wounds, and withdrew the silver needles, handing them to Hu Hai. Xiao Yudi stood at the foot of the bed, her face stained with tears. She had never imagined she would witness the day her father awoke. "Dad." With that single utterance, she released the weight of 3 years' worth of pressure and anguish. Chapter 0072, What If I Kill You? In the exquisite courtyard of Panlong Valley, the lights in the viewing hall flickered ominously. Chun Chuyang, horrified, cowered in a corner, gazing at the bizarre scene before him. The 4 great guardians suddenly coughed up blood and perished. The Black Beauty lay weakly on the ground, writhing in agony. The mother worm, nurtured within a sealed glass vessel, transformed into a pool of black liquid. After the black beauty spat out several mouthfuls of black blood, she screamed frantically, "You bastard! I will kill you. I have devoted 20 years to cultivating this worm, only for it to be destroyed by your hands. Humph, I have not yet lost. My mother worm can infinitely regenerate and awaken." In an instant, the black beauty's alluring form morphed into a mass of black worms, congealed into a granular entity. Chen Chuliang, witnessing this sight, fainted immediately. With a furious roar, the black beauty concentrated all her strength into her palms, lifting the sealed nurturing jar and channeling her internal energy into it. In that moment, a mass of black mist enveloped the nurturing jar tightly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed relentlessly. The black liquid within the jar reformed into countless larval particles, each emitting a strange glow. Suddenly, a note from a zither pierced through the nurturing jar at lightning speed, akin to a heavy sniper bullet shooting from a kilometer away, striking the jar with explosive precision. The sharp note detonated in the center of the nurturing jar, shattering it into pieces. The black vapor within swirled violently before dispersing. Following that, a thunderous melody tore through the air, shattering the thick walls of the viewing room and piercing through the black beauty's chest. With a shriek, she collapsed. Her eyes filled with despair. How is this possible? How could this happen? After a brief spell of suffocation, the black beauty awakened once more, pounding the marble floor in frustration, howling in rage. The exquisitely crafted marble of the viewing room disintegrated into dust in an instant. Chen Chuliang was jolted awake by the cacophony, staring in horror at the black beauty's terrifying visage. He turned and fled the courtyard, driving out of Panlong Valley. The worm technique, linked to the mother worm, allowed control over the larval worms. However, if a master were to locate the connection, they could use it to pinpoint the host, turning the mother worm's power against her. The pristine courtyard lay in ruins. The black beauty howled in fury. 20 years of my power destroyed by a single note. You bastard, I will kill you. Clenching her fists, she gathered the last remnants of her strength and charged forth. In the pitch-black night, the cold winds howled through Panlong Valley, lifting the remnants of snow in a furious storm of anguish. You coward, hiding away and using underhanded tactics. What kind of hero are you? I am the chief sorceress of the Poison King's sect. Do you dare to kill me? The entire Poison King's sect will regard you as an enemy. In the quiet room of the Shao family villa on Junjun Mountain, the Black Beauty's ghastly screams echoed sharply. Her poisonous specter loomed at the large window, revealing her terrifying visage. Everyone was paralyzed with shock at the dreadful sight. Today, they witnessed events far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Robin scoffed lightly. What of your repugnant existence? What if I kill you? As the words fell, his slender fingers struck a key, producing a resounding note. With that note's sudden rise, several kilometers away in Panlong Valley, the Black Beauty was frozen in place, her body resembling a black stone, standing motionless in the valley. The cold winds continued to blow, swirling the remaining snow on the stone, producing a mournful wail. Suddenly, her entire form seemed to be torn apart by invisible hands. With a dull thud, the Black Beauty exploded into a cloud of black mist, vanishing without a trace. With the shattering of her physical form, the chief sorceress of the Poison King's sect was obliterated. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, the Black Beauty let out a desperate wail. You dare to kill me? I am of the Poison King's sect. They will never let this go. Her despairing cry echoed 3 times in Panlong Valley, ultimately fading into the cold night wind, disappearing into the dark abyss of the valley. In the Shao family villa on Junjun Mountain, Robin smiled indifferently. I have traversed the world with the old ghost for years. What formidable opponents have I not encountered? Does a petty sect like the Poison King's sect dare to threaten the embodiment of the god of death? Haha, if you dare to come, I shall annihilate you. Shao Tianlong and Shao Yudi were utterly stunned by Robin's supernatural prowess. 5 years prior, Shao Jinting fell ill. 3 years ago, he became bedridden, slipping into a deep unconsciousness. Over the years, the Shao family expended vast fortunes, seeking renowned doctors, yet none could cure his peculiar ailment. Even Lin Jiqian, a master of traditional Chinese medicine in Dragon Country, was at a loss against this strange condition. Now, it had been resolved by Robin's piano melody. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such extraordinary techniques existed in the world. By the time Lin Jiqian arrived at the Shao family villa on Junjun Mountain, Shao Jinting was already able to rise from bed with the support of his family. Upon seeing Shao Jinting awake, Lin Jiqian was instantly petrified. He knew Robin possessed remarkable medical skills, yet he had never anticipated them to reach such an inconceivable level. Gazing at the composed Robin, he was filled with astonishment. Having practiced medicine for 50 years and revered as a master of traditional Chinese medicine for nearly 20 years in Dragon Country, he was now in his 70s. The vastness of his knowledge seemed trivial compared to the prodigious talent of this young man in his 20s. How humiliating. If Lin Jiqian had been shocked by Robin's 18 soul-pursuing needles display that day at the Li residence, today's scene had elevated Robin's medical prowess to a divine level in his eyes. At this moment, he was utterly in awe of Robin. Lin Jiqian respectfully approached Robin, bowing humbly. "Mr. Robin, you are the true divine healer of our time. From this moment forth, I shall publicly declare that I, Lin Jiqian, can no longer be addressed as a master of traditional Chinese medicine. I shall forever regard you, Mr. Robin, as my superior. Master, please allow me to pay my respects." With that, Lin Jiqian bowed deeply. Robin glanced at the profound humility of Lin Jiqian and scoffed. "Who is your master? Do not speak such nonsense. I have no interest in taking on an apprentice of your age." Lin Jiqian's face flushed with embarrassment as he stood awkwardly in the hall. Nevertheless, in the presence of true masters, such discomfort was insignificant. Xiao Jinting, unfamiliar with Robin. Only after explanations from Xiao Tianlong and Xiao Yudi did he realize the situation. He cast aside their support and, disregarding his former status as the second-generation leader of the Xiao family, knelt before Robin. "Thank you, Mr. Robin, for saving my life. Had it not been for your intervention, my life would have been lost 3 years ago. My life alone is inconsequential, but the fear is that I could have become a puppet for those with ulterior motives. If that were the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Xiao family owes you an immeasurable debt of gratitude. Such a grand favor, the Xiao family shall never forget." Robin's lips twitched slightly. "All right, rise. It is not as severe as you claim, merely a trifling effort. I must depart. I do not wish to linger here any longer." The crowd, observing Robin's demeanor, felt reluctant to impede him. After all, a person of Robin's caliber could hardly be swayed by mere flattery or material wealth. After taking a few steps, Robin paused, turned, and spoke. "Your body is currently quite frail. Given your condition, you will need to rest for approximately another year. Considering you have been confined to a sickbed for over 3 years, your internal organs have suffered significant damage, and I will come regularly to assist with your recovery. Henceforth, focus on recuperating at home." "Thank you, Mr. Robin." Xiao Tianlong and his son expressed with utmost respect. Xiao Yudi initially intended to drive Robin, but with Gu Chao already waiting outside the villa, she had to abandon the idea. "Thank you, Robin. You have saved my father. I hardly know how to express my gratitude." Xiao Yudi gazed at Robin with a fiery intensity, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Such a tremendous favor. How can our Xiao family repay you? What form of gratitude do you envision?" Robin stepped closer, inhaling the pleasant fragrance emanating from Xiao Yudi. "Ah, delightful." Xiao Yudi's body quivered slightly as she suddenly realized Robin's clear, profound gaze was fixed upon her. Chapter 0073, The Seven-Step God of Death. She hastily averted her eyes, stammering. How can I thank you?" Robin chuckled softly, bemused that the usually composed Miss Xiao, who had always maintained an air of aloofness, was today flustered multiple times. "This minor matter is of no concern. Besides, did you not appoint me as the president of the East City Development Company? That suffices, I accept. Now, you may return." As he turned to leave, Xiao Yudi caught his arm, handing him 2 keys. The East City Development Company is located in the eastern suburbs of Ningchuan. If you work there, commuting would be inconvenient. Here are the keys to a villa and a beautiful apartment. Both residences are near the development company. You may keep them. The villa is a bit farther away but offers superior amenities. If you find yourself too busy at the East City Development Company, I may sometimes stay there." As she spoke, Xiao Yudi's cheeks turned crimson. "I rarely stay there. The apartment is directly across from the East City Development Company. The living conditions are average, not overly spacious, merely a 100 square meter 2-bedroom unit. However, the surrounding facilities are quite complete. Feel free to reside wherever you prefer. Living in either of these properties will make your commute to the company convenient." Xiao Yudi paused, then added, "Oh, I almost forgot to ask, where are you currently residing?" "A hotel? I reside around Zixia Mountain," Robin casually replied. Xiao Yudi did not press further, noting, "Oh, that is quite far from the East City Development Company. You should stay in one of these 2 properties." Robin contemplated for a moment before accepting the keys. "That works. We shall meet at the development company tomorrow morning." Watching Robin's silhouette fade into the distance, Xiao Yudi felt a twinge of reluctance. She stood before the villa's entrance for quite some time, until his figure vanished into the vast night before she turned to return home. After leaving the Xiao residence, Robin did not immediately get into Gu Chao's car. The villa had been stiflingly warm, and after spending so long inside, he felt a pressing need for fresh air. Thus, he opted to walk along the tree-lined mountain path of Jeongjun Mountain. The air was crisp and invigorating after the snowfall, and the cold mountain breeze refreshed his heated face. Especially in the stillness of the late night, walking along this mountain road offered a profound sense of relief from the clamor of the world. Gu Chao did not disturb him, driving a distance of 200 meters behind in his Land Rover with the headlights off. As he approached the halfway point up the mountain, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, blocking Robin's path. Gu Chao, 200 meters away, also spotted the martial artist obstructing Robin's way. His instincts warned him that this person was formidable. The energy radiating from the individual indicated a level of skill far superior to that of the Jiangnan butcher. However, Robin showed no intention of engaging him, leaving Gu Chao to quietly observe from his vehicle. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the stranger, Robin raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain you wish to obstruct my path?" The newcomer remained silent, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Robin as if attempting to see through him. After a tense silence of several seconds, the figure sneered. "You are the one who incapacitated the Jiangnan butcher?" "Indeed," Robin nodded. "What of it?" The man chuckled disdainfully. "I see nothing particularly remarkable about you. Merely a brash youth. Are you from the Jiangnan Martial Alliance?" Robin deduced the man's intentions. "You seek revenge for the butcher?" The man scoffed. "You are not worthy to know who I am. Having incapacitated the Jiangnan butcher, how could the Jiangnan Martial Alliance spare you? I offer you two choices. Either kneel and sever your own hands, or I will take action and you will perish here." The man was none other than Zhao Hang, the deputy enforcer of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Earlier in the afternoon, upon arriving in Ningchuan, he received a call from Ge Zhikuan seeking help, informing him that Robin had not only killed Ge Zhihai, but was also leveraging the Ge family. Additionally, after the Jiangnan Martial Alliance issued a kill order against Robin, the assassins sent the previous night had all perished without a trace, causing Ge Zhikuan great alarm. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. His skill paled in comparison to that of the Jiangnan butcher. Confronting Robin directly was futile. Even in the afternoon, when Yin Lauer demanded repayment, he had not dared to intervene, opting instead to wait for Deputy Enforcer Zhao Hang. Zhao Hang ranked among the top 5 in the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, slightly surpassing the butcher. Upon arriving in Ningchuan that evening, Zhao Hang was informed that Robin was at the Xiao family villa on Jeongjun Mountain. He had been waiting on this road for nearly 2 hours. Assessing Zhao Hang, Robin remarked indifferently, "Are you certain you wish to give me a choice?" Zhao Hang chuckled. "I am a person of some repute in Jiangnan. Naturally, my word holds weight. Once I offer you a choice, I will not retract it." "Then I shall choose to die here," Robin replied coolly. Zhao Hang was momentarily taken aback. "Young man, are you jesting with me?" "Jesting?" Robin replied, a cool smile gracing his lips. "I never jest." Observing Robin's demeanor, Zhao Hang realized he was not being facetious. Before he could respond, Robin's voice deepened. "Have you heard of the 7-step poem?" Zhao Hang was bewildered, impatiently retorting, "7-step poem? I am here to kill, not to discuss poetry." Robin smiled. 7 steps are sufficient." Zhao Hang was even more perplexed, unsure of Robin's meaning. Could it be that the other was mentally unstable? Yet, anyone capable of incapacitating the Jiangnan butcher could not be an ordinary individual. Despite Zhao Hang's self-assuredness in surpassing the butcher, he felt a sudden unease in the face of Robin's nonchalance. What was meant to be a life-and-death struggle felt as casual as 2 strangers discussing the weather. "Let us begin." Robin sighed softly, reciting verses as he advanced toward Zhao Hang. Boiling beans for soup, straining the beans for broth. With each step Robin took, Zhao Hang felt a surge of bile rising within him. The leaves burn beneath the cauldron, the beans weep within. With the utterance of the 3rd line of the poem, Zhao Hang spewed a mouthful of blood. "This is bad," he exclaimed. Could it be that he is the legendary 7-step god of death? Born of the same root, why the haste to harm one another? Robin had completed his 7th step and reached Zhao Hang's side, simultaneously reciting the final lines of poetry. In that instant, Zhao Hang found himself paralyzed, his gaze blankly fixed ahead, before collapsing to the ground with a thud, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. His heart's pulse extinguished. Such arrogance, such disregard. With such nonchalance, he was crushed without the slightest chance to retaliate. Only the legendary assassin, the god of killing, possesses such formidable power. Zhao Hang, engulfed in despair, felt Robin's footsteps receding, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As a warrior, to perish at the hands of the god of killing is a life fulfilled. In the distance, Gu Chao witnessed the entirety of Robin's lethal encounter with Zhao Hang, trembling in shock. To think he inadvertently witnessed the saga of the god of killing. 7 steps of poetry, killing without a trace. Robin walked down the mountain, the clock having struck past 10 in the evening. Gu Chao's vehicle had yet to catch up when a red Porsche sped by him like a whirlwind. "Robin, get in," Shin Yaoyao exclaimed as she poked her head out of the car, smiling. "What? You weren't really waiting at the foot of the General S mountain all this time, were you?" Robin asked, astonished as he scrutinized Shin Yaoyao, noticing she had changed her hairstyle. Shin Yaoyao, catching the look in Robin's eyes, grinned and said, "A few university friends are coming over tonight for a long-awaited reunion. I seized this moment to get my hair done at the beauty salon across the street. What do you think? Does it look good?" Robin nodded. "It's decent enough. Let us go, get in. I want you to meet my college girlfriends." "I'm not going." Robin turned swiftly, attempting to escape. Shin Yaoyao jumped out of the car and blocked his path, weeping theatrically. Robin twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Let us talk this out. Why are you crying? All my classmates have boyfriends, and they keep mocking me. I've waited so long for you, just to ask for your help," she sobbed. "Please, spare me from their ridicule." Chapter 0074. Drive your car out for me. Upon hearing Shin Yaoyao's reasons, Robin was left speechless. So what if others had boyfriends while she remained single? Was there truly a need for such a melodramatic display? "Please, can you stop crying? Every time I see a woman cry, it unsettles me." Shin Yaoyao crouched down, covering her face, her sobs growing more pitiful. Robin shook his head helplessly and approached her. All right, it's just accompanying you to meet your university friends. I'll go with you. Is that all right?" "Damn it. But I must clarify one thing. I'll accompany you, but do not call me your boyfriend. I am not a professional boyfriend for you women." Ha. Shin Yaoyao, now smiling through her tears, stood up and linked her arm with Robin's. "Come on, you better keep your word." Robin observed the lack of tears on Shin Yaoyao's delicate face. "Is this fake? Are you pretending to cry?" "I'm not going." Shin Yaoyao clung tightly to Robin's arm. "A man must keep his word. You promised to accompany me." "Damn it. I can't believe I was duped by a woman." Robin sighed. Fine. Let go of me. I'll go. But remember, I'm not treating." Shin Yaoyao was taken aback. "You stingy man. Wherever I take you, it's always on me." Robin scoffed. "You insisted I go. Since you want me to go, why should I pay? Ridiculous." "Humph. I've never encountered a man as cheap as you." Fine. Don't worry. I won't make you pay." A glimmer of triumph flashed in Shin Yaoyao's eyes. Gu Chao, arriving shortly after, saw Robin getting into Shin Yaoyao's car, but chose to remain undetected, trailing behind at a distance. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Hawaiian Bar, located in the western suburbs of Ningxuan. A popular spot among the youth, the Hawaiian Bar, while not overly upscale, attracted a certain clientele due to its unique style that set it apart from other bars of its kind in Ningxuan. Since its inception, it had introduced a more British-themed service, drawing in many young wealthy heirs and urban professionals. The atmosphere was neither too oppressive nor excessively wild, striking a balance between gentlemanly charm and a hint of recklessness. Thus, this moderately sized bar in Ningxuan was always bustling every evening. As Robin parked the Porsche in front of the parking lot, he heard a cacophony of laughter emanating from the bar's entrance. "Shin Yaoyao, over here." 3 fashionable young women and a handsome man stood at the entrance of the Hawaiian Bar, waving at Shin Yaoyao. "Robin, did you see? All 4 of them are my classmates. Aren't they lively? My social skills are excellent, right?" Shin Yaoyao tossed her freshly curled hair, beaming with pride. "I'll go greet them. Could you please park the car and wait for me at the bar entrance?" Robin raised an eyebrow. "I see. Today you want me to be your chauffeur so you can show off. You're such a miser. What is the harm in letting me flaunt your beautiful car just once?" Shin Yaoyao pouted. "Once you park, hurry over. Let us see if your friends think you're handsome." Robin scoffed. "Whether I'm handsome or not has nothing to do with you. You're so stingy." Shin Yaoyao retorted, irritated. "You won't lose anything by pretending just once. Didn't we just agree? You are you, and I am me. I'm not pretending to be your boyfriend." "Fine, I'll cook for you for a week. Is that not enough?" "Robin, just accompany me for once, will you?" Robin hesitated. "That could work. I could use someone to cook at home." "All right, but you promised to make me meals for a week. Come on. You're acting like a child, getting all serious over this." "I promised to cook for you for a week." Shin Yaoyao thought to herself. "As long as you can eat it, I'll cook." Robin noticed a glint of cunning in Shin Yaoyao's eyes and added, "But it must be in uniform. Each meal must be different." As she jumped out of the car, Shin Yaoyao nearly stumbled upon hearing this. "Damn it. Just agree first to prevent you from acting foolish again." "Fine, I promise. Now hurry to park. I'll head in first." Shin Yaoyao excitedly closed the car door and shot Robin a flirtatious smile. Oh dear, this woman's smile is something else. Robin watched as Shin Yaoyao exaggeratedly swayed her hips, feigning a flirtatious demeanor, and muttered, "This woman must be a periodic lunatic. Does she need to flaunt herself like this just for a trip to the bar?" With a rev of the engine, he drove the Porsche into the bar's parking lot. expertly maneuvering into an empty spot. Just as he stepped out and prepared to leave, a blaring horn suddenly pierced the air. He turned to find a BMW parked directly in front of him. "Move your car." An irate young woman, seemingly 18 or 19 years old, emerged from her vehicle, pointing at Robin and scolding him. What is the meaning of this? Robin was bewildered. Was this parking space off limits? The woman, growing impatient, snapped, "Are you deaf? I told you to move your car. I want to park here. Why should I move it?" Robin surveyed the parking lot filled with empty spaces, confused. The woman huffed dismissively. "This is my usual parking spot." "Seriously? Does this parking space have your name on it? You must be out of your mind." Robin shook his head. "What is going on? Is everyone losing their senses? This is a public parking lot. How can this spot belong to you? Are you moving it or not?" The woman gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "I won't bring it out." "What will you do about it?" Robin let out a scoff. "What are you? Do you think just because you put some urea on your face, the whole world will pamper you? You scoundrel." The woman pointed her finger at Robin's nose, cursing him fiercely. "Oh, still cursing? I can do that too. You're the real scoundrel. Your entire family is a bunch of scoundrels. Your ancestors too." They began to hurl insults at each other. "You're not a man." The woman nearly exploded with rage. Robin glanced at her and said, "You think just because you fake it, you're a woman?" "Humph." The woman, exasperated, put her hands on her hips and shouted, "You just wait. Why should I wait for you?" Robin shot her a disdainful look and turned to leave. The woman, in a panic, blocked his path. "Are you really not going to bring your car out?" "I won't bring it out." "So what?" Robin replied coldly. "If you don't bring it out, do you believe I'll just crash into it?" The woman opened her car door, indicating she was about to get in. "Then go ahead and crash. I can handle it." Robin shrugged, moving aside. Whoever doesn't crash is the coward. The woman's face turned pale with anger. She never expected to encounter a man so unbothered. If she truly crashed her brand new BMW, she would never forgive herself. Just then, a security guard approached, asking, "What's the matter here?" The woman stepped forward, pointing at Robin. "Sir, I asked him to move his car. I need to park mine." The guard looked confused. "What do you mean? That is my parking space." The woman insisted stubbornly. The guard, bewildered, replied, "We don't sell parking spaces in this lot." The woman clung to the guard's arm, playfully saying, "What I mean is, my car is often parked there. He suddenly took my spot today." The guard, feeling her touch, softened immediately. He pointed at Robin. "All right, this lady often parks here, so be a gentleman and move your car." "Why should I be a gentleman to such a trashy woman?" Robin ignored him and walked toward the exit. "Who are you calling trashy?" The woman was indignant and moved to argue. The guard shielded her, pulling out his taser and glaring at Robin. "Are you going to move your car or not?" "Not moving." Robin approached the guard, tugging at his collar. "Go back and ask your captain if he dares to speak to me like that." The guard trembled in fear. Seeing Robin's Porsche 918 and then glancing at the woman's BMW, he realized Robin must be from some affluent family. The Porsche alone could buy 10 of her BMWs. He quickly put on a smile. "I apologize, I didn't notice. I'll handle this." Turning to the woman, he disdainfully remarked, "This is a public parking lot. Don't cause a scene. What is so special about your old BMW?" The woman was taken aback, and as she reached for her phone to call for help, she found she hadn't dialed yet. She had to grit her teeth and temporarily park in another empty spot. After parking, she chased after Robin. "Just you wait. When my boyfriend comes back, he won't let you off." Robin ignored her completely. The woman continued to pursue him. "Do you know who my boyfriend is?" "I don't care who he is. Get lost." Robin pushed her aside, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. You hit me?" "Oh. My boyfriend will definitely kill you," she screamed, dialing her phone frantically as she watched Robin's retreating figure. Chapter 0075. The Hawaii Bar. "Young, where are you? I've been trying to call you for a long time, and I couldn't get through. I've been bullied." The woman with the BMW finally connected the call outside the parking lot, sniffling with indignation. On the other end, the man spoke coldly. "Xiaoyan, wait a moment. I'll be at the Hawaii Bar shortly. Anyone who bullies my girlfriend will be made to kneel and apologize." "Yo, I miss you." Qin Xiaoyan hung up the phone, her eyes flashing with fierce anger. "Humph, that scoundrel dares to compete with me for a parking space. My boyfriend will deal with you." As Robin exited the parking lot, Shin Yaoyao and 3 female classmates, along with a male classmate, were waiting outside the bar. "So, you're Shin Yaoyao's boyfriend?" Before Shin Yaoyao could introduce him, Tang Yinyan scrutinized Robin with fiery eyes. Robin smirked slightly. That's correct." Shin Yaoyao chuckled, thinking to herself that although this man was tough in words, he still knew how to maintain appearances when it mattered. This delight barely lasted 10 seconds before Robin added, "To be precise, I am her male friend. Not her boyfriend in that sense. She asked me to come along to show off." The 3 girls burst into laughter. Shin Yaoyao, Your male friend is quite amusing, haha. You idiot. Robin retorted, you're just a scoundrel. Shen Yaoyao's face flushed with embarrassment. Glaring at Robin, she quickly explained, He.S. really not my boyfriend. It was just a joke. This man has a rather peculiar temperament. Just let him be. The four classmates laughed at Shen Yaoyao's awkwardness. Tang Yinyan linked arms with Shen Yaoyao, teasingly saying, Yaoyao, I told Su Inger just now that Robin couldn't possibly be your boyfriend. She insisted he was. See, I was right, wasn't he? Haraha. Yang Jingyi and Lu Haitao shook their heads. Yaoyao, so you just wanted to bring a random guy to fool us. Turns out it was all fake, haha. Where did you meet him? Which wealthy family does he belong to? Yang Jingyi whispered, secretly sizing up Robin's figure. Shen Yaoyao knew Robin disliked others discussing him, so she casually replied, I just met him this afternoon at the Four Seas Entertainment World. She then changed the subject. All right. Enough joking. Every time I see you, you all laugh at me. Humph. This time, I'm determined to bring a handsome boyfriend to show you all within 2 months. All right, but don't bring another male friend again, haha. The group chatted and laughed as they walked into the bar. Once seated, Shen Yaoyao introduced each of them to Robin. These three are my university roommates, Yang Jingyi, Su Inger, and Tang Yinyan. This handsome guy is Lu Haitao, Yang Jingyi's boyfriend and the sales director at Haoyan Real Estate. Lu Haitao nodded and cheerfully said, Come on, let us play a board game together. You all play. Don't mind me. Robin, uninterested in socializing, merely nodded and picked up his phone to scroll through short videos. Shen Yaoyao understood Robin's temperament and didn't press him. She ordered some snacks and drinks for him while chatting and playing with her classmates. As Robin sipped his drink and browsed videos, Lin Jingru sent him a message, informing him that the Hanoi family had sent people into Longhua. Perhaps it was due to the last time he lifted the soul-devouring curse, which had alerted the family's sorcerers. Robin replied directly, stating that the 2 ninjas sent by the Hanoi family were already dead. Lin Jingru was taken aback. Only Robin dared to act against the Hanoi family's assassins. He informed her that he would give her another acupuncture session at noon the next day and asked her to meet him at the Xiao group. Meanwhile, Shen Yaoyao and her 4 classmates were having a great time chatting. Yaoyao, I heard that the vice president of Huanyu Group, young Master Chun, has been trying to pursue you, Yang Jingyi asked. Moreover, Chun Fei has publicly declared at many occasions that he intends to marry you. How is that progressing? Shen Yaoyao waved her hand. Don't mention him. I really have no interest in that young Master Chun, even if I remain single for life. I wouldn't want to date such a playboy. Tang Yinyan scoffed. Yaoyao, don't be ungrateful. The Qin family is one of the 4 great families in Ningchuan City. In the past 2 years, they've been developing significantly, potentially surpassing the Xiao family. If you were to marry into the Qin family, it would be tantamount to stepping into a true aristocratic realm. Shen Yaoyao scoffed. I am an aristocrat in my own right. Yang Jingyi chuckled. What Yaoyao says holds merit. Your Shen family is indeed considered a prominent family in Ningchuan, but compared to the Qin family, you are slightly inferior. Shen Yaoyao dismissed her with disdain. Why should I marry into a family like the Chens? That kind of life is nothing short of torment, utterly uncomfortable, unlike my current existence, which is so carefree and delightful. I am not lacking in wealth, nor do I aspire to be the wealthiest in the world. My savings suffice for my needs and pleasures. I refuse to demean myself. Luo Haitao frowned and remarked, Shen Yaoyao, I suspect your reluctance to date Chun Fei stems from a different reason. Perhaps you find him too frivolous? He continued, but you should not take it too seriously. Aren't the sons of affluent families often like that? Shen Yaoyao shot him a look. Luo Haitao, I didn't expect your thoughts to have become so impure over the years. The scions of wealthy families should indeed exercise self-restraint. Those who come from privileged backgrounds should receive the finest education and embody the virtues of a gentleman. Are they only aware of indulgence and have forgotten how to be decent human beings? If wealth transforms one into something less than human, then what value does it hold? Yang Jingyi playfully nudged Luo Haitao. Are you implying that if you were like Chun Fei, you would live a life of debauchery? Luo Haitao quickly clarified. How could I dare compare myself to that young Master Chen? He is a scion of a wealthy family, while our family barely qualifies as a third-rate one. Even if I wish to indulge, I lack the means. Yang Jingyi scoffed. Luo Haitao, if you harbor such intentions, just see what I will do to you. Luo Haitao, frightened, lowered his head. I misspoke. Jingyi, I have no such intentions. Shen Yaoyao laughed at his demeanor. Oh, little Haitao, do not forget that you are currently in the palm of Yang Jingyi's hand. If you dare to misbehave, we 3 shall join forces to deal with you. I swear. I vow to treat Jingyi with utmost sincerity for the rest of my life. Luo Haitao immediately raised his hand to swear. The women burst into laughter. Just then, Shen Yaoyao spotted a familiar face. Lu Yinfeng walked in from the entrance of the Hawaiian bar. He did not notice Shen Yaoyao and the others seated deep within the bar, but instead approached the woman driving the BMW, Qin Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, I've called you several times these past few days. You neither answered nor replied to my messages. What is your intention? Qin Xiaoyan huffed. Lu Yunfeng, didn't I tell you last week? I no longer wish to be with you. It's that simple. Lu Yunfeng shook his head. Xiaoyan, how can you just decide to end things? Have you forgotten how well I treated you? Xiaoyan, what is the matter? Is he the one who bullied you? A fierce-looking man approached Qin Xiaoyan. She glanced nervously at Lu Yunfeng and replied to the man, Yonggu, it's not him. He was just an ordinary friend from my past. Ordinary friend? Xiaoyan, so you found someone else, is it him? Lu Yunfeng's eyes blazed with anger as he looked at the man. Seeing that Lu Yunfeng had revealed their past relationship, Qin Xiaoyan hurriedly added, Yonggu. He has always liked me and pursued me for a long time, but I never paid him any mind. Then, turning to Lu Yufeng, she said angrily, Lu Yufeng, my current boyfriend is Qian Yong, the eldest son of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance as president. Don't you dare cause any trouble. He is a martial artist. And if you provoke him, you won't end up well. Lu Yunfeng's face turned pale with fury. Xiaoyan, we have been together for 3 years. You must know that your Qin family's current status in Ningchuan is largely due to the assistance of my Lu family. How can you call him just an ordinary friend? 3 years ago, how did you plead with me? Dare you speak of it? Chapter 0076. Kneel and apologize to my girlfriend. Qin Xiaoyan clung to Qian Yong's arm and said sweetly, Yonggu, he's just saying that on purpose. It's not true. Qian Yong raised an eyebrow, his tone cold. From this moment on, do not entangle yourself with Xiaoyan any further, or I shall not hold back. Leave. Lu Yunfeng stood in front of Qin Xiaoyan. If that is the case, then return the villa I gifted you. Qian Yong frowned slightly, looking at Qin Xiaoyan. She nervously clung to his arm and pleaded, Yonggu, it's not like he says young Master Qian. What is going on? Is there trouble? A man in black approached from inside the bar, speaking in a deep voice. Qin Xiaoyan immediately fell silent, her eyes flashing with fear. Lu Yunfeng also looked towards the man in black. This individual exuded a thick, ominous aura, his eyes shimmering with a strange green light. Beside him was a girl in black, around 16 or 17, whose gaze towards Lu Yunfeng was filled with disdain and hostility. The man in black glanced at Lu Yunfeng before walking to Qian Yong. Young Master Qian, unless it's absolutely necessary, let us go inside and enjoy a drink. Qian Yong nodded, casting a dismissive glance at Lu Yunfeng. I do not care what past entanglements you had with Xiaoyan. From this moment on, do not mention anything about villas or debts in my presence. Even if there were, it would be of your own volition. Get lost. I refuse to waste my time with trash like you. With that, he pulled Qin Xiaoyan and the man in black towards the second floor of the bar. Lu Yunfeng, seething with anger, was unwilling to relent. He stepped forward, blocking Qin Xiaoyan and Qian Yong's path. Xiaoyan, you must give me an explanation today. Either come with me, or return everything my Lu family has given you. Qin Xiaoyan clung tightly to Qian Yong, mocking him. Lu Yunfeng, look at your pathetic state. Yonggu has already made it clear, if you don't step aside, you'll regret it. You. Lu Yunfeng shouted, Xiaoyan, if you don't give me an explanation, this matter is far from over. His angry roar drew the attention of most patrons in the bar. Qin Xiaoyan retorted, get lost. Lu Yunfeng, what do you think you are? In front of Yonggu, you aren't even an ant. Leave. I don't want to see you in such a pitiful state. Lu Yunfeng shook his head in despair, gazing at Qin Xiaoyan's resolute expression, and suddenly pleaded, Xiaoyan, if you remain with such people, you will inevitably face dire consequences. They are not to be trusted. They are only playing with you and will never treat you well. Qian Yong's lips twitched. Say that again? I don't wish to argue with you, but you are pushing your luck. I already mentioned, if you don't leave now, I won't be so courteous anymore. Qin Xiaoyan, sensing Qian Yong's rising anger, tugged at him. Yonggu, let us not ruin our mood tonight. Let us go. Qian Yong pointed at Lu Yunfeng. Xiaoyan has made it abundantly clear. You are to leave. A piece of trash like you is beneath her notice. My one punch could easily take you down. Your Lu family means nothing in the face of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Leave at once. I never wish to see you in such a pitiable state again. Lu Yunfeng attempted to advance and continue his confrontation with Qin Xiaoyan. The man in black beside Qian Yong stepped forward and remarked, how can someone like you be so shameless? Young master, Qian has no desire to stoop to your level, yet you stubbornly insist on meddling in his affairs. A person like you will inevitably meet a dire end. Qin Xiaoyan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yunfeng and declared, let me reiterate. I have never held you in esteem. Individuals like you are destined to lead mundane lives. Depart at once and do not spoil my good mood today. The man in black, Observing Lu Yunfeng's reluctance to leave, sneered, "Wise up and leave quickly. You stand no chance against young Master Qian." No sooner had he spoken than a strikingly alluring woman in black, standing beside him, extended her long-nailed hand and slapped Lu Yunfeng across the face. The sharpness of her nails left 5 crimson gashes on his fair complexion, eliciting a pained scream from him. It became evident to the onlookers that each of the woman's nails was an inch long, adorned with deadly steel tips. Clutching his bleeding cheek, Lu Yunfeng gazed in terror at the man and the enchanting woman before him, drenched in cold sweat. The eerie aura radiating from the pair caused him to instinctively retreat several steps. The man in black frowned slightly. He had no intention of becoming embroiled in this matter, merely wishing to utter a few supportive words for Qianyong. After all, he and Qianyong had just arrived in Ningxuan and were keen to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, his maid, eager to please him, had taken matters into her own hands. With the situation having escalated, he resigned himself to the unfolding events. The black-clad woman, perceiving her master's silence, glared with murderous intent. "Should you dare to act out again, I shall pluck out your eyes." The chilling venom in her voice rendered the bar silent, with all present inhaling sharply. Those who had gathered to witness the spectacle hastily retreated, whispering amongst themselves. Unbeknownst to many, the man beside Qin Shaoyan was Qianyong, the son of Qianzhan Kuei, the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Last year, Qianyong had claimed victory at the National Martial Arts Conference, and several top young masters from across the Dragon Kingdom, feeling disgruntled, banded together to publicly challenge him in Jiangnan province, only to return defeated. Thus, Qianyong's reputation soared throughout the region. The man in black was Lu Yicheng, the young master of the exceedingly enigmatic Poison King sect, with his maid, Fu Xinxin, by his side. The Poison King sect had a century-long history in Jiangnan, known only by name and seldom seen in the mundane world. The appearance of its young master in a Hawaiian bar was astonishing, raising questions about whether the sect intended to resurface in the realm. Meanwhile, Qianyong's presence was anticipated. Qianzhan Kuei had openly proclaimed a year prior that the Jiangnan Martial Alliance would expand northward, with the enlargement of the Ningxuan branch as a primary objective. Qianyong's appearance confirmed that their expansion plans had commenced. Seeing Lu Yunfeng harmed by Fu Xinxin, Shen Yaoyao grew concerned. Having frequently associated with Lu Yunfeng, she was aware of the situation between him and Qin Shaoyan. Without hesitation, she grasped Robin's arm and urged, "Come with me. Lu Yunfeng is in trouble." Robin, absorbed in his video, was oblivious to the unfolding drama until Shen Yaoyao pulled him toward the bar's entrance. Upon witnessing Shen Yaoyao's urgency, Yang Jingyi and the others hurried to follow, whispering, "Yaoyao, please don't go overboard. They are not to be trifled with." Lu Haitao also cautioned, "Perhaps we should simply move to another bar." Undeterred, Shen Yaoyao stepped forward and challenged, "Is it honorable for so many of you to bully Lu Yunfeng alone? Yunfeng, let us go." Qianyong, Lu Yicheng, and their companions turned their gazes toward Shen Yaoyao and Robin, annoyance flickering in their eyes. Only then did Robin lift his head. Displeased, "I was watching a video. What do you want, woman?" With that, he turned to leave, only to be halted by Qin Shaoyan's sharp command, "Stop. You think you can just walk away?" Robin paused, finally recognizing that the one reprimanding him was the woman who had quarreled with him over a parking space. Qin Shaoyan seethed, "It's this scoundrel. He bullied me over a parking spot. What the hell are you shouting about? Have you lost your mind? You're just annoying me while I'm trying to watch my videos." Robin retorted, irritation evident on his face as he turned to leave. "Wait." Qianyong stepped forward, his voice icy. "Kneel and apologize to my girlfriend." Chapter 77. Do you wish to know my confidence? Qin Shaoyan felt a surge of joy at Qianyong's words and stepped closer, pointing at Robin. "You, stand still. I warned you in the parking lot. If you provoke me, you shall bear the wrath of my boyfriend." Robin glanced at Qin Shaoyan and scoffed, "You must be deluded. You should hurry home and take your medication." He then eyed Lu Yunfeng, shaking his head. "For such a woman, you truly have no self-respect." Shen Yaoyao, seeing Robin's remarks, quickly pulled Lu Yunfeng to her side. "Let us go, Master Lu." Qianyong, incensed that Robin disregarded him, clenched his fists, ready to unleash his pent-up fury. Just then, 2 individuals descended from the second floor of the bar, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards, encircling Robin. "Robin, I've been searching for you everywhere, and you're hiding here." Shen Yaoyao looked up in shock to see that the newcomer was Chen Fei. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter this jerk here. Yang Jingyi and the others gasped, whispering, "Yaoyao, does Chen Fei have a history with him? Your friend is truly troublesome." Shen Yaoyao knew that Chen Fei had come specifically to confront Robin over an incident at Zifeng Bar a few days prior. However, the sight of the fierce-looking man beside Chen Fei startled her. This man was Qi Xiaoyang, the nephew of Qi Yuhu, the reigning champion of the underground boxing arena in Ningchuan. Many fighters had met their demise at his hands, earning him the moniker of the Little Tyrant of Ningchuan, surpassing even Gu Chao in skill. Chen Fei approached Qi Xiaoyang and pointed at Robin, saying, "Brother Xiaoyang, this is Robin, the one who attacked me at Zifeng Bar." Qi Xiaoyang scrutinized Robin closely, while Lu Yiqing observed the exchange with keen interest. "He is the little overlord of Ningchuan? I did not expect tonight to be quite entertaining." Fu Xinxin whispered, "Young master, the sect leader has mentioned that the first obstacle for the Poison King sect entering Ningchuan is the Demon King's cave. It is said that this Qi Xiaoyang is a fierce general under Qi Yuhu, but I believe he is nothing extraordinary." Lu Yiqing remained silent, merely smiling. He did not share her sentiment. The reigning champion of the underground boxing arena in the Demon King's cave could not be an ordinary adversary. At that moment, a crowd in the bar began to murmur. "Who is this guy? He actually struck young Master Chen? What stature does the Chen family hold in Ningchuan? Besides, the Chen family is on good terms with Lord Hu. By hitting Chen Ershao, isn't he courting death?" Tonight, Chen Fei sought revenge from the little overlord, and this fellow seemed destined for trouble. Tang Yanyan and Su Inger observed the situation and quickly pulled Shun Yaoyao aside, whispering, "Yaoyao, we should distance ourselves from this man you brought. It looks like little overlord Qi Xiaoyang and Xian Yong are about to beat him up, and he may not leave easily." Before Shun Yaoyao could respond, Lu Yunfeng sensed the gravity of the situation. Feeling responsible, he stepped forward and said, "Robin, Yaoyao, you should leave. This matter does not concern you." Robin, who was about to leave, glanced at Lu Yunfeng, whose face was still bleeding, and halted his steps. Surprisingly, this guy had some backbone. He shoved Lu Yunfeng back. "Why should I care about what you do?" Seeing Robin's dismissive attitude, Qi Xiaoyang's gaze turned icy. At that moment, Qian Yong, who had intended to teach Robin a lesson, halted upon witnessing the scene. He exchanged glances with Lu Yiqing and remarked, "I didn't expect this guy to be such a troublemaker. Let's hold off for now and observe." It was evident that Robin was merely a novice who had just entered this world, yet to experience the harsh lessons of life. Lu Yunfeng felt slightly more alert as Robin pushed him aside. He looked at Robin's back with a sense of remorse. His entanglement with Qin Xiaoyan had drawn so many formidable figures into the fray, including the young master of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, the young master of the Poison King sect, and even Qi Xiaoyang, the reigning champion of the Demon King's cave. Although Qi Xiaoyang's and Chen Fei's presence was not directly due to him, if Shin Yaoyao had not insisted on bringing Robin along, this incident could have been avoided. Qi Xiaoyang stepped forward, coldly gazing at Robin. "Did you strike Chen Fei?" At that moment, Robin's phone rang. Without glancing at Qi Xiaoyang, he answered the call. It was from Xiao Yudi. "What is it, President Xiao? Calling me so late?" After a brief pause, Xiao Yudi replied, "Robin, could you refrain from calling me President Xiao in the future?" Confused, Robin asked, "If not President Xiao, then what should I call you?" "You can just call me Yudi. Calling me President Xiao makes me feel like I'm some kind of tyrant. Is that all right?" Robin contemplated for a moment. "All right, I'll call you Yudi. What's the matter?" On the other end, there was a prolonged silence, clearly indicating she was stifling laughter. After a while, Xiao Yudi gently said, "Robin, I've sent the meeting agenda for tomorrow morning's executive meeting at the City East Development Company to your email. Please take some time to review it." Robin promptly replied, "Okay, I'll check it right away." After ending the call, Robin opened his email to review the documents sent by Xiao Yudi. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me? Do you think I'm made of glass?" Qi Xiaoyang, infuriated by Robin's blatant disregard, shouted. Robin pouted, "Why should I care about you?" He continued to peruse the emails from Xiao Yudi, eliciting gasps from those around. "What the hell? Is this guy insane? He dares to speak to the little overlord like that?" Qian Yong snorted derisively, regarding Robin as a mere clown. In his mind, the next moment would surely see Robin meeting his end. Luo Haitao and the others were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that the man Shin Yaoyao brought along would be so reckless. Did he truly think he could survive after offending such powerful figures? He quickly urged Yang Jingyi, "Let's go. If they redirect their wrath towards us, we will be in serious trouble." Yang Jingyi nodded in agreement. "Yaoyao, we should make a quick exit. If they remember we were with Robin, it will be disastrous." However, Shin Yaoyao remained motionless, fully aware that these individuals were of no consequence in Robin's presence. Seeing Shun Yaoyao and Lu Yunfeng standing steadfastly behind Robin, Yang Jingyi and the others ceased to concern themselves with her and retreated, fearful of being associated with Robin. Chen Fei observed Robin's audacious behavior in front of Qi Xiaoyang and nearly laughed himself into a fit. "Robin, I have to wonder what gives you the audacity to act this way." At that moment, Robin finished reading the email, closed his phone, and glanced at Qin Fei, as if to say, "You want to know my confidence, right?" Before Qin Fei could react, Robin slapped him across the face. Qin Fei flew out of the bar entrance like a kite with its string cut, landing heavily on the steps outside. Gasps filled the bar. Did he really just slap young Master Chun in front of the little overlord? Is he out of his mind? Qi Xiaoyang, infuriated, exclaimed, "Kid, do you really dare to act so brazenly in front of me?" Robin's lips curled in disdain. "What are you? What is wrong with me acting in front of you?" Before Qi Xiaoyang could prepare for a confrontation, Robin shoved him aside. "Get lost. Don't waste my time scrolling through videos." Qi Xiaoyang staggered back several steps from the casual shove. What just happened? Qi Xiaoyang was momentarily dazed. Confident in his years of training, he believed he should not have been so easily pushed aside. Years of genuine combat in the underground boxing arena had forged his robust physique, and few could so easily overpower him. However, Robin had done so effortlessly. Qi Xiaoyang took a deep breath, finally scrutinizing Robin. This individual seemed utterly unfazed by the unfolding situation. He was either foolishly brave or a seasoned expert accustomed to life storms. Could this person truly possess some skill? Impossible. He had heard of the masters within Longhua and had even sparred with some of the top-tier fighters. He had never encountered anyone named Robin. An insignificant nobody could not possibly surpass me, the little overlord Qi Xiaoyang. It must have been due to my momentary lapse in focus. Qin Fei, clutching his swollen cheek, dared not speak again. He had witnessed Robin's prowess at Zifeng Bar, knowing this guy was tough. Yet, he had not expected Qi Xiaoyang, the reigning champion of the underground boxing arena, to appear so feeble before Robin. Not only Qin Fei, but also Qian Yong and Lu Yicheng were momentarily taken aback. Although they believed Qi Xiaoyang wasn't stronger than them, effortlessly pushing him 3 to 4 meters away was no trivial feat as Qi Xiaoyang and Qian Yong processed the shock. Qin Xiaoyun, however, felt a surge of excitement. "Haha, you fool. Do you have any idea who you are facing? You dare to act against them. Do you really think you can walk away from this?" Annoyed, Robin did not even glance her way before delivering a slap that sent Qin Xiaoyun sprawling to the ground. "Whoa." She crawled to Qian Yong. "Brother Yong, I want him dead." The onlookers gasped in disbelief once again. Did he truly have a death wish? Without regard for the identity of his opponent, he acted with such recklessness? Qian Yong was equally unprepared for Robin's blatant disregard for his presence as he launched an immediate counterattack. Although he and Qin Xiaoyun were merely engaging in a mutually beneficial dalliance, to everyone else, they appeared as a couple. When Robin struck Qin Xiaoyun, it was as if he had slapped Qian Yong's face. If he did not step forward now, he would lose all dignity in Ningxuan. Just moments earlier, Robin had pushed Qi Xiaoyang, leaving him utterly astonished. He thought to wait for Qi Xiaoyang to make a move before deciding whether to intervene. However, the woman, Qin Xiaoyun, was yelping like a rabid dog, which greatly annoyed him. He felt an overwhelming urge to step in immediately. Yet, confronted with Robin's fierce demeanor, Qian Yong suddenly hesitated. Struggling to rise, Qin Xiaoyun covered her face, filled with a desire to kill Robin, shaking Qian Yong's arm and exclaiming, "Brother Yong, I want to kill him." Just as Qian Yong was about to advance, he noticed Qi Xiaoyang approaching. He intentionally slowed his pace, waiting for Qi Xiaoyang's actions. After being pushed in public by Robin, Qi Xiaoyang's expression darkened as he stepped forward and challenged, "You dare to lay hands on me? Is it for real?" Robin responded with a scoff. "A strike is a strike. What does it matter if it's real or not?" Qi Xiaoyang glanced at Robin, pausing slightly, feeling an unexpected twinge of apprehension. Laughter erupted from behind, as Lu Yicheng, the local tyrant of the underground boxing arena in Ningxuan, made a mockery of the situation. Following closely was his attendant, Fu Xinxin. Qi Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Who are you?" Lu Yicheng replied coolly, "I am Lu Yicheng." Upon hearing the name, Qi Xiaoyang contemplated. "You are the young master of the Poison King sect?" Lu Yicheng's presence shocked Qi Xiaoyang. The sect had been established for a century, rarely flaunting its influence. Known for concocting both life-saving and harmful poisons, opinions about them were polarized in the martial world. Qi Xiaoyang nodded expressionlessly. "So, it is young Master Lu." With an arrogant smile, Lu Yicheng remarked, "I've heard of the local tyrant title of Ningxuan's boxing arena. Today, I finally see it for myself." At this point, Qi Xiaoyang understood Lu Yicheng's intent to mock him, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Just as he was about to retaliate, Qin Xiaoyun, regaining her senses, shouted, "Brother Yong, hurry and kill this bastard. He struck me in front of you," showing utter disrespect. Qi Xiaoyang shot a glance at Qian Yong and Qin Xiaoyun, thinking, he has already made it clear he does not regard you. At that moment, Qian Yong was seething with frustration, wishing he could silence this woman with a slap. He had initially thought to let Qi Xiaoyang take the lead to gauge Robin's abilities before deciding on a course of action. However, Qin Xiaoyan's words left him feeling utterly humiliated. If he did not act now, it would be impossible to save face. As a prominent young master of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, he was determined to make a mark in the world of martial arts. He could not afford to lose dignity in such a trivial matter. With a cold snort, Qian Yong shoved Qin Xiaoyan aside and advanced toward Robin. The onlookers in the bar grew increasingly excited, anticipating a spectacular showdown between Qian Yong, Qi Xiaoyang, and Lu Yiqing against Robin. Nearby, Lu Haitao, witnessing the escalating tension, was filled with dread. He urged Yang Jingyi and Tang Yinyan, "We should leave quickly. If we get embroiled with Robin, it will be troublesome." Yang Jingyi nodded, relieved that they had not drawn too close to the fray. "Forget about him. Let us move swiftly. We still need to attend the Shao family's contract signing event tomorrow." Tang Yinyan glanced toward Robin and Shen Yaoyao, but Yaoyao was still present. Yang Jingyi insisted anxiously, "Forget her. If we linger, we will be dragged into this too. Can't you see? She is on good terms with Robin. If she wants to leave now, she won't be able to." Su Ying'er shook her head. "You all go ahead. We cannot just watch Yaoyao get into trouble while we escape." Tang Yinyan nodded. "I share the same sentiment. Let us wait a moment and observe." Yang Jingyi and Lu Haitao, seeing their stubbornness, retorted in frustration, "Do as you wish. If you get caught up with Robin, don't say we didn't warn you. We're leaving." The two promptly pushed through the crowd and exited the bar. At this moment, Qian Yong had reached Robin and pointed at him, declaring, "As I said before, kneel and break one of your hands to apologize to my girlfriend." Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyan sneered, "You ignorant fool. You struck me, and I will make you pay tenfold. Brother Yong, beat him until he can't take care of himself. That will ease my resentment." Robin shook his head. "I cannot comprehend why such a woman would seek her own demise." "Very well, as you wish." With that, he seized Qian Yong's outstretched hand, twisting his wrist with a swift motion, followed by a resounding crack. Before Qian Yong could comprehend what had transpired, his right hand was broken. The force of Robin's action enveloped him like a powerful gale, rendering him unable to lift his head as he collapsed to his knees before Robin. The onlookers gasped in shock. "What? The young master of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance has knelt down? No way. Is this a hallucination? You dare strike me?" Qian Yong gasped, nearly choking on the pain. Humiliated as he screamed, "What do you think you are?" Robin retorted with a scoff, delivering a kick to Qian Yong's jaw. The young master of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance was sent flying, crashing into a pillar in the bar before landing heavily on the marble floor. Debris flew as Qian Yong curled up, spitting blood. "How could you be so ruthless?" Qin Xiaoyan was on the verge of madness. She never anticipated Robin could be so formidable. Ignoring her and the crowd's astonishment, Robin coldly grabbed her hair and hurled her against the bar's glass door. With a shattering crash, the door splintered into countless shards. Qin Xiaoyan fell to the ground, convulsing violently, blood streaming from her head and face. Robin's swift and brutal actions rendered the entire bar silent. Chapter 0079. This guy is too ruthless. Initially, all the onlookers in the bar believed Robin to be merely an inexperienced rookie, young and brash, unaware of the dangers he faced. They thought he was merely posturing in front of Qian Yong and Qi Xiaoyang, unwilling to lose face among so many. No one expected him to strike without hesitation. Furthermore, his attack was fierce and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. What astonished everyone even more was how the champion of the National Martial Arts Competition, the young master of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, was utterly powerless before Robin. It seemed that the title of Jiangnan's young master was vastly overrated. The first expert of Jiangnan, Qianzhan Kuei's son, paled in comparison to him. The crowd's gaze toward Robin shifted from derision and scorn to shock and sympathy. If the king of Southern Fist, Qianzhan Kuei, were to learn that his son had been severely injured by Robin, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. After a brief moment of astonishment, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. This kid has lost his mind. Does he truly not realize he is striking the young master of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance? Now we have a spectacle to witness. Something significant is about to unfold in Ningxuan. The president of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance will surely come to Ningxuan. Robin is in for some serious trouble. This could lead to loss of life. Listening to the murmurs around him, Chun Fei dared not utter a word. The first time he encountered Robin, he was just as unreasonable. Today was no different, and his strikes were unexpectedly fierce. Robin retrieved a wet wipe, cleaned his hands with disdain, and discarded it on the floor. Casting a glance at Shun Yaoyao and Lu Yunfeng, he thought, had he known this would be so troublesome, he wouldn't have come. I find myself at a loss, unsure of how to face such an occurrence. Shun Yaoyao stuck out her tongue, apologizing. I'm sorry. Robin, Upon witnessing Shun Yaoyao's display of vulnerability, Robin chose to relent. At that moment, all eyes turned to Qi Xiaoyang. In this precarious situation, would this little tyrant of the underground boxing arena confront the challenge or flee? Should he back down, he would forever lose face in Ningchuan. Qi Xiaoyang understood that retreat was not an option. Just as he prepared to step forward, Lu Yiqing had already taken the initiative. Confronting Robin with indignation, "You strike with such ferocity, seeking death." Robin, in front of him, had incapacitated Qian Yong, who had been at the gathering. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yiqing, the young master of the Poison King sect, could not let this affront go unchallenged. Robin smiled coldly. "Fool. If you don't fight fiercely, what is the point of fighting? If you can't handle it, stay home and drink milk." "Impudent." Lu Yiqing shouted, ready to retaliate. Fu Xinxin scoffed, "Young master, there's no need for you to dirty your hands over such trivial matters." She stepped forward, extending her steel-clad hand, pointing at Robin. "Kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps the young master will spare your life." Before Fu Xinxin could finish, a figure darted past. A scream erupted as her steel-clawed hand was brutally wrenched from her wrist, blood splattering everywhere. In excruciating pain, Fu Xinxin screamed in a frenzy within the bar. "You dare sever my eagle claw? Damn it. If we're fighting, I won't wait for you to seize me. Trash." With that, she swung a slap, sending Fu Xinxin flying into the bar counter, where she crashed into a cabinet, shattering hundreds of bottles of liquor. The vast Hawaiian bar fell into stunned silence once more, followed by a chorus of gasps. What had just transpired? In a mere 2 minutes, the young master of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance was incapacitated, and the servant of the Poison King sect lay scattered among the debris. Madness. This individual was truly deranged. As the crowd remained in disbelief, Fu Xinxin rose from a heap of shattered glass bottles, seething with fury. "Ah? I will kill you." Drawing a dagger from her side, she charged at Robin. Robin shook his head. "If you wish to die, then I shall oblige." Grasping her hair, he slammed her enchanting face onto the booth table with a resounding crash. The bar's hard surface splintered under the impact, distorting her features grotesquely. The horrific sight elicited screams from onlookers. "Goodness, this guy is ruthless. Terrifying." Robin pulled out a wet wipe, cleaning his hands, and then turned his gaze towards Lu Yiqing. At that moment, Lu Yiqing stood frozen, fully aware that Robin was not the weakling they had assumed. Without a doubt, this was a character of unparalleled ferocity they had never encountered before. Seeing his servant defeated, Lu Yiqing roared, "You're seeking death." Instantly, a black beam shot towards Robin. In the flickering lights of the bar, a shadow flashed past. Lu Yiqing felt as if a truck had struck him, hurtling him backward. He landed on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, pointing fearfully at Robin. "Don't come any closer." Robin smiled coldly, advancing step by step toward Lu Yiqing. "I cannot fathom how you trash can muster the audacity to threaten me. If you truly wish to end my life, do you think I would grant you another chance?" Lu Yiqing, upon witnessing Robin's terrifying grin, soiled himself in fear. "Qi Xiaoyang, you are the little tyrant of Ningchuan. You cannot allow this person to act with impunity." Upon hearing this, the entire bar fell silent for a moment, followed by a wave of derisive laughter. The once revered young master of the Poison King sect was revealed to be a coward, trembling and begging for aid. Moments ago, he had seemed invincible alongside Qian Yong, prepared to dismantle Robin. Now, his true nature was exposed. He was nothing more than a frightened dog. Tang Yanyan and Su Inger, still within the bar, gasped at the unfolding scene. Shen Yaoyao as companion was unexpectedly formidable. No wonder she was reluctant to leave. She knew Robin was far superior. Tang Yanyan sighed. No matter how skilled he is, Qian Yong and Lu Yiqing have terrifying backgrounds. Even if Robin defeats them today, will the Jiangnan Martial Alliance and the Poison King sect let him off the hook? Alas, Su Inger, we should persuade Yao Yao to leave. I am very frightened. Su Inger shook her head. Yao Yao will not leave. After all these years, do you not know her character? She would never abandon Robin. Tang Yanyan said anxiously. The issue is that Robin has offended individuals with terrifying connections. Look at Qi Xiaoyang, the little tyrant of the underground. He will not let him go. Qi Xiaoyang's uncle is the underground emperor, Hu Yi, of Ningchuan. Who is Hu Yi? A ruthless killer without a second thought. If Robin has already harmed Qian Yong and Lu Yiqing, what will happen if he further provokes Hu Ye's nephew? Does he still wish to leave here alive? Su Inger hesitated. Perhaps you are right. Before she could further contemplate, Tang Yanyan quietly approached Shen Yaoyao from behind, tugging at her, whispering, Yao Yao? At that moment, Shen Yaoyao was intently watching Robin and did not acknowledge her. Tang Yanyan, in a panic, raised her voice slightly. Yao Yao? Qi Xiaoyang is Hu Ye's nephew. We must leave quickly. If we alert Hu Yi, it will be too late. The bar fell into sudden stillness, and Tang Yinyan's voice rang out loudly. Startled, she quickly retreated. Her words roused the onlookers, still reeling from shock. Indeed, regardless of Qian Yong and Lu Yiqing's prowess, they were but transient figures in Ningchuan. Yet Hu Yi, Qi Xiaoyang's uncle, was the snake in the grass. No matter how skilled Robin might be, he was merely one individual. Did he truly dare to confront Qi Xiaoyang? If he harmed Qi Xiaoyang, would Hu Yi allow him to remain unscathed? Chapter 80. I have no habit of forgiving others. Qi Xiaoyang cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yiqing, ignoring him. His gaze sharpened upon Robin. Kid, you strike with enough ruthlessness. In this line of work, leaving no room for mercy, don't you fear an early demise? Robin raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. You presume to instruct me? Who do you think you are? Even your esteemed uncle, Qi Yuhu, wouldn't dare to waste words in my presence. If you seek a fight, then let us engage directly. No need for unnecessary formalities. His words sparked another wave of astonishment. My word, this fellow is truly insane. He dares to say that Hu Yi lacks the courage to speak before him? What kind of lunatic would utter such reckless statements? Lu Yinfeng was thoroughly intimidated by Robin's audacity. This was escalating beyond control. Previously, when Xiao Yudi was present at the Zifeng Leisure Pavilion, Hu Yi had refrained from pursuing Robin due to the Xiao family's influence. However, today was different. Today, Hu Ye's favored nephew, Qi Xiaoyang, was in attendance. If this situation continued to spiral, Robin would surely invite disaster upon himself. At that point, Lu Yinfeng would not escape unscathed. With this thought in mind, Lu Yinfeng attempted to intervene, but he was halted by Shun Yaoyao's grip. She squinted her eyes, intrigued by Robin's upright figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. My fondness for this rogue grows ever deeper. No matter where he is, his words never fail to astonish. Lu Yinfeng, noticing Shun Yaoyao's demeanor, whispered, Yaoyao, have you lost your mind? You must persuade him to stop before he offends Lord Tiger. That is no trivial matter. Shin Yaoyao shook her head, for the best was yet to come. Lu Yinfeng could not fathom the source of her confidence. The best was still to come? If they angered Lord Tiger, what would follow? He glanced towards Qi Xiaoyang, who had ceased to restrain himself, his voice dripping with menace. Are you truly unafraid of death? In Ningchuan, Lord Tiger was synonymous with the den of demons. Robin had dared to disregard Lord Tiger. How could he remain unscathed? The fighters accompanying him from the underground boxing arena were equally incensed. To tarnish Lord Tiger's reputation, you are doomed. They shouted, Yang, take him down. Maim him and present him to Lord Tiger as an apology. Stand aside, Qi Xiaoyang roared, pushing through the surrounding fighters. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Robin's face, the force of it slicing through the air like a crashing wave. The onlookers immediately recoiled. Wow, this is the aura of a champion from the underground boxing arena. How terrifying. The might of the champion, ranked second in Jiangnan, was indeed formidable. No wonder Lord Tiger held him in such high regard. He was truly the #1 warrior of the den of demons. It seemed Robin would not be so fortunate this time. The once confident Shun Yaoyao was taken aback by Qi Xiaoyang's ferocious aura. At that moment, she regretted not heeding Lu Yunfeng's advice to persuade Robin to back down. The stance of Qi Xiaoyang's punch was too sharp, too intimidating. She dared not look at Robin, who stood in the center of the bar, seemingly unperturbed. Could he truly evade this impending catastrophe? As everyone braced for a gruesome scene, Robin met the punch head-on. A dull thud echoed, and Qi Xiaoyang's formidable fist seemed to strike a steel plate, ricocheting off. His right arm twisted grotesquely, resembling a lifeless snake draped over his shoulder. He curled in agony, confusion and despair filling his eyes. The once proud little tyrant could not even withstand a casual punch from his opponent. All his previous glory and pride had become worthless from this day forth. What? The bar erupted in screams. Qi Xiaoyang, Lord Tiger's nephew. The little tyrant of the underground boxing arena. He was taken down by Robin with a single punch? Everyone turned to gaze at Robin, illuminated by the dim lights of the bar, filled with astonishment. When had such a fierce individual emerged in Ningchuan? If the previous defeats of Qian Yong, Fu Xinqing, and Lu Yiqing at Robin's hands could be attributed to their underestimation, this time, Qi Xiaoyang's punch was unleashed with full force. Yet, before Robin, it was equally futile. The new generation of martial arts elites from Jiangnan could not withstand even a single punch from Robin. This man was simply extraordinary. With such worthless trash, you dare to rise against me? Robin wiped his hands and tossed a wet tissue onto Qi Xiaoyang's face. Qi Xiaoyang struggled to rise, but half of his body remained immobile. He looked at Robin with humiliation. You dare to injure me. You are finished. Robin scoffed. It's all the same old routine. Can't you come up with something fresh? Besides scaring people with that pathetic back, what else can you do? I'll give you time to call for help. With that, he turned to Qin Fei, shaking his head. Are you ready to resolve our issues? Or do you intend to seek revenge on me? Mr. Robin, I realize my mistakes. I will never dare again. Please spare me. Qin Fei, terrified, begged for mercy. At that moment, he regretted his actions immensely. He had never anticipated Robin to be this formidable. Qian Yong, Lui Cheng, and Qi Xiaoyang were nothing in his presence. He had been scheming to bring about Robin's demise. Was this not courting death? Had he known this would happen, he would never have dared to seek revenge on Robin with Qi Xiaoyang. Mr. Robin, I implore you to spare me. I am willing to be your servant, forever honoring you as my master. I will never betray you, should I defy you. Let you deal with me as you see fit. Qin Fei knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. To survive, he would even accept being Robin's dog. His supplication shocked all the onlookers in the bar. The second young master of the Huanyu group was now willing to be Robin's dog, resembling a stray. Robin let out a cold snort. Fine. You can be a dog, but you must bark 100 times loudly, and then I will let you go. Qin Fei hesitated briefly. What was a few barks? To become the dog of a man like Robin was worth it. Woof, woof, woof. The bar fell into stunned silence. Was this truly the imperious second young master of the Qin family? Robin smirked and shifted his gaze to Lui Cheng, who was now trembling in fear, crawling backward on the ground. Don't come any closer. I am the young master of the Poison King sect. And what of it? Robin retorted, his lips curling into a smirk. Having just incapacitated a member of the Poison King sect, it was no trouble to take down another. You killed the Black Beauty? You dare? Are you not afraid of the Poison King sect's revenge? Lui Cheng stammered, trembling as he pointed at Robin. So, it seems, no matter what I do now, you will retaliate against me. Why not eliminate you two? Lui Cheng, shaking, scrambled to his feet and retreated. All right. Just wait. Robin's lips twitched. I have never been one to wait. What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Lui Cheng, seeing the situation, turned to flee. Robin shook his head, kicking a chair in the bar. The steel chair flew and struck Lui Cheng's leg, causing him to crash heavily onto the marble floor. The hard surface shattered upon impact, and Lui Cheng's knees sank deeply into the marble. The crowd gasped in shock. My heavens! Is Lui Cheng even alive after that? Step by step, Robin approached Lui Cheng, placing a foot on his ankle. The sound of bones cracking echoed terrifyingly in the silent bar. You cannot do this. Otherwise, the Poison King sect will never forgive you. Lui Cheng screeched in fear. What is the Poison King sect to me? If they do not forgive me, so what? Robin replied with a faint smile, applying pressure. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Lui Cheng's ankle was crushed. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Lui Cheng. Please, forgive me. Let me go. And I promise I will never be your enemy. Robin then placed his foot on Lui Cheng's other ankle. It's too late. I have no habit of forgiving others. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of splintering bones echoed as Lui Cheng's limbs were reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. The cries and pleas for mercy filled the Hawaiian bar, a cacophony of despair. Every onlooker stood frozen, gazing at Robin in disbelief. Previously, they had expected Robin to leave this place sideways, perhaps even dead. Yet, the dramatic reversal unfolding before them defied all expectations. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the bar entrance. Lord Tiger is here. A voice boomed. Everyone instinctively turned to the crowd. A burly man rushed in, his face contorted with rage. It was indeed Qi Yuhu, the underground emperor of Ningxuan. Lord Tiger had truly arrived. Robin, this time you are finished. A group of individuals murmured quietly, their gazes toward Robin filled with sympathy. No matter how formidable Robin was, he could not contend with the hundreds of ruthless henchmen from the Demon King's lair. Since its inception in Ningxuan, no one who had offended Master who had ever been heard of surviving. Now, with so many witnesses present, Robin had incapacitated Qi Xiaoyang. It seemed his fate was sealed. Tang Yinyan's face turned pale with fear. She tugged at Su Ying and whispered, "Let us go. Master who is coming. Robin is truly beyond salvation." Su Ying, trembling with fear, nodded in agreement. At that moment, they could no longer concern themselves with Shun Yaoyao and stealthily made their way through the crowd. Several fighters from the Demon King's arena, who had come with Qi Xiaoyang, rushed forward as they saw Qi Yuhu leading a group. Master Hu, they exclaimed. What nonsense. Do you all seek death? Master Hu's thunderous roar sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the bar, prompting them to instinctively retreat as far from Robin as possible. Chapter 0081. What is wrong with you, woman? Qi Yuhu's furious shout silenced the crowd, leaving them too terrified to utter a sound. Qin Fei, who had been mimicking a dog's bark, suddenly fell silent. Did I tell you to stop? A cold voice broke the silence in the bar. Following the sound, everyone turned to look at Robin. How could he be so brazen before Master Hu? Did he not realize who Master Hu was? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Was he mad enough to think he wouldn't be butchered on the spot? He had incapacitated Master Hu's nephew. Tonight, it was certain he would meet his end. Chen Fei was at a loss, glancing between Robin and Master Hu, tears streaming down his face. Master Hu, Mr. Luo, Chi Yu Hu, his face darkened, approached Chen Fei and struck him across the face with a resounding slap. You insolent fool. Did you not hear Mr. Luo's orders? Continue barking. Chen Fei was left dizzy from the blow. What was happening? Master Hu was actually addressing him as Mr. Luo. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was going on? Master Hu was compelling Chen Fei to obey Robin's wishes? What kind of charade was this? Just as everyone was speculating, Qi Yuhu personally dragged Qi Xiaoyang before Robin. Kneel. Apologized to Mr. Luo. Qi Xiaoyang, bewildered, wore a look of confusion. He could not comprehend why the infamous Master Hu, who had ruled Ningxuan for over a decade, would bow to Robin. Despite having lost an arm and racked with pain, he was compelled to obey. Kneeling before Robin, he uttered, Mr. Luo, I'm sorry. Qi Yuhu also approached Robin respectfully. Mr. Luo, it is my fault for not teaching him properly enough. Let this matter end here. Robin turned to leave. Yes. Qi Yuhu sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Once Robin exited the bar, he stepped on Qi Xiaoyang's back. Damn it, you nearly got me killed. If it weren't for Mr. Luo's mercy, you'd be dead already. Uncle, who is he? Qi Xiaoyang, terrified, knelt on the ground. He had not seen Qi Yuhu this furious in a long time. Why was he showing such deference to someone with no background? Shut your mouth. If you ever act on your own accord again without my permission, I will ruin you. And remember this. If you ever encounter Mr. Luo again and dare to cause trouble, you won't be so fortunate next time. Yes. Qi Xiaoyang dared not raise his head, his face pressed to the ground. Qi Yuhu turned to leave, glaring at Chen Fei, who was still pretending to bark like a dog, and stepped on his face. Damn. Chen Fei, was it? You think you can come out here and kill someone with your pathetic skills? I'll kill you first. Qi Yuhu unleashed his pin-up fury onto Chen Fei. Just as he was about to crush his neck, Chen Fei cried out, Master Hu, you can't kill me. I'm Mr. Luo's dog. He has already promised to take me in. Qi Yuhu immediately halted, shaking his head as he exited the bar. Chen Fei collapsed to the ground, his spirit shattered. That was a close call. If he hadn't mentioned Robin's name at the last moment, he would have been at the gates of the underworld by now. Tang Yanyan and Su Ying-er, who had not left in time, stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The underground emperor of Ningxuan, Master Hu of the Demon King's lair, was terrified of Robin? Who exactly was Robin? Had they missed a significant opportunity? Yao, wait. Please tell us, who is Robin? Which prominent family does he belong to? We want to speak with him for a moment. Tang Yanyan called out to Shun Yaoyao and Lu Yunfeng. I know of a unique bar in Guyang district. I'll treat you all to go there. Shun Yaoyao halted, turning with an indifferent smile. Let us forget it. I know nothing of his background. If you place your bets on the wrong horse and it backfires, that would be troublesome. Moreover, he wouldn't come anyway. With that, she rushed outside. Robin, I'm sorry, I didn't know this would happen. Lu Yunfeng approached, bowing slightly. Robin, thank you, it's just a small matter. I'm leaving. Robin waved his hand, walking toward the Land Rover parked across from the bar. Gu Chao immediately exited the vehicle and opened the door. Robin drove away, accelerating into the cool night. Yang Jingyi and Lu Haitao, who had been waiting in the car outside, witnessed the entire scene unfold before the bar. Robin actually walked out alive? Lu Haitao gazed in disbelief at the direction the Land Rover had vanished. Sai Haitao, didn't you see the person who just got out of the Land Rover? Wasn't he that Gu Chao? Yang Jingyi tugged at Lu Haitao. He nodded in shock. Yes. Why would Gu Chao send a car for Robin? Is he affiliated with Lin Jingru? The two hastily approached Tang Yanyan and her companions, observing their despondent expressions. What's wrong? You all seem quite unhappy. Tang Yanyan sighed. It's our fault for being blind. We had such a significant figure right next to us. And we didn't even realize it. Su Ying scoffed. What does it matter? In that situation, we were eager to distance ourselves from Robin. Now that we wish to make amends, do you think he would pay us any mind? Yang Jingyi frowned, then suddenly smiled. But we still have Yao. At that time, Robin didn't notice what we were doing. Sigh, Yao, tell Robin that we would like to invite him to dinner tomorrow night. What do you think? Shin Yao glanced at Yang Jingyi and Lu Haitao's expectant faces, then coldly laughed. Do you really think he would come? Haha with that. She drove her Porsche toward the villa area atop Zixia Mountain. Yang Jingyi shot an annoyed glare at Shun Yaoyao's departing figure. What is so great about it? It's just knowing Robin, He not even your boyfriend. Hi Tao, if you can secure the project for the Shaoshi Chengdong Development Zone tomorrow, your worth will soar. By then, your status will far exceed that of the Shin family. Su Ying'er watched Yang Jingyi and Lu Haitao drive away, shaking her head inwardly. What could a mere small investment project accomplish against someone whom even Master Hu feared? Let us go, Yin Yin. Missing this opportunity means we may never have another chance. Su Ying'er sighed resignedly, pulling the still regretful Tang Yin Yin away. On the mountain road leading to the villa area atop Zixia Mountain, Robin drove the Land Rover, listening to music and leisurely admiring the snowy landscape under the bright moonlight. He opened the window, allowing the cool night breeze to flow in. Taking a deep breath of the pure, moonlit air, he felt utterly refreshed. Robin contemplated the old ghost's instructions, wondering what he was waiting for. What exactly was he anticipating? That old scoundrel. Does he plan to send me away so he can frolic freely with those enchanting creatures? Suddenly, the sound of tires screeching against the asphalt echoed as a fiery red Porsche barreled through the intersection. Damn it! Are you out of your mind, woman? Robin yelled, halting his vehicle and poking his head out. Shun Yaoyao chuckled softly, opening the car door. You nearly crashed into me, and yet you blame me? Robin pouted. All right. You win. I'll let you pass. He then reversed his Land Rover by 2 meters, maneuvering around the Porsche, and sped off towards the villa area. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw the Porsche vanish from sight and chuckled. You thought you could follow me? I've left you in the dust. Upon reaching the villa entrance, he retrieved his leopard-patterned card and drove inside. Just as the security guard was about to close the gate, Shin Yaoyao's car pulled up. The night shift guards were the same 2 from the morning, who recognized her. I'm with Robin, she said, rolling down her window. The guards quickly bowed and gestured for her to enter. The Porsche sped off towards the hilltop. After parking, Robin opened the villa door only to find Shun Yaoyao standing right in front of him. Huh, how did you get in? You thought you could shake me off? Not a chance. Shun Yaoyao laughed heartily at the stunned expression on Robin's face. At this late hour, why are you following me? Aren't you afraid I might, act impulsively? Robin asked with a hint of exasperation. Shin Yaoyao smirked disdainfully, patting his chest. If you have the guts, then go ahead. I want to back down. Who's afraid of whom? Just worried you might lack the courage. All right, you said it. Don't regret it. Robin grinned, seizing her delicate wrist. All talk and no action. Do you think I'm scared of you? Shin Yaoyao retorted defiantly, though a wave of anxiety washed over her. Remember, you said it, Robin declared, lifting Shin Yaoyao into his arms as he made his way to the bedroom. Chapter 0082. I can't cook. Shin Yaoyao feigned indifference. But deep down, it was merely a facade. She genuinely enjoyed their conversations together. The thought of deeper intimacy had yet to cross her mind. Now that Robin held her, she began to feel nervous. Having never been this close to anyone before, she considered escaping his embrace, yet the words had been spoken, and she felt too shy to backtrack. Nestled in his arms, inhaling the alluring scent of the man, she felt momentarily entranced. This embrace was so warm. Since her mother's passing, she hadn't felt such warmth. Years had passed, and she had forgotten that there was still a place to lean on. In that moment, Shin Yaoyao wished to hide in Robin's arms forever. Suddenly, he tossed her onto the sofa. Ah, Shin Yaoyao exclaimed, feeling dizzy. You scoundrel. Can't you be a little gentler with me? Just then, she noticed Robin starting to undress. What are you doing? She stammered, curling into a corner of the sofa, panic rising within her. Robin paused, realizing there was indeed a woman before him. Sitting next to her shirtless, he said, You claimed you weren't afraid. And look at you now, can't handle this much? He then proceeded to remove his trousers. Ah, you rogue. Shin Yaoyao quickly shut her eyes, her cheeks flushing crimson. The rustling sound of clothing being removed filled the air. Wait, is he really serious? What should I do? Have I truly walked into a wolf's den? Should I accept or refuse? Do I really want to give myself to him? We've only known each other for a few days. How embarrassing. Shin Yaoyao's body felt feverish, her heart racing like a frantic rabbit in her chest. What should I do? Will he think less of me? View me as a loose woman? That would be a disaster. I've never been alone with a man before. This is my first time. As Shin Yaoyao's thoughts spiraled, Robin's voice broke through. Take my clothes and wash them. And then, make me dinner. Huh. Shin Yaoyao opened her eyes wide, glancing at herself and then at Robin, who was heading upstairs. You think I'm your maid? No way. Why should I wash your clothes and cook for you? Robin turned around, chuckling lightly. But you promised this afternoon you would cook for me for a week. If you're lying, you can just leave now. With that, he ascended the stairs. You scoundrel. I can't cook. Shin Yaoyao felt like she was about to explode. Having never cooked a meal in her life, he expected her to whip something up? Damn it. I was just saying that this afternoon, How could he still remember? Her stomach grumbled. Shin Yaoyao touched her belly, realizing she was indeed hungry after a night of revelry at the Hawaiian bar without any food. In a bind, huh? Robin's voice drifted from upstairs. No worries. If you can't handle it, just go home. I'll cook for myself after my shower. Humph. I'll show you. I will cook today. Shin Yaoyao huffed, storming off to the kitchen. Fine. Just wait for my culinary masterpiece. Determined, she quickly downloaded a culinary app and selected a few home-style dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and shredded pork with green peppers. Huh. Now I don't have to worry. Shin Yaoyao felt a surge of excitement. Following the recipe, she gathered the necessary ingredients from the fridge. Cooking rice was something she could manage. She rinsed the rice, added water, and turned on the rice cooker. Next, she prepared diced tomatoes and 4 eggs, then took out fresh pork belly to marinate. Watching the chef's fancy knife skills in the video proved to be quite a challenge. After much effort, she managed to chop the tomatoes and pork belly into pieces, though they looked quite a bit less appealing than in the video. They must be fakes. In reality, this is how it looks, Shin Yaoyao declared resolutely. Besides, when it comes to food, the taste matters more than presentation. Pleased with her first attempt at chopping vegetables, Shin Yaoyao felt a sense of accomplishment. She even took a photo to share on her social media, captioning it, "Cooking in the 9-star kitchen of Villa Number 1 on Purple Mist Mountain. Look at my chopped veggies. Aren't they beautiful?" After a while, Chung Si messaged her, "Yaoyao, what are you up to in the middle of the night?" Shin Yaoyao sent a smug emoji at Robin's Villa No. 1 on Purple Mist Mountain. "Check out this 9-star kitchen. Have you ever seen one?" "Yaoyao, are you out of your mind? You keep mentioning Robin. I advise you to stay away from him. That scoundrel is a total fraud. By the time you realize it, it'll be too late." Shin Yaoyao replied with a smiley face, choosing not to engage further. "Haha, you should be the one regretting it, Chung Si. I really don't know what you're thinking. Let us not dwell on that. Time will reveal the truth. One more dish to prepare. I need to wash this chicken and then put it in the pot to stew." At that moment, Robin walked into the kitchen. "Is dinner ready?" Shin Yaoyao nervously pushed him out, saying, "Just a moment. You can play on your phone in the living room for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. I just want to see what you're cooking." Robin insisted, eager to discover what this woman was preparing, but Shin Yaoyao blocked his view. "I'm about to stew a chicken. Why not take a picture with it?" Robin craned his neck to take a peek and indeed saw a chicken on the cutting board. "All right, I'll wait for the chicken. Just make sure it's edible when it's done," he added. Shin Yaoyao confidently nodded. "Every dish I make is akin to what a 5-star chef would create. You'll see. You might find it irresistible. Ha ha ha." Robin observed her exuberant demeanor and smirked. "Is it really necessary to flaunt so much over a single meal? This must be your first time cooking. Enough with the laughter. I'm looking forward to your 5-star feast. Hurry up, don't delay me. If the timing is off, it won't be fresh. If it doesn't taste good, don't blame me." Shin Yaoyao pushed Robin far away and hurried back to her cooking. Indeed, cooking was a remarkably fulfilling endeavor. Once back in the kitchen, she promptly placed the chicken into the pot, added various ingredients, and began steaming it. Next, she prepared a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Following a video tutorial, she became quite flustered, but eventually, the scrambled eggs, honey-braised pork, and all were ready. Due to her inexperience, the entire cooking process was somewhat chaotic, leaving her disheveled, with her delicate face smeared with flour, resembling someone who had just emerged from a fierce battle. Thankfully, she had finally completed the meal. As she surveyed the 4 dishes on the stove, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment surged within her. "I have finally prepared a 5-star meal. What's with this overwhelming smoky smell? Did the kitchen catch fire?" Robin peered into the smoke-filled kitchen, then glanced at Shin Yaoyao, who appeared exhausted. You should step outside." Shin Yaoyao forcefully pushed him out of the kitchen. She wanted to give him a grand surprise and show him the culinary marvel she had created. After admiring her 4 dishes, she swiftly plated them and covered them with lids. Mission accomplished. Before long, the 4 5-star replicas were served on the dining table. Robin chuckled at Shin Yaoyao, whose face was a patchwork of black and white. Cooking a meal looks quite laborious. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted from the covered dishes. "Did you cook something foul? Why does it smell so bad?" Robin stared incredulously at the dishes. Shin Yaoyao glared at him in annoyance as she lifted the lid. "Take a look at what your aunt has prepared." Suddenly, a wave of putrid scent erupted. "What on earth did you make that smell so atrocious?" Robin gasped, horrified at the sight of the dishes, which looked utterly ghastly. 3 bowls were dark and murky, while one was bubbling with an unpleasant odor. At first glance, they resembled bowls of cow dung. It was quite a feat for this woman to manage to produce something so unprecedentedly dreadful. As Shin Yaoyao proudly unveiled the dishes, she declared, "I followed a 5-star hotel's recipe for this scrambled egg with tomatoes. Taste it. Observing Robin's exaggerated expression, she felt a surge of pride. You thought cooking would stump me? Look, I've managed to create a delightful meal. Robin regarded the table filled with black, dung-like substances and remarked, Is this truly your version of 5-star scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Yes. Hurry and try it. Shen Yaoyao excitedly picked up a piece of the dark concoction and offered it to Robin. I want to eat that. It looks like dung. Robin recoiled. If any 5-star hotel served this scrambled egg with tomatoes, they would close on opening day. Suit yourself. Shen Yaoyao retorted angrily, stuffing the piece into her own mouth. Yuck. She spat it out immediately, realizing it was indeed not palatable, too salty. That doesn't count. When I was cooking, you interrupted me. Robin glanced at the table and then at the pot of murky chicken soup. Why don't you try a sip of the soup first and see how it tastes? Uffed. Shen Yaoyao tasted the chicken soup and immediately spat it out. What a disaster. The video's instructions were misleading. I followed every step. Yet it turned out this horrid. Robin inspected the pot of soup. Did you leave the chicken's innards inside while cooking? Is this the 5-star method? Shen Yaoyao suddenly realized her mistake. Oh my, I was supposed to remove the innards before stewing the chicken? The video didn't mention that. She rushed to the bathroom to brush her teeth multiple times. I can't believe I actually made a pot of chicken dung. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yaoyao finally emerged from the bathroom only to find Robin had tossed all the dishes into the trash can. Let me start over. This time, I will definitely. Shen Yaoyao blushed as she spoke. Forget it. If you try again, you might burn down my kitchen. Robin assessed her like someone who had just crawled out from the bottom of a pot. Hurry and wash up. Your previous outfit is still in your room. I am not falling for your tricks again. I can't let you cook for me for a week. Shen Yaoyao protested. I can do it. With a bit more practice, I can make decent dishes. Robin chuckled lightly. Sure. Keep practicing until you manage to create a table full of dung. I admire your determination. He walked toward the kitchen. Let me whip up something simple to fill my stomach first. Humph. I will definitely master the art of cooking. Shen Yaoyao clenched her fist. Watching Robin's retreating figure, just wait. I'll see what you can cook. She quickly dashed to the bathroom, scrubbing off the foul odor and spritzing on a hint of perfume before returning to the dining room. As she approached, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. On the table lay a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a dish of stir-fried green peppers with meat, and a bowl of crucian carp tofu soup. The scrambled eggs looked succulent, while the stir-fried green peppers glistened enticingly. The enticing aroma and appealing presentation made her unable to resist the urge to take a bite immediately. Did you make this? Shen Yaoyao asked in astonishment. Not me, could it be you? Robin pushed a bowl of rice and chopsticks toward her. Go on, eat up. This man could actually cook. She took a bite of the scrambled eggs, which were juicy and fragrant. Delicious. I've never tasted such scrumptious scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The stir-fried green peppers with meat were tender and flavorful, and the crucian carp tofu soup was divine. She devoured her meal without a pause. Suddenly, a loud burp escaped her lips. Realizing Robin was watching her with keen interest, she stammered, Why are you looking at me? Shen Yaoyao nervously checked her clothing, touched her full belly, and glanced at the empty bowls on the table. Haven't you eaten in days? Robin observed her greasy lips and frowned. Is that so? Shen Yaoyao, annoyed, tried to suppress another burp, but her stomach betrayed her, urging her to release the gas. She hurriedly turned and ran to the bathroom. What a day to embarrass myself. Shen Yaoyao hid in the bathroom, feeling too ashamed to come out. By the time she emerged, Robin had already returned to his room to rest. She sighed in relief and flopped onto the bed. The next morning, when she woke up, Robin had already left the villa. This guy didn't even wake me up. Shen Yaoyao suddenly remembered that Robin was starting his new job at the Shao Group's East City Development Company today. With a simplified makeup, she left Villa Number 1. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa at the summit of Zixia Mountain, she encountered Lu Yunfeng, who was dressed in sports attire and running up the mountain path. From a distance, she noticed some band-aids on his face. Yaoyao, wait a moment. What brings you here? He asked. Last night, I was at Robin's place, Shen Yaoyao began, but suddenly felt she had said too much. She pondered that Lu Yunfeng might misinterpret the situation. Robin, he lives here? Is it the villa purchased by the Shao family in the 2nd district? Lu Yunfeng inquired. Shen Yaoyao contemplated revealing that Robin resided in Villa No. 1 at the peak of Zixia in the 1st district, but decided against it, thinking he would not believe her, and it would require considerable explanation. Yes, I don't know whose villa it is, but Robin lives there. You two are together? Lu Yunfeng expressed his astonishment. You're talking nonsense. Shen Yaoyao blushed. I merely came to take a look. Don't think about irrelevant matters. Lu Yunfeng chuckled and nodded. Yaoyao, you seem to be getting quite close to Robin lately. If he hadn't intervened last night, I would have been in serious trouble, she admitted. I never expected that tiger you would show him such respect. Did the Xiao family inform Qiyuhu in advance? It seems Robin holds a significant position in the Xiao family. Regardless, I ought to thank him. Yao Yao. I would like to find a time to express my gratitude to Robin. Could you help me arrange that? Shen Yao Yao suppressed a smile. Why does everyone assume that Qiyuhu fears Robin because of the Xiao family? Why don't they consider that perhaps the Xiao family wishes to align themselves with such a powerful figure? Even if the Xiao family possesses considerable influence, do they truly have the standing to reside in Villa No. 1 at the peak of Zixia? Shen Yao Yao glanced at Lu Yunfeng. Sure, but I can't guarantee Robin will agree. Thank you. I'll send you the meeting details tomorrow evening. Lu Yunfeng replied joyfully. At that moment, both Lu Yunfeng and Shen Yao Yao received a WeChat message from Cheng Si, summoning them to meet in half an hour at a CAF called Blue Bay, located opposite the Xiao Group. Lu Yunfeng didn't change his clothes and sat in Shen Yao Yao's car, and they both arrived at Blue Bay CAF together. Cheng Si and Su Wenhai were already waiting there. What's the urgent matter, Si? Why did you call us here so hastily? Shen Yao Yao asked directly. Cheng Si furrowed her brow and sighed heavily. Yao Yao, Yunfeng, Wenhai and I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. Su Wenhai nodded, his face clouded with worry. 3 months ago, Wenhai and I invested in a piece of land in the southern part of the city, having heard rumors that the city government was about to develop that area. Thus, we took out a loan to purchase it. However, now we've learned that the government does not plan to develop this area and instead intends to focus on the Western District. Currently, the land prices in the south are plummeting rapidly, and if we don't sell soon, we may end up with a worthless asset, he lamented. We hope you can help us contact some people to see if we can sell it at half the original purchase price. Lu Yunfeng responded, the southern land? That's indeed troublesome. There have been rumors about the halt in development there. How much did you purchase? We invested part of our own funds and took out a bank loan, each putting in $1 billion, Su Wenhai replied helplessly. With the high-interest loan from Yen Laojiu due soon, I currently lack the cash, so I aim to sell at half price and deal with it later. Both Lu Yunfeng and Shen Yao Yao shook their heads in unison. Given the current circumstances, it would be quite challenging to offload the property. Cheng Si sighed deeply. If we cannot liquidate the land in the south, the Cheng family will struggle to repay the bank loan. The funding chain of Cheng Group would immediately collapse, leading to dire consequences. Hearing this, Shen Yao Yao felt sympathy for her. What can we do, Si? It's not a small amount. Cheng Si shook her head bitterly. I don't know what to do. That's why I'm asking you to help me reach out to capable friends to see who might take on this project, allowing me to quickly recoup the funds and repay the bank loan. Lu Yunfeng sighed in resignation. The key issue is that the government has essentially abandoned the southern land. All businesses holding projects there are trying desperately to offload them, and even at half price, no one is interested. I've heard many are willing to sell at just 20 of the price to pay off their loans. Cheng Si nodded. Yunfeng, Yao Yao, I have no other options but to seek your help. The bank has mandated that we must repay the loan by next week, or else. She sighed heavily. My grandfather's health is precarious, and doctors have determined he can only last another 6 months at most. With this news, the shareholders of Cheng Group have begun to stir, eyeing the chairman's position. My grandfather wishes for me to take over Cheng Group, but the issues with the Southern Development Project that I advocated for 6 months ago have become fodder for those shareholders and relatives. Shen Yao Yao looked sympathetically at the troubled Cheng Si. Si, weren't you with Chen Chuyang from Huanyu Group yesterday? 10 billion is a trivial sum for the Chen family. Moreover, the southern area will eventually be developed. It's only a matter of time. If they are capable, investing in the southern region is unlikely to incur losses. They might even make a substantial profit. Cheng Si smiled wryly. Mr. Chun is a person of considerable ambition. He wouldn't invest idle funds in an area deemed unpromising. Lu Yunfeng nodded. Given the current urban development plans for Ningchuan, if the southern area is halted, it could take over a decade to restart. Si Wenhai, your project in the south is indeed complicated. I lack the connections or resources to take it on. According to the current landscape of Ningchuan, only the Xiao family, the Chen family, Zifeng, and the Demon King's Cave have the capability to take on such projects, and they would wait for an opportune moment for redevelopment. However, they are unlikely to invest substantial sums for long-term benefits, especially given the uncertain outcomes. Unless a miracle occurs and the government suddenly announces immediate development in the south. Cheng Si shook her head in resignation. It seems the only option left is to approach the Xiao Group and Zifeng International and see if Xiao Yudi and Lin Jingru can accept this. Ah, Su, I just remembered. Aren't you acquainted with a vice president of sales at Xiao Group? Shouldn't we reach out to him? Su Wenhai's eyes brightened. Oh, I almost forgot. Yes, his name is Zhou Jiangdong, an MBA from Harvard Business School and the vice president of the sales department at Xiao Group. It said he was a classmate of Xiao Yudi at Harvard, and Xiao Group holds him in high regard. He is likely to become the new president of the Eastern Development Company. Today, Xiao Group is convening the first executive meeting for the Eastern Development Company and the on-site signing of the Eastern Ecological Project. See, let us go directly to find Vice President Zhou and see if he can persuade Xiao Yudi to take on our southern land. Listening to their discussion, Shun Yaoyao longed to inform Cheng Si that Robin was, in fact, the new president of the Eastern Development Company under Xiao Group. If Robin were to intervene, securing the Cheng family's $5 billion in southern land might be merely a matter of uttering a single sentence. Unfortunately, the Cheng family had missed an opportunity that rightfully belonged to them. All right, let us try and see if we can turn the tide. Cheng Si nodded slightly and said, Yao Yao, if you have no pressing matters, why not join us? Shun Yaoyao readily agreed. She had been contemplating visiting the nearby Xiao Corporation building to witness the spectacle of Robin assuming the presidency of the Xiao City East Development Company. Thus, the four of them engaged in casual conversation before heading towards the Xiao Corporation. Robin had arrived at the Xiao Corporation building early, just as promised. Upon entering the lobby, he heard a familiar female voice call out, Brother Robin. He turned to find Zhao Yin and Xia Zishuan approaching. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, he made his way to the elevator. Xia Zishuan tugged at Zhao Yin, exclaiming, Why are you shouting? Isn't it embarrassing to greet a security guard? Zhao Yin stuck out her tongue and replied, What is embarrassing about Brother Robin being a security guard? We aren't even employees here yet. You silly goose. I will eventually become a senior executive here, perhaps even an assistant to the president or vice president. He will always just be a security guard, Xia Zishuan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin whispered, Even so, it's perfectly fine. We are colleagues and friends. A simple greeting doesn't hurt anyone. Besides, he did save me. Xia Zishuan scoffed. Only someone as naive as you would think that way. Can't you see? He is clearly waiting for me on purpose. That scoundrel must have ulterior motives. I detest such lecherous men. Really, Zishuan? When I was calling out to Brother Robin, he was just walking past. Zhao Yin pondered aloud. And besides, Brother Robin isn't lecherous at all. Huh. If he weren't deliberately waiting for me, why wouldn't he be in his security uniform at his post during work hours? Xia Zishuan shot a contemptuous look at Robin. Coward. Just yesterday at the Sihai Entertainment World, when I was being harassed by a few men, he pretended not to see. Such men are the epitome of hypocrisy. Zhao Yin muttered, Perhaps he truly didn't see. Enough. Stay away from him. Don't wait until you're thoroughly deceived and left with regret. Xia Zishuan shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yin, admonishing her. Zhao Yin pouted, falling silent. Xia Zishuan glanced at Robin inside the elevator and contemplated not entering. However, as she had an impending interview, she feared she would be late if she hesitated. At that moment, Lu Zihui rushed over, exclaiming, Zishuan, Zhao Yin, you're here. However, the elevator could accommodate only 2 more individuals. Lu Zihui surveyed the elevator and, noticing Robin engrossed in his phone with headphones on, commanded, You, get out. Everyone in the elevator turned to look at him. Robin continued scrolling on his phone, ignoring Lu Zihui. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Lu Zihui raised his voice. 2 people in the elevator recognized Lu Zihui and asked, Deputy Team Leader Lu, who is this? Just a lowly security guard. Mingling during peak hours. How ridiculous. Lu Zihui appeared quite displeased. Did you hear what I said? Get out of the way so we can enter. Xia Zishuan observed Robin still fixated on his phone and sneered, disgusting. He is so shameless, trying to squeeze into the same elevator as me. She stepped forward and yanked Robin's headphones off, asserting, Lu Shuazhang is talking to you. Get out now and stop delaying everyone's work. Robin immediately bristled, You uncouth individual. Who gave you the right to remove my headphones? Xia Zishuan was taken aback. You. How dare you speak to me like that? Am I wrong to call you uncouth? Robin replied with a sardonic smile. Keep being ungrateful, and I might just slap you. Lu Zihui considered intervening but felt uncertain at Robin's indifferent demeanor. He finally said, Fine, wait here. I will inform the head of security about this. Zishuan, you 2 go ahead. I'll wait for the next elevator. I am a cultured person and won't stoop to arguing with a security guard. Zhao Yin and Xia Zishuan entered the elevator. Robin disregarded Lu Zihui and turned to Zhao Yin, asking, You here for an interview today? Zhao Yin nodded. I might not get the position. The interviewer mentioned I'm slightly less qualified than the other candidates. Robin smiled reassuringly. Don't lose hope. I'm sure you will be selected. Xia Zishuan scoffed. A mere security guard acting as if he were a company president. You think your words hold any weight?